This week on Piddle, we're facking off with Mighty Bear. Zyrene is back for some real talk, and
we have a pause.
Oh, we have a pause.
We do.
We have a pause. Pulse.
We do.
We do have a pause.
Really? What do we have, Deficio?
I'm not happy about it.
sorry about that. Technical difficulties. We're just gonna skip to the very best part. Primetime League search right now!
Oh my God! He stole the Elder Dragon! Sneaky!
Jin-Air Green Wings are going to be the first team to take down SK Telecom T1 in the summer split with a 2-1 victory.
EDG will retain the most dominant position in the LPL.
Hello, welcome to Primetime League! I'm Rivington Bilson III, and this master of disguise is Aiden Zyrene Moon. We're about to get freaky up in the LCS.
Just to prove that I'm Aiden Zyrene Moon. Freak sucks and so do puns.
We have that on tape now. It's official! All champions have now been played in competitive League of Legends, as a rookie of Invictus Gaming was the first to take Talia to the big stage over in the LPL. This is a huge win for champion diversity everywhere.
And we got to see her played support by Double Doge over in Turkey, so that's really awesome. And honestly, if you talk about it, Champs played in multiple roles. Garen, Skarner, Teemo, and Warwick have also been played in 2 roles in top tier play. So, you know, similar boat to be in. Honestly, though, I think Talia is actually quite good. I think people had to learn the champion. Also, the last round of buff certainly helped. And I think at this point, like, as we're seeing people playing her, I think she's totally viable.
I'm excited. I want to see it in the NALCS. Hopefully we get some of our own Talia play. There are currently 6 teams that remain undefeated in the major regions around the world. That means no match losses. These are Team Solo Mid, G2 Esports, H2K, Flash Wolves, J-Team, and Edward Gaming.
Yeah, these, honestly, it's pretty awesome. So we're seeing teams in Europe and the LMS are playing best of 2s, so you just assume they won game 3. You know, if you want to kind of like pretend they're not cheating, of course, G2 and H2K played each other, which makes that awkward.
Yep.
Either way, TSM, Flash Wolves, and EDG definitely look like the strongest in their respective regions. I think G2 kind of rounds into that one as well. I think they're slightly better than H2K, but they went 1-1, so you can kind of argue which one is actually better.
It's crazy how a few of the teams at MSI went back and did well. I'm excited already to see what happens at the next international event, and it's so far away.
October, you know, you got 3.5 months. We'll get there.
Thanks for making it sound not so far away, Freak.
3.5 months. I got you.
Now you'll notice that one team wasn't on that list. We're looking at you, SKT, who suffered their first loss of the split against the Jin-Air Green Wings. And to rub salt into the wounds earlier this morning, they were also 2-0'd by the Freak of Freaks in a performance that echoed their MSI slump.
Yeah, it's really crazy. FLICKR obviously had very, very bad games in LeBlanc. I mean, so did the rest of the team overall. Like, their KDA across the matches was pretty poor. The really funny thing, though, is the team that SKT Perfect Game that we talked about last week, MVP, they beat Jin-Air, who beat SKT. So there's some weird rock, paper, scissors thing going on where Korea's doing weird stuff. I actually think it's a bit of SKT playing a longer season and just trying things out. After they lost to Freak of Freaks, they didn't seem very sad. They're just kind of like, well, we lost, but they're just kind of whatever, so I think there's a chance that they just bounce and, you know, come back.
It's SKT. I think they'll do that.
This
is like that point where they're down 50,000 gold and they're still going to come back.
Yeah, I mean, SKT are clearly a very good team. You lose 2 matches, okay, that sucks, but we expect them to do well later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
No?
It's the latest edition of My Check. Do you hear that?
No, I don't.
Shut up. Can we play the video?
We are born ready. Yes, we are ready. Hashtag we ready. Hashtag we ready. Hashtag vacation and so.
Never sing here, or it instantly goes into the mic check thing.
I actually didn't get full of singing last time.
Luckily.
Maybe you need to sing again.
Yes, this time better.
I don't want to be rude, Gilius, but I got both Baron and Elder Drake.
Yeah, I need to practice my Torino. Really, CB. It's my Torino!
I'll be there, I'll be there, I'll be there.
You're here.
Maybe I can gank top 2.
I got it.
Nice. Good job.
Not bad.
Nice! Holy shit!
Oh, nice!
Holy shit! Is that a W?
Yeah.
Holy shit! All right, go to Dragon. Go to Dragon.
Let's rush Baron.
Oh,
Sneaky W.
Shit.
Sneaky
W.
Good job. All right, nice.
Low. That is 220 damage.
I don't get the same kind of excitement playing Braum, you know?
Why did already?
What?
You
get the controlled, what is it, excitement
I don't get excited.
Wait,
carrying the team with their comps. winning is the most fun you can have, man.
Wait, we're killing Keith. I'm helping Keith. We're killing Rumble. Run Rumble.
Nice.
Nice. Back up. Back up. Back up.
Good job, guys.
Back. Almost mid. I'm Papa
Yeah, push.
That's it. Okay. Take deep breath, guys.
Let's go.
Can we get them?
Slow.
Nice. We can finish this.
Like, turn it.
I can stop.
He's slow.
Wow. See ya.
I'm fine.
Okay, nice.
Nice.
No,
Nice.
Nice.
Keep fighting.
Mid take all kills, yeah. Support carry. XD.
Just talk about everything.
Yeah.
If you guys feel like it's not relevant, who cares? Talk about it.
Okay.
Talk about like your pizza or something. I don't know.
What is the taco?
Taco?
Name of the food?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's like a shell with vegetables and meat.
Ah.
I have no mana.
Focus on overject, guys. Focus on overject.
Yeah.
Mick is
Go ahead. Tower.
Kill.
The guy is just too excited. Can we just tower?
Let's hunter.
Peel.
Chinko Thyugi.
Hey, Gragas is on me. Gragas, finish. Stop him finishing. I'm gonna open Toronto. Finish, Gragas first.
Can we finish?
Yeah, we can finish.
We have 2 minutes.
Go top. Yeah, go top.
Oh my.
Let's go top.
Holy shit!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first FAC Off of the Summer Split. I'm honored to have Vitality jungler Mighty Bear here to FAC Off with me. Thank you very much for coming. I've never FAC'd off with a bear before. How are you today?
So exciting because I have this interview, so I'm so excited.
Yay, I'm very happy to hear that. All right, Mr. Bear, here's how FAC Off works. For the next 2 minutes, I'm going to read the questions that our viewers have tweeted in and they want to ask you and they want to know from Mighty Bear. And you've just got to do your best to answer as many questions as you can in the 2 minutes.
Okay.
Make sense to you?
Yep.
Now, I know that you did understand because you've already been replying to tweets like this one on Monday. Comes from @SpacemanRiff. He was talking about Mighty Bear not as strong as Russian Bear. Did you mean Diamond Procs?
No, just joke.
Okay.
Yeah, we know Russian Bear is so strong. Just I say, my mean is I'm more strong bear than Russian Bear, so it's just a joke.
Okay,
Yeah.
just a joke. All right,
Yeah.
well, maybe one day we'll see you against Diamond Procs as well. All right, let's get this FAC Off started and see how mighty you really are. Get that timer ready. Let's start it in 3, 2, 1. This question comes from @UnknownVirus. Who's the best jungler in Europe at the moment?
Now I think G2 Trick is the best jungler in EU.
And will you be able to catch him?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. I like that. Next question comes from @AdrianMisk. This is 2 parts, and the second one said, how did you come up with your nickname?
Before my nickname is Moon, but Moon is also in China and NA, so I need a more specially nickname. So I asked my manager, Gabor, so Gabor said to me, you looks like Mighty Bear, so...
That is so good. I like that one.
Yeah, so I just did.
That is great. Thank you for that. All right, the next question comes @TheBackQuill. When your mid Nuke Duck asks for ganks all day, 24/7, do you sometimes tell him to FAC off?
I just say, oh, wait to Nuke Duck, and then I don't go.
So you troll him. I like that.
Yeah.
Next question @WavyYX. What is the worst jungle pick that you have ever seen?
Actually, Shaco is the terrible to teammates, and enemy also don't like Shaco, so both team or enemy don't like.
I agree with you. I hate him as well.
Yeah.
Let's get to the next one from @McBantar101 tweets, I just got into Bronze 2. So party at Mighty Bear's house?
Unfortunately, if you're Bronze 1, you can come party at my house, but Bronze 2 is no.
Not good enough? Only Bronze 1 up?
Yeah, Bronze 1 up.
Okay, Bronze 1 up. One last question @MaViewer tweets, are you satisfied with your overall team?
Yeah, of course. all my teammates so kind to me, and always talk about the game. We can focus on the summer split, so it's good.
That's good. Only when you're trolling Nuktak if he's asking for ganks and you say no. That's it?
Yeah.
All right, well, that does it for this edition of FLICKR. Thank you, oh mightiest of bears, for playing. It was great asking you all those questions.
Yep, thank you very much.
You can watch this predatory beast and his Vitality team take on the Giants this Thursday and first place G2 this Friday during our Week 4 coverage of the European League Championship Series.
Now it's time to break it down. With the NALCS and TSM are still the top dogs in North America as your only undefeated team. Maybe they can thank Coach Weldon for that.
Maybe they can, or maybe they should just thank Bjergsen for 1v9ing every game anyway. No. Honestly, though, they're at the top. They're closely followed right now by both Immortals and Team Envy. Envy, speaking of them right now, I mean, obviously a great start for them, but now, this next week, they're playing both TSM and Cloud9. This is really going to tell you what they're made of. If they drop to 5-3, okay, they're good, but not super amazing. If they win one or both those matches, they're clearly a very top team.
Yeah, and Cloud9 coming up for them. Cloud9 are doing their best to break records. This time, they're heading for most games played. And then NALCS, with another weekend of a 3-game series, they're going to really try to make it hard on themselves. Moving on, Liquid and Apex sit in the middle of the pack, with Liquid now splitting time between AD carries Fabi and Piglet. And Apex are trying their hardest to convince us that Jarvan is viable. Make it happen, right?
Definitely a possibility. I'm afraid myself, but it's okay. Counterlogic Gaming, though, are still counterlogically tilted after doing well at MSI, so their faith well is dried up, which means that if no one believes in them, they'll probably do well again. That's how CLG works. If you don't believe in them, they do wonderfully. It's like the opposite of Never Neverland or something. I'm sure there's some fantasy thing where it only works if you believe in it. Either way, Beetlejuice, who knows? Cop turned in his badge and gun. He and Echofox have parted ways. He's no longer their coach, and all the Team Dignitas fans need to give their energy to Kiwi Kid because, well, his team's not doing very well. Week 2 energy looked okay. Week 3 energy looked bad, just like Week 1 did.
Yeah, they're going to have to turn things around, as well as finally Phoenix won. They are still winless, and even I'm struggling to think of more Phoenix Rebirth metaphors. I even asked this guy.
Yeah, there's none.
Didn't work.
Nope.
And moving on,
despite you're wrong.
Despite TSM's dominance here in the NALCS, there is still an interesting trend that we've seen in their matches this split. Looking at the matches, their opening games tend to be resounding wins, and their Game 2 is substantially worse by comparison. Their only losses have come during those Game 2s, and their average KDA between games is 11.5 and 4.0 respectively.
Yeah, and you can see all the stats on your screen in a second right here. Their gold leads are worth, etc., etc., etc. Some of this is just like, well, sometimes you lose games, and when you lose games, your stats look a little bit worse. I think it's honestly more of TSM understanding that they're playing this split to improve. Everybody's eyes are on Worlds. Now that the individual games don't mean quite as much, you're seeing teams play more aggressively. You're seeing them try more things out there, and I think we'll see, TSM uses as learning experiences to, like, there's actually Doublelift on stream that said he wanted to lose a game to Energy just to see how teams would abuse them. Like, what their mistakes were so that someone could kind of pry them open. So I think this is TSM just probably improving over time.
It'll be very interesting because it doesn't seem like anybody has cracked the shell, but this is kind of seeing TSM now not coming from a losing position, not having to fix up a lot of patches, kind of float around at the top still, but being at the top, people are going to have to be afraid.
And the cool thing is there's a lot of really good teams. I think there's 4 very high-quality teams in NA with TSM, Immortals, C9, and Envy, and those will take games off each other all the time.
Well, we'll see what happens. Sometimes it takes a... David, what are you still doing here?
Standing.
You know this is the pro, not Twitter or fantasy.
Yeah, isn't it for me? Isn't it? Am I the?
No, go do Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, freak. This is my domain. Sometimes it takes a pro to know the pro. Are you a pro? How many pros are out there this week? That's what we wanted to find out when we gave you the eye earlier this week. But whose eye is it? I'm sure you want to know. Let's find out. If you guessed that it was Team Envy's jungler Proxen, then you would have been correct. Good looking out. Proxen started his pro gaming career in Korea after a quick stop off in Japan. He found his way to the sunny shores of California and became the starting jungler for Team Impulse. Now on Team Envy, he's finally found his groove. Proxen currently holds the highest gold per minute of any junglers in the NALCS and is third in both KDA and kill participation. Pretty nice. This weekend, he'll get to prove his worth against FLICKR and Meteos as Team Envy take on TSM and Cloud9.
Hey everybody, it's time for a story. Once upon a time, there was a Twitter segment, and almost everyone who entered it sucked. The end. Cool story, right? Well, it's true. Last week, we asked you which undefeated LCS teams, plural, would lose a match in Week 3, and for a spot in the Hall of Fame, you had to tell us how many deaths there would be across those teams. Well, if your answer featured exactly Team Envy and ROCCAT, then congratulations, you are doing better than almost everyone else in this story. Team Envy lost to Immortals. ROCCAT lost both their matches over the weekend. So 11 of you are awesome and worthy of a small amount of praise for predicting the fact that these teams would lose. But it's not quite good enough to join me in the Hall of Fame because, well, there are more deaths than any of you would ever guess. So sadly, you got that one wrong. It's okay, 50-50. Now, let's talk about next week's, whatever, Week 4's Twitter question. Now, last week, the top 3 players in fantasy points in an individual game, my all-time best game in that week, were Trick, Sneaky, and Keen. Now, this week, we want you to tell us who will score the most fantasy points in a single game in Week 4 of the LCS. So tell us the player. If you want to get in the Hall of Fame, tell us how many fantasy points that will be for that single game to the nearest whole number, so round it. There's your question. Good luck. It's going to be really hard. Tweet your predictions to @LevelEsports. Use the hashtag PTL, and we'll see if we can write a better story this week.
Welcome, everybody, to the PTL Fantasy segment where I get to fly solo this week to help optimize your fantasy LCS drafts. That means I actually get my real name. I'm Optimus Tom. Let's kick it off with the studs behind me here. We got a couple of top laners and a mid laner to talk about, but the big key for the studs is going to be long games. Both Impact and Keen are going to be in for long games this week. Keen specifically wants some wins against Team Liquid and Fox to put up those big fantasy points. But let's talk about some guys who aren't going to be performing as well, the duds. Now, 2 of them come from the same team, and that's Origin, who are going up against both Fnatic and Splyce this week. Fnatic offers the least opposing fantasy points against junglers, so Amazin's going to have a hard time. And Power of Evil, his projections are less than average for other mid laners, so there's a lot of better options to pick up, like Keen, who's a stud. And of course, we have Piglet on the side there. We don't really know if he's playing or not, so you might not want to start him off there, like 85% of you that still have him. But let's move on to some more risky business here, the risky picks. 3 different guys, all of them are going to have some pretty tough matchups this week, but they could kind of be one-game wonders, especially in those best game fantasy point leagues as opposed to the 2-game leagues. Sunstar particularly is a bit of a surprise to see up here, but if Giants is able to grab a win in one of those games this week, he puts up an average of 37.03 fantasy points and wins, which is insane. It's pretty good. But this week we also got a chance to turn to the Fantasy LCS subreddit and answer your guys' biggest questions about the Fantasy LCS. Now, something I kept seeing that was brought up a lot, specifically by user Frankie464, was, do you think Smoothie or Bunny are good pickups as support with them constantly sharing playtime on C9? Well, Frankie and everybody else in Fantasy LCS land, it really depends on the structure of your league. If you're in that 2-game league, you really want to stay away from subs because you never know if they're going to be subbed out in game 2 or if they're going to start to begin with, so it's really difficult to predict who's going to be going there. In the best game league, the switching up might actually wind up working out for you guys, especially like Cloud9, because they seem content to put both Bunny and Smoothie in consistently. But you're going to want to know who puts up the points, when, and when it matters. Now, Bunny, on average, puts up 2.5-ish fantasy points per game more in losses than Smoothie, but Smoothie crushes Bunny in wins with about 10.4 fantasy points per game more when they actually win games. Now, Cloud9 has played a lot of games this split, and even though they have a very positive record, they have put up a decent number of losses in games. So if you're looking for consistency, why don't you go for the 4th best fantasy pick, Hakuo? He's only owned in like 30% of the league, so you might as well just pick him up for consistency. Anyway, guys, that's all the fantasy we got time for today. And until next time on PTL, don't forget to check out the Fantasy LCS subreddit and get your questions heard on air.
Now it's time to quickly look back at last week's European LCS games. 9 out of 10 series resulted in a 2-0 victory, securing 3 points for the winning team. The only tied series was H2K against G2, and it swung super heavily. H2K were able to win a game off a team fight that led to Baron, and G2, on the other hand, they simply Goomba stomped the early game. This allows them to maintain their top-of-the-table placements. Schalke maintained their middle of their table position alongside a very meditative-looking Splyce, while ROCCAT, unfortunately, they took a nosedive. They dropped all 4 games, they fell 3 spots, they're down in 7th position. Continuing to surprise is Origin, sitting in that 9th position spot. They picked up their first series win against ROCCAT, only to get taken down the next day by Giants 2-0, and this is becoming a worrying trend for the team that placed 2nd in the spring split. Finally, rounding out the table, the Unicorns of Love continue to look like a deservedly 10th place team. Unless big changes are coming to the Unicorns, they might just become extinct. Look, maybe Unicorns as the animal aren't real, but neither is this team's chances at a playoff position if things continue at this rate. That does it from last week's LCS. For now, be sure to tune into Mid Lane Week starting here in Europe on Thursday at 5 p.m. CEST.
Summer 2015 CLG. Spring 2016 Week 5 TSM, Week 6 Renegades, Week 7 Liquid, and TSM in the quarterfinals. Each one of these teams saw an improvement in their performance at those times, but what do they all have in common? Weldon Green, sports psychologist trainer, current performance coach for the undefeated TSM, and the man responsible for the term, the Weldon effect. Now, Weldon would work with the team for a week, and they would instantly see results which led to the coining of this term. But in the weeks that would follow, teams would come down from that spike. They would use Weldon as a consultant, a quick fix for their problems, and then discontinued investing in his services. Teams had identified that a sports psychologist could help them, but failed to recognize the time and commitment needed to see a lasting impact. Now, we are seeing a pattern. Teams that utilize performance coaches in the long term find success, like Immortals, CLG, the last 2 splits, and TSM right now. They have people on staff staying up late, making plans and stressing so that their players don't have to. Now, I'm not attributing all of a team's success to their coaching staff. When the player's up on stage, it is 99% them and 1% the coach. But that 1% holds the key to unlocking the other 99% so they can perform to their full potential. Normally, a psychologist is there to help create a healthy work-life balance, but at the highest levels of competition, it's about finding well-being without a well-balanced life. We criticize pro players when they get girlfriends. The more you train, the better you become, but the more is demanded of you and the more you have to sacrifice to become a champion. It's because of this that performance coaches are becoming a necessity in professional League of Legends. Teams are made up of 5 or more young adults that must work together to compete, all live in the same house and are in the public eye while having very little privacy themselves. With all of this stress, players are also required to take on a training regimen that exceeds most traditional sports, having to scrim 8 hours a day and keep your skills sharp in solo queue, all while tending to their mindset and their lives. I, for one, am shocked when I learn a team doesn't have a sports and performance psychologist on staff. Because in order to compete at that highest level, you have to be consistent, operate as a team, practice hard, and have all of that happen all while avoiding burnout. And providing those services for a team is their fucking job description. It's not salt, it's just being real.
Hey everybody, I am Jat, this is Kobe. We're here again for This or That. We've done this a lot of times. I think
you don't know by now.
Yeah, it's gonna be the best one I think we've ever done. We have 5 slides, which is fewer slides than we had last time, which to me makes me think that
each one has to be
better.
That much more important.
They're gonna be such high quality. Let's get into the first one. I will be so disappointed if they're not. All right. Is COG underperforming or just plain bad? Ooh.
I mean, they got second place at MSI. You can't just say they're bad.
Just bad. Of course I'm not a fan. You always do have to ask the questions like, are they underperforming or is this their actual record? Like, technically they are what their record indicates, but I think they are better than they have been playing because they're back-to-back champions.
So they have the same players that we have seen perform at a high level. We've seen them win the North American LCS. We've seen them compete in international play. So I would say they're underperforming. I feel like that's kind of the definition.
They're underperforming.
This one.
Let's go to number 2. Next slide. Better ADC, Sneaky or Reckless?
Ooh.
EU versus NA here.
So I do have NA. I do have NA bias, but I did meet Reckless personally when we were at Paris in All Stars a long time ago. So I've known him for so long. This is really rough.
Yeah.
Who's the actual better AD
There's a
carry?
couple things like Sneaky. There's that whole thing about him being underrated. I like to think there's really strong AD carry competition in NA.
Yeah.
But I also think Reckless gets a bunch of shade thrown at him, like totally undeservedly.
Follow-up cleanup AD carry?
He's a cleanup.
No,
like this dude is actually really good, and he's a really try-hard player. So like,
I'm still gonna go NA though. I'll go this.
I'll go Reckless to keep it balanced. Now, before we get to the third slide, someone just told me it's a Game of Thrones spoiler, which just makes my mind
roll it
race.
before they can change.
Turn it off right now if you haven't watched Game of Thrones up to the 9th episode.
If you haven't watched it, you
final
should feel
season.
shame anyway.
Yeah, who was worse at dodging arrows?
Wait, well let me. ROCCAT, this looks pretty bad.
Yeah,
they get hit a lot of times.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is only one. I remember only one arrow right through the heart.
Yeah, but he just ran in a straight line. He was like 100 feet away.
He didn't really try.
Juke to the side a little bit once in a while. It takes a while to get there. I blame Rickon a little bit. It was more dramatic that way, I imagine.
I mean, this was really sad too, but
they got hit by a lot of arrows.
I have to say, this was actually pathetic.
Yes.
I'll go with that.
I go with that. That was high quality. That's why we only have 5 here. Let's go to the fourth slide. Who had a worse week, Faker or Steph
Oh,
Curry?
God.
Steph Curry.
I have to go Steph Curry for
It's not
sure.
even close.
I'm from Oakland. He let us down.
Yeah, he missed a bunch of threes down the stretch. I mean, Faker, he got like danced on by Mickey.
I thought the last slide was bad. This slide is
Spoilers,
bad.
by the way, Faker lost to the Africa Freaks. Terrible week, but like, it's the regular season, dude. That's like Steph Curry losing 2 games.
That loss doesn't really matter. This loss was for the fucking championship.
It affects his legacy a little bit. Okay, definitely Steph Curry. Let's get to the final slide that we've never seen before. River Freak.
Ooh.
Gotta be careful with this answer.
Ooh.
Who do you cast with
River,
next?
I don't know. Ooh, I think I cast with Riv next. I'll go Riv.
I'm just gonna list the positive qualities.
Oh, okay.
About both
This should be good.
Yeah.
Just a very short list. It'll be
Riv
like
is a silver fox, a young George Clooney, one would think, and he's very smooth.
So
in his
looks, he's
delivery.
going looks for Riv. Okay.
Yeah. Freak as well has personality, and he's very fun to theory craft with.
He does. He does.
So it's really like, I mean, Riv is also a smart guy, but Freak, I cast with Riv next. Riv is better. I'm going
whoa, we're super biased.
Silver
on this,
Fox.
bud. We're both
Silver
Riv.
Fox. Yeah, I'm sorry, Freak. These guys trying to trip us up with these last questions. That'll do it for this or that. You can tweet to us at LOL Esports or at RightCobe or at RightJat.
Or at Riot Freak to let him know that he got burned.
Rivington the Third being like, they all like you, congratulations. We didn't see enough tweets last week. I'm just gonna say that because I wanna get more tweets. It's fun stuff.
Okay, me too. I like tweets.
That'll do it for this or that.
It's time for the regional rundown. Well, we sit down and we're starting with the LMS. After earning their region a top seed for this year's Worlds at MSI, the Flash Wolves have come out strong for the summer split. They 2-0'd AHQ for the first time in a regular season series and are currently undefeated, aka doesn't suck.
AKA does not. That's very correct, man. 8.5 Team KDA, first in the LMS, 100% first Towers, 100% first Dragon, suggests that, well, look, they're stepping up their macro game. They're doing quite well for themselves. It's still early, but honestly, look, we've kind of known for a while Flash Wolves are one of the best, if not the best team in the region.
And they're showing it right now. In the rest of the standings, J-Team sit behind the Flash Wolves, while Hong Kong Esports and AHQ are tied for third place. Maki, Midnight Sun, Extreme Gamers, and Team Mist round out the bottom half of the table. Now in the LCK, where not only did Jin Air beat SKT, but so too did the Africa Freaks in a crazy, crazy game. Jin Air went 2-1 in their series against the world champions, bringing out the rare but strangely fabulous sight of Angry Coma. What's even more surprising is that after beating SKT, they would go on to lose to a substantially weaker team in the LCK, MVP.
Yep, that was team the SKT perfect game. I know, it's weird. Korea does weird things. That's okay. You know what? It's fine. It's a long season. I'm sure these teams will get back to where they're supposed to be.
That's true.
Yeah. Either way, though, you're seeing kind of the records here, right? The score lines and whatnot. Jin Air Green Wings doing some cool things for themselves against SKT. They had a 4.7 KDA, 340 gold in 20 minutes. Against MVP, obviously it was much, much worse. Look, losing games looks bad. That's how stats work. You know, no big surprises here.
And now, if we were surprised about Jin Air winning, we were even more surprised when the Africa Freaks 2-0'd SKT earlier this morning. Could this be the world's curse coming back to haunt them now? Is it kind of almost tenfold this time?
In my mind, I can't say that because they already started this year off doing really well and smashing the Mid-Season Invitational in the playoff and already winning the spring split. They'll probably still end up winning the summer split. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, okay, that 2 bad series. Technically, you can draw a line with 2 points, but I feel like there's more to it than this.
There will be more, probably a lot more SKT victories coming in the future. Yeah. And with their 2 losses, however, this is how the rest of the standings shape up. SKT barely hold on to first place as 5 teams currently sit on 5 match wins. If SKT continue to stumble, we're going to be in for a barn burner to see how the top of the table shapes up. Now finally to the LPL, and the first week of intergroup play has left most of us scratching our heads as to who is actually better than who between the 2 groups. The only thing that we're certain about is that EDG are now at the top of the food chain in the LPL after their win over Royal Never Give Up. They took the series 2-1, and Deft had some amazing games in that match. You're always hearing his name.
Dude,
Deft being Deft.
I love seeing Deft do incredibly well. He's one of my absolute favorite players and amazing AD carry. He plays so many different styles of champions as well. You can see him playing very utility-focused ones right here in this set. Really, really high KP as well. That's always a really big one. 81% is quite high, especially when you're playing champions that aren't just Saber. That actually means you have to do something reasonably difficult to get in there. His Ezreal was super good as well, 18 KDA on that one at the very end of the series. So a great player. I'm glad he's staying on form, by the way. There's plenty of really good players that go over to China and then stop doing well. Deft has remained a stellar AD carry.
The most crazy Ashe arrows we'll get to see later. Now, as for the rest of the standings, it gets a little harder to decipher because apparently every team capable of beating every team and other team, unless, of course, you're Saint Gaming.
Yeah, so we can talk about Saint a little bit, but let's talk about some of the cool things. So Snake are good, they're fun. SOFM is really cool, but they lost the series to LGD, who had previously only beaten OMG. OMG got their first match win against Invictus Gaming, and then Game Talents beat World Elite, but lost to Invictus Gaming 2 weeks ago. Look, there's a lot of pretty closely skilled teams here in China. Honestly, I think the playoffs picture itself will be really interesting to look at down the line. Honestly, it's just a bunch of matches, and eventually you will see the consistency start to rear its head, and you'll start seeing who the top sort of 3 teams per group are.
We will. It's going to take a while. It's the middle, not even the middle. I guess it's just the start. It's just we've played more games, so it feels like we've gone farther. So I guess we do have a lot more to see from these teams. Yeah. Now it's time for the part of the show that starts with T and ends with Enta. The Penta. Coming in at number 5, Cloud9 picked up the sneaky Dragon Steel.
So much pressure put on Cloud9. They lose 2 GAs.
Oh my God!
He stole it! Are you kidding me?
The Elder Dragon! Sneaky!
Here we have it once again. He has vision. They don't actually clear out this ward. Shoots the W. Are you kidding me?
Oh. At number 4, KT Arrow's aim was steady as he hit Crown from downtown.
And they are being very still right now, working around that Rek'Sai. They're going to see him there so they can move again.
Yep.
Guys, you can move.
Move. They're waiting for the arrow. Is it going to hit? Yes, it does. Finds Crown, but can they actually finalize anything on this one? Actually, yes, they can. The hook comes through. He's going to get popped.
From Brazil's CB Lol, INTZ's Jockster brought on the pain with his calculated Alistar combo in our number 3 play.
E o Toque sem teleporte se precisar chegar e virar um 5. E olha isso! O Jockster conseguiu! Enquanto isso tem sofreu exaustão. Tenta fugir, mas não tem como. Yang fica com a eliminação. Resetou o Q dele. Pode tentar algo a mais. Sertuli Kami chega agora também na proteção. Mas é tarde demais. Está eliminado o Tail.
At number 2, EDG's Deft put on a true display of skill in this 1v2.
Whoa, forward. That's very aggressive. Maker is going to get stunned down. Boomerang comes back to the other side as Uzi. He's going to be able to take down Scout, who flashes forward. No, Deft, sorry. He's going to try and jump on top of Uzi. Finds a return kill. Deft picking that one up. Now, you can see Mata trying to chase him out. They're going for it. We get the auto attack down. Deft is trying to cut him. Deft is going to be able to take him down. One more Mystic shot's all going to take. Gets the kill.
And soaring into number 1, it was ROCCAT Tiger's prey with the ultimate Ashe arrow from across the rift to secure the victory.
Ray finds the mid.
Might get more.
He might be looking for more. They're going to try to recall, but Rox is just going to keep pitching in onto them, trying to deny this one. Expression going to go ahead, use the teleport, but they interrupt him. He can't go back. It's going to be just Bray sitting on the Nexus Towers with the Parent-empowered minions. He finds one of them, and Rox disengaging, trying to keep away from Longzhu as long as they can. Looks like the recall will come through Fury. Can he do enough? TP being used by Smeb. They're just going to try to finish this one right here at 42
They're
and a
gonna
half
do
minutes. It's already exposed. Fury goes down. Rocks, Tigers, beautifully played. Deny the backs from Longzhu and take them down with the back door from Bray and the TP from Smeb. Wow, what a way for that game to end.
Big plays don't come cheap. They're earned with blood, sweat, and tweets. So make sure when you see a big play, you hit us up at LOL Esports with the hashtag #ThePenta, and we'll make sure your hard work is rewarded as always.
Of course, we got your back.
And to close out the day, we have to say, sorry, Faker. We know you had a bad week, though there is still something for you to smile about. After all, you did score yourself a pentakill in this week's last hit.
혹시 저희랑 인터뷰에서 약간 좀 아쉬움이 남는다는 예, 더 보고 싶은 또 사람이 있을 수도 있는 거고. 좀 아쉽네요.
더블킬.
이거 되네, 더블킬. 1세트에서도
예.
아우렐리오 소리 나와서 아슬아슬했던 장면. 거기서 혹시 나 이거 잡혔구나.
잡힐 것 같다고 생각한 적은 없었고
망했어요.
실수를 해서 제가.
예, 그래서 결론은 페이커 선수가 실수해서 킬을 냈어요.
트리플 킬.
썸데이 선수가 진짜 마음 먹고 나온 듯 탑 야스오를. 야스오!
솔직히 야소가 나왔을 때 썸데이 선수 클래스로 될까라는 생각을 했어요.
쿼드라 킬. 페이커 선수 오늘 또 경기 앞두고 캡틴 잭 선수가 또 해서 이렇게 하고 있는데
캐스파컵 해서 잘 보고 있고요.
페이커입니다. 여러 가지 슈퍼 플레이들이 그냥 다 나왔습니다. 그렇죠? 그렇습니다. 역시 페이커.
기분 좋네요.
And that Lich Bane Alistair does a ton of damage to turrets.
Whoa, that's a super aggressive flash over the top there from Zhuxing. Absolutely amazing.
That was one turret dead, second turret dead. Fanatics going to win the Season 1 championship if they can hold on.
But Ocelot is there again. He manages to pull the ulti back in there. They have still not taken this Baron down. Yellow Pete has been dropped as well. Oh my god, Ocelot does it again and again. He gets the triple and the Baron. SK Gaming. Oh, we are the victim of another kill. Taipei Assassins are the Season 2 World Champions. They picked up $1 million and the
And now Genji's here as well.
With the Zoni's Argos out on the edge of the fight. One more Alpha Strike. He can get another triple here. That is one.
Oh, the
That's the
Penta.
That's the triple. That's the quadra. And the chase. And the kill. And the kill.
He's trying to take the Nexus down. Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one? Catches him with another axe. He's very low. They're pushing on the Nexus to his side. I do not believe it. He's stuck in there. Catching it. Takes down the Nexus. But now he's going crazy. That game was amazing.
That was the best thing I have seen in the entire history of League of Legends.
God, bro is still somehow alive in this one as he flings Freddy away again. Can we see a Quadra kill? Can he get the pentakill here? Bjergsen chasing down. Oh, he's missing just about, but then pentakill coming in for Bjergsen. And Copenhagen Wolves are going to push through here and pick up their first victory. Caught out. Pekka gets in there, gets one, gets a reset, gets a second. Can he get the third? It doesn't matter because Brogan's backdoor and he's taken down 2 Nexus turrets. He's not going to be able to quite get this. Nexus surely to God. He can't get away from this one. He's going to get taken down. The minions are on the Nexus. He does go down, but the minions are going to take it. He's got it. I do not believe what Brogan just did. He's just got a Pekka on Pekka. They will be the Season 3 World Champions here at the stage.
Nexus itself and Samsung White are the 2014 World Champions.
And there's the death mark coming in.
And will it be enough? The pop and the ignites. Feathervin 1v1's Faker. Faker eats 2 shurikens. The knockup is interrupted as Feathervin materializes. Ignite plus one more. That is 2 1v1s in a game. The chain of corruption. Catch Flashes in rated and rolls, and Nukeduck are still alive. Candy Pepper kills him. Out. Triple kill. Triple. Nukeduck's gonna look for the Quadra. Can he get it? He does. Quadra kill for Nukeduck. Back on Kitties, gets caught and apprehended backwards. Fates back to time. But that's it. Incarnation gets the kill.
Tigers are falling. SKT will be your first ever two-time world champions.
Zero vision in their own jungle for elements, so they can just kind of figure out what's about to happen. And whoa, wow, EU mid laners, man.
EU mids.
That was a great prediction from Perks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mid Lane Week here, coming to you live from the European LCS studios in Berlin, Germany, where week 4 of the summer split is about to get underway. Everyone's hyped, and weren't we after seeing that video? The crowd outside enjoying a bit of the sun, and then Schalke having a last-minute strategy session before taking to the stage, as well as ROCCAT looking fly before they start to face Vitality. Hello, I'm EULCS2 supporter, and joining me at the analyst desk is Mitch Kreppel-Voorspoels and Andy Verius Day. What an opening video. As you guys all know, it's mid lane week here in the European LCS. You had a thing or two to say about the TF backdoor of Frog, and though you of course were in the team when it happened.
Yeah, that was it was literally a free win. We were setting up for the final team fight. I still remember it. I'm like, guys, okay, kite back, focus frontline, we'll get them. We start the fight, and halfway through, we were suddenly losing it. I'm like, why are we losing this fight? Like, we're supposed to win the single hand. And then I look at the minimap and Froggen's backdoor, and I'm like, Froggen, what the F are you doing right now? Just like win us this team fight. He's like, no, I got the backdoor. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you want all the fame to yourself. PJ Salt, yeah.
Yeah, PJ Salt a little. Great moments though, Verius. It's just great. It all goes so fast that you kind of forget what a rival to history we already have here built up in EU.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange to think that it wasn't even that long ago. I mean, Alex's pentakill on the Master Yi. I still remember his Kazakh's pentakill as well. I mean, so many fantastic plays from all over you.
Slightly over-exaggerated.
Well, whatever. Let's hope we see a lot more of those big plays. Let's take a look at the standings as we approach the halfway point in the spring split. Obviously, Perks, we saw him there. G2 Esports is in first. Fnatic and H2K to round out the top 3. All the way at the bottom, the Unicorns of Love, but interesting stuff in the middle of the table.
Yeah, I think the big surprise here is the fact that Giants, after having a pretty terrible first 2 weeks, are currently sitting in 6th place right now. And thanks to picking up those 2 big wins, they've earned enough points to actually be rivaling the middle of the pack right now.
Yeah, Origin in 9th place is something I did not expect. Yes, they lost their bot lane, but they were supposed to kind of kick ass here with Forgiven, and then that suddenly just stopped happening. Forgiven left the roster. Now they have Expect on AD carry. That and Splyce being tied for 4th place with Schalke, for me, are 2 of the biggest surprises so far.
Super interesting to see how everything will evolve. And this week, we are celebrating the European LCS's mid-lane might. And to start things off, let's take a look at our top 5 plays from the center of the Rift so far this split. First up, at number 5, it is Febivin showing off the Zed, that 1v1 faker, twice.
Oh, 2v1. Moves in, moves out, throws down some abilities. That was
dirty.
Super clean.
At number 4, Knight has just one word for the Unicorns of Love, Shurima.
Sunstar will pick up a kill first up, but that's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Sunstar will be coming in, and that's another 1-for-1 trade. Chachi onto the back lines, he's onto Huston himself, but he's separated from the team. Only Exile and Chachi are alive to try and deal the damage. Maxwell's going to jump in and pick up that kill. Double kill, triple kill for Knight, looking for the final one for the Quadra to the Azir.
Look at Knight here, really good positioning. Gets Vizichachi off him, then turns to Exile, turns around to Vizichachi, waits for Exile to step back into the fight. Not enough damage. Helps out Maxwell at the end. Yeah, really good awareness here.
At number 3, Exile makes a statement in his first pro appearance.
Now Nukeduck finds Exile, who hung around here. Ultimate available. Exile's gonna force it. She goes for the dive, actually. Flashes in. Oh,
play by
Exile. Starting to roll on this rise, and he even dodges the arrow.
Coming in at number 2, Betsy sends the Spring Champions running with a perfect Frozen Tomb.
Gigas is taking too much damage here.
Yeah, that's the cue that they're going to start moving in. Traffic Cone comes down, flashes forward, there's the wave, but they get a 3-man Lissandra ultimate, and Airwax starts to pick up one.
And our #1 mid lane play of the summer so far, it's Perks doing Perks things.
Trick looking for the angle on the barrel. Trashy and Senkuk's going forward, but now the flank comes out. That's a moment of misposition. Hop goes the Casio. Domination coming in for G2 once again. Hop, skip, and a jump back into Mithy to pick up the return kill, but in the end, he's still going to drop. And Perks, the triple kill. What? The quadra kill coming in. This man, 1v5 the dream for the Vladimir.
80% the play, 20% the call, or how would you rate
I mean,
it?
quadra kills do have a tendency to get some greatness out of play-by-play casters, and we all remember Freak. So, interesting plays right there. I definitely like what Exile brought to the table at the start of the split. Hoping for more of that
Yeah.
towards the middle of the split, because the Unicorns need it.
Definitely. Knight, though, you had said it straight from the beginning, he'll be making waves, and he is.
It's nice to see that he is coming into his own, being that carry that Giants needs, and hopefully moving into today's games, he can do the same sort of thing.
Yep, you saw the plays there, and of course on Mid Lane Week we have a bunch of content coming out. Just go to eu.llesports.com/midlaneweek, and there you'll see everything in the portal that we designed for this specifically. However, there are also 5 matches on the slate today, starting in just a few minutes with Vitality jumping onto the Rift against Giants, followed by ROCCAT looking to extend their lead over the 10th placed Unicorns of Love. Meanwhile, we've got Schalke 04 battling it out with the league leaders G2 in the LCS arena, followed by our match of the week, Fnatic versus Origin.
Yeah, Fnatic versus Origin, what's supposed to become somewhat of a staple classic here in the European LCS, rather. Not in the Unicorns. LCS. Kind of sad what it may have become, depending on how Origin perform after another week of practice. They have recently given over some of the manager tasks to a new CEO, which means Expect can focus solely on gameplay and maybe the in-team environment. But I feel that change comes too late and needs a little bit more of growth time. So right now, Fnatic heavy-handed favorites.
Definitely. We'll see how that plays out. This week's games will also be played on patch 6.12. Not the biggest patch, dubbed the ARAM patch, of course. Verius, what do you expect coming in here on the competitive?
Well, we have seen a couple of changes to Corki. We've seen a couple of changes to Fizz as well. They wanted to nip that in the butt very early on. And also, we have seen some changes to the last Whisper items. Adding plus AD to those two, I think, will be a big factor down in the bottom lane. We've also seen a couple of +5s, -5s onto some of the items to help the late scaling and mitigate some of the early power that some of these items have.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. As said, it is mid lane week, meaning we will be joined by some kick-ass mids on the desk today. Febiven and Perks will be joining us later, but we want you to join on Twitter and tell us your questions at LOL Esports with the hashtag #AskAMidlaner so we can get your answers later today. We'll see what happens, and it's always a lot of fun with those two.
Yeah, it's always some banter. Hopefully we can keep the broadcast clean of any swear words they're involved.
We'll see. I can't promise. So while the teams are setting up on stage, let's dive into our first matchup taking place in the EULCS arena. Schalke taking on G2. Schalke, a winning series versus ROCCAT last week. It's safe to say that the hype of week 1 died down, and they are starting to look like a solid middle-of-the-pack team, which is still better than some of us had expected coming in.
Yeah, it certainly is. Schalke in their games up against ROCCAT last week were better than what we've seen in the past. Their drafting in particular was very good. The way in which they executed that composition with the poke and the siege was actually really impressive to see.
Yeah, they had a game plan. They were executing it. Right now, when NIF drafts them a slightly more difficult composition, this Schalke team can actually perform it rather than what we've seen from Lost Wits Elements, for example. They have shown that they're a level above the bottom, but still a distinct level below the top 3. I think very similar to Splyce in that regard.
We'll have to see if they can challenge the #1 team here. G2 obviously tied in that match of the week versus H2K last week, but they beat the Unicorns of Love. And we looked at that series and at some point said, well, there's no way G2 is losing this game, but it did look tight.
At one point, they could have closed out, right? Because the Unicorns were super far ahead.
They certainly were. I mean, the Unicorns had a great early game. There was so much pressure coming out from both Move and Exile to try and shut down Perks and build an early advantage that the early game was going great, but they just couldn't quite get the tools needed to really close things up.
Yeah, and we also saw something that we need to see more from some of these top teams, which is coming back from a deficit, because not always will things go your way, and I think that marks the difference between like a top 6 team and a championship contender, when you can actually crawl back out of those mistakes that you did in the early game. And we saw that from G2 Esports. Mithy actually touched a little bit on that in the post-game interview that he did. He was talking a little bit about how Trick should do more shot calling, because Trick was really the guy that kept his mind cool. Mithy had mentally FF'd. He said if this was a scrim, we would have probably just paused the game and left. And Trick kept saying how we could still win this, kept micromanaging everybody, and Trick was apparently the person to praise for that victory from G2 Esports.
If anything, G2 of course always has Sven, and he is doing fantastically so far, ahead in a lot of categories over the other ADCs in the league.
So yeah, if somebody stays calm, Sven can carry.
Yeah.
It certainly can. He's not only literally head and shoulders above a lot of the other AD carries, but he's
Not
also
Mr. Ralls,
statistically not Mr. Ralls, who will be his opponent today. And it is quite interesting, this matchup in particular, because both on paper look like very talented AD carries. And even though ROCCAT hasn't been able to Schalke, hasn't been able to perform, they've definitely always had that rising star in Rallis in the bottom lane. So
we'll
going
see
up against
what
Sven.
can happen there, indeed. Meanwhile, first up in the EULCS studio is a middle of the table clash between Vitality and Giants. Giants a 2-0 win over Origin last week, and that is hugely important when you look at the standings, and it would be so good for them if they manage to best Vitality.
Yeah, if they can replicate the play that they brought to the table last week and maybe shore up some of these like erroneous map moves or maybe overextensions for Vision, then they can definitely even challenge this Vitality roster, because we have to be honest right now, Vitality are looking like a shade of their former self. The roster changes have not impacted their roster beneficially, and they're struggling to even get the core concepts of gameplay down. What was one of their strengths, like last split, in my opinion.
Yeah, and one of the big players who really hasn't been his self is Cabochard up in the top lane. We heard from Odo Amne on the desk last week that Cabo had the winning matchup in the laning phase for both of their games, yet he wasn't able to put the pressure down, and Odo Amne wasn't feeling like he had anything to fear from Cabo.
Yeah, at the start of last split, we had almost this meme about how Cabochard would have Shook camp for him and then dominate the opposing top laner. He put his opposing top laner on the lowest CS out of any other, like compared to any other top laner in the game. So he had unrelenting pressure, getting a pretty high CS himself, but really putting the other guy in a dumpster, making him play from farther behind than he's usually used to, and that actually created a lot of pressure for Vitality. He no longer has that pressure. Jungler is Mighty Bear's looking for like some ganks here and there, but he's still looking to find his footing, and yeah, very disjointed Vitality, looking for a sense of direction.
Now we will see what happens. It's time to get this show on the road as the teams prepare for picks and bans. We'll send it over to our casters as we kick off week 4 of the EULCS.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Good evening, everyone. I'm Richard Pauls-Cam and manning the caster desk with Martin DeFischer as we get ready for this first match of the day.
Something changed, Pauls?
Really? I really can't
is it
put
the
my finger on
hair? Is it the outfit?
Yeah, I just did a couple different things. I've actually been doing leg day with Crepo every single day, so that's
Managed
been helping
to grow
out.
like 10, 15 inches.
10 inches. No, unfortunately, I'm still short. But
Yeah.
before we get into picks and bans,
That
let's
was
start
really
at
terrible,
the
by the
lineups.
way.
Yeah. On the blue side, for game 1, it is Team Vitality. Let's get into this. Cabochard the top lane, the Mightiest Bears in the jungle, Nuke Duck in the mid lane with Police and ADC, Kasing as support, and Coach Shawns.
And on the other side, we do have Giants Gaming, of course, taking on Vitality today with Smitty J up in the top lane, Max Law in the jungle, Knight as the mid laner, Sunstar AD carry Hostin down together with him as support. Lozak still behind the team, has been with this Giants roster ever since they re-qualified for the LCS, and it's been some splits now. Obviously for this Giants, it's been here for 2 years basically.
It has, yeah.
With this roster, not this roster,
but the team.
The team. Haven't really seen too much success, I feel, which is also why we kind of judge Giants almost every split as a potential relegation team.
Sure.
Like, you know, we don't judge them as a playoff team, but Vitality we always judge as a playoff team. So when we have this split, even though there have been roster changes and both teams are doing okay, they're not doing great, they're not doing terrible either. We are more disappointed in Vitality than Giants, even though it's a new, fresh season with like new rosters. We still feel like Vitality were supposed to do better, just on the name.
Exactly, but with these guys being tired, I'm just looking at Mighty Bear yawning away. He's just getting ready for this champion select. If we get into this one, it will be Trundle and Olaf being banned. Olaf gets banned a lot against Cabochard.
I want to see Aurelia ban from Giants as well.
Braum as well coming up there. Hey, there you go. There's the Aurelia ban you were looking for.
I actually think last ban as well, they might as well copy what H2K did and just ban Gragas, because Mighty Bear has been very good on Gragas when it comes to forcing fights, because Vitality banned the Trundle themselves, and if we look at what Cabochard likes to carry on, it's obviously things like Aurelia, it's things like Olaf. Well, that's banned away. Trundle would be another option for Cabochard, but that's banned by Vitality themselves, so once again, we have a situation where the team against Vitality, they pinch the top lane pool.
Yep.
And I think Gragas would be a good last ban. So I'm really happy with this one.
2 out of 2.
Yay! We got
Boom.
the predictions right.
Perfect. So what do Vitality go for from here? Looking at a potential Maokai. I mean,
they're definitely not looking at the Maokai. I think Karma would be a solid first pick.
Yeah,
then there's
made
Nidalee.
it out of bounds, yeah.
Nidalee is another solid one. We know Maxlore can play it, but Karma has become like one of these picks that's always contested early. Obviously, Vladimir open too. It's a good point, Pulse.
Yep, it is. Vladimir open, Ryze open, all of these high priority bans. Nidalee, as you just mentioned. Karma has often been like a first pick, first rotation, as you can flex it in mid and support, of course. So seen a lot of that recently. Giants, they have the pick of the litter now that Vlad's been taken away. Do they pick Ryze though?
I mean, if you are Giants, I don't think you need to pick Ryze now, first of all, because Ryze in Europe would normally just be a mid laner. Same for Vladimir. We don't see Vlad top almost ever. So I don't think you need to pick it. I definitely agree with the Karma lock in here from Giants. And I think Shen as well. It's a super interesting pick that's been used more and more, especially in Korea. And is a fantastic top lane pick right now. It's not being flexed anymore like it used to back in the day. It is just a top lane pick. But I think the global pressure he offers, and actually a fairly strong laning phase as well, is super impactful in the current meta where you want to snowball with these dragons.
Exactly. We've seen a lot of lane swaps as well with Shen, where you can properly utilize that ultimate in the early game. Karma was also picked up with that as well, so high priority pickup there from Giants.
And if you're Vitality now, Shen, I mean, you see the Shen. Shen is not a great team fighter. So if you're Vitality, you either try and match the 1-3-1 the Giants will build most likely with the Shen, or you just say, you know what, we actually don't care that much about your global specifically, and we just want to pick strong lanes. And that's where Gnar comes in now, because Gnar has become a top tier pick in Europe because he's so good into a lot of these top lane matchups like Shen, like Trundle. He can do really well against these champions, so it's a natural pick for Kappa Shot, and it certainly means these bans doesn't have the same impact Giants maybe had hoped for with banning Olaf, banning Irelia. And I like the Nidalee as well. When you have a winning top lane matchup, you have a very strong mid lane matchup because you have a Vladimir who's such a fantastic early laner. You should have two lanes with pressure for Nidalee to start invading.
Yeah, shouldn't be too much contest from the opposing laners, but yeah, Gnar should be a good one in the top lane, especially as Shen has already been picked up, so you know it's going to be a melee versus range matchup up there.
Yes.
We are waiting for the next two pickups from Giants.
And again, if you're Giants here, save your mid lane pick now, take your jungle, take your AD carry, wait to see the full composition of Vitality. Obviously, when you run Vlad, you can always put him in a side lane. He's a strong 1v1 duelist as well, but he obviously shines the most in team fights. Giants sticking to the pick composition. A lot of skirmish, a lot of pick potential with the Shen ulti, obviously the taunt, the Jhin, W as well. So Giants really want one of these games where Vitality never really gets to group as 5.
Yeah.
And you just kind of pick them off left and right and you use your double global from a top laner. Problem is, these comps are very difficult to execute.
I was just going to say, is this a Giants composition?
I don't think it is. I think Giants have been doing well when they got to like just play team fights. And I think this composition will not want to play team fights against what Vitality have been drafting so far.
Yeah, really their strength, as you mentioned, has been team fights against the rest of them who are kind of in the middle of the table, the 6 teams. They can stand up to them in team fights, but yeah, playing this global composition, not so solid just yet. Vitality, last two pickups for them. It's going to be the switch to Tam Kench with Ashe here, so going to be gobbling up Ashe once she gets in a bit of trouble, but interesting pick.
Well, something we see a lot in Europe as well. I know it's a lot of in Europe because we are in Europe, so that's just how it is. We see a lot of supports being last picked or last rotation, simply because there are so many options for support. Like, there's so many viable things. And in this case, you saw him hover to Janna, then switch it over to Tam Kench. So clearly, they're looking for disengage. They're looking for things to stop these assassination attempts that will come from Giants. Tam Kench work well that way. Single target, long-range nuke from a Jhin, a kick from a Lee Sin. All these kind of things will get denied by a good Tam Kench Devour. So it makes a lot of sense. And Ashe also against composition with a lot of globals. Ashe has always done well because she can force fights every single time, and she's proactive every single time. So she forces you to use defensive Shen ultis instead of you setting up the dives yourself with the Shen. That's at least what Vitality are trying to build here. It is going to be 1-3-1 from them, but with more focus on team fighting to win the game, where Giants are definitely splitting up things.
Yeah. Last pickup was Zyra. I remember last week I was watching Hillerstein just get nailed by Ash arrows over and over and over and over again on Zyra. So hopefully we won't have the same performance this time around as Hustlin. I feel like Hustlin generally good when it comes to mechanics, so should be able to hit those skill shots.
But this is another situation where last picking support kind of changes your entire dynamic as a team, because now suddenly you have a strong team fighting support. Karma is a great team fighting mid laner as well. So where your composition before were very focused on skirmish and picking off targets, it is now shifted to have more tools in the team fight. It's just the Shen who's honestly a weak fighter, but so is Nidalee, if we take that as an example. So I definitely feel Giants now have more options when it comes to team fighting. My only concern is just the lack of tools for them to start fights against the Tahm Kench, because it's always like one guy trying to make a play. Like it's the Jhin trying to catch someone from long range. It's the Lee Sin trying to single out one guy. If the Tahm Kench is there, that gets denied. Zyra is fantastic if you run at her.
Yeah.
She's not very good if she has to run at you. So I want to see how these fights are being set up. It's a lot about who's first at objectives and have the vision control around and then forcing you to run at them. Obviously then, suddenly you get a good engage. Zyra gets caught out, as you said, and she's down.
We'll have to see if Giants can execute this composition. Very interested to see if they can do that, but you just saw the hashtags VIT win or GIA win as we get into game. We'll be checking in what you think later on, but we are now onto the Rift with our first game of the day here in the studio between Vitality and Giants. I think you raised a very interesting point earlier, Deficio, that our expectations are always, no problem, are very high for Vitality, but I think we need to change them, and this game is going to be very important for both the teams. We both look at these teams as being at the bottom of the table, trying to escape relegation, then picking up wins here is very, very important.
Yeah, exactly, because when Vitality made the roster changes, the Yanan change obviously wasn't due to the organization. It was also Yanan stepping away from the pro scene, so they had to kind of find a replacement fairly quickly there. But once they lost the AD carry, and then they made a change in jungle as well, Mighty Bear came in a bit of a wild card. We obviously kept fairly high expectations for this team and said, I mean, surely Vitality, when you have Copper Shot, Nuke Dog, Kasing, that's a top 6 team.
Right?
That should be a top 6 team. But it's obviously hurt them way more than we expected. I think Mighty Bear as a jungler is good individually, but I think he makes some very poor choices in-game. I think he's very greedy in the way he plays. Like, he will go for ganks where it's a very low chance of it actually working, and then fall behind in farm or gives away his position on the map, and then suddenly his other lane gets ganked because he just showed top, as an example. So there definitely been some issues for Vitality. A lot of it is actually in the early game. And then when it comes to real late-game shot calling, where I know Yanan used to have a very good overview of the game, that definitely seems to be lacking for the team.
Just interesting looking at these Keystone Masteries as well. Fairly standard from Vitality. Something a little bit different from Nuke Duck compared to other Vladimirs. A lot of them like to run Storm Raiders, but some people do run the Strength of Ages just because mid-game it's actually really nice having a lot of extra health. Kasing being very annoying. Is that actually a kill onto the Merkle?
Don't think it is. He's just buying... Oh, there it is.
Wow.
That is big for him.
Even last one, he knows that the only people who can see that is us and the viewers. Because Giants are already away, so that's actually pretty big.
A lot of experience for Kasing. It is a lane swap pulse, so let's just calm down, bring up some chairs.
Gold claps.
Got some meat on the barbecue as well.
Meat on the barbecue.
And now we come back in 10 minutes.
Yep.
Now that's not what we do in Europe. We talk lane swaps.
We talk lane swaps. Well, we've spoken about a lot about lane swap, but just also going back to Keystones real quick. Triple Thunderlords over to Giants, actually. Sunstar not going for Deathfire Touch.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I actually had to debate with Mr. Rallis about Keystone on Jhin. Deathfire Touch late game is fantastic. Like, when you have these high amounts of AD, it is a great DPS increase.
Yeah.
But early to mid game, getting that extra burst from a Thunderlord's proc is actually very good on Jhin. Makes him better again early mid game, and because you build Ghostblade, then a lot of your power is shifted towards the first item. And that's where, when you get your first item, you have the Thunderlords, it's a bit of extra DPS, it's good burst coming from him, and it can also surprise. Like, you gotta keep in mind, if you start getting the 3 or 4 hits as a Jhin, you know the crit is coming.
Yep.
Like, every single extra bit of damage really helps when it comes to then getting them as low as possible, land the crit. So it's just good for early mid-game DPS. Yep. Late game, you do lose out a little bit.
I mean, ultimately, both Keystones are really good for him because they scale so well from AD, so it's actually not too bad. Vitality going for this very early Dragon on the strong side instead of swapping back and then giving it over to Giants. So high priority. That was an Infernal Dragon, though.
Yeah, so obviously because it's Infernal, Vitality put a lot of value on it, but normally we never see teams do this after the first Tier 1 tower because you tend to fall a little bit too far behind in early experience and early gold in these swaps here. You can see now the Giants were actually fairly slow on taking the Tier 1 tower, which again allowed Vitality to take that Dragon, because it's not even like there's that big of a difference. Coppershot has been sitting in bot lane farming for way too long. If you consider the fact that now Sunstar pushed him away, same thing is going to happen like in 10 seconds on top side. That's not that big of a deal in the current lane swap meta. Like, Coppershot has been getting enough farm for him to be happy and not falling behind, and the team got the Infernal Drakes. Because Giants were so slow actually on the first push, Vitality's been able to get a decent early advantage by getting that Drake, because top lane is right now even, which is where you could sometimes see an issue like Coppershot would very early be pushed away from his wave because Giants were already running down to stop him, and then he would have to walk up to a lane pushing away from him and he would be behind in farm. But that didn't happen here because Vitality were that much faster taking the first tower and putting Coppershot in that solo lane.
Right. Not going to be too bad at all. Smitty J using his teleport there just onto the minion, so it means won't be losing that one too fast and we'll be taking away this tower. But actually, is that like the right thing to do in that situation? Because you have enough minions there to take down the tower.
You're trying to catch up, basically, or stay even now in terms of, again, the tempo of taking down this tower. I don't think you need teleport in lane swaps anymore to defend or dive, where in the past you wanted to always keep your TP because then you could do these 4v3 tower dives.
Yeah.
If someone went to defend at some point, you would just like TP in with your top lane and just straight dive them. But because the towers are so strong in the early game, like with the first few hits, it's too risky to do anymore, so you don't see these TP dives, and that's why you can use it to kind of increase the tempo, make sure you're always there to not fall further behind in experience, as an example, and I think it's fine.
Yep.
I don't think it's a bad thing anymore. I haven't seen a 4v3 tower dive in the early game ever since the changes.
Not for a long, long time. Maxlaw here is just taking away some of the camps on Mighty Bear's side. Well, of course, we do have this lane swap. Sometimes we've seen a pretty good synergy from Maxlaw and Knight, at least. But really, in this lane swap, not seeing a lot of interaction between these laners, and Vlad is just going to keep himself sustained in the mid lane anyway. See a bit of a trade here, but Karma is a pretty strong laner, so he's going to shake that off pretty fine.
Yeah, she's a great early laner. You pick Karma for her pressure in the early to mid game, where she has a lot of damage due to very high base damage, obviously, from her.
Yeah.
That Mantra Q. Late game, it's kind of a sad story, especially compared to like Vladimir full late game. There's a big difference. So Giants are definitely not looking to go full late here with these compositions. They want to use the mid game to force plays around dragons, set up a few sieges on towers. Hustling and Coppershot saying hello to each other. Again, it is some of these swaps where there's no action. It's just kind of quickly swapping around and then pushing in. Now we do get standard lane spawns.
We do. And it's just about seeing if anyone really picked up a big advantage from that. But judging from the CS and judging from the experience, nothing really there. It's just about that Dragon that Vitality picked up early on into this game.
Yeah, now we just gotta always look at, like, every single time lane setups swap around, lane assignments, you always gotta look at the minion waves. Like, why are they doing this right now? So one thing Vitality noticed before was that in the bottom lane, Smitty J had this big wave that was going to be pushing down towards him, like a massive freeze he was building up. So they quickly TP Coppershot down. Notice how Coppershot used TP here to make sure that that wave doesn't just keep killing all the minions. Coppershot was supposed to pick up and just push away from him. So they try and even that out. There will still be a big wave for Smitty J so he can catch up and farm. And meanwhile on top side, well, yeah, Giants were pushing down, but Vitality knew, okay, we can see everyone on the map. We can just wait for this wave for AD carry and support, and we can just pick it up. So Vitality putting a lot of focus on Coppershot, going like, oh, there's a lane down here. We need you to just TP down instantly, catch that farm and push it out. And that's what he's doing right now. And also that's why you see Mighty Bear on your minimap hovering around Coppershot, because he's overextended, he's very far up. 8 minutes into the game. You need your jungler there, just as backup.
Just to cover him, because he really wants to push this wave into tower. Make it harder for Smitty J to pick up all of these minions, but he shouldn't be too bad. Do have a lot of people from Giants reacting to the bot side now. Maxlaw is going to jump to his Grom, so Mighty Bear's not going to take this one away. Tried to, very close. He's helping. He's helping. He took the Scuttle Crab before away, so it's fine. You can see all those random seeds being planted by Hustlin, very annoying to deal with. Just passively, there's just seeds everywhere, and then you get hit by 4 plants at once. Really, really annoying to play against, but not as bad in lane swaps. You don't have the Zyra who just set up in the lane and then continuously spawning seeds. So
no, I mean the only benefit she gets in the swap is you can actually activate one of your plants, and the tower will hit the plant instead of your minion. So make sure your minion get like 1 or 2 extra hits every time on the tower.
Which is nice, but
it's
not amazing.
Small details.
Yeah.
If you're not into lane swaps, you wouldn't care. Oh, he interrupts.
Stops 2 people, but
that's bad for Vitality.
Yeah. Maxwell coming in from behind though. He's got Smitty J on top of him with the Stand United, and Knight is coming in from the mid lane. Kasing immediately dropped into grey health, focusing down this target. Moving on to Police as well. Fantastic route coming in from Hustlin, and it will find Kasing on the backside. 2-0 to Giants.
That was huge that Hustlin managed to find the 2 guys recalling, because there obviously no tower for Vitality. An instant reaction. Shen ulti, TP from Karma. Great little power play from Giants, and when you are Shen, you can make an aggressive play and always return to your lane again and just try and save this tower. Capuchat got a lot of damage on it though. Smitty will try and do his best to stop him from killing it. But overall, 2 early kills from Giants, and it all comes down to Hustlin finding Police and Kasing sitting and kissing in that bush. Saying, you are donezo now.
Yep, stop that. Stop that, Police. And yeah, honestly, for a second I thought it was going to be bad for Hustlin because he just kind of walked up to 2 people, but he had plenty of support behind him. And it was a seed.
It was, and just a few seconds here, and just instant reaction. Really not a whole lot else to say about the play. Vitality will pick up a second dragon if you look down your bottom of the screen here. And we do have a situation where it's not all bad. Yes, okay, you give up 2 early kills. You got 2 dragons. It's Mountain and it's Inferno, so very impactful dragons. And Capuchat once again got to sit and push out his wave. Also actually like Vladimir in this matchup, because Vladimir can just rush Spirit Visage against these heavy AP lanes. The early bully lanes. And once he gets the Spirit Visage, he doesn't care. He's like, yeah, you hit me, I'm just going to heal back on this minion and you're never going to kill me. And it's then difficult for Karma to have one-on-one pressure, and she needs to start moving around, have this long-range poke with Q, and then into a W from a Jhin, and then you create a pick.
Vlad only really suffers kind of pre-6, but Karma doesn't have enough kill pressure on Vlad to either push him out of lane or kill him, so as soon as he gets the Spirit Visage, he's good to go.
Also because he's running Teleport.
Yeah.
Like, Giants are trying to do 2 things. They're trying to run this composition that really wants to snowball in the mid-game by having this 4-man group of a Karma, Jhin, Zyra, Lee Sin together who can really catch you out of position, have a lot of mid-game damage when you sit on a Ghost Blade as a Jhin.
Yep.
But then at the same time, they're trying to secure a 1-3-1 by running TP. Obviously meaning that Knight had no real, as you said, kill pressure in that lane because he has no Ignite, which does hurt his pick a little bit. So they're kind of trying to do both at once.
Yeah.
And I want to see, once we get this Ghost Blade completed, if Giants actually are able to speed up the game and try to start forcing things, or Vitality gets to sit and just play these different lanes where Capuchat will just perma push, like do nothing else for the entire game long.
That's the question, right? Well, can Giants execute this composition? Because yes, they have more tools for team fights now, as we got towards the end of their draft, but it's very much more about getting those picks, utilizing their mid-game, and making sure that Lee Sin can get involved in these skirmishes. So they really need more kills at this point to really transition well. Those 2 kills were nice, but not really being able to force anything else. And they're just rotating Knight down to the bottom lane to deal with Capuchat now.
And we talked about both teams. I see that for Capuchat.
Wallop has got the follow-up. The flash is going to come down by Knight, but cross-map arrow in from Police is not really going to result in anything. Smitty J is going very deep, but he's got the help of Maxwell coming in. Stranglethorns comes up, but Kasing is going to save Nuke Duck. Opening fire with the Jhin will be slowing down Kasing. Going into grey health. Nuke Duck's going to return a lot of damage. Pounce comes in, and a takedown from Mighty Bear. Failed flash from Maxlaw. Does he have a way out? No, he does not. And he's used to jump over the wall. Literally hurting DeFisher over here. 2-0. Going to be equalizing the scoreboard.
Oh, Vitality gets everything here. Not only did the Shen ulti get used, Giants then tried to chase for the kills, but could never really commit to anything. It's one of the other issues we highlighted in Champs. Like their way of engaging is like Maxlaw finding a guy and then kicking him back, or Sunstar maybe with a snare, but that only works once you get even more ranks in W, and then Tahm Kench will just kind of ruin all the fun.
Yep.
So this is fine from Vitality because they want to try and force the TP or their ulti from Shen. That's perfectly fine here, and you are 5 members on bottom side if you are Vitality, so they can actually fight. This is fine, engage at first, but then Kasing is here, saves the day basically, splits Nuke Duck out, and now Giants can't really engage. There's nothing they can do. They're just kind of walking forward, taking a lot of poke damage every single time. Ooh. That one hurts.
What was the flash for?
I actually don't think Maxwell even had to flash like that to get out. He could have just flashed straight over the wall right behind him and just ran out, but in the moment decision making, Tahm Kench coming in behind.
Flash comes in from Nuke to try and close the distance, and Kasinga's coming in to try and close the noose. Meanwhile, the TP is going to be cancelled. Yeah, I don't want to teleport on that one, buddy. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Cabochard's going to come in. Flash, no! And the kill onto Sunstar 1v1.
Again, Vitality seem to be in full control of these early fights here. Cabochard had a sort of a flank, I guess, and then he just finds an 80 carry. He's like, all right.
I mean, he just kind of walked up to him and then 1v1'd him, so.
I'll take that, and gets a solo kill on Sunstar instead. Black Cleaver Gnar against the Shen, so Shen has no side pressure at all. Let's see again. Giants invading in. Shen does have TP at this point, but so does Cabochard. Just a lot of early damage on the squishy Zyra, and Vitality instantly knowing they can just engage. And look here, to your right, Cabochard finds Sunstar, and guess you just single him out. Giants at this point didn't even complete the Ghost Blade yet, and have honestly just been a little bit too greedy when they were looking for potential fights. Vitality, 2 Drakes, now almost 3k gold lead at 15 minutes. That's massive.
Yeah. As you mentioned, plus those 2 dragons, and they're in a great position to pick up the next one as well. There's a decent amount of vision, though, from Giant set up around the dragon area, but I feel like that's going to be cleared out very soon, as Mighty Bear is already in the river and is poking out Maxor as he's trying to come in. So, of course, they're going to try and contest this one, because this will be second Infernal over to Vitality now. Giants won't be too happy with that result.
So Vitality managed to push out top lane, meaning that Smitty J, yes, he has TP or he has his ulti at this point, but they don't need to have anyone sitting there against him if you are Vitality, because he's so far away from a tower. So as long as you can start the fight within the next 15-20 seconds, this Shen will not even be close to a tower, therefore he won't really be a threat of taking down the tier 2 tower. And you can just force the fight, get him to use his ulti, like Vitality are doing now, and then Giants will have to move the Shen away from that lane, and Cabochard can then return and pick it up after. So Dragon being started, instantly taken down, and now Cabochard can just go to that bottom lane, or Nuke Duck, and grab that big wave coming to Shen.
Here comes the arrow as well, trying to initiate a fight. It's actually a pretty good plant line set up by Hustler, making it very difficult to get involved. The Vine Lashes coming down, slowing them out. Giants will be able to kind of give mid lane tower love tap, but that is the worst of consolation prizes.
Double Infernal at 17 minutes. It might not, I mean, it will obviously benefit you already, but imagine in 10 minutes when you have even more AP and AD stacked up on your carries, it's going to be huge. Because all your members, except for the Tahm Kench, benefits from this. Tahm Kench is kind of like whatever, but...
Yeah, he's going to get the extra 16% AD. He's slapping people with his tongue. All the damage coming in.
And he's currently sitting on 83 AD.
Unbelievable spike there.
What a beast.
Yeah, but yeah, everyone else on that team will be very happy with it. Vitality even going to pick up the Herald as well. So, pretty nice. Actually, fairly good timing on it. You always want to try and get Herald as late on as you can. So for the next 20 minutes, Cabochard will be benefiting from that. And up against Smitty, he was already winning, so now it's win more. And there's 0 things that Shen can do in that lane now.
And it's fun how when Rift Herald got changed, it was in the tank meta still, and people were like, it's useless.
Yeah.
And it was useless in almost every situation. But Riot obviously knew what was going to happen in the next few patches. So suddenly it made a lot of sense, because then there's been a lot of nerfs to tanks. I actually think there's been too many nerfs to tanks. It's been like items, the champions themselves been nerfed as well. And then Rift Herald introduction here. Last Whisper just got buffed to make it even worse for tanks. Like there's been like multiple nerfs. Jhin is trying to fire away. I'm not talking about it because
he missed everything.
a situation where getting a kill would be very difficult, but it's fun out there now. Over so many patches, there's been buffs or changes that it makes the life of a tank even worse. So it was already difficult. Here's the last Whisper buff.
Yep. And rest in peace, tanks. Shen is kind of coming back though, because he's still good in swaps, and he's actually fairly decent into a lot of the carry matchups, like specifically Aurelia. That one can go either way depending on early kills, early gold, early item spikes.
But Shen is not back because he's a tank. He's back because he has a global. That's fantastic, because he actually has a strong early game as well. That's why Shen is being used, and then you can create these picks with him with his taunt. Which is the great thing about Shen. It's not like people don't pick him because, oh, we really want a tank top. Like, we need a tank top right now. No, because then you go for things like Gnar, who has obviously a mix of it. Even an Olaf can be in there as an example. We have seen Fizz before. This has been nerfed on this patch. I actually don't think we will see Fizz that much anymore as a top laner, but he was another one of these hybrids where he was both building tank, but also had like one DPS side. And not these pure tanks anymore, like at least here in Europe, we don't see Maokai that often. We don't see Nautilus that often as these pure tank picks.
That is a cue that you do not want to follow up if you are a Lee Sin. Maxwell's had some questionable, my mind's telling me no, but my body moments.
You mean in the past?
Yeah, in this game. A couple times. Just been jumping onto people and then almost getting hustling killed. But
I just think Giant's composition is something that's really good to run if you have great macro.
Yeah.
If you really understand how to set up sieges on towers and the side lane control, and you understand when to fight and definitely when not to fight, like how your comp can actually fight. It can never fight by you running straight at them. Your comp will be horrible then.
And I think that's the strength that Giants have had, grouping up and just running at people.
I agree.
Yeah, because actually a lot of the teams who are around them right now are trying so hard to be good at macro that while they're like standing there with indecision, Giants are just like pull the trigger, run at them, and then pick up the team fight before the enemy even knows what's going on. And Giants, I feel like, are trying to be too smart here. Ooh, that is a 60% spear onto Hustlin. And yeah, this just isn't working out because Giants aren't able to get these skirmishes. That would have been 2 spears and a dead Zyra.
Yeah, a little too obvious, I guess.
Yeah, well, I thought the first one was, but...
But exactly, the point is here that the Giants, when they have been successful, it's been team fighting compositions with Engage, right? And in this game, they kind of went away from it very early on. And we have seen them now try and run at these fights, obviously failing to do so, being caught out then. And where we had this mid-game of a Karma and a Jhin with Ghostblade, where Giants were supposed to be able to have a lot of pressure, start setting up around these objectives and towers, because then you don't need Engage. If the other team is stuck on the tower anyway, then who cares about Engage? Because you poke them out, and then you take the tower. And it's one of these situations, it's something I really, really love, is when comps have very clear ways of winning, and then a team, for whatever reason, can't get to play that way. Either they make mistakes or the other team outplayed them. And then people go, oh, that comp was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was awful comp. And then the next game, another team runs it, and they're able to execute it. Make it.
Oh, what a great composition.
What a great comp.
Yeah,
like,
couldn't have outdrafted them, but harder.
Execution means so much, and some of these comps where there's a lot of risk involved, there's often also very high reward involved as well.
There is, but you have to have the team who's able to execute on
That's
it.
fair.
Out of game, Sunny Skies. In game, also Sunny Skies. Got a 3rd Infernal Dragon coming up this game.
Man, Vitality's... That's the perfect game
to
go for early dragons.
The perfect game. They knew it was going to be triple Infernal. They didn't, but this is working out really well for them. And oh man, I'm having flashbacks from the UOL game. Here comes Nuke Duck for the flank, and Hustlin's dropping low. He's got the ultimate on top of him as well. Jhin is going to lay down some cover fire. He's going to help his allies. Hustlin will survive. Knight's going to step forwards, take some beating from Cabashard. Mighty Bear dropped very low, but is going to be saved out there by Kasing. Mid tower's being sieged in. Luckily, the minions have disintegrated. However, Dragon is live, so Vitality will be speeding on down there. Giants aren't too badly injured, so they will try and contest this. They're actually leading. Oh, here comes Cabashard looking for an ultimate. Doesn't really get it onto anyone, though. There's the flash. Ultimate onto 2. Nuke Duck coming in, looking for the Tides of Blood. And Maxwell going in. He's looking for the kick onto Police. Gets the high priority target, but he had flash. Now Nuke Duck's coming in into the Sanguine Pool. Everyone is so low. Mighty Bear jumps in. That's a double. That's the ace. In fact, a clean ace for Vitality. 5-0.
It is so hard for Giants to find anyone to kill right now. Like, it's like, again, this one guy trying to make that one play and then single out a target. And that's the Lee Sin. No one else can do it from Giants. It's all about kiting back from them, or then maybe like a flash taunt from Smitty J. But he's often the guy TPing in just when the fight is about to start, and therefore he's not the main engage. He's here with the team. So they find Kissing at first. Then cover shot is enough of a threat to force them back. He's sadly not for him able to find more targets. Sunstar gets the flash away. But now if you are Giants, you can't really turn around. This play from Maxwell looks very flashy, but the rest of Vitality can kind of follow. And it's so hard for Giants to do anything. They lose the third Drake.
Yeah.
Lose the Baron. Fourth Drake, sorry, third Infernal Drake. They lose the Baron. This is one of the most one-sided moments in a game I've seen in a long time, where you have Baron buff and triple Infernal, and you're like, what, 6-7k gold ahead as well?
Yeah, 6-7k gold. There's 5 kills in mid lane, and like Giants just couldn't do anything on the map for like a full minute. Like Vitality are just so far ahead at 25 minutes. It's almost unbelievable. Cabashard is also in the sideline. He even has Herald and the Baron.
Yeah.
Like, no one can deal with him at all.
This Narpeg definitely hurt Giants a lot.
Yeah.
Because they were supposed to have this Shen sitting in a side lane, having at least pressure in that lane. So when you have the strong 4-man group, at least Shen would go even. And then you could make their plays on these towers, and Shen could always TP in. But because the Nard came in, and let's see what happens top.
A lot of damage out from Nukduk. Just a full rotation will drop Knight down to a third HP. Maxwell's coming in. I'm not even sure they can 2v1 him. Here comes the Sanguine Pool. Deadly Flourish comes from long range. Tides of Blood takes one. Gonna kick Nukduk back, but he just laughs it off. Comes in with another Tides of Blood. Now Tam Kench is gonna join the party along with Nah. Sansar's gonna get locked down. He's dead. Police comes in from the sidelines. Huslin's gonna lock him up. Do a max door. This will be a kill. Nope. Mighty Bear's gonna come in, swoop in for 1 kill, look for the second. Police is gonna throw out the volley, and it's Kasing to find the kill. Another 4 kills. Top lane tower, top lane inhibitor tower, top lane inhib.
And it's just turned into a complete stomp. Vitality got all the Drakes they wanted. They're pushing for Nexus turrets 26 minutes in.
Man, this is just gonna be the game. There's nothing that Smitty can do. Knight isn't gonna respawn in time, neither is Huston. And Vitality are all over the Nexus. This is gonna be a game 1 win for Vitality over Giants.
Yeah, I don't even feel like we had to raise our voices at almost any point in this game. Vitality lost the 2 early kills because Hustlin found them in the bush. Okay, fine start, but
solid.
I mean, if we look at some of the picks from Giants and the way they could play it out, Zyra in here is great when teams run at you. But so there was like, hey, we have the siege comp, and then like we have the Zyra disengage. That's our plan. Well, then you can't start having these early fights where you're trying to chase Vitality.
Yeah.
That's just suicide straight away. And once you start falling behind and don't use your mid game, Vitality was just in full control. I mean, this was just a composition that Giants could not execute at all in this game. And there were some problems, obviously, with the early fights.
Yep. I mean, we were questioning it very early on to the draft as well, because they picked up the Lee Sin and the Karma very early into the rotation. Karma, fine. Shen can work in his own right as well right now if they go for like a lane swap or something. But then they start drafting this very much a pick composition, and then like Lee Sin comes out, Jin as well. Round it off with Zyra, so at least they have something in these team fights, but they just couldn't execute on it. And that's exactly what we were saying before the draft, then after the draft. So I'd like to see Giants just go back to what was working for them in previous weeks, because they have 2 sets so far that have gone 2-0 for them. They've actually had some really good games, and that's why they're currently 6th on the table. Well, not now, but coming into the game they were. And they could probably deal with Vitality, but it almost felt like Giants outplayed themselves, and then Vitality just picked up the game from that.
Yeah, I definitely didn't feel like Vitality had to force too many things at all. They just kind of early on understood in the lane stop as well, where they were slightly ahead in tempo. They could take that Infernal Drake, got a free Mountain Drake right after that. And then when the third Drake were about to spawn, then Giants had already lost a few fights and were down and couldn't contest properly. So then the game was basically over. But yeah, there are some things we got to look at. I mean, I think the TP on Karma, I don't think that's the greatest idea when you want to play aggressive in the mid game, especially, because your comp is based around that 4-man group. and then the Shin sitting on the sideline, and you're able to like play very high tempo, very aggressive around objectives and towers.
Yeah.
And then if Vitality try and fight you, because they want to stop you from like sieging or setting up these picks, then you Zyra ulting, you Shin TP in, and like that's how your fight is supposed to go. That's not how Giants played at all.
No.
So that this TP karma, they didn't do anything. We had the Zyra pick who never got to disengage because they were trying to run at them. Then pick a Nami. Like in Korea, SKT loved to run like Nami Jhin, because at least Nami offers some sort of engage. It's not perfect, but it's some sort of engage if you want to play that style. I think this pick and ban phase didn't suit Giants as a team. I think Vitality got everything they wanted. As soon as they saw the Shen, I was like, all right, here's Gnar. You banned 3 top laners.
Yeah.
We just get a Gnar into Shen matchup. Perfect. Fantastic. Exactly what we want. And yeah.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the game. I mean, it just went perfectly for Cabochard. Honestly, it didn't even feel like he felt any hurt from like the banning phase. Then he got like Herald. Then he won lane, and then it was like nothing they could do from that point. We didn't even see Giants really get to utilize anything that's like strong on their team. We even praised them for like the synergy between Maxor and their mid lane Knight for some times, and then they weren't able to leverage that. They had teleport on mid lane. Then Vladimir just went to level 6 and had nothing really to deal with, and then went Spirit Visage, and then what are you going to do as a Karma? So
also
he was
a lane
unkillable.
Swap, right?
And it was a lane swap. So yeah, I mean, I would like just to see a different draft, honestly, from Giants, because we usually don't criticize their drafts as much. But this one, I just don't feel that you can execute on it. I think you're completely right with the comment you made in game, which was like, there's nothing wrong with the composition, but there's a problem with the team who's playing the composition.
I think a comp could be slightly stronger, but yes, I do agree.
We could see a team execute on it.
Exactly, we could see teams execute this. Again, the Karma Jhin is something SKT has loved to run. At least more teams obviously around the world have been using it. Jhin has become a super strong pick right now in almost every region, but it is harder to execute, definitely. I would love to see Giants to say, you know what, boys, let's pack in like a Siva and a Lissandra instead as our mid lane and AD carry pick, and then just try and play really aggressive high tempo and just force team fights. Where we just dive them.
Pretty much, that's what I want to see as well. But we have another game coming up soon. But for a look at the action going on in the LCS arena, we're going to send it over to Technically a Pirate.
Thanks very much, Pulse. Great cast on the day so far. Looking forward to more from you guys. Now, while this was a very, very short game over here on EULCS2, Schalke and G2 are still locked in an epic battle. We'll take a look at a couple of clips that have already come through from the start of the game. It was a very slow game, but let's start by rolling it out. There was a first blood about 8 or so minutes in. Fox, he looked like he was safe, but all of a sudden, Trick comes right around the side and is able to knock him down. So that was about all the kills they had for a little while, but then at 15, things just start to break loose. The mid lane seems to be what everyone's all about here at mid lane week. This fight looks really indecisive for a minute. Both mid laners are starting to grab a whole lot of kills, and the Victor's looking good, but then Perk's really starting to show up as well on this rise and just scaring everybody off it. That would eventually result in an Infernal Dragon for the G2 side. Now, it's been really back and forth. We've seen fights in the jungle. We've seen fights up the mid lane. We weren't able to bring you all of that, but it's been really crazy, and as of last seen, it's about 40 minutes into that game, 3K gold lead for G2. It is very, very close. So if you're interested, go ahead and check that out on EULCS1. For now, though, we are going to have to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more Vitality versus Giants in just 3.5. Oh yeah, no, that was good.
Chico bow.
Welcome back to the LCS studio, where Vitality have taken Game 1 over Giants, are looking to lock up their 3 points on the day with a win, of course, in Game 2, because that's how it works. But we are back, of course, with our player of the games to start this one off. It's going to be Cabashard. I mean, honestly, it could have gone to like 3 people on that team, but Cabashard, I mean, just sat in the lane and then was a massive threat because no one could deal with him, so...
I mean, he did everything he was supposed to do, right? He did well in his lane after the lane swap. He had great team fights with Meganar, which obviously were part of why Vitality got that massive advantage. And it's one of these games where like player of the game means like almost nothing because everyone actually did well on Vitality's side, and it was 26 minutes into a stomp, so it's hard to be like, it was that one guy. You know, this guy did it.
It was also like the way that the game pivoted as well wasn't exactly on Cabashard. It was Giants running in to Vitality and then all dying and then losing Dragon, Baron, 5 kills, Pressure, Herald, and everything.
But
literally everything on Summoner's Rift.
Paulzarino.
What is that, Deficio?
We gotta praise Vitality for very good team fight shot calling. Definitely understood when to kite back and then when to turn around. Like when Giants would overextend, they instantly would turn around. Nukdog played very aggressive on this Vladimir. Always able to jump in with the early Rylai's and just basically like slow them down and set up the rest of the team to follow. So I really like to see how coordinated Vitality were in the fights. Something we haven't seen from them, at least if we go back to last week and 2 weeks ago. And I mean, the next game here is really going to be a big question around Vitality and consistency. If Giants are able to come in here and play really well and like get a 1-1, then we didn't really learn anything. We just learned that both teams are roughly the same level. But if Vitality, I guess, kind of something we would expect them to do, like come in and win the next game after that dominant performance. But if they're able to go in and just kind of clean house here and get it 2-0, then they obviously aren't like a bottom tier team. They would just be like more middle of the pack, sitting 6th place around playoffs and not fight for relegation.
Right. I mean, our expectations then have to change because that was kind of our storyline going into that day, right? It was like our expectations very high for this team, then they had changes. Do we need to change our expectations? And if they then prove themselves to be better than Giants, then maybe they are further up, at least in terms of the middle of the table. But it's difficult to tell, even from this one series, though.
And it's more than just getting a 2-0 or 1-1. It's how you do it.
It's how you do it.
It's how you play.
Exactly. Either way, as we load up for the game 2, Nukdog is going to give us his thoughts on Knight's performance so far this summer.
He's usually like he usually performs good every game actually in scrims and such. He usually knows what champions are strong and he's always like even or ahead almost when I watch them play or when he is scrimming. So he's just like right now really good on like the control champions. He's really good on Victor and Azir, and those are the main champions I saw him. So he's good.
And I couldn't agree more with Nukdog. I want to see him on Victor, Azir, these champions who even Nukdog himself is saying he's very good on these champions. And play that.
I mean, we had one of the stats coming into this when it comes to like CSD at 10 and 20, something we like to see or like to look at when it comes to your early game laning phase at least. Knight is the second best mid laner in Europe in terms of CSD at 10 and 20. So he's always at minimum even in farm. It's so rare we see him fall behind, meaning once he plays these control mages with great scaling, he very quickly gets to 1 or 2 items and he starts having an impact in these early fights. Again, Karma technically should work for him. I think just the entire composition didn't 100% fit together. I don't think Giants really could play it, and I think there were some summoner spells you can then discuss left and right.
I think so too. I also love this champion select music. Very much reminds me of Deus Ex. Great game. But Giants, they're going to be first banning Olaf here up against Cabashard once again. Are we going to see the double ban, maybe even a triple ban this time? Because honestly, it did not hurt Cabashard at all because he just picked Gnar and Smitty J early picked a tank. So that happened.
Yeah. Question is if Giants will just not early pick their top laner this time around and therefore not give Cabashard at least an early Gnar pick.
That would also be good.
If I'm Vitality, unless there's like a clear-cut top pick I need, like Irelia, I would just actually save my top lane pick for last rotation just because I think this matchup is a lot about Coppershot versus Smitty J and Coppershot plus Mighty Bear versus Maxlon Smitty J.
Yeah.
If Vitality are able to win that top lane matchup, very often we see them do extremely well in the mid game and really understand how to push the advantage. So I think saving that counter pick for Coppershot will have a lot of value.
Next two bans. Tam Kench did not like Kasing picking that up last game. I do not think it was instrumental in Vitality's win, but it did throw a spanner in the works for a lot of what Giants were trying to run last game with their picks very much onto one person. Braum going to be round away from Hustlin. We'll see if he defaults to Nautilus. And Nidalee going to be aimed at Mighty Bear.
Yeah, now we have Vladimir open. One more time if Giants wants to early pick it.
Nope.
Actually, never mind. Vitality bans it away.
Scrap that.
So we have some of these picks again, like Karma,
Irelia's
like Shen, who are up there. Caitlyn is open as an AD carry choice. Not that I think Sunstar is a guy you often want to early pick an AD carry for. I don't think he needs that priority in a pick and ban phase because he's by no means the big carry on this team. When I look at Giants, I always look at Knight, Maxlon, Smitty J. Like I look at the top half triangle.
Yeah.
Those are the carries I'm looking at for Giants. So I would rather secure them a great early pick than try and like take a pick for Sunstar. So this is an option, but Gnar is fantastic. Coppershot is going to play Gnar into this.
Yeah.
Gnar
There's no
beats
reason for not to.
Like he's going to get a free matchup again, like in the last game.
Yeah. It's not even a debatable matchup as well. We've seen this so many times, and we've always seen Gnar win that matchup. It's not like, you know, we've only seen it a couple times.
So the only question is,
they could flex
will
it,
Giants mind gamers and put that Trundle as support if there's an early Gnar lock-in from Vitality?
Yeah.
Like, maybe not this rotation from Vitality, but the second one. Because now you often go again for priority picks, and then the next one you kind of go and say, okay, how do we round out our comp? Now they can also save last pick for Nuke Dog, which is great. If you're Vitality, you don't get that choice for your team, and you still get a great matchup. I think Gragas is the best pick for Mighty Bear, so I would like to see it. I also think Maxlore plays a lot of Gragas, and while he can be a bit hit and miss on certain ultis, he's very aggressive on the champion.
Yeah.
And it's one of these teamfight starters that Giants really like to play, so I think it's a smart takeaway from Vitality.
Exactly, and the first pickup alongside that will also be the Karma. Very high priority, as we've said time and time again. You say ooh because Knight is currently hovering the Cassiopeia.
Yes.
Whether he locks it in is another question entirely, but I was personally very hyped for Knight coming in here because of his highlight reel plays that he's had on Cassiopeia.
Yes.
Back in his home region. So if we do see that, that could be very fun to watch.
But you wouldn't pick it now.
No.
Right?
He's just playing with our hearts.
He's playing with our hearts, and instead, like Giants, normally this rotation is where you go like AD carry support very often. Unless you want to save that flex choice with the Trundle, then you don't log in as supporting, you just take AD carry and then a jungle pick instead. And you say, okay, we save it, but Giants are very clearly showing this is going to be Trundle top lane.
They've shown their hand.
We did talk about the Nami and Jhin together, which I actually think is a great combination. Better than Jhin Zyra. I think Jhin Zyra is kind of counterproductive in a sense. Zyra is great in these real kite-back comps, and I think Jhin has to be very proactive to really be a powerful pick. You want to be able to force these long-range picks with him. So I think this is a better comp right now for Giants, but if I'm Vitality, I would just lock in Gnar here and save that last pick for Nuke Duck. So take your AD carry, take your Gnar, and you have a very, very solid comp. You can even still put the Karma mid lane, and then last pick a support.
Yeah. Super solid from Vitality. They have so many different ways to go with this composition already. Again, question marks for me on Giants' composition, because usually I'd raise them in the next rotation, but I feel like they've already shown what they're going to be doing in this game regardless. Something very similar to Game 1. Got 5 seconds left on Vitality's draft. He has a very easy Gnar pickup here, but he's going to lock in Irelia. So he's going to turn top lane into a pride match. He's going to say, I'm going to make this harder for myself, going to play this game on hard mode, pick up Irelia.
Especially because this is a matchup we've actually seen go in favor of Trundle quite a lot. Obviously, Coppershot trusts in his own skills, and him and Mighty Bear together, once you hit like level 6 on the Gragas and you get 2 components towards 24s on Irelia, he's like saying, okay, now we can win this matchup. But I think there, you honestly just take the easy pick, and you have a composition where you have Gragas and Gnar together in a team fight versus a team who basically win games in team fights. So only good thing is that Nuke Duck still gets his counter pick as we talked about, can take the Karma or just pick something completely different depending on what Giants wants to log in. They need a jungler, they need a mid laner. I like the Azir does have some clear counter picks. One of them is Varus.
One of them is Vel'Koz.
Problem is, well, another one is Vel'Koz. Problem about like picking Varus here is that you have so much physical damage already.
Yeah.
So that probably won't be a big choice. Technically, or typically, we just see Victor. Kind of like, meh, I see you as Azir.
Yeah.
We need magic
I'm
damage.
gonna match you.
We have a strong overall comp, like a 1-4 setup. Victor.
Yeah. It's boring, but it does the job in the mid lane. Seen that matchup time and time and time again. Speaking of time, we have Zillion Hovered, but he's not going to lock it in. There's Kasing, he does that all the time. Still interested in this Irelia pick going into the top lane. Of course, if Irelia gets ahead in that lane,
sure,
then Irelia's just going to roll over the game. But that's Irelia in every game, so...
I just think you could have gone for a low-risk, high-reward situation in just taking the Gnar.
Yeah.
And you then opt into like a high-risk, high-reward situation instead, and saying, okay, we trust in Cabochard to win this matchup. Whoa! Surprise!
Is this going to be
shocking?
A Victor pick?
No.
We'll see. It could be also Lissandra. We've got one more second to wait. Oh,
okay.
Actually, going to pick up the Ryze here in the mid lane. So, actually going to see a Ryze Azir matchup. So, something a little more interesting.
So, basically what Vitality are doing is they're opting away from playing teamfight against teamfight.
Yeah.
And playing a very strong 1-3-1 comp, like something again we see very often. Ryze is right now extremely good in the early to mid game. Early game because obviously he has his all-in pressure. Mid game because once he gets like Rod of Ages and a tier, he can go crazy in a side lane. He runs TP, so it's a split pushing comp. And then the way you play this, you play around setting up dives in either Irelia's lane or the Ryze lane. Like you pick a lane and you push them both down, and then you walk into one of them and you set up a dive there, or you threaten the dive and you just take a free tower.
Yep.
So it's extremely high tempo composition where you have fantastic side lanes and an Iceborne Ezreal sitting in the mid lane as your wave clear. But Giants have gone for more team fighting in this one. They do not have anyone who can follow Ryze to the side lane. That's why Vitality opts into it. So they didn't want to just try and pick safe, pick Gnar, pick Victor, say, you know what, we're going to team fight you. We have some good lanes here. They actually wanted to really play their style, their comp.
Slightly different game here. See if Vitality can execute here on the red side of the Rift this time around. Second game in this best of two, of course, between Giants and Vitality. Use the hashtags once again, GIA win or VIT win, as we hit the Rift once more here to Fischio. And if this game gets ahead for Vitality, it could be, again, over very quickly. We had a 26-minute win in Game 1. I think one of the biggest wins in like a single team fight I've seen so far in the European LCS, where it's like clean ace into everything.
Into Third Infernal and Baron 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Like, you probably couldn't ask for more. But this game, obviously for both teams, revenge from Giants and trying to prove that they do belong in the middle of the standings. And a Vitality team trying to show they do not belong down in the bottom of the standings. So fighting for two different things right now.
30 seconds until minions
Not quite a Braveheart story, but...
Yeah, not quite, unfortunately. Vitality sending Cabochard and Mighty Bear back into their jungle. And
I
Max
love it when
Sorensen
you
going to
start
start as
by
well.
playing the level
Exactly what's
ones.
happening on screen.
Yeah, Aurelia
Like,
walks
it's
into the bush and
here
Ezreal
comes
walks
Police.
by. Okay, interesting. He's walking top.
Oh,
Look
there's
how
a
he's
snail
running. Again, the football Ezreal skin.
Is the snail there every game?
The snail?
Yeah, there was
Gary
a
the
snail.
snail or what?
That it could be Gary the snail. Police just walked past him. Huh, interesting. Usually our observers are pretty good at showing us the different wildlife that inhabits Summoner's Rift. We have, of course, George, Kevin, even, the owl. And Trundle, here we go. Smitty J picking that one up for Giants.
Yeah, I've realized a lot of Trundle players like to play with this skin. I don't actually know
Traditional.
why.
I mean, the splash art is badass now. But in-game he looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
Here are the keystones. Anything out of the ordinary? Like picking up Thunderlords here.
No, we see the same with the Thunderlords as
Wind
last game for
speakers,
Sunstar.
Fervor.
Better mid-game. But as we talked about, Vitality with this 1-3-1 comp. Now there is a
what, Deficio?
Yeah, I'm trying to think here.
A caveat? No?
Well, a lot of people think that Ryze is like one of the greatest late game champions in the game, and like if you get to late game against the Ryze, he will just destroy you in a team fight. But while he does have a lot of damage, team fighting as a Ryze late game is very, very difficult because you don't run cleanse as an example. You have fairly low range on what you do. You have to constantly rotate these spells. It's very hard for him to actually get enough damage now compared to like a Zia with much longer range, or Victor who can just nuke with his ulti and laser. So Ryze actually really shines in the mid game when he sits in these side lanes, and people can't really 1v1 him. He has teleport, and you again, as we talked about in Champ Select, you have their priority in the lane to push first, because the other guys can't challenge you, so you get to push first, force them down to their towers, like tier 2 towers, and then you can either roam with your team through the jungle, create a pick in the mid lane, you secure free objectives in the river, or you just dive with the rest of your team coming down to that lane where you're pushing in the mid game, because you are so strong and you can CC so effectively against single targets. And that's what we're going to see Vitality try and do in this game. Also, why they have Aurelia with that Trinity Force spike. But it is a lot riskier for sure. I understand though how this Vitality team wants to show that they can play these comps and they want to practice these kind of things on stage, because that actually what fits Vitality as a team. Carry top laners for Carposhot. Nukedog, who loves to play side lane. That style is what fits them better than just pure team fighting.
Exactly, and the meta really does allow them to do that right now. So with them being 1 win up in this series, especially because, I mean, the first game was a slaughter, right? So it's easy for them to kind of practice this one against Giants, who are kind of like a target dummy for them in this game. See if they can execute it well. And then they can bring that to other games. But stage experience is always great because it's so different from playing at home, playing in a gaming house, playing in a scrim. And Sunstar's going to swap up here to the top lane, as per usual. And there's nothing really to write home about. I was just looking at the item builds to see if there's anything different, but Ryzer's doing the old Catalyst tier thing, and bot lane's doing the call. So, all pretty standard, honestly, here, Deficio.
Yep, very, very simple. Obviously, not going to see a whole lot happen. You can gank mid lane in these lane swaps to surprise a little bit. Ryze definitely does well when he has jungle assistance, because he needs to play very aggressive, very all-in to have pressure in his lanes. But I want to see Giants with this comp. It's somewhat of the same setup where they have the 1-4, like the one guy, which is the Trundle, who's split pushing. He has to win that lane, and then you have the 4-man group of Rek'Sai, Azir, Jhin. Like, this is one of the most effective Jhin compositions you can build. You have Prey Seeker from Rek'Sai, extremely long range. Applies damage, means the W from Jhin can follow and snare. Azir Soldiers, very long range. Nami ulti, very long range. You can use it aggressive on towers to basically force the enemy team to move to one side of the lane and then just fire up the Jhin W into an ulti. Like, there's a lot of ways you can play this out, a lot of ways to proc or set up the Jhin. Don't take tower shots.
That's bad.
That's bad, but it requires a lot of coordination. It requires a lot of skill to execute these comps. It's why a lot of the weaker teams in regions, they can't run these comps really well. And then a team like, again, SKT, despite them losing lately, can take a comp like this and make it work.
Which is the weird thing, right? Like, Sunstar we've not praised to be like an exceptionally high mechanical ADC. Where he's actually done well is just his positioning is decent in team fights. And as you get later onto the game, that's where he kind of quote-unquote shines. But in laning phase, that's not really where he's particularly strong. And we saw that pentakill from him, but that's just because he sat at the back and did AD carry things, and his team set him up for that. So actually, I think that was the only pentakill we've had so far in Europe, and that was the Sunstar.
I've been having a lot of pentakills this split. Only 4 weeks in, however.
That's true, but we have had twice as many games.
That's true. That's a good point. We don't normally get that many pentakills. We get some later, I promise you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can make fun of me. But this lane swap here is more how I like to see the standard swaps go when you take that dragon, where it's after taking the second tier 1 tower, you then get your Drake. So great for Vitality one more time, because Carposhot gets to very early sit alone in the lane and the rest of the team leaves him, and either take a dragon or early recall and increase the tempo of how fast they swap around. You avoid this tier as well, the tier slump from an Israel by having these swaps. Mighty Bear is behind enemy lines, and Carposhot is joining.
He is. Mighty Bear's just kind of wandering around in circles, and Sunstar's going to get jumped on. Here comes Carposhot with the Aurelia. Good bubble from Hustlin, but I'm not sure it's going to save Sunstar's life. Good exhaust as well. Maxwell is going to try and back him up. carries on hitting the Merc Wolves on his way out. Sunstar's going to get the lockdown onto Mighty Bear. Flash over for Maxwell plus the knockup. And Hustle looking for another bubble. Only lands onto the Wolf though. And Cabochon is now under fire, but he's slowly dying. He doesn't have Flash, but he does have Blade Surge, and Maxwell is going to tunnel after him.
Nice.
Long range, Deadly Flourish. Cabochon's going to turn around. Here comes the Sand Soldiers. Here comes Knight for the first blood. That was the longest engagement I've seen in an early game.
But a really poor decision from Vitality to start chasing there. Like, once you miss the kill on Sunstar, then let him live, let him run. You don't need to start over chasing. We're so early on in the game that kills compared to experience, like for minions, barely mean anything.
Wait a minute.
Nukedog is all inning, but we get the replay. Just a heads up, Nukedog did kill Knight, by the way, just as we cut away. So this is fine. You catch Sunstar. There are no tower to defend him or anything, but this is a good bubble from Hoslin. Time for the flash. And here, as soon as the exhaust comes in, you turn around. You're not able to execute this one now. You are not able to get the kill. Knight can move from his mid lane. While he moves very late, he still has a much easier route, much quicker route compared to Nukedog. And then in the end, Cabochon ends up going down for this. And meanwhile, look at your minimap. Smitty J is just sitting bot lane with a massive wave that's crashing into tower. Yes, killing someone gives you some gold and a bit of experience, but getting 1 or 2 extra waves has way more value than one single kill in the early game. Nukedog made up for it. Now he gets ganked.
And Maxwell's coming in. Knight will follow up as well, and Nukedog's getting dog-powered on, but he's somehow surviving. He would just run away to safety, desperate power, and this just strolls on out of that 3-man gank from Giants.
Yeah, who ganks who? I mean, Nukedog in the end actually got an even trade with Knight.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to use anything because he didn't have a flash to use. Bubble did miss from Hoslin. Not enough damage from the team. Obviously also with the Cinderhulk Rek'Sai, but another early game where we get some action.
Yeah, but Vitality, I don't know, feel very, that's a weird word, didn't know it could sink into the wall there, but yeah, Vitality feel very hungry to try and just kind of style on Giants. It's like, we're going to pick a composition that's higher risk with the, honestly, probably the same reward, but a different type of composition.
And the same reward is, the reward is win.
Yeah, the reward is win the game, you know. Could have picked the Gnar, instead go for Aurelia, and then pick the Rise for the side lane. And then they're constantly trying to make plays with this, and I can understand it. You can make like a messy early game. It's not going to be the cleanest game, but
this setup is fine though now.
Better in the longer run, maybe.
You get Cabochon down the bottom lane. He's level 6. Kasing getting caught.
Kasing completely caught out. He's going to flash away, and actually he's safe.
This three-man group of Maxwell, Hoslin, and Knight, while they're able to set up the picks,
they can't execute.
No, they just can't execute. They don't have enough damage. Again, it's just a Cinderhulk Rek'Sai, an army who does no damage, and then Knight very early on in the game just on a stinger, so they just don't have enough damage. Got a flash from Kasing, and they get some pressure on mid tower, which is key for them, because if you look at top lane, Police had a lane he was pushing out, so there wasn't really anything to do from Giants on top side. And now they just get a free group mid. So I really like this. If you can attack champions like Rise when he's stuck on the tower, he can't wave clear. And you can just get so much free poke on these towers. It's a really good move from Giants. And because Kasing got caught out, the defense wasn't there from Vitality.
Yeah, haven't seen stuff like that for a long time. I remember years ago when I saw Kasing in the UK scene, his thing was being out there alone warding and always getting caught in enemy jungle while on warding expeditions, but kind of
I feel like that's a classic support.
I feel so, but it was kind of a UK meme at that point, but not being so bad. And Kasing actually escaped from that one as well because Giants simply just don't really have the damage right now to deal with that. So
tell me, Pulse, back in the UK scene, when Kasing was not professional, not in the LCS yet, was he considered one of the best players? Because like sometimes they come a little bit out of nowhere. They play around the scene and you don't really feel like they accomplish anything, and then they get into the LCS and they surprise you.
He was up there for sure. He wasn't like the #1 support who was crushing everybody and needs to get into Europe immediately. But
you would think so if you consider the fact that UK supports in the past, it's been very few.
That's true, but I mean, there's been very few UK players in general who come into Europe, right? And they don't always stick around. In fact, in Challenger, we actually have quite a few right now. It's ironically not the team who qualified for the UK Premiership who is one of the most UK players, but it's actually cool. We have a lot of good players right now who could be in the LCS very soon. A lot of underage players, in fact. So we'll see. A lot of promising talent, I think, in Challenger this split.
I think it's Alfari is one of them.
Yeah.
I believe he's from the UK, 16
Maxwell
years
as
old.
well
Maxwell.
in this game. I think one of the shining lights on the Giants lineup.
But
with Knight.
it's always been a scene where you feel like there's supposed to be more good players. And there's always been like a few who made it into the LCS.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about the UK. The teams generally don't stay around together very long. Even more so than Challenger scene in general. So it's actually pretty interesting. First dragon of the game goes over to Giants. Going to be that Ocean Dragon. 13 minutes in, and Vitality have kind of taken a step back. Haven't been as aggressive as they were after that failed invade.
Well, they're kind of waiting for Nuke Dog to hit the spike he's on now,
Yeah.
the Trinity Force tier, and now it's kind of go time. Capuchard needs a few hundred gold and he gets his Trinity Force. Sadly, just missed him for him, doesn't have boots either. And that's like the big spike for Vitality, where you start playing these side lanes. You have TP ready, you set up your 1-3-1, and you apply pressure before Giants can like group 4-man mid and just take your tower for free. Because if you start forcing Giants to always defend, like always have to send the Jhin to defend in the lane against the Ryze, or the ZS to walk down and defend, then they can never group together as 4, and their composition can never really do what it wants to do. So it's all about having the push priority in this match here. If Vitality are able to set up this 1-3-1 and like kind of hold hands on all 3 lanes and then start pushing them down, Giants can never group. And then Vitality will just start getting more and more map control, and slowly but surely all the river objectives go down.
Yeah.
Once Baron spawns, that becomes your objective and you start getting some of these towers. But now, because Vitality didn't get that right timing yet, they just got Trinity Force completed now from Capuchard, who is behind with this Aurelia pick after that very, very bad decision earlier where he was chasing at level 4. It's really delayed them and giving Giants the last out of turret. Even Rift Hell, this is huge for Giants because this means Smitty J has an even bigger advantage in the one-on-one against Capuchard. And if you have a losing lane in a 1-3-1 comp, it becomes very difficult to execute it.
Yeah.
Because then every single time you're pushing, well, you're only pushing 2 out of 3 lanes, because the one lane where you're supposed to also win is getting pushed into his own tower because it's an Aurelia who's behind versus a Trundle with Rift Health.
Yep.
And then you can no longer apply proper map pressure because you want every single lane rolling.
And this is why we call it high risk, right? Because things can go wrong with that Aurelia pick in the side lane. Instead of just kind of playing the team fights, picking an R against the Trundle, which was revealed very early on. It was second rotation where
Trundle was first
and
picked.
I mean, yes, but we thought it could go into support, and then it was revealed by the Nami pick in second rotation. So they showed the cards there, and then Vitality were like, let's go Aurelia. Right now, I mean, they're not out of the game, of course. It's only 15 minutes in, but they are behind in terms of gold. And we'll see how this 1v1 matchup actually goes now that Smitty has the Titanic Hydra.
I mean, the way Capuchard is going to play this matchup now is he's going to accept that Smitty J gets to push first and just not start trading with him, but kind of just accept, okay, it's not my time to eat yet, I'll have to wait and then the food will come to me. But it does mean you have to be reactive. Smitty J is setting up a TP play.
Here comes Huston. He's only level 5 though. Nuxus is going to jump right on top of him and look to pick up this kill. Huston tries to cut the vision, and with Smitty J and Sunstar, they'll have enough to finish him off. 4th shot comes in. Meanwhile, Maxwell getting chased down by Kasing. That was almost bad for Huston, but he got out of there alive.
And that was a kill for Giants. I actually don't think that's worth it. You use teleport in a game where you have a winning 1v1. So you would have all the pressure in that bottom side against Capuchard. And you would also have your TP ready, so in case he would TP away and force a play on the other side, you could follow. So you just had an automatically winning lane, then you had a 4-man group in mid who could group up together, and you could play those 2 lanes and stop Vitality from actually being aggressive. Just TPing top and getting 1 kill is not worth it for Giants at all. They're way too eager here to make a play. Win the game without fighting.
Yeah, fighting without fighting. As teleport,
Don't
flash,
fight without fighting. Just win the
heal,
game without fighting.
Exhaust. Yeah. But they could do that, but instead they make the play. Okay.
So you always gotta say, okay, what happens after they get the kill? Like, what are Giants able to do
what
after
objective
they get
can
this
they
kill?
take?
Had Rift Hell still been alive, it would have made sense. They would kill Nuke Dog, take the Rift Hell, be like, okay, fair enough, you get an objective and a kill. In this case here, there's no tower nearby. The minion wave is pushing down towards the tier 2 tower, and you invest 5 members topside, so there's nothing else you can gain, and you just use the big cooldown.
Max Law, he's found Mighty Bear. Here's the CC chain. Huston's coming in here, and Mighty Bear will take the foresty route out.
Because now we go back to how we're supposed to look before. Smitty just pushing up Copper Shot. You move your team over, you force Copper Shot back, and it's Nuke who has to react. He has to use TP at some point to stop these pushes from happening. But then Vitality cannot play that comp because it's Giants who wants to play with this big group together. So things are looking very good for Giants right now, except for the fact they just wasted that teleport. Look at Nuke here in your minimap. He has to respect the fact that he needs to TP in, potentially, to stop this tower from going down.
Here's the Sunstar Ultimate Maxor, and everyone's jumping into this fight. Tidal Wave as well.
Great
Knock
play.
up Mighty Bear. Great play by Giants. They'll pick up the first gun to Copper Shot, a second onto Mighty Bear. Police and Kasinga being pushed in.
And Nuke is here now. Way too late reaction. Then, if you want to wait this long, just don't TP at all then.
Yeah.
Because then you have at least a global advantage, and you can try and use that to get back in the game for the next 2-3 minutes. Really, really poor game from Vitality, and exactly what we didn't want to see. After they had such a good first game, we want to see them be consistent and say we are better than these teams.
Get a 2-0, the 3 points. That's what we wanted to see. I'm getting flashbacks to Challenger this week, Deficio, because in all 3 series we had a completely decisive game 1, and then the team who won was like, we're going to change up our strategy, do something else, style on them, pick a Draven, and then they lost horribly. And that was every single game, and I'm seeing the same happen right here to Vitality, where they didn't need to draft this.
But even, like, ignore the draft. Like, the draft for Vitality can win easily.
Oh, for sure.
Definitely, this draft can win. However, it's very, very difficult to execute, as you're saying, for sure. And then when you make so many bad calls, well, then you don't deserve to win the early to mid game. Again, the early chase. This one here, like, what was that? Like, alright, they're grouping on our tower, they're poking it down, we have TP. Are we gonna use it? Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. I guess we do, and then you already lost your top lane and your tower, and you just use TP and run away. Those kind of mistakes should never happen in professional play. And this team has now not been able to punish Smitty J for using that TP. So he has his TP back up. He's still winning that lane. Knight might go down.
Has found him. Here comes the Jingle. Lands onto Kasing. Body blocked here by Mighty Bear. Last one will land and just scratch Gragas. But Knight is fairly low himself and will bring up the Sundisk.
And another situation, Vitality are never able to push side lanes first. They have no pressure in these lanes. So Nuke are just up there farming, and he's now leaving the rest of his team behind. As Zia turret has been put up in the mid lane at the tier 1 tower. Perfect setup right now for Giants. As long as they keep getting some damage, always just poke these towers. Poke them, poke them, poke them. If you don't kill them the first time, you might kill them second or third time. And your entire goal is to clear away all these outer turrets and then start playing around Baron in 3-4 minutes time. That's your entire goal with this comp if you are Giants. You have the pick potential, you have the winning side lane with the Trundle. They are in a very, very good spot, but they were also in a great spot last week where they were winning side lanes, they were setting up the map well, and then randomly they TP'd on Baron, rushed it, or tried to rush it down, got collapsed on and died, and the game was almost lost against Origin. So now we want to see Giants show us clean execution the next 10 minutes. We have a Mountain Drake, next one is also Mountain Drake, and Smitty J, he's loving life.
He's having such a great day here. 2-0-1. I mean, there's nothing that Kabashar can do really up against Trundle now. Did not get ahead in that lane throughout the lane swap. 20 minutes in, next Dragon is going to be Mountain, so Giants will just be able to push these towers even harder and take Baron as well when it comes up. And yeah, honestly, Giants just in a pretty good position, but I feel like set up by Vitality for them.
I agree, 100%. Giants have executed well, but also Vitality have played extremely poorly, and as highlighted multiple times, drafted a little bit risky. But
it's a bit of both, right?
One thing you notice on your minimap now, while Giants are running a 1-4 comp, a 1-4 composition will never just play 2 lanes. You still always play all 3 lanes. You use your AD carry to push out these side lanes. You leave a Zia mid, because no one can challenge a Zia for the push on minions. So he will always be able to push first and force you to go back and wait for these minions and Nuke Duck. It's just, there's nothing you can do against this Trundle. Rift held and everything. And now, once Giants have pushed one of the side lanes, you just rotate your Azir up there because you know he's been pushing mid first. Every single time. So he can always move first, and you just get a bit of damage on tower, you get deep vision in the enemy jungle, and eventually you're strong enough to take Baron. If you get a second Mountain Drake, that Baron is going to die in like 3 seconds. So Giants are in such a perfect position right now to just play out this game very cleanly and actually never give Vitality a chance to come back in the game.
We'll see if they can make that happen. Police is trying his best to try and keep this alive. Mighty Bear's looking for a flank. He does have flash, remember, and the ultimate. He's trying to get involved. Hudson's going to flash away. Maxor is caught off to the side. Kasing trying to lock him down, but it's Mighty Bear who's now caught. Here comes Sunstar. Flash, knock-up. Mighty Bear's dropping low. Last shot kills Kasing. Mighty Bear and his team are trying to hold on, but, I mean, they just have to give up this tower now.
Yeah, again, Vitality should not be able to do anything right now. Like, the game for them technically is lost.
Yeah.
If you look at everything that went wrong for them and how they want to play their composition in the mid game, Giants, another solid play. They play around the top side of the map because that's the last outer turret. They need a pink ward on this Baron though.
Yeah.
Don't want to risk Mighty Bear stealing it away from you, or this is like one of the ways you can still lose it if you take too much damage from Baron and then get collapsed on, because everyone is alive from Vitality, and in the end they just force a TP from Capuchard and they disengage. So that's definitely worth it again.
Yeah, they went onto the Baron and they were like pretty much already backing off. Capuchard preemptively TPs to try and make sure this one does not go down, and Giants just kind of got even more from that. Now they'll head back. Mid lane tower maybe taken down here by Vitality. No, not even. Giants are able to defend in time. Even got some actually no recalls yet. Okay, now the recalls come in. Dragon's up in 1 minute, so now is a perfect time to recall and get ready for the next one. This was just a good setup, and Mighty Bear couldn't get involved for his initiate.
No, Mighty Bear here needs to target a Zia or Jhin with just body slam flash. The fact he tries to just engage with a kind of lazy body slam onto an army means it's very easy for Giants to avoid that engage and then just not really respect the Gragas at all. You need to be able to body slam flash on these low mobility targets like a Jhin and just body slam him, knock him back into a team and then take him down. That's your way to win if you're Vitality. Want to see Giants now set up for this Dragon, secure that second Mountain Drake to get even more pressure on the Baron, and then once you pick up that Baron, it's a very easy route towards victory because you have so much damage on these objectives. So they gotta set up properly for this. There's no TP for Capuchard or Smitty J, so he needs to push this wave and then run down to join his team to make sure they can secure this Mountain Drake. Look at your minimap now, he should be moving down. And he is very slowly on his way. Might actually do another wave before joining. He has still about 12 seconds, so it makes sense.
He's got time. Vitality, do they even have any wards around the area? One. They're pretty much blind there right now.
Now he's on his way.
Now he's coming.
Now he's coming down. He might not even make it down here. It's just the fact that he leaves, so Vitality knows, so okay, he's on his way. So if we try and fight, we know Smitty J will join.
Yeah.
So now he can actually just turn back. He's like, okay, they're not contesting. They didn't see me in top lane. I can just go back to my lane now.
Yeah.
So great play. Again, very solid, very clean calling, very consistent calling. A lot of the plays Giants have been making this game have been very low risk, but always giving medium or high reward for them. It's very rare Vitality has had a chance to actually respond properly. And we also, I cannot speak, and Vitality in this game cannot shock all.
Apparently not. Mighty Bear gets called out. He's going to have to use a defensive ultimate. Here comes the pillar. Ultimate out from Sunstar as well. We're going to get some body blocking going on. Crit onto... What? Smitty killed him anyway. Substigate actually took ticked down, so it didn't even matter. They had the body block from the police. Rest in peace.
And now Baron being started. Double Mountain. Meaning Vitality needs to rush to stop this one. No smite. Mighty Bear is gone.
Look how fast Azir and Trundle are killing this Baron.
Baron is gone.
It's gone already. Nuke Dog's coming around, but he gets snared down. Capuchard tries to get involved, but there's the line of soldiers. Police comes in, burns the flash to try and nuke down Knight. Here comes the chase from Vitality, but they're really just grasping at straws. And the trouble even slow them down, adding insult to injury. This is horrific from Vitality now, with the Baron over to Giants. Next Dragon's going to be Infernal, and I just don't see what Vitality can do now, outside of a mistake from Giants.
No, again, as I said before, technically Vitality should not be able to do anything. It's all on Mighty Bear with a body slam flash onto like a Sunstar.
The play of the century it has to be right now.
So I like the fact it's gone for like a second item more here. It gives the armor pin you need. It also gives you defensive options. And when you have these goal leads, defensive items are so impactful with the way resistances and armor works. Like early items like that, where you go from, let's say, 40 MR to like 65 MR, is a big increase in damage reduction percent. Where if you go from 150 to 180, it's a much smaller increase in percent.
Diminishing returns.
Yeah, exactly. So when you get one defensive item early, it's a massive boost for you and makes it so hard for the other team to actually do anything against you. So I like that pickup a lot. And now Giants with double Mountain Drake. SmittyJ give him a few hits on this tower and it's gonna go down. So Vitality constantly needs to worry about every single lane.
Yep. Frozen Domain goes down and the tower's already almost dead. Mid tower is getting sieged in. Azir doing very well on this as well. Opens up with a curtain call. Gonna land a couple onto Mighty Bear, another one onto Police, and the last one on to Gragas. Landing these ultimates this time around. Last game was not really connecting any, but it's very easy when it's kind of a fish in a barrel.
Yeah, and here you can, technically, if you want to play a bit aggressive, tidal wave towards the tower and just step in and kill it. Or you can just say, you know what, we actually don't care because Vitality is not going to do anything. Just want to set up that potential play in case it happens. We could be like, whoa! But
crazy
again,
Mighty Bear, he's sitting on the front lines, he's going to try and make a play, knocks Maxlaw into the team. Do they even have the damage to nuke him down in time? In comes Cavachar, but he's going to tunnel to safety. Cavachar now backing away, and SmittyJ is coming in. Knight misses the combo, but it's not going to matter. Nuke Duck gets locked in place. He's going to try and return fire, but does pretty much nothing. Middle inhibitor's dead. Top inhibitor tower is also going to fall, and so will the top inhibitor. 7-1, Giants in full control of this game.
And second time we see Mighty Bear trying to engage on this Gragas, and he completely misses the engage. Like there was no body slam flash one more time. Ended up just flashing and ulting on the Rek'Sai. Like you need to get onto Jhin or the Azir. I guess he at this point has the Hourglass, so it's almost impossible to kill him, but the few chances Vitality had to get back in the game, like look at this here. He just ends up flashing forward and knocking back Maxlaw, and that's it. He even saves Sunstar, actually kicks him further away.
Yeah.
Or knocks him further away, so great fight again from Giants, and we gotta give them credit. This has been great, clean shot calling from this Giants team. They've not made mistakes at all. They've not given Vitality any chances to get back in this game.
Here comes Kasing, he's going to try and make a play. True Shot Barrage completely goes wide. Mighty Bear also gets locked up. Maxdor will finally go down. Capital gets the reset on that one with Blade Surge. Curtain Call's coming across, locks one down onto Kasing, and this should be a second for SmittyJ. Knight's actually the one to pick that one up. And that was a 1-for-2 trade still to Giants. Nuke Duck is going to go on a long expedition to try and take down Sunstar, but he's got the rest of his team now. And Nuke Duck's saying, unfair, come on guys. All right, 1v4, let's go. SmittyJ, he's chasing after, misses, he's missing everything. Call him Neo right now. He's going to, that was a lot of damage. Rest in peace, Nuke Duck.
He tried.
He tried. Valiant effort,
like,
but in the end it didn't even matter.
The mind games of I'm not actually going to juke, I'm just going to run in a straight line here, and you're going to think I'm going to juke, but Vitality here obviously trying to just force fights to see if they can maybe surprise Giants and get back in the game. They do get the 1 kill on Maxlaw, but at this point when you're this far behind, you always end up losing so much just to get 1 kill. And SmittyJ is just a monster on this Trundle here. Nothing Vitality can do against him. Nuke Duck thought he got in range for the snare. Turns out he did not.
Nope. And this was the
look at the mind games.
Straight chase. All right.
Here, like,
so if you're ever in this situation, just run in a straight line.
Run in a straight line.
Your opponents will think, oh, he's going to juke back. Nope.
Actually, no, Sunstar just didn't calculate with the time it takes for Jhin to charge up W.
But the fourth shot, 800 damage, will finish him off quite nicely. And Giants, they just need to play it safe. They've just made consistent, safe plays.
Yep.
SmittyJ is locked up underneath the tower. Mighty Bear tries to make a play, but is denied by Knight. Maxwell's coming in here. Tidal Wave will separate the fight briefly. Vitality seems to be getting in the upper hand, though. Maxwell's going to fall 2 quick kills. SmittyJ also caught within Vitality. A 3-for-1 Vitality bite back.
There's always some caster curse going
just
on.
A little
when
bit.
You're really praising a team for playing well. Sure, they might get 1 Nexus turret down. Nope, it is alive for now, and the minions are here to stop the super minions.
Yeah. This is one of those games, though, where you're in solo queue and it's just like you're given hope, but then the opposing team takes down Infernal.
Right. We had the surrender vote just before this fight.
Yeah.
And then you managed to get 3 kills on... Some people will click no. They're like, oh, guys, see, there's a small chance.
Someone holds on to wait to see the conclusion of the fight, and it's just like, no, we can win this.
We can win.
3-2, vote fail.
I mean, I think if you do play ranked,
yep.
honestly, surrender is useless because people make so many mistakes.
Especially in solo queue.
You can so often get back in the game with someone just messing up completely.
It's a game of tilt.
But in this situation here, Giants lost the fight, got an Infernal Drake. These Nexus turrets are very, very low if they can manage to set up another push, the super minions will take care of the towers. And then in the end, it didn't mean anything. See the fight again. This time I think Mighty Bear actually got a fine engage. He got Knight at least knocked into the team. Obviously here, Giants needs to either commit for tower damage or step away. Smitty on the tower. And then Mighty Bear, good ulti from him this time, and they get Knight down. And you gotta keep in mind when you run Azir Jhin.
Yeah.
Jhin has great like burst DPS, but the consistent DPS is much better from an Azir. So Giants need the Azir to sit there and get everyone low, and then Sunzak can kind of pick his targets and execute them in the end. So when Azir gets singled out, Giants do lose quite a lot of DPS. And yes, they lost the fight, but I mean, you got, again, another Drake for it.
Yeah.
Setting up for Baron.
I mean, honestly, we're in the same situation we were, like, before
yeah,
the 3 kills anyway.
Anything.
Yeah. It's not like this game has really gone out of control because of those 3 kills. Vitality
However,
didn't get anything after that. However, what division?
I have seen teams in Europe have massive goal leads.
Yep.
Go to Baron. Get kind of lazy with the setup. We're like, nah, we don't really need to clear vision that much. We can just win the fight anyway. Lose the Baron. And lose the following team fight.
Yeah.
And then we're here for another 20 minutes.
True.
Instead of Giants taking that Baron and walking
Just
in and winning the game.
Yeah. Okay, let's judge Giants' setup here. They're placing down the trap, placing down the vision, clearing away the wards. There's still one in the pit. Mighty Bear stepping up. Bot lane is still an issue though, as Smitty J is gonna wreck Cabochard in a 1v1.
Wait, Vitality is rushing in because they think they're on the Baron.
But
actually they're just rushing for top inhib instead. They're like, we don't want to risk a Baron steal. Let's just take the open inhib. We're going to win the team fight.
Wow. Because the jungle was dark, Giants get in here, sneak into back lines, take away the inhib. Now they run towards Baron, and Vitality are just like getting danced around, honestly. Nuke Duck sitting in a bush.
I don't think you need to ghost blade there.
I mean, no, probably not. But it's going to be, it's only like half duration now already. It's already almost off cooldown, so.
Alright, good little sneaky play. This is why you set up all that vision and deny enemy vision, because then
you
they
can
have
do
to
stuff like
rush
that.
in and try and stop these Barons, even though you're not even there. But it's not over yet. Mighty Bear can tank this up.
3, 4. Actually did 0 damage to Mighty Bear, but he connected all of them, so that's what counts.
Police also tries to hit him with a Mystic Shot. His own poor jungler.
What the hell, man?
Nuke Duck has TP.
Started Baron.
This is the fight, Pulse.
This is dying very quickly. I mean, Vitality have to do something here. Kasing putting a bit of damage onto Max Law. Vitality chase. Giants back away from the Baron. Good. Nuke Duck's over the wall. He has Flash, looking to try and get onto the back line of Knight and Sunstar, but backs away. A lot of posturing, not a lot happening. Rise did manage to take down the mid lane tower. Smitty J jumps onto Kasing. Cabochard will save his life.
Smart enough by Giants to just walk away from that Baron. Like, now again, we're not going to risk Mighty Bear stealing it. So trying to play it safe, but it does again buy a little bit of time for Vitality. Just a little bit of time in this situation.
Yeah, a little bit of time. Vitality gonna back away here, and Giants, I like what they're doing here. They're not just committing to the Baron and making it a 50-50 play.
I would like to see Smitty J just go to the bottom lane though, and
yes, GP.
Push in that way. If you have that last tower, and there's no real threat right now of Vitality just surprising you, you have vision of everything. Like, you can see Mighty Bear move towards you. You know he's gonna body slam Flash, but they commit to Baron one more time. Again, we have TP for Cabochard. We have Mighty Bear with Flash and Smite.
This is Vitality's chance. Police goes in. Max Law gonna respond with a
kill.
With the tidal wave. Cabochard picks up one. He's gonna jump into the back lines. Nightlaw's gonna Knight's gonna knock him away with the ultimate. Cabochard drops low. Smitty J is trying to get out alive. Here comes a curtain call. Flash from Cabochard. Barely survives. Vitality now chasing down Smitty J. They picked up one. They're looking for their second of this fight. And will be very easy able to pick it up or not. Police will have to flash. Nuke Duck comes in from around the side. Surely he's going to get him. Room Prison will put him down.
I hate to say it, Pulse, but we just talked about how Vitality still have this one chance around Baron. I don't know why Giants would just hard commit to starting Baron again to then try and disengage one more time. You have TP in your trundle. He's the strongest man in the game. Just put him on the bottom lane and you're just going to automatically get that free tower on bottom side. No one can stop him. Instead, they hard commit for Baron to then say, no, we actually don't want to hard commit because we don't want to risk you stealing it.
But because inhibitor advantage was still over to Giants, they did pick up the Nexus turret, or one of them at least. Super minions came in there. So Vitality still lost out, but they stalled the game still. That just means Rise will be scaling up, and so will Aurelia. Of course, Azir is kind of still a problem, and also the fact that no one can duel Smitty J, but Vitality are extending this game. And Giants, yeah, just send Smitty down to bot lane. I hope when he respawns, he just catches that wave and just keeps on pushing.
Especially because, I mean, how many minions did just crash into tower? Like, there's like 4 or 5 waves of caster minions on the bottom tower here for Vitality. Not able to get tower, I believe, because now Smitty J is there to stop him, but again, it's a lot of extra farm and pressure that Giants is giving away. And they're allowing Vitality right now to not just straight up lose multiple lanes at once. Infernal Drake is here. We've been very lucky with our Drakes in the studio today. Such a boring, useless caster comment, by the way.
I mean,
oh, we've been lucky with the RNG Drakes.
But at the same time, they haven't been fighting a lot over those dragons. It's generally been a team getting a team fight or something before, and then just being ahead enough to go for it. Smitty J did use Subjugate. That's why he's so big right now. Yeah, I mean, he's got a fairly short
do it again.
cooldown.
They're just going to start Baron again.
Okay. What's going to be the result this time, Deficio?
I also realized, by the way, it's not an Infernal Drake, it's Elder Drake, obviously, but Baron is being rushed down, and finally Vitality were too late to react, and Giants managed to pick it up. Nice little bubble and ulti as well on Mighty Bear.
Yeah. I actually quite like that ultimate from Knight, because even if Mighty Bear jumps over, he'll be knocked back over using the soldiers. They'll punt him back over, so... Nuke Duck will clear out this minion wave, but finally Giants have picked up Baron. Now Elder Dragon is alive. They might just do the same thing and try and rush and give Vitality a chance to fight.
But Mighty Bear has no flash.
Oh, yeah.
It's very hard for him to engage properly.
If he doesn't get that flank.
Super minions will disappear very soon. Inhib has respawned. Vitality's still around. Look for another smite steal potentially.
Let's see. Police gets knocked away.
I mean, this is going to be
Giants disengage.
So easy for Giants, and they're just making it very complicated.
Yeah.
Again and again, because they keep being afraid now of like throwing the game away. They're like, oh, we don't want to risk Baron steal or Elder Drake steal. So like, they play really safe, despite the fact they were like 10,000 gold ahead if we go like 5 minutes back. And they just couldn't be stopped when they were pushing up 2 lanes at once. With double mounted Drake as well, like these towers would die in just a second.
Yeah, I think this just highlight though that we see big weaknesses from not only Vitality but also Giants. And remember, this is like middle of the table in terms of where they're standing right now, week 4. But yeah, maybe we are setting higher expectations for them. Mighty Bear is caught out, and he is almost certainly going to go down. Well, body slam to safety, deadly flush. No one was able to block it. He goes right through them. Police goes down. 50 seconds on the death timers. And Giants, I think they can probably just close here. They've got the super minions coming down mid lane.
Mighty Bear flash as well. Didn't even use it, just ended up going down. That tower died very quickly.
Yeah, he could have survived. Here comes the curtain call, because Sing is going to receive a lot of these, and Giants are just going to finish the game. Even it's to a 1-1 on the week up against Vitality.
So, as we talked about before this game started, we might just get one of these situations where Giants plays well, it ends up in a 1-1, and we're kind of left with the same feeling we had of both teams before this day started. We just have the same feeling now. We're like, there's some positives, there's some good things, but there's just like inconsistencies, and there's too many issues to always secure 2 zeros for both teams. Like, this game, obviously, Giants played extremely well for like 30 minutes. And then the last 10 minutes, they were a little bit too nervous with the calls they were making and trying to rush a little bit too much. But in the end, they had such a massive goal lead that it didn't matter.
Yeah, I also preferred the draft in this game from Giants. They kind of gave me what I wanted coming out of game 1. Knight was on Azir or Victor. He went Azir this game. Great. Smitty J was on the split pusher. Had a really good setup to this game, honestly, up against the Aurelia, so he was always winning.
Right, Smitty J had a winning split push matchup this time around, not a losing one like in the last game. And that's what we also talked about, how Knight, Maxlore, and Smitty J are like the 3 players we're looking at with Giants, saying like these are the kind of guys who need to do well, and they all had a good game. Honestly, Maxlore had some good early pressure. Obviously, Knight on Azir, we know when he gets to late game, he always have massive impact, and Smitty J was like the big MVP, honestly, because he managed to get a great early start. He just had full control of that lane for the entire game long, and no one could stop him at any point. So
pretty much,
I think this draft was much better from Giants, and as we highlighted multiple times, I think Vitality gambled in this pick and ban phase where they didn't have to. It could legit just have been a Gnar pick to shut down the Trundle and just a Victor in the mid lane, and you just play teamfight versus teamfight. But it ended up being like, no, we gotta now win the mid game with this 1-3-1 setup, and they made
a lot of mistakes.
Terrible calls.
Mistakes.
Terrible calls in the early game.
A lot of sense a lot of the time. Yeah. I just don't know anymore, because I was coming into this game and I was like, Vitality, they pick up another win here. Okay, they're head and shoulders over Giants. Maybe they are showing some separation between them and the bottom of the pack. That's out the window. I feel like Vitality and Giants may even be in a very similar boat right now.
I think they are. I think they're even.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we see.
Well, yes. Well, 1-1 generally denotes that,
Like, we see two teams who have good things and bad things, both of them, like an even amount of both. No one is like much better than the other one, and so on. I think calling these teams middle of the pack, I think it's fair for Giants more than Vitality in a sense. I actually think middle of the pack for us right now doesn't mean a whole lot, because we have the top teams in Fnatic, H2K, and G2.
Yeah.
And then we have this massive group of teams who are
like
very close.
Yeah.
From Splyce down to Vitality or Origin, and then it's only Unicorns down beneath at number 10, who's
separation,
clearly weaker than everyone else right now. Everyone else is kind of the same.
Well, couldn't agree more, Defisher, but either way, we're going to send it over to Sifa, who is standing by with Maxtor for an interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Of course, excited to be here with victorious Maxlor. A story we're hearing more and more of as the weeks go on, especially after your 2-0 over OG. But I want to talk to you about kind of that set as a whole. Game 1 seemed really rough for you guys and really clean for Vitality, but it felt like you almost immediately turned it around in Game 2. What changed between these two games?
I think Game 1, there was huge draft errors in how we drafted, and so we obviously immediately changed that, because I think Game 1, they just pressured all over the map and there was like almost no counterplay. And also Game 1, I felt like our communication wasn't that good compared to Game 2. Like, everyone talked a lot more, but Game 1 it was just slacking a bit, in my opinion. So Game 2 was a lot better for us than Game 1, but it was still, pretty hard to close out.
In the end, though, did come out with the tie there to round it out. And of course, beating out OG, as I mentioned earlier, communication, something you mentioned right there. Has it been improving for the team? It seems like you guys have been working a lot better, both in terms of teamfight execution and in terms of moving across the map.
Yeah, communication has been getting better because the Koreans are learning more English, and in scrims or in game, like, people would point out like, oh, you could have communicated that better or blah, blah, blah. And so as we play more, we improve our teamwork, which is, I think, our biggest problem right now.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward, of course, you guys are going to be matched up against Schalke tomorrow. How do you feel about that matchup, both in terms of going up against Gilius and in terms of just Schalke as a team?
I mean, going up against Gilius will be fun because, like, it's just one of those junglers that you just really want to play against and really want to win against. Against Schalke as a whole, they've been doing a lot better than I thought they would. So I think we just have to care for some of their compositions that they're really good on, or signature champions, and I think we should be able to win.
Definitely. Good to hear the confidence coming in, winning more games, moving up in the standings for Giants. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk to me, man. But of course, with that, we are going to start to send things over to Shox at the analyst desk to break that series down.
Thank you very much, Sifa. Well, he talked a lot about Schalke, and we're going to give you a lowdown on that G2 Schalke game in just a minute. However, Verius, you were looking very closely at this game. How did Giants manage to win that second game?
Well, they largely changed things up coming into Game 2. You heard it from Maxwell where he said there were some draft issues in Game 1. What they did do is they banned Nidalee away from Mighty Bear, which alleviated so much jungle pressure, and Mighty Bear did not have the same sort of performance that he was able to replicate in his Game 1. So they also managed to get Azir for Knight, and he was able to make these plays from the mid lane. So that was absolutely monumental. And with Giants having a few more comfort picks, they were feeling a lot more confident.
Yeah, you could definitely see the kind of gamble they put on that Aurelia as well on the side of Vitality. And just, I think Giants did very well playing around the top lane triangle. The Vishu alluded to this as well in the cast, saying, you know what, they took away attention from their bot lane, poured all their resources and their kind of their play style around the top lane triangle, and they shut down Vitality. And if Cabochard doesn't get rolling, you know, that's gonna be an issue.
Yeah, much like in game 1, Giants get an early objective. You want to take another look at that tower dive?
Yeah, this was actually a very well-executed tower dive coming out from Giants overall, because something that we've been wondering is how well can Giants actually execute and work as a team, and this tower dive is an excellent illustration of how they were able to do that. They focus in, they come in from the flank, they're able to get the primary targets down, and then once they forced Vitality away, they take down the turret, and then they chase on for the rest of the kills. And this is a big disparity from what we saw in the past, where Vitality, where Giants were very much about let's get the kills, or let's just tunnel on the objective, and this time they were managing their resources much more efficiently than they have done.
Yeah, and that play also caught Vitality by surprise, because the Rise just joined in way too late. He was teleporting in from the bottom left of your screen, and like he didn't even make it into the fight by the time this replay ended. So that's definitely either he walked or teleported, but he ended up on the wrong side of that fight regardless. So definitely a good proactive move there.
And the big thing for Giants in particular was, how are they now going to be able to close it out? Because against Origin, they had a good early lead, and then it was very back and forth. And unfortunately for Giants, they seem to do another Giants thing where they push their lead a little bit too far, and they end up getting caught out of position. And this is an example of where they're trying to force this final tier 3 turret, and they just overextend, they overcommit. And I want you to keep your eye on Knight, because he forces his Zhonya's here. He still has his flash available. He doesn't decide to use it, and he ends up getting caught out and throws away the kill. So it was just a matter of Giants being a little bit too overconfident, too over-aggressive. They throw their lead away, they allow Vitality to come back in, and if it wasn't for Giants being able to get a Baron later on, this game could have gone back in Vitality's favor.
Yeah, definitely. But Giants, very nice on them. A 1-on-1 even against this opponent is also very important in the long scope of things. Our player in the game for Giants, Smitty J. Of course, a lot of expectations for a lot of these players, and he's not someone that we usually expect to step up as a player of the game. We had Knight a couple of times, so what distinguished him in this game from his other ones?
Well, the fact that he got a Trundle into an Aurelion match definitely helps out.
Pretty good.
But it very much, as Crepo illustrated and Deficio on the cast, it was very much about this top lane triangle from Giants, and helping Smitty J succeed is really what allowed him to really shine. And the fact that they was putting so much support there to help him out was very beneficial.
It's his birthday too, so
yeah, if there's ever a time to shine,
there we go.
Give yourself a gift.
Definitely. So Giants with a 1-on-1 versus Vitality. While Giants were doing that here over on EULCS2. On EULCS1, G2 and Schalke are in Game 2, and you kept an eye on that one.
Yeah, honestly, this is why I'm staring in the distance sometimes. It's a fantastic game so far. Steve is going off. He's been honestly the main focal point of this entire series. If you look at G2, low econ top laner, heavy priority in the bot lane, complete opposite here for Schalke, the way they've been playing. Game 1, they had the Trundle pick on Steve. Now Game 2, Olaf, and he's bypassing all these crowd control effects. The Hecarim charging in, Steve doesn't care. Nami tidal wave, Steve doesn't care. And he's creating space for these team fights that Schalke is winning right now. They seem to be taking down Expect again. They just took a Baron, and every time Steve takes out 1 or 2 members, that's when Fox steps forward with his Swain, and that continued DPS output is doing wonders here for Schalke. So they're performing much better as G2 as a team. The only reason they lost Game 1 is due to individual errors.
And we can see now this is a live check-in of the game going on there. As you can see on the Nexus, not on the Nexus turret just yet, but pushing into the base Schalke. So we'll see how that evolves, and you guys can catch the end of that game over on EULCS 1. For here, though, it is time for us to take a quick break and reset the Rift. Before we go, we sat down with some of the top mid laners in Europe to talk about arguably the most famous play in League of Legends. For the full video, head over to eu.llesports.com/midlaneweek. Let's take a listen.
So talking about going back in time to modern day, I want to show you guys a clip. Probably the most famous mid lane clip is the FLICKR backdoor.
You can see this coming in there. Pekka is definitely on towards the Nexus. Kevin is going to be able to get towards him.
Is this Pekka being good, or is this SK being bad?
I think a bit of both. Both. Yeah, both, for sure.
Why is it both?
Because I rewatched it a couple of times, and I saw some players being boosted from enemy team.
what exactly?
I mean, I don't now remember exactly, but Pekka did good like sidestepping and ulting over the Nexus and hitting the Nexus, you know. But I remember some skill shots being missed and some movement being a bit questionable. It was like,
did you just get lucky?
It was like
well, not really, because my intention was not really to finish the game at first, but just to not let them finish. But then suddenly they send the only guy that cannot stop me, they send him to stop me. And I'm like, oh, nice, and Olaf. Because at first I'm going to back, like, okay, I stopped it, I'm just going to back. And then he's like, oh, but it's Olaf. So I hit the Nexus for like, I don't know, 5-10 seconds. And then in the last second, the Cho'Gath came. And I think it's hard to blame him. I mean, it's not easy to blame him because he did really bad skill shots. But I think he was really nervous because he sees the Nexus with 200 HP. And he has to do a Cura W somewhere. And I think he was just super nervous and spam his buttons everywhere where he could, and that was the problem. But yeah, I think if he played that better, or they played that better and sent Cho'Gath earlier or someone else earlier, I wouldn't have finished. So.
If they just sent like 2 people back there, they
instantly,
they could have ended the game, and the X-Packer wouldn't have been able to end it. So obviously it was well duked by X-Packer, but it was still some questionable decision from the SK Gaming team.
What goes through your mind when you think about that clip? I mean, that's now so many years ago. Is it still?
Well, one funny thing I remember is that I could have actually finished easily because Cyanide was stopping someone in their jungler, and suddenly he stopped chasing him and went back. So he allowed the Cho'Gath to recall. So if Cyanide kept chasing this guy, it wouldn't have even been close. He wouldn't have been like as close as he was. I would have just finished with the HP I had, and it would have been not so impressive.
But it wouldn't be as clutch as it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been so impressive. So now I remember that thanks to Cyanide,
so just
not giving a fuck about what I was doing, and he's like, I gotta stop chasing this guy, I'm just gonna recall to base. That's what made it so close.
You can see who's coming in there. Peke is desperately on towards the Nexus. Kevin is going to be able to go towards him. He's trying to do it, but meanwhile they're in the base. Yellowstar's trying to defend them in the base. Peke is trying to take the Nexus down. Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one? Catches him with another axe. He's very low. They're pushing on the Nexus to his fingers. Peke finds the connection. I do not believe it.
after him. Long range, deadly flourish. Camto's going to turn around. Here comes the Sand Soldiers. Here comes Knight for the first blood. Here comes Sunstar. Flash, knockup. Mighty Bear's dropping low. Last shot. Kills Kasing. Briefly, Vitality seems to be getting in the upper hand though. Maxwell's going to force 2 quick kills. Timmy J also caught within Vitality. A 3-for-1 Vitality bite back. Here comes the curse of course. Kasing is going to receive a lot of these, and Giants are just going to finish the game.
If you missed it, those were some scenes from the last game, but we're now back with a new game, and I'm back with a new co-cast as well. We got rid of Deficio, replaced him with a leaner, greener caster here with Mr. Andy Vedius Day, and we have ROCCAT and EULCS, which will be our next series here in the studio. Very intimate, very fantastic. Can't wait for this one. How are you feeling today, Vedius?
I'm feeling good. Just finished up on the analyst desk after what seemed to be a pretty crazy game going on over in Stream 1.
Yeah.
And we had a pretty crazy series on Stream 2 as well. Giants versus Vitality. Wasn't quite expecting that result, that's for sure.
No, crazy was one word for it, and we had other ones on the cast. But either way, we're going to look at the rosters for these teams we have coming in here. I'm going to start with ROCCAT, who are, of course, on the blue side this game. Is going to be top lane Parang, jungle Airwax, mid lane Betsy, ADC Steelback, support Raze, and, of course, their coach. I was going to say support, but it is their coach, Grabs.
So ROCCAT, this team went 0-4 in week 3 with losses to both Schalke and Origin. Definitely not the performance that they wanted, and in all honesty, we have to really go back and look at this mid-jungle duo pair because Betsy and Airwax, definitely not the same sort of duo combo that we saw from the past.
Different for sure, just in the way they've been playing, honestly, compared to Spring, where they held hands a lot and kind of had a lot of synergy, made it work pre-16 or pre-15. That would be very specific if we were going pre-16, but you can see their KDA right there as they were always able to pick up these early kills.
Yeah, and transitioning from Spring Split into Summer, this is definitely not the case. You can see that their early game is absolutely abysmal. This duo pair is not the same sort of powerhouse that they used to be, and we do have to wonder as to why this is occurring right now, because Betsy, he has been... to me, it feels like he's still getting those comfort picks. Airwax is still being able to get these aggressive junglers, but their entire playstyle and their synergy as a duo just doesn't seem to be the same as it was.
We will go back to that point later, but we need to take a look at their opponents today, which will be the Unicorns of Love, also recovering from a 0-4 week, unfortunately. Top lane Chachi, jungle Move, mid lane Exile, ADC Veritas, with support Hillisang and coach Sheepy.
So, these guys lost to both Vitality and G2, and to be fair, arguably a tougher lineup, you know, when you think of Vitality. That is obviously a little bit more debatable, but G2 definitely not, sitting at the top of the table. So you can forgive them, but at the same time, still some big question marks for UOL, because while they did show some great early game prowess against G2, where they actually were sitting at a 6-0 lead, they just weren't able to close it out because they were making these big decision-making errors. They weren't really warding their flanks. They weren't properly controlling the map, and they were just kind of... they gave away what could have been a massive upset.
I mean, we've had a lot of games now where Unicorns of Love are just unable to pick up wins. And we even said it last set where, honestly, Unicorns of Love do look like they deserve to be in that 10th place slot. When they do excel, though, is with Exile and Move kind of being in that partnership where they do well in that kind of 1-3-1 setup where those two kind of have their partnership. You can see their KD8 and 2 wins. Unfortunately, only 2 wins versus the 10 losses they've had. But 4-1 and 7 looking good. But look at these losses, 7, 14, and 13 at 15 minutes. Not quite as hot.
And I mean, when they played up against G2, it was very much this combo of Move and Exile. The fact that they were putting so much pressure down onto Perks, just helping Exile to be that shining superstar, then this is what allowed UOL to get such a big lead early on. And if we can see this duo pair once again, then maybe UOL have a shot going up against a ROCCAT whose mid and jungle duo just don't seem to be the same as they once were.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point. That could be the way that Unicorns come into this series if they come out swinging, try and make that early game work. Because Unicorns of Love have had games where they do get ahead early, like that one, where they... have a good start to the game, but aren't able to like close out the game or have a good transition to mid game, or maybe it's just like the mid lane is the only lane that's doing well and the side lanes are fumbling. It's just been kind of sad because we've seen a really big decline in Unicorns, even with the roster swaps. They've never really looked like as bad as this, honestly, because you've already had that kind of backbone of the team being like Chachi and Hillisang, but even those players have been declining. So we'll have to see if they can actually step up and take it to ROCCAT, who will be trying to net some more points on this week. But we are into Champion Select. So let's see what the teams have for us. Rise and Vladimir are going to be banned away here. No real surprise, honestly. Those are some really highly contested and banned away champions. And the next one will be Gragas, taken away from Move. So that highlight clip you just saw where Move was camping mid lane, not going to have that this game.
Yeah, ROCCAT were watching that replay and they were like, oh, maybe we should ban it. Obviously, they've done a
Changed
lot more
strategy.
prior preparation before this.
Yeah.
Move definitely feels that Gragas is one of his comfort picks and will allow him to make these early plays. But obviously, there are other early game junglers in the game right now that can have a similar effect. Mighty Bear did a great job of Nidalee earlier on in the day. Rek'Sai is also a fantastic champion for setting up these early ganks. But it looks like ROCCAT, they definitely want to take away some of these early game champions.
They do indeed. There's a Nidalee gone away, and the Caitlyn is actually going to be banned up against Steelback. Caitlyn very, very strong in that mid game. And of course, maxing those traps, making it very frustrating to deal with. Going to be taken away this time. And Swain banned against Betsy.
He always draws those Swain bans.
He really does.
It just seems to be his ban.
I mean, Betsy Swain is legit. See Parang here. Going to be picking the Shen as our first pick. Interesting.
That's
What
very
do you make of this?
interesting. I mean, we've seen a lot of Karma prioritization so far. We've also seen some Trundle prioritization, given as to how strong he is against pretty much most of the matchups in top lane right now. But ROCCAT has said, no, we want this global pressure. We want Shen to be that split-pushing menace that can help facilitate potentially our weak early game. Because do remember that the fact that having a Shen on the map means you have to be much more aware of trying to force a play. You want to set up a gank in the top lane, it's not a 2v2, it's a 3v2, because that Shen can join that fight whenever his ultimate is available. So you and I on Challenger did see the way to shut down a Shen is to camp him and to prevent him from being able to actually apply that global pressure. But for UOL, that would mean diverting attention away from Exile and putting it up in the top.
Exactly, so we'll see if they do that in this game. They have locked in their first two choices, which will be the Wandering Caretaker Bard, along with the Spider Queen Elise coming in here for the jungle of Move. So got some early game pressure actually from both of those picks from Unicorns of Love, and that's what I like to see. I think if Unicorns of Love are going to shine, it's not from the macro game, it's not from them pulling some fancy stuff and going SKT style, it's from just having a strong early game and try and run that one home.
So what you have with the Bard and the Elise is great early game pressure, a lot of pick potential, but you also have a fantastic engage in the form of that Tempered Fate. So there are so many plays that you can make if you're Unicorns of Love right now, because you can set up the flank with the Magical Journey. You and I saw Wisdom again in Challenger Series being the engaged support when you're Elise. Well, if you've got a Bard to help facilitate that, you've already got a great engagement coming out with this duo pair alone. So UL definitely having the tools in their kit right now to force a fight if they want to. And it does seem to be that UL do love to get a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, don't remind me of the primary engage Elise of Jungle. Not so good. But on the opposite side, ROCCAT have locked in the Karma. Jimmy seems pretty high priority. If it's up, someone's probably going to pick it. Azir also picked up for Betsy. Be very, very strong on that champion. And we are going to send it back over to Unicorns of Love, who have locked in a Jhin and also LeBlanc. Wow, Exile going to bring LeBlanc out, one of his more signature champions coming out of solo queue.
Definitely something that he's comfortable on, but it is a risk into that Shen especially. What you do have with Exile is roam pressure. So what they could look to do is, again, move Exile as a combo, could look to apply a lot of ganking up into the top half of the map, try and shut down Parang and just say, hey, you know what, Betsy, it doesn't matter if you're free to farm in the mid lane. You don't have the same sort of siege that you used to have, given the changes to your Arise. So let's just create this fantastic 2, maybe even 3-man roaming party where we can shut down Parang and prevent him from having this sort of global pressure.
Alrighty, back over to ROCCAT. What are they going to round out their picks with? They've locked in the Hecarim. We've actually seen a couple bans towards Hecarim over the last couple of days here, and Sivir will also be picked up, so very much gearing more towards these team fights now, get Sivir involved with the Hecarim, so very cool to see ROCCAT getting more aggressive. And we're just waiting on the final pickup from Unicorns of Love, which we quickly locked in. It's going to be a Trundle, so that was actually a fairly fast champion select, honestly.
Certainly was, and ROCCAT, they've built themselves up quite the hefty team fight composition. You can see that with the Shen, they have a way to get through the rough laning phase. Come the mid game, they're going to hit this great 2-item power spike where not only do you have this great initiation of the Hecarim Shen combo, which we saw work wonders over in the LCK, you've also got the Azir and Sivir doing so much of this teamfight damage. And then you've also got the Karma providing all this utility during the engagement as well. So ROCCAT drafting themselves a big, heavy, mid to late game teamfight composition, and this just speaks home to ROCCAT's playstyle as a whole. EULCS, they're saying, oh, we need this early pressure. We have to go for this roaming gang squad of Elise and LeBlanc, and we need to be moving as a unit, going around the map, trying to find ourselves some picks, and getting this early lead with which we can snowball with, because come the late game, they're not going to stand a chance in these fights.
Yep, go hard or go home from the Unicorns of Love. Here we have the coaches shaking hands before their teams do battle on the Rift here. We'll see who emerges ahead in this one. It will be ROCCAT versus Unicorns of Love. You can see the full compositions and the full player lineups as well coming in here. We'll see how this one works out, but make sure to jump on Twitter, use the hashtags ROCWin and UOLWin. We'll be checking in on what you guys think as we get into this game. Our second series here in the studio here with Vedius, who is now joining me.
Yo!
Yo, what up?
So,
we had the TK earlier, actually.
This is going to be exciting. It doesn't sound like it in my voice.
This is going to be an exciting game.
No, it definitely will be an exciting game. We got a bunch of cool stuff. We did see the Hecarim earlier on. We actually saw Hecarim being picked up by G2. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone, but I would definitely recommend you go check it out if you're a big fan of the onslaughting pony. But the way things are going to work in the early game for ROCCAT is very much about farming. They could look to go for a lane swap if they just want to guarantee a safe laning phase, because Shen works very nicely in these lane swaps. You also have Sivir, who has great wave clear, so it gives you a lot of a tempo advantage early on. Whereas Unicorns of Love, they want to try and snowball that early game. They have great pick potential. Setting up for skirmishes would be fantastic for them, because you have the Trundle, you have the Elise. Bard is really good at roaming around and trying to find these picks, so you are very much about catching a target out of position, quickly shutting them down, and then relying on this great early to mid-game power spike that they have. The big concern I have for EULCS is they are on a bit of a clock. They're on a time limit, and going up against ROCCAT, who are now known for these mid to late game team fights, EULCS are just saying, okay, we know your weak point, we're going to try and tunnel on it, and if we can't, then it's our own fault for not taking advantage of your weakness.
Yeah, hopefully that will generate some action early, because if not, as you mentioned, Unicorns of Love will fall further and further behind. Honestly, you weren't selling it to me starting off, and it's like, this is going to be an exciting game. ROCCAT are going to spend the first 50 minutes farming. And I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, Unicorns of Love really have to pressure this early game and make their composition work, and hopefully punish the early game from ROCCAT, because subconsciously or not, LCS has just spent way less time with Betsy this split than they did in spring. Raze is kind of cornered in here. He goes for the invade, but Hylissang and Veritas saw him, but they have no way to really capitalize, so it's actually going to be fine. And he's going to go do the loop-de-loop around the jungle, so he's fine. And we're going to see Australia
going for a very early gank mid.
Oh, Mad Life! Doesn't matter, because Exile is going to flash away, but Burns a flash already. It's very nice. Nice roam from Raze.
Oh, Steelback actually taking the spell shield early on. Interesting that he decided not to spec any of his skill shots, just to make sure that if Veritas and Hylissang do decide to go aggressive, then they have that. He can get out to safety using that spell shield. So I do like that. Also, from Raze, the fact that he roamed around mid to try and put down a bit of pressure onto Exile is very much about ROCCAT saying, whoa, we can see what you're doing here. You're trying to be sneaky. You want to be a little bit aggressive in the early game. Well, how do you fancy a bit of 2 versus 1 action at level 1? They get the flash out of Exile. He's now forced to play a little bit more passively. And because he's already burnt one of his health pots, again, he can't be as aggressive as he would like. So ROCCAT being very proactive in this early game and saying, we're going to mitigate as much of the early pressure that you want to exert.
Stop that LeBlanc from snowballing, but I guess some of the positive things from Raze has been the ability to roam as that support and really get involved in the action. So hopefully Betsy can leverage that advantage in the mid lane. That's already culminated in a wave advantage. Bot lane, we're going to be seeing Chachi here face down the Shen. Trundle typically does very well into all melee matchups or anyone who can't pressure him, because later on against tanks he's just going to steal all of their resistances and slap them in the face with his baton. or his nightstick, I guess in this case. Move's going to
But
back
it's the
away.
daytime pulse. It's the daytime.
The day stick. But you didn't call it a day stick, do you?
No, that's what my stick is called.
Alright. Alright, don't want to touch that topic. Either way, top lane.
No, it's my talking stick. That's what I meant. The talking
okay.
stick, you know?
Yeah,
like we
got-
have in the office, I'm only allowed to speak when I have the stick.
I got the wrong end of that stick.
Yes, you certainly did.
Yeah.
So I want to keep an eye on Airwax's early game with this Hecarim, because typically you don't have that much early pressure with a Hecarim. The best early gank you can really set up is a run at opponent, and if you just look, you might be running into Move right now.
Oh, hello. Cocoon, follow-up, full combo in from Move. It's not going to kill the Hecarim just yet, but maybe now Move doesn't want to be here anymore, because Betsy has arrived. Exile's going to come in to cover his retreat. Move's going to turn around and stay in the Soldier, but Betsy is now out of mana. Exile will try and punish him. Volatile Spiling will say hi to him on the way out and explode on his face. So Betsy will run away.
Bit of a back and forth exchange there between both the jungle mid duos. The partnership that we were discussing earlier on coming into fruition right there is Airwax wants to try and get a bit of deep vision out. Does notice Move, decides they can go a bit aggressive, but because of the introduction of Exile, they're forced to back away. And really, it was ROCCAT that came out behind in that exchange, simply because not only was the Ghost used on Airwax, but also the Cleanse from Betsy. So definitely not what you want to be right now if you're ROCCAT. But as long as you don't give any away kills, you're still following through with your early game plan.
Indeed we do. Killer Sang is putting a lot of pressure into the top lane, forcing ROCCAT to actually go back to base here. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Chachi will deal a bit of damage to Parag. It's Trundle Shen. Not a lot is going to happen in the early game between these two guys. Chachi has had some pretty solid performances as the meta has shifted towards carries. His Aurelia game was particularly good, seeing a lot of Alawi from him. Unfortunately, I am still yet to cast an Alawi game, which is making me very sad.
But think of all the Shen games you've gotten. That's got to be a positive.
But he's not as exciting. I can't talk about Shen mechanics. It's like, oh, wow, he's going to land the Shadow Dash and click Q, and there's his full combo. Whereas Alawi actually has a lot of interesting mechanics. Chachi, I'm disappointed in you. I'm expecting more from you in game 2. But Trundle was a smart pickup here. It was the last pick coming in, and he knew it was against a tank, so why not?
I would still argue that in the late game, Shen can still hold his own against the Trundle.
Oh yeah,
because
Spirit's Refuge is a thing.
Yeah, he is a pretty tanky dude, and we also have to remember the changes to masteries, in which beating back and forth now, you don't get as much sustain in the lane, but the tanks don't really care. So
referring to, of course, Grasp of the Undying.
Grasp of the Undying, that's the Badger.
That's the Badger.
But moving forward, we need to have a look. Again, right now the early game is going in favor of ROCCAT. This is exactly where they want to be, because they just need to farm. CS advantages is still going pretty well for them. Very early Megatron coming out from Betsy, which is great up against a LeBlanc, who I have just noticed has decided to go for that teleports. You do have the 1-through-1 setup, or the potential for the 1-through-1 out of EULCS, which, to be fair to ROCCAT, they have no real answer to other than the Shen. Yes, the Shen can sit in the side lane, and if it gets to it will get to a point where he can handle both Exile and Chachi. He won't be able to kill them, but he's definitely not going to die to them.
Yeah.
But there's no real answer for ROCCAT to be able to deal with that much pressure. But for Unicorns of Blood, they need to get to that point, because if ROCCAT have their big item spikes come the mid game, then EULCS are going to be forced to play to the beat of their drum, because ROCCAT can set up for all the objectives that they want. They can go for the Dragons, they can go for the Rift Tower, they can go for the Baron, and they're going to keep getting these objectives because EULCS are still trying to split push. So this early game is very important.
It's looking very far into the future. Move is going to try and get a clap down onto Betsy. Here comes the defensive Stand United out from Parang. Interrupted, I think that was from a pillar. So saving his ally there and kind of mitigating the strengths of Move and Exile's partnership in the mid lane. Did have to burn the ult for that.
There's actually a couple of big things right there for Unicorns of Love. I like the fact that Move trying to shut down Betsy early on. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Unicorns, where Move is setting Exile up for success. He is playing this LeBlanc. The sooner he gets these early kills, the better. But unfortunately, it was just a really good flash from Betsy to avoid the cocoon from Move. The chains came out a little bit late from Exile, because you noticed that Betsy, he wasn't even forced to use the cleanse. He knew he was safe. And then also the Shen ultimate. This is the thing that we were also talking about, that global pressure that's always available. I think Chachi should have let him go, because he actually would have been able to build a pretty big CS advantage, or force the teleport out from Parang. But instead, he said, no, you have to stay in the lane. And Parang's like, well, okay, my mid lane is fine.
That's
and,
yeah.
I'm just going to stay bot and keep farming. So
yeah. It's
slight
just like
misplay, slight communication error from Chachi.
It's also just a reaction thing. You see someone TPing out and you want to interrupt them immediately without looking at the situation that's evolving in mid lane. So I can understand it from Chachi, but had he had more clarity, as you rightly mentioned, then he could have taken an extra summoner away from Parang. Going to be Parang under attack in the bottom lane now as Move is coming in. He's going to be forcing the flash, so nice gank from Move, just burning the summoner. And we'll put some pressure down onto Parang.
Very early flash from Parang, to be honest. I felt like he had enough health to walk out of that one, especially with a minion wave coming in. He could have used that as a sort of body block to prevent the cocoon from landing onto him. So Parang just wanting to be safe, I guess. He doesn't need that flash this early on. It is going to prevent his playmaking potential. You can't go for that flash dash combo, but nevertheless, you're still playing Shen.
You are still playing Shen. That is a constant in this game for sure. LCS is going to jump onto Chachi, going to force a flash once again, but Parang actually wasn't going to connect the dash. But either way, that is a flashless bottom lane here in this 1v1, so neither Chachi or Parang will have that one now. And HyliSang is going on a magical adventure, picking up chimes and clearing out pink wards and generally just having a jolly good old time.
Wants to get some good early vision control down. The easier it is for him to control vision, then makes it easier for Exile to roam around the map with Move. So it is good by HyliSang to move around as much as he can, just dropping those pink wards, getting some deep vision down. And if you just look at the vision from Unicorns of Blood, they've actually set up the map very nicely to see where LCS is trying to put any potential pressure, but also the routes in which Unicorns can take to try and set up these roaming ganks. The problem is for Unicorns right now is we just haven't seen any roaming from Exile. He's constantly getting pushed under his turret. There's so much just pressure coming out from the Azir that unfortunately for ROCCAT, or unfortunately for UOL, Exile hasn't really been free to roam around.
I feel a lot of that was set up by Raze in the early game when he roamed to mid lane, burnt the flash, and Exile's like, well, I'm going to get pushed in the mid lane now, and I can't really roam, as you said, and Unicorns are unable to super snowball the early game. They're going to put a bit of pressure onto the bottom lane, but Jin kind of slow at pushing towers. ROCCAT will do the same on the top side, but they will take this tower down way faster. So ROCCAT with the slight tempo advantage here. Chachi is going to head on up to the top lane. Not really tempo advantage, it's not been really a lane swap between good old Australia lanes.
But it is strange from UOL that they're the ones that initiated this swap, yet Move was nowhere near to help them take this turret, whereas LCS, he didn't even see this coming. He just recognized there was a big minion wave in the top. They could go for a potential dive. And speaking of dives, have a look at this.
LCS is coming in here. There's Onslaught of the Shadows, gets the fear back towards his team. Stan United also on top of LCS. So many flashes, but and Chachi, he is not getting out alive. First blood to LCS.
So I'm really confused, but hang on, enough of that because the Tempered Fate's come through.
Tempered Fate comes down, and Razor's fate is sealed. Move will come in, pick up the kill. HyliSang following after. Move's going to come back down, and they get a 1-for-1 trade overall, and repel the assault onto the tower.
Okay, so a couple things. Number one, Chachi, why are you staying underneath that turret when there is such a massive minion wave, as well as LCS? You know he's in the top half of your jungle. You even have a ward to see him. And unfortunately for Chachi, he just doesn't respect the collapse. But because HyliSang has already started his retreat, and because Exile has roamed up after Betsy has decided to back, it does mean that UOL are able to get themselves a return kill. So it does result in a 3-for-3. Also in the bottom lane, you were able to, Veritas, was able to get the shove underneath the turret, so the wave will now be pushing back in their favor. And it does seem that we've just now moved into a lane swap scenario, where UOL decided to instigate it, which in all honesty, I feel like they didn't need to. They were doing well in the 2-versus-2. They had the advantage. Veritas had the CS lead, which you typically don't see from Veritas.
No, ever.
I felt like they could have maintained pressure. They decided to go for the swap, and now Betsy, he is taking a bit of damage from Exile.
He is, but Betsy is returning a lot of damage onto Exile as well. Picked up the Stinger now, so he's on his way to becoming a scary Azir. Top lane is going to go down to Unicorns of Love. Bot lane, are we going to see a repeat of history? Chachi is stepped up while LCS doesn't have his ultimate this time, doesn't have his summoners, but is potentially looking for a flank here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, I spot a Spider. I spy. Actually, we're just going into the jungle. Chachi going to take the jungle route back to safety, and the push continues in the bot side from ROCCAT. What's going on here?
There's absolutely no response from Unicorns of Love right now. They just want to try and replicate this push in the top half of the map, so they're going to go for the tier 2. Veritas trying to get a bit of damage down, but with that Ghost Blade, he's much more interested in actually taking down this turret. Yeah. So I find it strange that we started off with standard lanes,
and then we turned
all
into
of
a
a sudden
swap.
we've moved into non-standard lanes where we're seeing both teams just going for that push. Nobody has prioritized this Mountain Drake as yet. Exile is once again going down onto Betsy, but he's not going to get it.
No, he's going to back away. Didn't have the Ignite, didn't have the rest of the combo, so he's going to let Betsy waltz away on this one. Top lane, Hylissang is 1v1ing Parang. Standard, as you do. Exile is going to jump over the wall. He's going to stop Betsy's retreat, going to combo him down. The leash connects. Betsy will have to burn the cleanse, and Exile is kind of trapped right now. Here comes Airwax and Raze jumping over the wall. Onslaught of the Shadows comes in. Exile, Jukey Juke. He's going to find Betsy and finish him off in the jungle. Raze is going to follow after, but no one can stop this man. He's on a mission to get into the enemy base and kill himself.
Well, he might be able to escape from this. He is playing LeBlanc, remember. You do have a lot of mobility, but when it's a Shen chasing you, I don't know about that. Actually, he has the teleport.
Parang, he's already used Shadow Dash. I don't think he's got enough damage. Exile, he's going to be living.
Exile with the plays. I cannot believe that not only he gets the kill, but he's actually able to get out of that situation as well. Fantastic stuff coming out from Exile, and this is really what Unicorns of Love needed. They needed to get that LeBlanc ahead. They needed him to start this snowball. And now that he is 1-0-1, now that he's picked up that Morellonomicon, EULCS should be feeling much more confident with this early game.
That was actually sick. Hylissang is going to try and pull to safety. Going to flash away as well. Raze following after. And Airwax is going to be CC'd for centuries. And the dragon will go down. That will be an Earth Dragon to the Unicorns of Love. And this is starting to look a lot better for them. Okay, let's see the very start of that and look at Exile's great expedition into ROCCAT's jungle.
So Exile didn't even have a ward. Oh no, he did have the pink ward over there, so he must have just spotted out the Azir. And Airwax comes in from the flank. He then jukes back in. Exile, really smart stuff. Betsy thinks he can get the kill, but Exile just staying out of range of the ultimate from the Azir means that Betsy isn't able to get the damage down. Then Exile, I feel like he's going to kill himself, and then he suddenly remembers, oh, I have a teleport.
Yeah.
Then he recognizes that because the Shadow Dash is gone from Parang, there's no way to interrupt it. But he did take a bit of a gamble here. Parang, he was hoping that Parang wouldn't have the damage. And it looks like Tempered Fate does land onto the Shen.
Yeah, Curtain Call comes in. Chachi's going to bring up the pillar. Airwax is going to try and contest. Parang is dropping low. Will be falling to Chachi. In comes Move. Cocoon lands and Airwax is trying to speed away. Will he get out alive? Move doesn't have another Cocoon in him, unfortunately. So that's still another kill over to the Unicorns. And they are starting to play their composition pretty well. Raze is coming into the mid lane, but this gank isn't going to work out so well as it did at level 1.
Okay, so Parang, you're overextended up to the top half of the map. You know that the wave is pushing towards you because you can see Veritas and Hylissang have already returned to that lane and have started shoving. You don't need to be that far up the river when you don't even have a tier 2 turret. Allow Steelback to just get the push down on the bottom wave and then just receive the farm as it is coming into your base. Fortunately for ROCCAT, they're able to claim themselves a tier 1 turret in the mid because EULCS decided that after the successful gank from the top half, they would go for the Rift Herald. And so that meant that ROCCAT had the positional advantage, they had the numbers advantage, and that resulted in them in picking up that extra objective.
That they did. And Chachi is going to receive all of this farm as well. He's going to get strong and strong in this 1v1. Hopefully able to eventually get to the point where you can push out Parang. And yeah, Unicorns of Love in a not too shabby position. You know, I feel like I get more English when I'm casting with you, Vedius. I'm not really sure why.
Maybe because I'm Welsh.
Maybe.
So you feel the need to compensate.
Perhaps. Yeah, I'm not really sure why. I've been told as well that we sound very similar. I was watching us back on the VOD and I was just like, wow, that was really smart, and then realized it was coming from you. So.
It's annoying as to how similar we look as well.
Yeah, exactly. Almost identical. Impossible to tell the difference.
Yeah, when people come up to me and be like, oh, Pulse, can I take a photo with you? And I'd be like, oh, here we go again. God damn it, Pulse. You really need to change your hair.
Yeah, indeed.
So we need some kind of way to identify
distinguish ourselves, do a stress perhaps.
Exactly.
I can't get rid of facial hair, unfortunately.
I wish I could grow facial hair. It's like a long-standing dream of mine.
Ah. Well, good luck with that one, Vedius.
Anyway.
ROCCAT's dreams in this game are to get to mid and late game, so they can utilize that Azir and body some fools.
And you can see that from the Berserker's Greaves that have been picked up by Betsy, because in the early game, Sorcerer's Boots do have a lot more benefit, whereas the Berserker's Greaves, once you reach a certain point and once you pass a certain item threshold and once your opponents have a certain amount of magic resistance, and the actual attack speed is better for the DPS than the magic pen boots are. So the fact that Betsy's gone for this early is clearly telling you that ROCCAT have said, yeah, we're definitely going late game. We're having no more of this early game shenanigans. And just based off the vision, you can see that right now ROCCAT are basically saying, okay, we want to know exactly where UOL are on the map. We want to make sure that we can see where Exile is trying to put some of his pressure down. But to be fair to Exile right now, level 13, equal in farm to Betsy, but up in kills, up in assists, and is already working towards that Abyssal Scepter. So Exile looking very strong 19 minutes into this game.
Very, very true. ROCCAT almost getting the pick there, but TP back in time. And Chachi is in the bot lane once again, finding Parang, but neither of them really able to push the other route. Now we are 20 minutes into this game. Next round's going to be Mountain. And going to be donating the blue buff as well. So both teams just playing a little more defensive here. Betsy going to the top lane as well to clear out some of these minions. Parang has had very clear goals in this game. It's sit in the side lane and TP when necessary, and otherwise just kind of be a blocker for against the Unicorns of Love. We saw that one game by Parang where he went Jace and was given his signature champion. It was better than the other game he played in that series, but not really by a long shot, enough to warrant allowing him to pick it up every game. Because if you remember, up until that game, everyone was banning Jace against him, and it was just like, yeah, do not want. And then he played it and was like, actually, it's not too bad.
And in the comp, it didn't really make much sense.
No.
And this is kind of it for Parang right now, in the sense that there was, I don't want to say a huge amount of hype surrounding him, but there was definitely some expectations coming over from Korean Challenger. Hang on a second, Exile.
Exile's going to get chased down. Stand United coming in as well from Parang. Exile's going to jump to relative safety, but Parang will seal the deal. E coming out there to finish him off. And just a nice pick from ROCCAT, honestly. Investing a lot of resources, but still good.
Yeah, it was actually. They were waiting for Exile to overextend. They were waiting for him to go for that potential pick. Airwax using that ultimate to chase Exile down, and given that he'd already used one of his distortions to be aggressive onto his opponent, it meant that he did not have it to escape the engagement from ROCCAT. So right now ROCCAT, they're trying to set up a siege onto this tier 2 tower in the mid lane, but they're taking quite a lot of damage committing to this tower.
Yeah, that was dicey for a second. Thought that was going to finish with one target. Big crits coming out from Veritas. And Chachi backing away. Interesting enough, we also saw in the first series of the day that Jhin was picked up on one of our weaker ADCs in the league. It's interesting because Jhin kind of requires more skill to execute a pick, but didn't you see just a pick, honestly, onto Exile?
Yeah, it was
just a pick.
It was very much about Exile, as we mentioned before, trying to look to these picks over and over. Raze knew it was coming. He was like, I have a feeling I'm going to get picked on here. So, Airwax, why don't you just wait in the wings and come help me out? So then they punish Exile for his over-aggression. This is something you have to be mindful of. As a LeBlanc, if you're going to constantly sit in a certain bush and make these same repetitive plays over and over, your habits do start to become learned by your opponents, and then it becomes easier to play against. If you remember the round table discussion where Peck actually said Alex Ish, a very good player, but his playstyle was very similar, and so over time, people started to figure him out, and then it was much easier to counterplay. And in a sort of shorter span of time, this is what's happening to Exile. His tendencies are being quickly figured out by ROCCAT, and he is getting punished.
And over time, they will assimilate, but here comes Veritas, and gets caught out by Airwax. Thank you very much, he says. And Airwax will actually use Onslaught's Shadows to escape. I don't think that was entirely necessary, but
he wanted to avoid the Tempered Fate. Just guarantee that he didn't get hit by that ultimate. Because if he had, it could have resulted in some danger for him, but fortunately he was able to avoid it, and so we are going to return to a stalemate once more. But do want to come back to this Parang point that we highlighted earlier, where Parang, coming from Korean Challenger, hasn't quite had the same performance that that maybe some people were expecting. The fact that he was this Jace one-trick pony, like, oh, it's this great carry top lane, and now we're in a meta where carry top laners can start to have an impact, and Europe not like well known for its carry top, so perhaps Parang can shine, but in all honesty, he's never really made any standout plays, he's never done anything super beneficial for his team, and ROCCAT have very much been about Steelback and Betsy being these big carries, rather than Parang being this big threat in the top lane.
Yeah, we've had kind of glimpses of carry tops. Like Chachi back in the day was exceptionally strong, I think. Has found it hard to shine nowadays. Cabashard, of course. But yeah, maybe he was looking to stamp his authority, but hasn't really found it just yet. 5 kills in this game so far. 24 minutes in. Next dragon's going to be Ocean. And despite ROCCAT picking up that kill onto Exile, they didn't set up any vision. They didn't set up for the dragon, and Unicorns of Love just kind of walked up to it and was like, okay, I guess we'll just take the next dragon.
And that's 2 Mountain Drakes, which is actually going to be really big for taking down these objectives.
Yeah.
Given that we are now in the 25-minute mark, big items are starting to be completed, but notice that EULCS feeling slightly stronger right now, simply because their 2 item spikes are a little bit more powerful based on the champions that they're playing. This Jhin, having completed the more of Malmortius alongside the Ghostblade, which did have a reduction of 5 AD, which we all know is so impactful.
Yeah.
But still, will make him pretty powerful at this point as Exile goes for another pick.
Exile looking for the pick onto Raze, but fantastic timing on Parang. Will stand united, and indeed they will stand united. Once again, I think Chachi interrupted him, so again, maybe another chance for him to have just let him go. Chachi does have Glimpse of the Void as well, so that is important to note, but he's still not able to pressure out Parang. He's able to push him up to tower and get this small amount of CS lead on him every single wave, but he's not able to actually do meaningful damage.
Exile would have got that kill if he hadn't missed his chains, but you're also seeing the power of that Abyssal plus Morello combo, where if you do land all your abilities onto Raze, you're just going to quickly get the one-shot. Raze picking up the very early Locket. Sorry, not the Locket, the Aegis. Aegis? No, we googled this. It is
really?
Aegis, yes.
Oh.
It is.
Okay.
AE is pronounced E.
Aegis. Today I learned.
So, in the past, I had a conversation. Ooh, enough of that, because the Tempered Fate comes down on the Raze.
He's going to get stunned against the wall. Board mechanics. Veritas bringing up the curtain call. Misses the first, and is actually just going to swap, walk away. See ya.
So no kills coming out from Unicorns of Love, but they do get themselves that tier 1 turret, so turrets are going to be equalized, but look at the damage Exile's taking.
Yeah, he kind of jumped in there, was looking for a pick onto Raze perhaps, but unfortunately didn't land anything. Hillisang once again landing a really good Cosmic Bind, but may pay for it here as Betsy is following after. Conquering Sands comes in. Exile's going to take a trip back to base, and ROCCAT now pressuring down the mid lane. They have the Sun Disc coming up, but unfortunately no minion wave for another 5 to 6 seconds. So Unicorns of Love have some time to rally the troops and defend this tower.
They also have double teleport available on both Exile and Chachi as they look to potentially start the fight, but Move, he's just going to flash instantly, and EULCS, they don't look like they're completely coordinated right now.
Almost a good pick onto Betsy. He's going to have to cleanse away from that. Raze on the front lines once again. He's getting chased down. That's a kill over to the Unicorns. Here comes a TP out from Parang onto this mid tower. I see. He used Stand United onto Raze, and he died anyway. So then he TPs in mid, but maybe unnecessary.
Well, they do right now have the advantage in the sense that... Oh, Hillisang.
Betsy, he's found Hillisang. Everyone take a timeout. Parang comes in, snipe off to the side. And the rest of the ultimates will rain down onto ROCCAT. Chachi's here by himself, but he's a one-man army. He picks up the first kill. He's going on to Betsy as well, looking for the chomp. He finds the second kill. And now Parang is not going to get locked down. He's going to Shadow Dash to safety. And Hillisang is running circles around him. Parang flash over the wall, but the Meeps are slowing him down. He's going to be safe for now, but 3-for-1 advantage Unicorns.
That all starts with Exile trading his life for Raze very early on in the exchange, because EULCS, their actual initiation into the fight was very messy. You had Move trying to start things off, trying to get a pick, isn't quite properly able to execute it, but hang on a second, because the Baron...
Baron is pretty much a raid boss right now. Parang's coming in, will be secured by Move. Now Parang is kind of caught in the middle of everybody, did not want to be there anymore. Unicorns will pick up the kill and the Baron. And this game has very much swung. Okay, let's take a look at that mid lane engagement. Actually, really nice setup onto Betsy from Move.
So you can actually see Move He is forced to flash early, but then they land the cocoon onto Betsy, so now his cleanse is down. Great binding from Hylissang, and this is where they end up trading Raze for Exile. Betsy and Steelback still doing a lot of damage on the backline, and then we end up in a bit of a back and forth. You have to back away if you're AOAX on the Hecarim because you're very low on health. Also, Move is backing away at the same time, so it becomes a 3v3. Hylissang is sitting on a ward. Betsy tries to catch him out, but because of a really good binding into the Tempered Fate, you buy time for Chachi to come in. AOAX isn't even aware that the Veritas is sitting on the side, is able to get the ultimate off, shuts down AOAX and all of the damage. He isn't even able to use that Onslaught of Shadows, and then because you have Chachi just sitting on the front line, he can just pound down onto the rest of ROCCAT, and well, they end up getting themselves 4-for-1 overall with a Baron and an Ocean Drake.
Man, big swing for the Unicorns, really what they needed in this mid game to try and get ahead and try and snowball, and then really just try and close. That's been one of the problems with Unicorns. While they've had advantages, they haven't been able to convert them into wins.
So Unicorns of Love right now, I can feel Deficio grinding his teeth because you have Chachi on a Trundle sitting in the mid lane with this teleport while you have Veritas in the bottom half of the map pushing. Now, Unicorns of Love was smart in the sense that they moved down to actually use this big minion wave to push it in. And now the rest of Unicorns of Love are making their way and they're using this big minion wave. So this was a smarter play. But having your AD be your split pusher when you have a teleport on Chachi can often be punished and is usually a very inefficient way to take advantage of your top laner.
Couldn't agree more, Vidius, but this time it's not going to be punished as ROCCAT were unable to respond in time or correctly. Razor trying to interrupt the rotation into bot lane here from Exile, going to land a short combo onto him. Tempered Fate lands onto Betsy. Will Unicorn be able to follow? Onslaught of Shadows from AirWax. Not entirely sure the rest of the team is on the same page. Veritas going to bring up the curtain call, slamming on towards Betsy. Very low, but it's going to be finished off by Exile. Chachi coming in here. 2 quick kills to the Unicorns, and they are pushing in deep into this base. Razor going to flash away. Steelback takes some punishment. No ultimate for him. Parang as well be forced away. Unicorns take an inhib tower and the inhib, plus 2 kills. That is a solid Baron power play.
And Unicorns of Love, off the back of getting that big pick in the mid lane and taking advantage of the fact that ROCCAT hadn't hit their late game spike, is resulting in Unicorns of Love, again, punishing the weaknesses of ROCCAT. This early game from ROCCAT has just been abused by Unicorns of Love. They've slowly built this lead over time, and it's enabled them with this Baron to get to this point where they can just freely dive the turret. The Tempered Fate comes down onto Betsy. AOAX tries to go for the disengage, but just have a look at Veritas and the amount of damage that he does on the backline. 1 shot down onto Betsy, 2 shots down onto Betsy,
damage.
And he already gets forced off the fight. And without ROCCAT and without Steelback feeling confident enough to do the damage to turn this fight around, there's just nothing that ROCCAT can do, and they end up giving away an inhibitor to Unicorns of Love.
Honestly impressed right now. Unicorns of Love, we were coming into this game and a lot of us agreed in the office. It's like, honestly, Unicorns of Love probably do look like the 10th place team. Then above them you have the kind of scrum of 6 more teams, but ROCCAT being brought into the Unicorn zone right now, and Unicorns have a dominating lead. They played with their lead well, and I think we start having to raise question marks for not only Unicorns, and maybe they belong within that pack of 6 people, bringing that to 7, or maybe ROCCAT belong with Unicorns down at the bottom, because this is
it's only one game, Paul. It's only one game,
but it's the track record, right, from these 2 teams. Like, they have lost a lot of games in a row now, and ROCCAT, if they were looking to prove anything, it would be trying to get this 2-0 against Unicorns.
You need these wins because every other team,
very important.
Every other team in the LCS has been stomping Unicorns. The other team that failed to do so was Origin, who are another bottom of the table team. And to be honest, if you're losing games to Unicorns of Love, that's really heavily going to affect your standings moving forward. But Unicorns of Love, they want to try and close this one out. They're onto this tier 3, but AirWax, he wants to stop it.
AirWax launches himself into the enemy team.
Oh no!
No, Hylissang! He stops Chachi from really getting in there, but maybe he was just saving his ally. That's how to really help your team in solo queue. You draft Bard, and when people start doing stupid things, you ult them.
Okay, so Airwax, he decided to go for Trini Force. Really not a fan of this on jungle Hecarim, simply because it is a massive gold sink for a jungler. It makes you super squishy, and when you try to go for these engagements, that's exactly what happens. Now, without any frontline Unicorns, they can just easily take this turret.
I mean, you can't be primary engaged with Trinity Force, really. ROCCAT are trying to get a punch down onto Chachi. He did drop low. He's going to flash away. Move also drops low and was a little bit out of position. He'll have to burn his summoner spell of flash for that, but still, Unicorns break open the base once more, taking the bottom inhib and now the top inhib tower. And Unicorns of Love are continuing to stay ahead. 1 minute 30 on both Infernal Dragon and Baron. And honestly, Vedias, what do ROCCAT need to do here? Because it seems like they've kind of brought themselves into a corner.
Well, what they what they really need to do is not this, because you can see they're getting quite desperate. They want to try and force a fight. Exile has just used his engage, so Airwax feels he can actually go for the fight. When you combine that with the Shen ultimate, you think, oh, you've got this solid front line, but that Hecarim is squishy. And when you have a Jhin who has now completed his Duskblade of Drakthar, you chunk out that Airwax, and he just dropped before Parang even had an opportunity to join in. So if you're going to try and force these flights, you really need to go in for a flank engage, because not only are you going to buy more time to allow Parang to actually set up for the taunt and set up for the play, you're also just catching your backline off guard. And to be honest, the fact that ROCCAT are always just running forward allows EULCS to quickly respond. You can also separate Airwax from the rest of his team using the Pillar. You've also got the Tempered Fate, the Cosmic Binding. It's so difficult for ROCCAT to just run straight at EULCS simply because of their composition.
Composition and also being many golds behind. 7,000 gold advances to Unicorns. Now with these big neutral objectives spawning, Unicorns of Love have complete dominance in terms of vision and control. It's going to be a preemptive engage by ROCCAT, see if they can get an early pick before the objectives. Veritas just shakes off the damage. Hims a Tempered Fate onto 2. Hillersign, great ultimate out from him. Curtain Call will start chasing down some of these members, and Move will follow up with the Cocoon, giving enough time for Exile to lead in here, see if he can get some damage done onto the back line. Parang will execute the ultimate. Raises separated from the pack. He'll have to flash over the pillar. Exile coming in from the side, trying to pick away Betsy. And now everyone will take the magical journey towards Baron for the Unicorns. And ROCCAT have taken too much damage. There's a minion wave in their base, and Unicorns will get a very easy objective.
But ROCCAT, they want to try and stop this. They're posturing around the middle lane, but they realize that Unicorns of Love, they just take the Baron far too quickly with their double Mountain Drake. And now Unicorns, they're looking to be a bit aggressive. Exile posturing on the front lines.
Oh, Parang, he's going to get snared. He's going to get stunned. He's going to get Cosmic Bound. And he's going to take a lot of damage, but he's still kicking for now. Airwax jumps in to try and save him, but he'll be caught up in the distortion and go down as well. 2 for the price of 1. Exile will find a foot. No, he won't. Betsy with the outplay. Respect the Sun Disc. Raze getting chased down by Chachi. Only a matter of time, I have to feel, before Karma will indeed bite the dust. Rest in peace, Raze.
And Raze will fall as Veritas gets himself a triple kill. 6, 0, and 7 on this Jhin right now. The only member standing for ROCCAT is Betsy on Azir, and with his health bar that low, I don't think he's going to be able to stop this push coming out from Unicorns.
No. It's going to have to be the play of the century. Pull a Phoenix, or Felix perhaps. But yeah, this isn't looking so good. Unicorns are closing in here onto this Nexus turret. Betsy's going to try and save the day, but Hillersign will say no to that. There's the ultimate coming in, slide the glide right into the fountain, and Unicorns of Love will come in, but it has given enough time for Airwax to respawn and instantly die. There's the ace for Unicorns of Love. Parang dribbling into this fight, but he's also going to go down. Unicorns don't even care about Shen at this point, and the Nexus is so low. Unicorns of Love finish off and find their first win in 2 weeks.
Unicorns of Love coming out with an early game pick composition that very early on, things were looking a little bit shaky.
A little bit grim.
Not quite able to get the same sort of early pressure that they perhaps wanted. But we have to give credit to Exile, to be fair. I mean, he had some very fancy LeBlanc plays.
Yep, man was making plays.
He did play a little bit too over-aggressive at times. I'm recalling back to that big mid fight underneath the tier 2 turret, where he did give his life over for the support. Not ideal, but then Hillersign comes in with this bard. And I mean, so many good Cosmic Bindings, so many fantastic Tempered Fates. The Magical Journeys were outstanding. And being involved in 12 of the 17 kills.
Yeah.
I mean, the only ones he wasn't involved with was when Exile was off doing solo stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, Hylissang was such a massive team player. And when you just look at the drafts, you had that standard team fight versus pick. And when you pick a Shen into a pick composition, I mean, that's great, because how do you pick anyone off when there's a Shen on the map?
Yeah.
So even though they didn't put that much pressure down onto the Shen, he was still struggling to really have any impact. And to be fair, he was under a lot of pressure from Chachi on this Trundle, who was trying to make his life a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, just so many great things coming out from Unicorns of Love. The fact that Move, putting a lot of early ganks down in the mid lane, trying to help Exile out where he can. The fact that they got themselves an early lead around the 25-minute mark, obviously more around that mid game, but they took advantage of the fact that they had a spike, they forced it, they outplayed ROCCAT, they got the Baron, and then with that Baron, they played very smartly with it. They weren't too over-aggressive, they weren't over-committing for objectives, they were just slowly working their way into the base, and then they end up closing out the game. And to be honest, my big question marks are sitting there on ROCCAT. Like, ROCCAT should not be losing to the 10th place team. ROCCAT were a team that were going 1-1 with H2K.
Yeah, they were taking names against some of the best in the
league. They took 1-1 with G2. They're almost like the Jin Air of Europe, you know, where they take from the rich and give to the poor. I mean, ROCCAT right now just not performing against Unicorns of Love. And they had the composition to do it. They only had to stall out. And they just allowed Unicorns of Love to get those picks and really run away with the game.
But it looked so good for ROCCAT in the early game. It was just like, wow, what a good roam coming in for Raze. And he was like, put Exile behind. It's like, man, they can just stall to mid-game, late game, and really make the composition work. But disappointing from ROCCAT. But at the same time, pretty impressive by Unicorns of Love. I just was not expecting them to close so well with their advantage. A lot of that came also from Veritas on the scene in this game. Actually had a pretty decent one. You're going to take a look at his triple kill in this one on Jin, but more than anything, it wasn't, of course, from the triple kill, but he was actually getting some good setups with the Curtain Call, with the Deadly Flourishes, and I think just, well played by Veritas in general. So a lot of people just brought this together from the Unicorns.
Who would have thought that Veritas, one of our statistically weakest AD carries in Europe, would have such a phenomenal performance on this Jin? And I mean,
it's been a day for kind of the bottom of the table ADCs. Like Sunstar as well at the start of the day actually had a pretty stellar performance.
He did, yeah.
And it was also Jin. So maybe Jin is the magic number.
Well, we thought it was Ash
special
last
part of
week.
the recipe.
Do you remember, like Ash, the utility AD carry?
We were like,
oh, you know what, just give the weaker AD carries
the
utility and just allow them to be like the engage, the support. And now you're on this Jin who, to be fair, very low mobility, has quite a high skill cap, requires a good understanding of the champion, how to play him. And Unicorns of Love making it work for themselves, and they're going to get themselves game 1 of this series.
Pretty weird, but well played to the Unicorns. Anyway, we're going to send it to a quick commercial break, but when we get back, we will be here with Game 2 between the Unicorns and ROCCAT. Back towards his team, Stan United, also on top of Airwax. So many flashes, but Chachi, he is not getting out alive. He's going to find Betsy and finish him off in the jungle. And he's going to take a lot of damage, but he's still kicking for now. Airwax jumps in to try and save him, but he'll be caught up in the distortion and go down as well. 2 for the price of 1. Exile will find him, but no, he won't. Betsy with the outplay. Respect the Sun Disc. Raze getting chased down by Chachi. Only a matter of time, I have to feel, before Karma will indeed bite the dust. Rest in peace, Raze. Welcome back, everybody. After taking game 1, Unicorns of Love are about to load back onto the Rift against ROCCAT with their eyes on a 2-0 to start the week. And that would be pretty good for them. Like, from the first game, that was their first win in, what was it, 9 games, I think we've had. So, yeah, looking pretty good for Unicorns in this first win here.
Pretty crazy.
Pretty crazy. And what was more crazy was the player of the game, who I was actually criticizing coming into this game, but it was Hillasang, who we had as our POG here. And he had some really good Bard ultimates, really good plays throughout the game. And we were kind of seeing him being on the decline, I think, from his plays, kind of being out of position, just not hitting skill shots. But this game really turns it around. It wasn't just him, everyone did it, but he was kind of the catalyst, I felt, for Unicorns going ham.
I think back to a lot of the plays that turned the game in favor of Unicorns, and it was largely facilitated by this player in the bottom lane. So just really impressive stuff coming out from Hillasang. The fact that it looked like he was getting caught up by the Azir. Nope. Cosmic Binding into Tempered Fate. It looked like that things were on the back end for Unicorns of Love. No. Tempered Fate comes out into those key targets. You know, setting up picks all across the map, keeping his team alive, allowing that magical journey to provide the flank potentials for the rest of his team. Just really impressive stuff overall from Hillasang. And obviously you have to give praise to the rest of Unicorns for following up on that engage. And the team play and the atmosphere just seemed to be so much more positive for the team.
Yeah, I think so too. And it was also this engage in the bot lane. It's just like, Unicorns of Love always kind of struggle when it comes to closing out the game. But boom, just pulls the trigger, Tempered Fate onto Betsy, and then the fight just erupts, giving the team enough time to take down the tower. And Unicorns of Love just kind of close it on out.
Certainly was, and oh man, always love to see some good Bard play. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's
really gets my juices flowing.
Get your juices flowing. Oh man. But yeah, moving into this game, I wonder if Unicorns will change up their strategy. 1-3-1 seems to be their go-to plan.
Yeah.
They don't really like to group up as a 5 and force team fights because they lose. So they want to get Exile on some kind of split pushing mid powerhouse that he can have an advantage on. But seeing that he's the blue side, he's not going to have that edge this time around. So we may see a LeBlanc ban coming out towards Exile. I do feel like it's one of the only champions that he's actually had success on, really.
Because where does he default from there? Does he just go, Yasuo time?
See, I could see him playing Syndra. Syndra, who did have very small buffs this patch, could mean that he's on something lane dominant. The problem is you can't really put Syndra in a side lane. You can't really be that sort of 1-3-1 setup. But Zed could be an alternative. Obviously did have debatable nerfs in the previous patch to his shurikens. But Fizz works as well. There are plenty of assassins available to him. You could even go Ahri. I know we haven't been seeing much of her.
But it might just fit Unicorns of Love and what their tactics are.
It just might. So 1-3-1 I feel is the name of the game for Unicorns. Whereas for ROCCAT, I mean, what do we say about ROCCAT? You know, we've been highlighting their issues for a long time now, and it's now week 4, and they still haven't fixed their issues. There were glimmers of hope last week where their early game was on point. They had a good 15 minutes, and this game you could clearly see that they were very much like, oh no, we just want to stall things out. We want to wait till later on to then force these fights. But I feel like they just need to match the early game of Unicorns. I feel like they have the talent and the potential to trade blow for blow.
Do they, though? Because that's what we've criticized ROCCAT for. It's actually what we've spoken to them about in interviews. It's like, don't feel like our early game is as strong anymore. It's really like late game, team fights, what we're really shooting for. And ROCCAT haven't been able to stand up to people in that sense. And we highlighted Airwax and Betsy coming into this series, but it was... They had way more problems than just Airwax and Betsy synergy. In fact, maybe Airwax and Betsy was actually not too bad. They responded well. Airwax was there to help out Betsy when he needed him, but everything else has kind of crumbled for ROCCAT. So we'll see what they opt towards in this next champion state if they need to change something up here, Vedius.
The music, that's for sure.
The music
is very
has been
tense.
It is, yeah. Bringing up the hype here in the studio. But Swain's going to be banned away from the Unicorns, or by the Unicorns, followed by Caitlyn, similar to the first game. Take that away from Betsy and Steelback and Trundle and Bard. So really did not like those 2 picks in from the Unicorns.
No, and it makes sense because Chachi was able to put a lot of pressure down onto Parang, made it difficult for him to actually get involved with the Shen, and even though he interrupted Shen at times with which even if the Shen joined it wouldn't have mattered, the fact that he could do that to the Shen does mean that there was very few options for Trundle to actually, for the Shen to actually get involved in a lot of these fights, and Interestingly, UOL are the team to ban away this Jhin. So Veritas, now I'm wondering what he's going to be able to go back to, because we have to think, could he play the Ashe? Could he play something more utility focused? Could he move back to the Sivir perhaps? Or we have seen him play a couple of Ezreal games, obviously not to that much success given that they do have a pretty bad record. But still, there's just a lot of questions for me with the fact that Unicorns of Love banning away their Jhin. To me, it says that they have other things that are on their mind in terms of priority.
But that's the first thing we've seen that's really ticked all the boxes for Veritas. It's been really impressive for him. Last ban was Vladimir, so taking that off the table. And that was an instant lock of the Shen in from Chachi. So one D9 out from ROCCAT, but it didn't do all that much. I mean, it looked good being able to stop the early potential from Unicorns, but this time Chachi's going to bring this one out. And now ROCCAT, it's up to them what they want to bring to the table.
Well, the Trundle's gone. So now what do you pick into the Shen? I mean, as the Shen expert, are there any things that you would hate to play against?
As Shen? I mean, Shen right now, I mean, like, it's not just about the 1v1 matchup, it's about the global pressure he exerts on the map, you know? And no, I guess is the,
exactly. The We've seen the Irelia into Shen matchup, and you need a lot of specific requirements to have that Irelia come out ahead. So I do like this early pickup of the Shen. It's a very safe pick for Unicorns of Love because they know that ROCCAT clearly value it, given that they blind pick first rotation Shen in game 1. So they've taken that one away, and they've basically said, come at us, show us what you've got. Do you have any answers to your own plan?
Yeah. Let's see if ROCCAT do have that answer. They picked up the Ryze early on into the draft, along with the Lucian coming in here for Steelback. So a bit more aggression down there in the bottom lane, try and get some outplay happening. Unicorns of Love, 15 seconds left on the clock. What are they going to pick up here? Are they going to go bot lane here, pick up an ADC and support? Karma's still open.
So what I actually find interesting about this Ryze is the fact that we've seen more teams let it through. And to me, it seems like teams are finding a way to play around it. We have to remember that a couple of nerfs did come into the Ryze on patch 6.11, which weren't massive. They didn't completely kill him, and every region was still saying, no, 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 you can't let Ryze through. There's no way we can let you play this champion. So a lot of people were afraid of it, but then some teams were like, no, you can have him, you can have him. We've got a couple strategies in mind. And to be fair, we have seen some effective strategies. If you have that lane bully, Azir in particular, does a great job of keeping Ryze at arm's length. That makes it very difficult for him to get into these fights. And Nivea has been another champion that has basically said, no, I'm going to make it difficult for you to run at us and get into these fights. So I like the fact that UOL have left it through, but again, we have to wonder, what do UOL have an answer towards this Ryze?
Yeah, I always feel like Ryze has become a bit of a trap pick for people, a bit of a trap card, because he doesn't even have a positive win rate here in EU. So yeah, we'll see how that one works out. The picks were also Graves and Ezreal on the other side. So it's been a while since we've seen since Graves. Just a bit of a graphics problem here. So it is Rek'Sai and Braum, which was picked up by ROCCAT. So if you were wondering, so just imagine those are on your screen right now.
Yeah, just
imagination.
Just picture, use the power of imagination and friendship. But anyway, the I like that tribute to Yorick, given that it is his birthday.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Graves and Ezreal. Let's talk about the Graves and Ezreal, because Graves, as you rightly said, has fallen out of favor just a little bit, largely because he doesn't quite have the same early game power that a lot of other junglers possess. So he's quite good in sort of long scaling sort of comps, and to be fair, the fact that UOL have drafted this Ezreal who's likely going to go, I would imagine, towards the blue build Ezreal, especially when you pair it up with Nazir, means that UOL now are saying, we want to go towards the late game, we want to scale up. And they're actually sort of challenging ROCCAT in the sense of, go on then ROCCAT, we're giving you a composition, we're giving you a playstyle that suits you, because we feel confident enough that we can beat you at your own game.
Alright, a lot has just happened here though. We had the Varus pickup from ROCCAT, so bringing the long range counter to the mid lane. A lot of people consider Varus a counter to Azir, but also, Fabulous pick, Taric has come down for the Unicorns of Love. I hope it's a pink Taric as well for Unicorns. That would have a lot of synergy here, but what do you make of Taric coming out?
So Taric, a champion that we haven't seen very much of. We saw it during the Challenger series come out from SK's bottom lane.
Unlimited loved that pick.
The MF Taric combo was quite devastating. During the laning phase, he doesn't have that much pressure, but he can make some pretty amazing plays with his ultimate. He does a great job of keeping his team aligned. The sustain and the surprising pick potential that he does have is pretty strong. And in terms of the 2v2 matchup, I would give the advantage, the ever so slight advantage, over to the Braum and the Lucian, because Braum is very good into melee support. So we could very well see a lane swap coming out from the Unicorns of Love, and we do know how Shen does very well. Rise, not so well.
Yeah.
The Rise into the top lane is a good answer for Shen, but ROCCAT are saying, hey, we want these standard lanes. Varus, really good into Azir. Lucian, Braum, really good into Ezreal, Taric. Rise, range advantage. You're going to freely scale up against the Shen. So ROCCAT want to try their very best to get these standard lanes, whereas Unicorns, they're very likely going to try and avoid it.
Indeed. As we load up for our second game here, use hashtags UOL win and ROC win as we hit the rift very shortly. And who would have guessed Unicorns of Love with 1 win up in this series against ROCCAT as we get in here. Bloodstone Taric, really? Didn't go for Armor the 5th age?
Wow, so much judgment.
It's
in
the
that
Unicorns
tone.
of Love. Their color and thing is pink and unicorns, and they went with the red skin? Come on. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But
gonna have a pause out here. Probably noticed that they had the wrong skin, so could be remaking here for Pink Taric. No, that's not what's happening. We'll get some information to you guys very shortly on what's up.
So this gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit more about the comps, because obviously a lot happened during Champion Select, so
indeed,
all these interesting picks coming out. So let's just have a look at this. ROCCAT, they have the Varus, they have the Lucian, and initially you're thinking, oh, they're actually a pretty good poke composition, but then I'm wondering where the Rise fits into all of this, because when you have a poke comp, typically what you want is a solid front line, right, for your poke composition to hide behind, but also it acts as an engage tool. So you're basically saying, we're going to poke, 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 and then what we're going to do is when you're low, we're going to force a fight, because you're too low to fight back, so you're going to try and run away, and then this is great for us, because now you're in a sticky situation that you can't do anything about. But Rise does not really offer that. Rise is not a champion that acts as a solid front line that allows you to just quickly start these fights off. So yes, ROCCAT have pretty good pick potential. There's a lot of single target damage with the Varus ultimate, the Rise, Rune Prison. You've also got the Braum Q. But it's not that great at team fighting. It's not that great at, I mean, it has poke, but the whole team comp doesn't synergize. And I feel like what ROCCAT did was they picked the Rise, realized that it was a bad matchup into the Azir, and so last minute they go, okay, let's just, Rise is going into Shen, Varus going into Azir, so let's just pick standard lanes and hope that we can come out ahead in the laning phase. So, not personally a massive fan of the draft from ROCCAT, whereas Unicorns of Love, good on team fighting, really good at kiting, very well rounded, very much about the mid to late game. And I feel like honestly, Unicorns of Love have come out ahead pretty significantly in the draft.
And also to keep track of is the lane swap if we get one to start this one off, because Unicorns of Love would like that lane swap to go down. Chachi would be fantastic in that lane swap, and try and get Hylissang and Veritas out of that 2v2. So do of course have Veritas and Hylissang heading to the top side. And this is going to be read by ROCCAT. They didn't get a lot of early information. They just put wards down the river. So instead, we're going to see the dual lane and bot lane. Exile is making some bird noises. And we will see this 1v1 in the mid. So my question to you, Vedius, is why didn't ROCCAT try harder to get standard lanes?
You'll have to ask ROCCAT that, I'm afraid. Because, I mean, it should be relatively obvious that the swap was coming out, but Raze, what he's trying to do right now is get some deep vision down onto the red buff, because you want to try and push Unicorns off this red, you want to take them away from the strong half of your jungle, and the fact that Unicorns actually initiated this, yet they're not trying to get this deep vision down, I think is a big mistake. You can see Hylissang coming in very late to the party, means that EULCS and Parang have already completed a camp. They've also going to get themselves the Raptors, and this is actually going to take a lot of jungle away from Moog. So, yes, he's going to get the red buff, but he's not going to get all that extra experience, and he is going to be a little bit behind EULCS in the early game.
Sad days. But mid lane, we have Varus, as we mentioned in Champion Select, is considered the counter to Azir, is able to outrange him, put down that long-range poke. He and Azir, he and Vel'Koz rather, big picks in mid lane against the Azir. But standard lane swap. Not too much to write home about here, Vedius, and we'll see how this transitions into the mid-game. And of course, ROCCAT do want to try and get a little bit later into this game, but Unicorns of Love also, as the draft went on, picked up later scaling champions, so I don't even think they're going to be that upset if we get later into the game against ROCCAT. So it's really down to see if this red team can execute on their composition better than Unicorns, but they made a lot of mistakes last game that wasn't expecting really to see from them.
Yeah, but I do want to give praise to Unicorns of Love though for also setting up those plays.
Hillsang as well, big
yeah,
part of that.
Hillsang in particular. So right now, ROCCAT and EULCS pretty even in terms of the actual setting up for the lane swap. What you want to do now, if you're the support, is move up towards halfway through the lane, get the ward down, identify who's coming back. There is a Mountain Drake, but unlikely that either team will go for it. What we could see from Unicorns of Love is they return back to standard lanes. You have your bottom lane in the bottom half of the map. You then have Shen soak up as much farm as he can in the top lane. And then what you do is you push up to that tier 2 turret, tier 1 turret in the bottom lane, and then you can quickly rotate around and pick up that Drake because you're now on the strong side of the map. And getting that Mountain Drake very early on is great because it works towards the potential of 3 Mounted Drakes, which then increases your turret taking potential, your objective taking potential, which is great when you have this long range poke sort of siege situation of Azir and Ezreal. So Mountain Drake going to be very valuable for Unicorns of Love. But what I am worried about is Exile on this Azir, because we've seen him play it in the past. It's not an assassin. It's very much a control mage. Your positioning is very important. And speaking of positioning, he's a bit far up this lane right now.
Yeah, Airwax comes in, and Exile's having to burn the very early flash. So, yeah, not a lot invested by Airwax other than time. So he's pretty happy with this result. Also going to help Betsy just push it in. A couple Queen's Wrath auto attacks will help Betsy just push it in and back up. So we'll gain a small CS lead over Exile as he will have to take the long path back to mid lane. Of course, never picks up teleports, so won't have that one. Here comes the TP out from Chachi to push down the bottom lane, and we'll be able to push this one away. So 1-to-1 towers so far will also be traded to 2-and-2 towers.
Yep. So identical setup from both sides, and the big objective will be this Mountain Drake. It wouldn't surprise me if Unicorns of Love decide to pick it up. And now what we'll see is very much just the same on both sides. Yeah. So the bottom lane pushes towards ROCCAT, Parang catches it, then pushes back. Meanwhile, on the top half of the map, it pushes towards Unicorns of Love, and then you just collect it back and forth. You have this ping-pong scenario where you basically wait for one of the two top laners to teleport at the wrong time or Shen ult at the wrong time to really shift the game in a certain direction. But with the Mountain Drake now being started off by Unicorns of Love, they're going to scale nicely towards that mid to late game where they're going to have good objective control.
Good to know. And there's Unicorns of Love priority on the Dragon. You mentioned the reasons why they want to pick it up, and now they will secure it. So pretty happy with how this one's starting off. And only 6 minutes into the game, so pretty good for them. Betsy going to be opening up onto Exile in the mid lane. Flash comes out from Airwax, but response from Exile. A bit weird from Airwax because that was already still available, but Exile steps up to clear out the tunnel, and that was just not work. He's going to be finished off by Betsy. I'm not even sure why he jumped back in for that.
To be honest, he just wasn't expecting Raze to be there. With this lane swap setup, you would assume that the support is now going to return to the bottom half of the map, but he doesn't need to. There's no turret left for him to take. You can just have the AD carry sit in that lane and just soak up all the farm or push up the wave. And to be honest, it was just a misread of the map coming out from Exile. He was forced to use his cleanse from the ultimate from Betsy. He was also forced to use that flash very early on. And now we're basically seeing what Move did in Game 1 from Airwax in Game 2. And the problem for Move is he can't reciprocate the same sort of early game pressure because he's playing that Graves, he's playing that champion that takes a little bit longer to scale up. So big misplay from Exile, giving over first blood to ROCCAT.
Hillsang, he's going to try and make something happen in the top side, but Parang had already sniffed out the gank coming in, so he's absolutely fine with this. And Hillsang will go back to his laning partner. There is a pink ward, but he's going to miss it this time around. He'll get it later, I'm sure. Mid lane, though, because of Betsy's aggression in the early game and Betsy's ability to have picked up that kill with the help of his team, he's got that kill over Exile, and he's got 2 waves over him. And Airwax is coming back into mid lane, and he interrupts Shifting Sands, so Exile has to burn his ultimate. Betsy, great follow-up, and now he's sped up as well from the passive, which will pick up an easy kill onto Exile. This is all going wrong.
It certainly is. Exile giving away another kill. Move is not providing any support in the middle lane. And Chachi, he's overextending in the bottom half of the map, taking a lot of damage. Airwax is here as well. And that's just going to force EULCS away from the turret. But meanwhile, in the top half of the map, they're just bounding down onto this turret. They're not going to be able to take it quick enough, and Parang is just going to be able to soak up all this fudge.
This will cause major issues for the Unicorns of Love, having a fed Varus on the opposing team. Such a good start to this one. Moving the bot lane, kind of filling in the shoes of the ADC, but unfortunately Graves not really using that role anymore, or ever, past the rework. But Veritasi was pushing in the top wave against Parang, and he's still fine. ROCCAT though, see if they can leverage the how strong Betsy is right now, because he's already way above Exile in terms of itemization and power. Hylissang and Veritas were trying to take away this red, but Parang does react in time. So what do Unicorns of Love do from here, Velius? Does he just have to try and shut down Betsy, or because Varus will have such a big impact in the mid game?
They need Chachi to get 6 first, because once he's got that ultimate, the pressure from ROCCAT in the mid lane has to be alleviated, because you always have to be mindful of that Shen ultimate just ruining your gank, especially if move suddenly comes around the corner. It's like, oh, 1v2? No, 3v2 in our favor now. So Chachi needs that 6. He has just hit it. So it was smart from ROCCAT to abuse the window that they had between 1 and 6. And given the lane swap, it obviously delays getting to that level 6 a little bit longer for your top laners. So smart from ROCCAT, like the early game pressure. The question is, you know, as you said, for ROCCAT, how they keep up this pressure, because we've seen them have an early game lead in the past and throw it away. Whereas Unicorns of Love, they're now on the back foot. They need to figure out a way to get back into this game, and that is trying to make a play with Chachi. You be over-aggressive. You create these numbers advantage, because Parang doesn't have his teleport right now. You have a very small window where you could try to force a fight. I mean, if Exile just goes in now with his ultimate, Betsy has no summoner spells, they can look to pick up a kill. Trying to force these plays then and there is what you need to take advantage of, and EULCS just needs to be a little bit more proactive and willing to take these risks.
Yeah. I mean, they were taking them in game 1, they were really putting it to ROCCAT, but ROCCAT have this pretty strong gold lead here. What's up?
But also remember that EULCS also have a scaling combo. Exile, he's
going in as the ultimate. Veritas, everyone's coming in the mid lane, but it's Betsy on the receiving end to start this one off. Raze is going to come in with the ultimate, but there's the double kill for Move. Parang does not want to be here anymore. Pops the ultimate, desperate power flash away, and that very rapidly went wrong for ROCCAT.
So there's the play that we were just discussing. You needed to be proactive if you're Unicorns of Love. You throw the Shen ultimate down onto Exile. He dives in with the ultimate, gets the knock-up onto Betsy, who does not have any summoner spells available, and they get themselves a kill. ROCCAT try to respond, but because all 5 members of Unicorns are there is no way that they can turn that fight around, and now Unicorns, they're pushing onto this tier 1 turret in the mid.
Finally, ROCCAT are able to clear out this minion wave, so Unicorns at least won't pick up that tower, but just take a look at the setup. Everyone is in the wings ready for a fight to erupt.
Everyone's waiting for the play. ROCCAT want to go for the dive, but EULCS, they're just a little bit quicker on the trigger. And then because of that Shen ult combo on top of the Azir, there's just no response from Betsy. He's too far away from his team for them to collapse fast enough. And not only do they get the teleport out from Parang, but they get the heal out from Steelback as well. The flash is gone from that Rise too. So many good things going in favor of Unicorns of Love right now, and this composition is where it wants to be. You're not falling too far behind during the laning phase. Yes, that Exile, he went 0 and 2, but his team is compensating for that by helping him out and putting as much pressure down to Betsy as they can.
Yeah, now 2 and 2 in this game. Unicorns of Love got a pretty good track up until the late game here, and I was just about to say, gonna hold that thought for a second. Chachi comes in, flash dash onto Betsy, collateral damage from nowhere, but Chachi is locked up under the tower. A lot of return damage in from Betsy, so was able to get out of that 3-man gank. Raze also coming up the mid lane.
So you get the flash and ghost out from Betsy in exchange for the flash from Chachi, and okay, you don't quite have the damage to kill Betsy because Exile did not have his ultimate available, but still, 2 big summoner spells burnt on a low mobility AD carry up against an Azir, a Graze, and a Shen is fantastic for Unicorns of Love, and now they're going to make a play onto this tier 2 turret in the top.
TP coming in from Chachi, zoning away Parang and Airwax, and Unicorns of Love are just going to take this one away, being helped out as well by the early Mountain Dragon. 12 minutes in, and Unicorns are pushing up to this inhibitor tower now. Now backing off. Yeah, this is just coming up Millhouse for Unicorns of Love, looking real good in this game.
Not great lane assignments from ROCCAT, and Unfortunately for them, they end up giving away the tier 2 turret in the top lane, largely because they send their AD carry to the bottom half of the map. He's not going to be able to... If he was in the top half, he could have been there with Raze to clear out that big minion wave that was stacking up. ROCCAT did not read the map well enough. They didn't recognize all this deep vision that was in their jungle. And look at Parang.
Wow, getting 1v1 by Move right now, but the tables have turned. Betsy comes in, picks up the kill. Airwax onto Exile, but a fantastic ultimate will come in and separate the fight. Airwax chasing down onto Chachi, now onto Veritas, gets the knock-up. Does he have the damage from Steelback and Raze? They didn't even want to get involved. Mystic Shot will hit Airwax on the way out. That was overall a 2-for-0 actually from ROCCAT.
So, ROCCAT actually turning this one around. The fact that Unicorns of Love were able to pick up the tier 1 turret and then over-aggress after not going back and actually spending their gold means that ROCCAT are able to find themselves a turnaround fight. So, 3 members of ROCCAT try to get the collapse into 4 members of Unicorns, but that wall actually does a great job of splitting up ROCCAT, or keeping them all together even, that they're able to get the exhaust down onto Azir and mitigate a lot of his damage. And with him gone, Ezreal's not at a point that he's able to clean up the fight. They're very wary of the damage that Steelback is putting out, and that means that ROCCAT are able to clean up a kill. And bear in mind, Move, he died up in the top half of the map because he was going super ham onto Parang and he just didn't have the damage to get the kill.
Right now, ROCCAT, this game is just swinging back and forth. Crazy plays are happening in this early game. And Hillsang and Mover probably going to take away this Infernal Dragon without too much contest from ROCCAT. Now coming down and just not really interested in contesting this. Move does need to finish this one off. There we go.
Gets a camp advantage.
And
it's just a standard lane swap. Perfect split.
14 minutes
Left side
in.
is now belong to Fnatic.
So
right side completely belongs to Origin.
Yeah, we did
right now,
catch a
Unicorns of Love,
hybrid. They ran all the way up to the Wolfcamp, placed a ward down themselves.
Were able to pick themselves up the Infernal Drake, as well as get themselves the blue of ROCCAT, which is always a nice thing to have, take away from your opponents. Especially denying it from the Varus means that he won't be able to get the same sort of poke down because he won't have the same sort of mana reserves. But only a small objective is obviously not going to prevent Betsy from doing any poke whatsoever.
Yeah. I thought I'd just become psychic because I thought I could hear Mitch and Trevor in the other studio. Maybe I've just developed psychic abilities, but either way, ROCCAT pushing down the bottom lane here, and Move is taking away this pesky pink ward that happens to be in his jungle. Eventually someone's going to find it. 15 minutes in, and this game is actually more even now, and 3 of those kills from ROCCAT are all onto Betsy, so this is his time to shine and really put down those piercing arrows and make it difficult for Unicorns of Love to do what they want to do in this game. Airwax floating around the bot lane as well. What is up, Mr. Bedius?
We did mention earlier on that Steelback and Betsy were really the superstars for ROCCAT, the people that you want to have ahead if you want ROCCAT to succeed, and the fact that both those players right now have the gold advantage, the CS advantage, that is a great setup for ROCCAT moving forward. So we're approaching the mid-game point where both teams who Exile forced to use the cleanse.
Oh, Chains of Corruption will lock down Move. Mid tower's dropping towards ROCCAT. Chachi's coming in here. Conquering Sands doesn't quite want to pull the trigger, but clears out the minion wave, so they are good to go. You can actually just see how back and forth this game has been. ROCCAT with the advantage and Unicorns pulling it back. Then ROCCAT with the advantage and Unicorns are pulling it back, and now ROCCAT still have the gold lead, but you can see it's literally just small amounts of gold. 200 gold in it is practically nothing. ROCCAT trying to exacerbate that lead. Move's going to have to pop the ultimate to back away. Raze is going to block up the damage coming in from Unicorns of Love, and eventually now ROCCAT will back on off for good. Well, not for the rest of the game, but for the next minute or so, Chachi is able to pick up this farm as well. Let's take stock of how everyone's doing though, because even though the game is even in terms of gold, you can see the gold a little bit more over to Parang in the top lane, Betsy of course ahead in the mid lane, and Steelback as well. You can see a big deficit is actually Move over Airwax because of the kills he picked up and how much involvement he's had. He's actually got 100 farm as the jungler at 17 minutes over Airwax.
That's what Graves does, man. That's what he does. He's really good at clearing those waves. And now Unicorns of Love, they're going to be able to pick themselves up a Rift Herald, which likely going to be putting onto Chachi, given that he will be that split pusher. And this is a pretty good time to pick it up because that will last now until 37 minutes, which is pretty late into the game.
Can confirm. It is a late point in the game.
But one person that I do want to mention is Exile, not being on that Assassin, only sitting on the Nash's Tooth right now. I feel like he needs to go for Zhonya's next with the amount of AD that is on the side of ROCCAT, but then you've got this situation where Betsy going to be going for that full penetration build. He's already got the Ghost Blade completed. Wouldn't surprise me if he works towards something like a Mortal Reminder as well, given the plus 10 AD. It's actually so much more valuable now. And as well as that, you get the more of Malmortius to mitigate a lot of the magic damage. And right now, ROCCAT once again setting up for a siege underneath this tier 1 turret in the mid. They have a lot of poke damage with this Varus, but it's this fact that it's really difficult for ROCCAT to actually force a fight. They need EULCS to overextend, and yes, they can get this pick because they have
Chains
the
of Corruption. Someone needs to get in there and save him. HylaSang got a body blow. Piercing arrow out from Betsy will finish off his counterpart.
Good snipe coming out from Betsy, right in between the two members of Unicorns, and now that they've got that pick, they can finally take this tier 1 turret down in the mid lane, but Veritas is taking a lot of damage.
Betsy really turning up. Cosmic Radiance is going to save his life. HylaSang into the battle. And in the backlines, Chachi's coming in, looking for a target, but he's got no help. He's going to have to Shadow Dash to safety. Betsy was looking to follow up, unfortunately no mana on him now. Everyone from Unicorns of Love flashing up red, and ROCCAT are going to try and capitalize on this. 2 minions left in his way, but another one very soon. Veritas getting out there. Arcane Shift at the last second. And ROCCAT decide to back away, actually, despite the wounded Unicorns of Love trying to defend.
They don't want to overcommit to anything. They can't afford an exile. He's just trying to get a bit of poke down onto LCS when there are 3 members of ROCCAT in the mid lane. You're just asking to get caught out of position. The snipe, it does hit HylaSang, but fortunately the damage reduction isn't actually enough to keep Exile alive. And that results in another kill going over to Betsy. Just Exile, we've talked about him so much. When he doesn't get this LeBlanc, he just does not seem to be in a point of comfort, because he's now 0-4 on the Azir. His positioning has just been so questionable, and that's the most important thing when it comes to Azir. You need to manage your soldiers efficiently. The use of your wall is very important, and you are this control mage. That's literally your go-to thing. And if you're constantly playing on the front line, constantly playing over aggressive, you're going to get punished for it.
And he has been punished multiple times in this game. Betsy, though, has been really turning up on Varus. Even though he got ganked once in the mid lane, he's picked up 4 kills, and a lot of those were really set up from him as well. Great Chains of Corruption, being pinpoint accurate on those Qs, and that would have been very close to finishing off Exile, but he did manage to shifting sands away to safety. Next dragon is now alive. It will be the Ocean Dragon. Unicorns of Love, won't be taking this one away. ROCCAT will take their first dragon off the game. Yeah, really not in position to contest this one here, Medius.
But unfortunately for ROCCAT, it's not a Mountain Drake or an Infernal Drake, which is what UOL are currently sitting on, so not the ideal. And the next one is Ocean as well, so the two Drakes that ROCCAT are likely able to get themselves are unfortunately not the ones that they would have wanted.
It's
but
not
still,
horrible, though.
It's not horrible, especially when you're running this poke composition with Betsy.
Yeah.
Thing is, for me, I get very mindful of calling it a poke composition, because the only poke you really have is Betsy.
But he is a one-man artillery at this point, with
he
so
really is.
much gold funneled into him, so
But
not too
it's Steelback going for more of the scaling build now, with the nerf to Ghostblade and the nerf to Lucian as well.
Yeah.
You just want to have more of an impact in the late game, and Lucian is still very much that independent AD carry that can make all kinds of plays, so he's not weak by any means. And going for this more scaling build allows you to make plays, but have a look at LCS or Chachi even, as they both just
two ships in the night, just passing each other and fading off into the sunset. But in these situations where everyone's just kind of standing off, it's Betsy who comes out ahead, because he's just able to poke away with piercing arrows all day. And Veritas isn't really that big right now. He's got the 2-item power spike, but that's a big CS lead in the bot lane. I hadn't even noticed. Steelback.
And it's all because Steelback is being given all this sidewave. Parang is on low econ right now, where ROCCAT just aren't interested in helping him out. He's playing a Rise. He needs to get to this point with which he can have a big impact. And to be fair, he has completed the Rod of Ages. It is on 8 stacks right now. I'm going to check just very quickly how many tier stacks he's on, and he's on 564, so he's getting there pretty quickly. So he should still be able to get that 2-item spike on top of the GA, which means he will still be pretty powerful. And he's been getting enough experience that he's still relevant in the game. But the fact that there is so much priority for ROCCAT to get all their gold down onto Steelback really does emphasize how much value ROCCAT put on this AD and mid duo.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Betsy's fine. He doesn't need more farm right now. Oh, here comes Chachi again from the back lines, but last time it didn't go so well. He's going to taunt just Airwax, but that's not really that helpful. Chains of Corruption will lock down the back line in from Unicorns. Raze is going to follow up now. Here comes Raze with another great ultimate onto Veritas, but Parang and no one really from ROCCAT can get involved. Cosmic Radiance onto the entire lineup of Unicorns.
And this was what we were talking about during Champions Select. It was just how do ROCCAT actually force the fights that they want. They get a lot of poke damage down. You can see how chunked out Move and Hylissang were. They land the ultimate from Betsy to just act as a disengage tool, but then when they want to try and re-engage and try and force a fight, they have nothing in their toolkit available. Parang literally walked in from the flank, said hello, and then left again. There was nothing that he could really do to get involved, so unfortunately for ROCCAT, their composition showing signs that they have no real way to force a fight. And Unicorns with the Azir Ezreal have so many options to disengage. He has gone for the Trinity Force build. I'm not personally a big fan in this particular composition because you can see that with the Azir you're going for more scaling.
Yeah.
By going for Trinity Force, you're going for more of a mid-game spike. But and to be fair, Unicorns definitely not the ones with the mid-game lead right now.
Really want to emphasize that though, because Betsy has done over 3 times the damage of Exile in this game, 18,000 to 5k, but the problem is ROCCAT can't get into a fight. Everyone can be on 1 hit from Unicorns, but they just run away and ROCCAT can't capitalize on it. So it doesn't matter how well Betsy's doing right here. Unless Parang just gets the flank of the sentry, Airwax comes in as well. They just can't make it happen. And Chachi has had some interesting flanks. He always comes in from the back line. It's like, ha, the perfect position for me to be in this share. And then it's just like, actually, you probably don't want to fight here. And then he just runs back to his team. So this is a very weird game for sure. ROCCAT have the small gold advantage, but slowly pushing in. What they do well is leveraging Betsy's siege.
They literally just gave away a completely free mid turret. No idea why Unicorns will love that one go. They could have sent Exile up to the top. They could have had Move got to the top lane, keep their main wave clears in the mid lane. But ROCCAT now 4 members strong. Gonna likely take this tier 2 turret in the bottom lane as well, and Unicorn are just giving away all these free objectives to ROCCAT.
There's a lot of question marks right now for me, Vedius. ROCCAT struggling to get involved in fights, therefore Unicorns can just sit under their towers and stop them from taking them, and instead Unicorns of Love just kind of go back to base 1 by 1, farm up the jungle, and it's like, oh wait, we just lost 2 turrets. Inner turrets as well, which should be much easier to defend than the outer line, so that was bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know why Unicorns of Love let that happen.
Yeah, a lot of odd decisions.
They could have easily defended that push, especially when you have the low range Lucian who has to get in range of the turret against an Azir. You've also got that Shen potentially ulting onto the Azir. We saw the combo earlier on in the game from Unicorns of Love. Yep. It's a great way to force a fight. You have the Trinity Force. Ezreal is strong right now. Graves is strong right now. Azir just completed the Rylai's. Yes, he is pretty far behind Betsy, but it doesn't matter because your other 2 members are pretty strong. You just go in, you do your Shurima Shuffle, you have the Shen ultimate on top of you to keep yourself alive long enough. You have all the HP from the Rylai's too. Like, Unicorns of Love have all the tools in their kit to sit there and shut ROCCAT down. And they are not doing anything. We talked about how they needed to be proactive, and they showed signs of that. Yeah, right now, they're just kind of giving ROCCAT everything. They're saying, oh no, please don't hurt us. Just have the turret. We don't want to get poked anymore by Betsy.
It just feels like they ran out of steam from Game 1. Game 1 looked so good for them, and now Unicorns of Love just kind of lost track of what their game plan was, really. Betsy is going to try and steal away this Booba, and he gets it with the rest of his team coming in. Move was trying to come in range for a smite to counter steal. Move's also going to take another Q out from Betsy. Betsy is hurting so much right now. Each of those Qs is chunking people massively, but
3 items.
Yeah, but while we've literally said this time and time again, like ROCCAT should be able to land this poke, but then not get the engage down. But Unicorns of Love are just kind of giving ROCCAT a chance. It's just like, here, we know how your composition struggles, so we're just going to help you out real quick. And yeah,
and just look at the vision right now around Baron. Weird. The entire top half of Unicorn's jungle is controlled by ROCCAT right now, and kind of find it interesting that Parang went for the GA before completing his tier item, but Parang is getting collapsed on.
He is. Here comes Move, flash dash by Chachi. They're going to have to kill him twice though. Flash comes in from Parang, and collateral damage will create some distance between Move and Parang, but he kind of just walks up and will just die to Parang. Chachi will drop him into GA. He will come back up with part of his health bar remaining, and Chachi is going to slap him away with these with, I don't know what they're called. He's going to kill him eventually, though. Twilight Assault is going to be slow. Oh, no, Parang. Okay, he's dead. That was way closer than it should have been.
Certainly was. So much lifesteal, and now ROCCAT with 2 members of Unicorn to the bottom half of the map. They're going for the Baron.
They are. ROCCAT with 3 members here. Betsy trying to zone them away. Hillerstein dropping low, but Cosmic Radiance is coming down. Chachi into the fight. Betsy's going to fall to exile, but the Cunning will finish him off in from Steelback. 3 for 2 overall. Who picked up the ban? It was ROCCAT.
But bear in mind, it was 3 for 3 because Parang ended up getting a kill onto move down in the bottom half of the map. So overall, big win for ROCCAT. Only 2 members did get the Baron, but that's more than enough to be able to break into the rest of the base. So you can see the ROCCAT in a 4 versus 3 situation. Betsy just getting as much poke down as possible. Don't like that ultimate from Betsy. He got a little bit greedy. He used it way too preemptively, and if he'd had it then, he could have got a kill down onto Exile, but unfortunately for Unicorns, they have no jungle smite. They have no way to steal away this Baron. Betsy ends up getting killed off on the side from Exile, and that's the problem that you have when you actually get into a DPS battle with Nazir. You're never going to come out ahead, simply because he just does too much damage when you're standing in range of his soldiers. But still, ROCCAT, they can be pretty happy with the fact that they picked up the Baron. Parang can be pretty happy with the fact that he was able to get a kill in a 2v1. Nearly got 2.
Yeah.
And if he just had that cooldown, he definitely would have been able to pick up the 2 kills. But overall, good execution from ROCCAT. And this is good stuff from them.
It is, but this is a messy game. Like, both sides are making a lot of mistakes, and some are being capitalized on and some are not. And it was kind of a comedy of errors between the 2 mid laners, because Betsy misses the ultimate, Exile tries to punish him, also misses his ultimate, and then eventually they just both die. Parang's in this 1-on-3. He made the 1-on-2 work, but this time too many people were chasing him. Razor's coming in here with Airwax. Betsy doesn't really want any of this. Chachi is going to get the taunt down onto Airwax. Razor's going to help him out. In comes Veritas and Exile. The chains are spreading, and that's the end of that chapter. Steelback will take out Move in the middle of nowhere. What's going on, Vedius?
I have no idea what just happened there. Parang dying randomly in the top half of the map. The rest of his team isn't there, and he just gets caught out by 3 people. And then Move also randomly dying to Steelback in a position where he just should not have been. And ROCCAT not properly using their Baron to break into the base. EULCS clumping together to come up with whatever strategy they can to find some avenue back into this. And it's just a mess, Pulse. It is a pile of baloney. That is what this is right now.
There's spaghetti all over the floor in this game. 30 minutes in. All right, let's take a look. I'm going to actually track Move and what the hell he was doing.
So just look at the minimap. Parang is pushing because he thinks he's safe. And, okay, so Unicorns right now could have just pushed down mid. Instead, they try to help out Parang. When they finally get to Parang, he's already lost his life. And then they realize, oh, wait a minute, we can't force a fight because we're now in a 4 versus 5 situation. And then Move is running top. For no reason at all, Move is moving away from his team. And he ends up just dying the Steelback. I don't know, Pulse. There were many questionable decisions there.
I was following Move there, and he thought that his team wasn't going to be able to get out alive, so he moved upwards, and he had no faith. If he had just gone to the rest of the team, he would have run down and survived, but he was just like, nope, I'm out. I'm going to try and survive while the rest of my team dies, and then he just got picked off. So, yeah, moment of indecision and just making the wrong choice there will allow ROCCAT an even further gold lead. Chachi's going to E over the wall. Here comes Raze though. Glacial Fisher comes out, and Steelback is going to chase down Chachi. A lot of damage coming in. We'll get the stun off, and we'll finally take him out. Move over the wall. Going to blast him away. The collateral damage. In comes Exile, looking for 1, looking for 2. But Steelback's going to go big and find the double. Meanwhile, Hillerstein's coming out. Airwax is into the base of Unicorns of Love, but he's going to cut off the retreat from Hillerstein. Will the ultimate come in time? No, it will not. And Veritas will not really benefit from the Cosmic Radiance. 4 members just died from Unicorns in what I really can't call a team fight. ROCCAT are now chasing the top lane down. Veritas is the only one who is alive. ROCCAT are going to get this inhibitor. They are going to continue to push. Airwax is going to come back into this fight. And he may just close out the game here, Vedius. What is even going on? Chachi's going to not do anything. He's dead. Parang's going to go onto the tower with Steelback. Nexus turrets fall. Nexus dies. ROCCAT are just going to pick up the win here. I have no idea what just happened.
So, ROCCAT are able to close that one out in what was
a goofy game.
A goofy game.
Yeah.
I think goofy is the best way to describe it. I do want to give praise to the early game of ROCCAT for Betsy in particular. Airwax put a lot of pressure down onto trying to get Betsy ahead. And I think the fact that they did get the counter matchup was very beneficial for Betsy because they punished quite heavily to be honest, the lack of experience that Exile seemed to demonstrate on that Azir. So, it was messy as we got later into the game because, I mean, there were highlight moments where Parang getting himself the 1 kill and a 2 versus 1 in the bottom lane, then Unicorns of Love being very smart and saying, hey, let's go get the Baron really quickly. There's no way in which they can respond. And the fact that they used Betsy to get a lot of these picks, get a lot of damage down underneath these turrets was smart, but just so many errors as well. Just the way in which they used the Baron, their draft was highly questionable. I mean, that Ryze did nothing. Other than that play in the bottom lane, that Ryze literally had no impact in that game. And Steelback did a great job on Lucian. 5-0 and 2 was his final score.
Yeah, a lot of cleanup.
But it was... I wasn't happy with the draft. I didn't like the fact that Unicorns of Love didn't make proactive plays when they had so many tools in their kit to do it. The itemization as well, if Veritas had gone for more of the kiting style, then they could have stalled out for a lot longer, especially given that ROCCAT had no way to actually force an engagement. There are big question marks right now, especially seeing as ROCCAT lost game 1, and they look like a 4th place team to me, like just last week. And now they're struggling against Unicorns of Love. This should be a team that is firmly in 10th place. That is what this team should be. But
they should.
They're taking games off of ROCCAT. They're forcing ROCCAT to have to work to actually win a game. And I don't know, Pulse. I'm worried for both these teams right now.
I am too. It definitely was a worrying trend opening up here, but as you said, I mean, this game was just spaghetti, right? Like, it just didn't make a lot of sense. First game was actually really good, I felt.
Pulse. It was baloney.
It was baloney. I just want to take a look at the damage dealt, because Betsy had 35,000 damage dealt in that game.
That's to be expected. That's to be expected.
The next highest was 13,000, though, coming in from Ezreal. And it was just like, if you could see this, he's literally dwarfing everyone. And he had a really good game. He is definitely my player of the game. But it shouldn't have worked like that. That shouldn't have been the way that ROCCAT won that game, because they shouldn't have been able to take towers. They shouldn't have been able to capitalize on Betsy so easily. With Unicorns of Love, it was specifically that moment in my mind where Unicorns of Love just gave up middle tower and bottom tower for no reason. They just went back to base at random times and just let ROCCAT get away with this win.
So the thing about this draft, right, is you early pick the Shen.
Yeah.
There are no answers to it. You have the Ryze. Okay, I can understand where you'd pick the Ryze. You have 2 scaling, and eventually Ryze is going to get to a point where he does outscale the Shen. I mean, it's Ryze. If you have standard matchups. So ROCCAT should have done whatever they could in the early game to force standard lanes.
Yeah.
Because that is what they want. They have the Lucian Braum, really good into Ezreal Tarak. They already have the mid lane matchup advantage, Varus into Azir. We saw it go heavily in their favor.
Exactly.
And the Ryze can bully out the Shen, farm up for free, and get into a point at which he's that big late game terror. And then you just slowly build up an advantage from the laning phase, and then you sort of snowball it from there. They get the lane swap. Things go horribly for ROCCAT. I mean, they lose a lot of objectives. They lose a lot of turrets. And then just while all this has been going on, the mid lane has just been getting camped. Move has had no response. We saw why the Graves is being falling off, and that's because he doesn't have the same sort of early game impact that someone like a Rek'Sai has, someone like an Elise has. And so, not actually a massive fan of the Graves, and you can just see why. Especially when this whole team is very much built about, let's make sure Exile has a decent laning phase.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a look at a clip from that last game. It's the Rek'Sai here getting onto Azir. Good commentary there by Pyra. But actually, the topic I want to hit next really here, Vedius, is the fact that what do we take away from this game for the two teams? Because Unicorns of Love, we were like, okay, they look like a 10th place team coming in here, but they really showed up against ROCCAT in the first game, but still make errors that would kind of lean towards them still being towards the bottom of the table. Maybe not even 10th place anymore. But ROCCAT disappointing. They should have been head and shoulders over the Unicorns of Love, but displayed problems in Game 1 and Game 2. So a lot of question marks as we head into the next couple of weeks for both of these teams, and we'll see what this means. But we are going to send it over to Sifa, who's standing by on the side stage with Betsy.
Question marks indeed, Pulse. Hopefully seeing a lot of them answered in the next couple days. I'm, of course, sitting over here with the victorious Betsy, 1-1 in their match overall. And the first thing I want to ask you is, Game 1, pretty rough playing the Azir, but you flipped it on its head. You went for the Varus into the Azir in Game 2 and absolutely dominated. Run me through that matchup. How does it feel to play that matchup?
I think at every point in the game, I think Varus wins. And especially with the new start with Mana Crystal and the 3 pots, you can pretty much win the lane, and you're also better late game. So.
Absolutely. So looking at mid lane overall, it feels like we've seen a lot of changes this season. You yourself have been pulling out the Swain, seeing a lot of bans having it taken away from you, Vladimir as well. How do you feel about the mid lane champion pool currently, and who's your preferred pick if you can get your hands on it?
I like those champs the most, I would say. But it's really diverse, like the champion pool right now. And I feel like you can play almost everything. And like why I like Swain and Vlad the most is because they pretty much fit in like almost every comp. So.
Definitely a nice thing to have that flexibility. Looking at the way your team has been executing in the last couple of weeks, we've been on the broadcast really critical of your guys' early game, and I just wanted to get your thoughts about how you feel about how you guys play the early game, and are you happy with it? What do you think needs to change?
I think it's mostly me and Airworks not playing that well. I feel lately I played really bad last week, for example, and I feel like if we step up, our early game will be much better, and therefore we can win more games.
And so what do you think it's going to take to step up that early game? Is it more practice? Is it figuring out how to play the early game better? Or do you just feel like you've been underperforming a little bit?
Yeah, I think it's just us underperforming.
Overall, of course. So looking at your guys' late game team fighting, we talked a little bit before the interview, and we praised you nonstop for it in the first couple of weeks. But you said you felt it's been on the decline. Why do you think the team fighting has been falling short, and what do you think it's coming down to in these late game situations?
I'm not really sure. I feel like it's a bit random. And also our decision making lately have been much worse than before as well. So if we can like have better communication during the game, I think our late game will be as good as before as well.
Yeah, well, it's something I'm very excited to see as you guys move forward. Obviously a little bit up and down, but always good to see you guys pull out these wins in the end. But thank you so much for talking to me today, and we're going to toss it back over to the caster desk to announce the player of the game.
Thank you very much, Sifa. And the player of the game is actually going to be the guy we just saw there. Betsy had a fantastic performance on the Varus and just did so well in that game, being able to poke people down and just capitalize on that mid lane advantage.
He was a big reason as to why they were able to close that one out. The poke damage that he was putting down largely facilitated Steelback. Yep, being that cleanup AD carry that he did have a bit of a reputation for last split, and unfortunately for him in this game, he has to carry that burden once more.
Indeed, but
it was still overall a decent game from Betsy. His use of the Varus was impressive, and the fact that EULCS set him up for success is exactly what ROCCAT want to be doing in pretty much all of their games.
Which was the opposite from what our storyline was coming into the week. It was like actually EULCS and Betsy haven't had the greatest synergy coming up to this point. But it was the opposite in this game, where they really came together and made it work. They also did capitalize on the mistakes from Unicorns of Love, but also the vibe from Betsy as well. He's like, the team recognizes a lot of the mistakes they made, so back to the drawing board. So hopefully they can come back stronger. But we did see good things from both teams. We did see bad things from both
I do also just want to highlight how many resources ROCCAT actually invest into Steelback, because he was on 16.4 thousand gold. The next closest to him was Betsy on 13.8.
Yep.
I mean, that's a 2,500, 3,000 gold differential between the AD carry and the mid laner.
He was going for the CS record there. He had 370 at 32 minutes.
I mean, that is how much ROCCAT tunnel their farm onto Steelback. And we've been saying that Parang perhaps has been struggling a bit to have an impact. Well, when you kind of look at it holistically, perhaps that reason is because Parang isn't getting any resources. He's not being allowed to shine, and
but
all of it is being tunneled
the chicken or the egg, though?
Yeah,
you know, like, is it because he's underperforming, don't give him resources, or the other way around? We just don't know right now. But with the score settled here in the studio, we're going to send it over to the action in the LCS arena, where Origin are currently looking to settle the score with Fnatic in Game 2 of our match of the week.
As we're about to crest over 30 minutes, I'd like to welcome EULCS2 If you've just joined us, Origin took control after a very even early to mid game.
Yeah.
Great team fight and secured Baron as well.
Yeah, focus on honestly keeping SOAS even and then snowballing from mid lane. All members worked together to get Feba's flash down, then he got punished by scoops from Power Wheel going in, connecting cocoons from Amazing. And he's the prime focus in some of these fights. Also made some individual mistakes here.
I think it's also important to mention, game 1 was a heavy-handed stop.
Dominating victory.
Yeah, Fnatic really, they got ahead early and they really punished. So it's great to see Origin actually bounce back.
Composition also just allows Origin to play more of their game style. They've made this mistake, this Kassadin pickup in low wave clear matchups that they then play incorrectly. They've done this so often in the past, and I don't know why they keep going back to it. It's likely a product of scrim environment, where you take more risks, and you take that extra wave on the side lane, and you have more pressure because you feel like the jungler's there.
Yeah.
Then they ask you, how did you know? It's like, nah, I don't know, man. Sometimes, you know, game sense.
Game sense, bro.
Yeah.
Picking up bottom, Reckless Arcane shifts away to safety. Trinity Force, Muramana, Hex and Recurve. Continue to stack up. This might be interesting. Spirit decides to go in. Tunnels under, Chilling Smite gets the knockup.
BOE has teleport, Victor does not have, so this could be a really good turnaround here for Origin.
Ash Arrow onto Spirit, teleport from...
Too late.
Power of Evil was cancelled, and Spirit's able to escape, so that's a cooldown blown.
Because he's sporting it's a new fancy edition of the Mercury Threads. See, reduces that cooldown, and because we come out of an era where everybody and their mom was building Swifties, it's really kind of weird to see junglers or anybody with Merc Threads, so it kind of throws off your perception. You see an arrow and you, in your mind, he's stunned for a certain amount of seconds, and heavily reduced.
Works out in Spirit's favor at the very least. And I quite like talking about the boots. The Azir is now moving over to Berserker's Greaves in the last few patches. Makes them even more terrifying, especially when you look at that build. Nash's Rylai's Death Cap. Power of Evil is terrifying, and he's on the hunt. Bird is the word as he's looking for Gamsu. Gamsu might get rooted, but he's forced to flash away. Summon spell blown.
I wonder if it was worth for Hybrid to preemptively flash there. We've seen a lot of commoners do that. Press W, flash aggressively, which means if they cover the same distance, they will still get snared, and then Power of Evil could scoop in with his flash, get a pick off, and we're looking at a 30-second Nasher timer, maybe.
Would have been close.
Would have been close.
Would have been close indeed. Next dragon is Ocean. It has spawned. Thank you for that one, observers. And it looks like Fnatic are in position to contest. Actually, they might be able to take this down very quickly.
Yeah, so they could actually... Origin could step away here, pop in a Azir turret behind them, and actually go for Siege's mid. I don't know why Amazing is still lurking around. This is too greedy to play on all these fronts at the same time.
Look at the top lane. Soaz is pushing into the base already. Origin are going to put down the Sun Disc on the inner turret. Flash away from Amazing.
Good. Now this is alright. They're respecting the distance here. Soaz is in top lane. They just need to path forward, not get caught in the middle lane here. We see Victor going in. Tidal Wave coming in.
Tidal Wave is going to be flashed away and repelled as well. Amazing's in trouble. The inhibitor was secured. So if Origin can escape with only losing one, that's worth it. Peck has already fired the Crystal Arrow. And Spirit is in trouble. Here comes Spirit. Soaz is able to jump onto Pekka. Pekka is down, in fact, rather. Now Power of Evil's in trouble.
Soaz jumped onto Reckless, but he shifted over defensively and aggressively at the same time. And this is why I didn't like what Amazing and Hybrid were doing. Yes, they slowed down Fnatic, but they put themselves too close to the danger. And Origin, yes, they get the objective, which is the inhibitor in the top lane.
And middle, maybe. Soaz is...
They need this one in the middle lane to make this play be worth.
All right, Power of Evil. There is Emperor's Divide available for him. Gamsu and Soaz will be going toe-to-toe on the inhibitor. Baron's down to 2,000. It should be secured here by Fnatic. There's so many members. Soaz does not care. He's able to stun up Gamsu, get the inhib, and back away.
I like it, though. I like the play that Origin produced right there. I think the execution is debatable, but going for an Ocean Dragon trade to then move into the base and get 2 inhibitors down. Now they can easily defend on all lanes against his Baron push. So we will see that fight around Elder Dragon for sure in this game.
So Baron for 2 inhibs, as well as a number of kills to Fnatic.
Like
look, replay.
Because Amazing just uses flash already, right? So Februn will know that. And with the Rylai slow, his ulti just keeps on ticking. Tidal Wave follows up, so he drops. And right now, Origin is fragmented. Look where Expected comes out too. Like, why is Expected there? Spirit circles. Reckless, really good shift here. So as dashes, you thought he was dead, but he actually jumped it over the wall. very hard to track sometimes.
I had no idea where he went.
This is like, Soaz jumps on, expect it. No, he's on
Yes,
his team.
exactly. I was like, how on earth did that happen? Regardless, Fnatic, they get the kills, they lose their inhibs, they get Baron. And this is a really interesting question because no scrim gets to 35 minutes with 5 Dragons on one team.
I mean, some of them might, but very rarely will the goal be even.
With inhibitors down.
But the inhibitor spawn time is, I think it's 5 minutes. I actually never know the exact amount because nobody times them. But you can definitely tell when an inhibitor spawns by the circle that's around them. So if you ever want to know, you just hover over on an inhib, and there's this little glowing circle that's going on, and that will tell you how long it takes for the inhibitor to spawn. Anyways, the whole point of the story is inhibitor will spawn before Elder Dragon does, I believe.
That will alleviate the pressure. For
Roughly
Fnatic.
at the same time, because they took the dragon and then a play went, and I think they will spawn roughly at the same time.
That's bad for Fnatic though, isn't it? If they're still supers pushing into their base.
They can solve the last wave of supers, and like one wave of supers isn't really going to kill your inhibitor immediately unless somebody teleports.
Alright, and there's 2 available for Origin. Power of Evils comes off cooldown in a moment or 2. We are now into the late game. Azir, 4th item completed, Void Staff. And Fnatic are shoving out those super minions. Look, you can see Reckless all the way in the mid lane. Gamsu dealing with the top lane as well.
Yeah, there, you can just see the little spiral that's on the mid lane inhib, you know, that glows, and once that's full circle, that's when you know they spawn again. Call in the observers. Like, give me that picture-in-picture.
Hell yeah, we have the technology.
Enhance!
Pekka was stood on top of a ward. It literally expired as I think he was trying to potentially set up a cheeky play. Nothing comes of it.
But we see where the attention is going this game. Everybody is setting up vision around this dragon area. 3 pink wards here, 1 almost too defensive from Origin. But it's hard to move some of these because everybody's hitting full item slots.
Yeah, Executioner's Calling actually picked up for Pekka. His 6th item for the time being.
Yeah, for example, that pink ward on red buff, you're asking yourself, why is it there? Well, it's Expecas, and it doesn't have a slot to replace
the pink ward.
The pink ward within this item build.
Yeah, 4 pink wards actually from Origin in the bottom half of the map in that concave.
Yeah, you can actually tell that. If you want to know who placed the ward, you just click on it and hover over it, and the game will tell you. Sometimes it can be important if you're quick enough to click on a trinket ward, level 1, that comes out of Fog of War. You click on it, you hover, you know who placed it, so you know who's there. In times where you need to call lane swaps, it might be useful.
If you've got the dexterity to pull that off. Fnatic, they're
That's
placing
support
the
APM.
Yeah, here we go.
We don't have much to do. We don't really hurt people. We have like 4 abilities, so we pride ourselves on clicking on the wards and finding out who placed them.
Support APM, the true test. Pekka's actually already sold that Executioner's Calling and picked up a biscuit instead of a ward.
Really?
I am reading that correctly.
Yeah?
So
let me go back in time.
That's a question we may need to ask about.
Alright, biscuit. Executioner's Calling. He probably sold it, thought he could buy his item, realized he couldn't, and then he's like, you know what?
Why would you buy a biscuit instead of a ward? That's a question we'll have to have.
In times of war, quick shot, you go hungry sometimes. Have you never had a day at the office where you're like, damn, I wish I had a biscuit right now?
Sometimes I do, but not sure it's worth in this situation. Sometimes you have to be the bigger man, just go hungry. All right, Power of Evil is able to slide and glide away.
The bigger man doesn't go hungry.
Throws down.
The bigger man eats the biscuit. Quick shot.
Throws down Emperor's Divide. And Crepo, there's no Emperor's Divide for the impending Elder Dragon team fight.
Yes, but Elder Dragon is quite the tough animal, if we can classify that. So it takes a while to go down, so maybe Emperor's Divide will be up again because the cooldown's only 70 seconds. The current present time. Oh, look at that.
There we go. So super minions going to be less of a problem.
The circle is complete. It glows and it's built up again. Marvelous technology here.
Fnatic have traded their Chaos Storm and they started off Elder. Origin,
You have to contest this Origin. Don't give it up for your inhibitors.
They seem split. Look at the minimap. Origin, they're dancing around the direction. Finally,
look how long it
come
takes,
down.
though.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that's what I'm looking for. Teleports coming up from Gamsu. He's on the front line. Immediately forced a flash. Crystal Arrow goes wide. Goal as it goes between the goalposts. Elder Drake is able to move out the pit and start to reset.
So Origin wants to reset this objective. Now movement. This is good. It takes too long to re-engage that dragon. 13,240 health points is too much for Fnatic to burn through. Now mid lane is open. We need an Azir turret prompted up somewhere though in the backline to defend Fnatic.
All right, Origin are going to be in some trouble. Inhibitor is taken down, flashed away from the bubble. FLICKR a little late to move away. Spirit looking to move forward. Flash is available for him, but there's nobody else behind if he gets the knockup. Tidal wave, falls short. Not going to make it past the Raptor camp.
Yeah,
Elder Drake's alive, and Baron in a minute.
Yeah, Baron in a minute. Things are getting more complex right now because the decision tree is expanding. Mid lane inhibitor is off that tree, however. Top lane inhibitor is still open. I like it though from Origin. They don't get any value out of this Elder Dragon. If they get this, their dragon buffs get doubled. 0 is still 0.
Yeah.
And their burn will be 45 true damage, so that's not worth spending that time. Where Fnatic, they would get so much out of this Elder Dragon buff. But at this point, they're running out of options here. No flash, no teleport on Gamsu, and a lot of zone control. Remember, if we're playing from the front door...
Where's this TP? Soaz afraid they're starting Elder. Yeah. Fnatic aren't there yet.
Yeah, if they're playing from the front door, this zone control from Ashe and Azir is so fundamental to winning fights. So this is Origin trying to take away the objective from Fnatic. Fnatic don't really lose anything here. There's maybe opportunity cost, something they lose a potential gain, but they don't give anything over to Origin.
Well, not yet they don't. Spirit gets caught by the volley. Ashe Arrow's tunneled away from. 2 for 2 that just go wide.
I wish I knew how Spain was doing in the Euro Cup right now, because I could make like a dank football reference.
Pretty sure they've made it through to the round of 16. And Origin, they're looking to make it at least a 1 for 1.
Increases the strength of your elemental Drake buffs by 50%. It actually wasn't double it, but like 1.5 it. But well, they don't have any dragon buffs, so.
Now, luckily, the burn will still help them out. For Origin, 5,000 gold lead, 40 minutes into the game. It's still Origin in control, but by a thread. It doesn't feel like it's concrete. It doesn't feel like it's absolute control.
But it feels like Origin is like the king of inefficient politics, you know? last game it was like they wanted to build a wall, but it was a ledge. Now they want to make Fnatic feel the burn, but I mean, just like primaries, it's not quite enough. Not enough burn shall be felt.
That was good, I like that. For Fnatic though, how did they bounce back? Because they've got a lot of wave clear, but they're afraid of these Ashe arrows. If one arrow connects...
I mean, I don't think they have to be that afraid right now. They have Mikhails on the All-Star, and they have QSS on Reckless, and Fevin has Cleanse. So I think the fear is not the arrow. I think the fear is the amount of soldiers that's following and an angry Aurelia. But it could definitely slow down the fight. I think the AoE slow of this arrow is actually more important right now than the actual stun effect. So right now, Expect is looking for a cluster. A flock of Fnatic members.
Hourglass just picked up for both Power of Evil and Amazing. Another teleport. PoE is looking to go forward. And he's just going to join a potential Baron siege. Looking at how the waves are set up. I think bottom lane's pushing towards Fnatic. It looks like Soaz is ushering the top wave in as well.
Yeah, this is where you really wish you built something differently if you're Reckless. Like Triforce is really not as impactful as an Iceborne Gauntlet here. Because any Iceborne procs on an enemy support jungler just slows them down. It allows Gamsu to get a pillar across. Just makes teamfights so much easier. Because there's very little like hard CC in the side of Fnatic. It's all like a pillar to move somebody. FLICKR is damaged. Nami is all conditional. Arrow connects. He still has everything available.
Yeah, Reckless already started the Arcane Shift, so didn't even need the QSS. And there's no one around to get slowed.
Gamsu's heading down to the bottom lane right now. Looking to fix that. Origin immediately reacts to Baron area.
Spirit, farm alarms. Gonna make his way in. Hawkshot will reveal the members of Fnatic coming in. Teleport's being channeled by Gamsu and Origin. They've peeled away.
They can run top,
Baron.
by the way. Remember, we're at the point in the game where Fnatic, if they want to match, usually this doesn't happen because mid is quicker than top lane. But because mid is not exposed and top lane is, Origin could technically just take that inhib and straight finish. That's why Fnatic can't react with a base race. Usually, this is not what we see. We see some people run mid, and obviously they're quicker on equal turrets.
Yeah, but this is not equal turrets. 8-3. Fnatic have only got the outer turrets down from Origin.
5 advantage.
That's it. You do math. You were good at it in high school, I'm led to believe. Not my thing.
Not your thing? What was your thing?
I was always more of a science and a history geek.
How are you good at science and not math?
No. Chemistry.
All right.
Yeah, you pick chemistry or physics.
So you just like the compounds, and then you just throw them all together. You don't care in what amounts.
Nope.
You're just like, I don't care. 2, 3 moles.
Yeah, the one that creates the biggest boom is the one that I was more interested in. or the brightest colored foam.
Yeah. Why does that not surprise me?
To go back to the everlasting question, how does Fnatic pull this one back? Because Origin...
I mean, anybody committing to an objective here is prone to getting engaged on. Late game Victor can win fights. Trundle on the backline can still destroy. Key exhaust here too. Look at the value of some of these exhausts in these late game team fights as opposed to potential ignite.
Yep. All right, so we'll keep track of the exhaust in the team fight. Spirit was tunneling in to Amazing. Amazing didn't even
Both teams are stalling each other out very well here. Elder Dragon was taken like what? 4 minutes ago by now?
Yeah.
It's almost probably like 5 minutes remaining because after the first one's taken, it's 10 minutes spawn time. Soaz, however, he's not getting beat up too much by Gamsu in the side lane, so he's actually a threat. But what could actually happen here is both teams stalling each other out until both Baron and Elder come up, and that combined with an exposed base here, 0 base turrets for Fnatic, leaves you for very interesting strategic decision making. Any slip up ends the game. The last time Origin this season were in a similar position, it was Amazing getting caught in the enemy base, and they threw it. But here, Fnatic's signature Baron Rush.
Amazing, took so much damage from that last trade. He's low for the ensuing team fight. Teleport comes up from Soaz. He's going to be coming in from the north. Arrow connects on a Spirit, doesn't really matter. Baron down to 800, is picked up by Fnatic. Reckless is able to arcane shift over the wall. And Origin, they're too late to the objective.
Yeah, Amazing got poked out right there, and there was no help. Soaz was seemingly circling from the top side, but he thought the better of it. He backed off. And now Fnatic is in a driving seat because they can aggressively defend all these lanes, push out the minions, and have the setup for the next Elder.
Next Elder. We're approaching 50 minutes into the game.
These are words you never want to hear when you cast on A stream, or stream 1 rather, because studio games is nice if they go long.
Yes.
Because then they can just join in on the 3rd series, but right now we're in the 2nd series. Still 2 more games to come.
That is a very good point. I had not thought about that.
I have. I get tired.
Well, let's hope for an explosive end. Pick up the energy levels.
At least make it worth it.
Eye of the Watcher picked up for Amazing to round out the comp.
If somebody gets caught right now, I'm going to be angry. Just like make it at least a nice team fight with some really sweet moves. Maybe ending in a mid lane, 1v1.
So that is what you want, not what you're predicting, right? Because they're 2 very different things.
Generally, yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, indeed. But the average game length is going up significantly from last week, and now including some of the games this week. 40 minutes. Minion wave down bottom will be caught by Soaz. There's no teleport available. Remember, he TP'd just before that Baron. So, small window of opportunity for Fnatic to push up here.
Are we looking to collapse on him maybe? Spirit moving in for some wards. I like this. Aggressive tunnel. Deny some wards. Soldier zone here.
Damage.
Yeah, good.
Shots.
Power Evil can't reach his soldiers that he put up on these towers. Yeah, late game.
Right, that's only the 4th tower that Fnatic have taken. It's been a very long time since they've been able to secure one.
Look at this intermission. Oh, get spotted, bro. It's not Season 3 where you can just do that.
Gonna get caught out. There's a recall from Gamsu very quickly.
It's actually so... I wonder if that's intentional. That smite on wolves to keep that up there. Let's just assume it is because Spirit is really smart.
Kudos to Spirit.
Because, like, no, but, like, that's a position where you never think about that. Like, when you're this late in the game and it's such a tense game, it's like, okay, I'm going to backdoor guys. Like, what could possibly stop me here? No wards. They haven't been here in ages. Nope.
Yeah.
Wolf
Spirit, yeah. Gonna give them all the information they need. So we're getting closer and closer to Elder. I think it's going to be around the 50-minute mark, 51-minute mark when that pops up. Fnatic have about a minute left on their Baron buff, plus 2,000 in the Baron power play for now. FLICKR takes a lot of damage from Reckless.
Yes,
Reckless flash and heals.
Yeah, he's so afraid of the next power of Evo's soldier hit. So QSS down 2. Really nice QSS reaction time though. It's actually almost comical when a player fails it on stage because you can buffer it. When you're used to playing like Berlin ping, these guys play solo queue, they're roughly sitting around 40 to 60 ping. You kind of preemptively click your QSS. Because the game will trigger it right after you get hit. If you do the preemptive click here on land, you're dead.
Yeah.
So it's pure reaction timing. It's awareness, it's necessary.
Reckless made it work perfectly. Gamsu does not care what Soaz is doing. Look at that heal! Gamsu throws down the wow! So I guess that answers the question in that debate.
Yeah, so let's delve into this matchup. I think...
That was actually ridiculous, that heal.
Yeah, but that's also why Trundles just love Ravenous, and that's what they used to do all the time.
Oh, careful now for Hybrid. Amazing's caught by the Tidal Wave, has a flash available. Soldiers from Power of Evil have just bought enough time.
Origin
Laser
is
comes
pinging
down.
Spirit on the left side, so they know he's there, but Power of Evil is stuck.
Tower of Evil is down, taken out, couldn't even pop his hourglass. That is a 68-second death timer. Fnatic in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, take down the tower, take down the power. Come on, Spirit.
You don't have to call me out on that one.
I know, Tower of Evil.
The Tower
of Evil.
Now, he hadn't used his passive yet. Fnatic, 5v4, True Shot Barrage will get thrown out to the back line. Ash Arrow onto Reckless. Don't even need to use the Mercurial, and Tower's being focused. There's actually a lot of damage onto Gamsu. Origin seem to be holding for now.
Yeah, he needs lifesteal. He has it, just needs minions to hit. They have to be still very careful. The Soa's going in, proccing like a WQ combo. He could almost annihilate Reckless. Here we see the mark on the wall, spells the next Elder. There he is, jumping out.
All right, so 15 seconds is what Origin tried to nearby. Teleport is available for Power of Evil. But the rest of Origin, they're pushing out the lanes. They're not going to contest this.
Yeah, Amazing zoned out here, so that's going to be a lot of regeneration out of fights here. That's it, baby. Mid lane weak. Expected walks up. No dashes though. Not quite as fancy.
It's not. So Elder Dragon again for 2 inhibs.
Expect a flash over the inhib. Homage to the play.
He was cancelled, by the way. Gamsu had started channeling onto the pink ward and decided to back away. The zoom in on the X mid laner, doing his signature Expeke. Although, does it count if it's an inhib?
It does now.
Okay, that'll work for me.
It counts if it's Expeke.
All right.
That must be so annoying though. Every game he plays, like Soliki was like, haha, expect it backdoor.
Yeah.
Same when he misses everything. That one clip where he goes, F that shit, too tanky.
Yep.
It's one of the best clips in the game. Because everybody's like, yeah, what happened? You guys too tanky, man.
Too tanky.
Roll the replay, didn't hit a single skill shot. Although in current iteration of Pro Play, it would rather be deemed unlucky.
Unlucky. Yeah, that's the modern phrase, isn't it?
Well, yeah. And then some comments relating to Zoo, but let's not go into that one.
2 inhibitors down again for Fnatic. The last time it happened, it didn't really matter because Origin weren't able to do the next steps of pushing onto the base.
Yeah, this late in the game, clearing minion waves is like...
trivial.
Yeah, trivial almost. It's... Thank you for the save. You are my mobile thesaurus. I like it.
I try.
It's good synergy. Yeah, the threat of a super minion kind of goes down when everybody's hitting 6 items. Maybe support struggle with it. This is the only annoying part if you're a support. Like everybody's full on gold. It's like, guys, I would like a last hit. I have 50 DPS on these cannon creeps.
To be fair, Yellow Star's got a Leandries, and there's a needlessly large rod.
And Gamsu's going down.
Gamsu's being chased. There's teleports coming in. Gamsu is down. Power of Evil slid all the way in. The rest of Fnatic, they've gone for Baron. But Origin could go for the inhib.
So Fnatic need to finish Baron because it's quicker to get the buff in under 4 seconds than base with the reduced death timers, with the reduced base timers. But they're now fighting 4 against 5 here. Power of Evil still has ultimate and Zonia's available. And no Baron buffs here, so these minions will be evaporated instantly by a single laser here. So this might be a decent hold here from Fnatic. Look for a pick. Origin need to go in.
So Baron buff as well as a 4-man stack for Fnatic, but they have to deal with double super minions.
Yeah, and Feverin is targeting the right minion wave at the right time here. So he's not trying to defend from the bottom. He knows the biggest threat is this wave here in the top lane. But there's another wave conga lining in the mid lane.
Let's find out how Fnatic defend the Sand Soldiers from Power of Evil, trying to usher the super minions closer to the Nexus turrets. Spirit has got so much hit points, but even
Yellow
Star's down! He's caught! Soaz picks up the kill. The rest of Origin back away. There's a super minion on the Nexus turret. This is the longest game of the summer split, and Origin are looking to grab a win in the series. Fnatic forced to defend. 15 seconds before Gamsu comes back up.
There's almost nothing they can do, barring a major outplay, single target focus here from Feverin and Reckless, but Origin, they're getting scared. They're waiting for the next arrow. It's available. Look for them to turn it around.
Spirit is in trouble, moving his way out. Reckless, Mercurial Scimitar and Flash.
So as base, he wants to teleport in.
Teleport into a stun. Ash Arrow, Mercurial stun. Let's see if it can happen. Ash Arrow's onto Spirit. Gamsus, oh look at the damage! Hybrid gets chunked down by the Mystic Shot. Feathervin kills him. A flash forward into Siphon Power, and Amazing's down. Expected follows quickly thereafter. Soaz with the GA. He's left standing, and Fnatic defends.
Fnatic defend Origin. Overplayed it. Drops.
Soaz kills Febby.
Oh, and that is so influential to the remaining part of this game, because in a world where Soaz drops right here and Feven stays alive, Fnatic can push and get a lot more out of the enemy base.
Fnatic cannot win the game despite the death time. There's super minions everywhere.
Because the cannon creeps, or the siege creeps, they're doubled in every lane. Remember, when all 3 inhibitors drop down, 2 of them spawn in every lane, and my play-by-play starts jumping.
Yellow Star uses his tidal wave onto the super minions. I love crazy games, no matter how chaotic they may be.
It's wave clear.
Oh, it's been that long of a game. You've resorted to that level, Crepo. That level.
When in doubt, make a horrible pun.
All right, 4 minutes until the next Elder Dragon. I'm
Yeah.
keen. I'm keen. Baron should be around the same time, if not marginally earlier.
All right, let's watch this entire series of events. So the teleport comes in, super telegraph, not on the ward. Hybrid steps in. Oh, he gets he walks into a gravity field. Come on, Hybrid. Really aggressive flashing for Fabi. Specca gets isolated by Spirit. This is Fnatic reading the play here. Origin, honestly, too telegraphed in their approach. If they wanted to go this ham, they should have done it earlier before Gamsu spawned. But they were too afraid. Soaz gets a good reactionary play here on Feven, who honestly overextends. That is still Spirit. Yes. Still their jungler.
You can see the tension on his face. GA sold. Nobody has one because the cooldowns were popped. Damage dealt. Wow, 6,000 damage from Feathervin. Peke, of course, was killed very early on, and the inhibitors have respawned while we were in that replay.
Yeah, but for how long?
That is the question. That is the question. Origin have killed those inhibitors more times than maybe some of the lower ranked teams have killed total inhibitors in just one game.
It's like, how did your game go? Well, we killed their inhibitors a ton of, about like 9 times. Did you win? No.
Well, that's the way it feels, doesn't it?
Still working on that part.
Fnatic trying to figure out when the next siege is coming from.
There is one thing we learned in the last fight, though, is the target selection at the start of fights has to be the support. We need to find, or Origin need to find, rather, arrows onto Yellowstar, because he's the one carrying the Mikhails, but nobody is kind enough to carry Mikhails for Yellowstar.
Yeah.
So unless he actually buys a QSS, I think at this point it's better to invest into like a Quicksilver item than a random, like the Yandris, like AP Nami. Not quite sure how I feel about that, but because if you can QSS the arrow yourself, you can surprise a lot of teams.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of Janna players used to do. They played QSS Mikhails, reset and fights immediately.
Have more tools in your arsenal. For Reckless, he sold the Trinity Force, went for the Iceborne Gauntlets a
so
while
important.
ago.
The difference that makes in the fights is like, can't be understated.
Now we're starting to get to actually ridiculous stages here. There's just... I mean, I mentioned in the last team fight, this is the longest game of the summer split. 105,000 team goal for Origin, 108,000 team goal for Fnatic.
And despite that last fight, Amazing only doing 300 damage, and everybody's like, what is he doing? In total, this game, Amazing has done 26,000 damage to champions, as opposed to Expecus 23. So Amazing's definitely carrying the brunt of that. Power Revival is towering above them, of course. But Expecus is still looking for his mark in these team fights. He kind of steps up, draws the bow once. Unless he has the accuracy of a Bolton, it's not going to be enough.
No, it won't be, unfortunately.
And you know, if Fnatic starts zigzagging, might be better.
It feels like they've already been zigzagging, Crepo. Because they've stayed alive significantly longer.
That's how you beat Ash Arrows. Gotta zigzag.
Gotta zigzag. For Fnatic, zigzagging their way to the next objective. 1 minute to Baron. I think there's been 3 this game. Elder Dragon will be up at around 61 minutes in game. And all 3 inhibitors have respawned. The problem is, even though Fnatic won the teamfight earlier, they still have to get through so many towers and inhibitors.
Oh, but they don't care at this point. Any of their tanks can just tank it up and destroy it. It is just who's defending it.
Gamsu waiting in the bush for SOS down bottom.
It's going to come down to like an ace or a big numbers advantage. Now Amazing's getting cut out.
Yeah.
Look at Expected. What's Expected doing in the top lane here for Origin?
Ring Smites traded, no summoner spells blown. And Spirit feeling a bit aggressive. Origin actually kind of split up. Not really together on the same page.
Ring around Rosie.
Yeah, SOS does not want to take on Gamsu. But SOS is going to be able to escape.
This is where shot calling is so important. And like, while it looks almost rudimentary, it's like, don't screw up. Being the guy that makes the calls, like, okay guys, go for this fight or this fight, has to be so stressful. I know I've messed up one of those calls in my life. Don't feel good after a game.
And we have so much more information to work with. There's literally no more room for wards anywhere. Even Yellow Stars opted for a Blasting Wand over additional pink ward slots.
Yeah, getting rid of the Sidestone items too, but you don't really need that many wards here. Everybody is compact and dense.
Yeah.
Value of blue trinkets goes up. While you make that point, I think it's a waste to have 2 sweepers in your inventory now. You don't really rely on vision denial that much. I guess maybe if you want to get rid of all the teleport wards for sure. But more blue trinkets might be more beneficial. But that's ward rants, and that's not for this part of the game.
Crepo, this part of the game is about 20 seconds to Elder. Live on Baron.
No denial vision.
Tremor Sense available to Spirit. Every time Fnatic have looked at the objective, Origin have gone for the base.
Yeah, but Yellow Star should have had a pink ward in his inventory here. Look, he has a Blasting Wand. What's that even a Blasting Wand? What's Gamsu doing there?
Gamsu gets caught out, the divide into an Ash Arrow. Mikhail's Crucible allows him to get unstunned and moves away. The Sun Disc buys some time. Look at the slow from that Arcane Shift. Reckless dashes forward. Expect is in trouble, but Spirit is going low. Nobody's died just yet.
Yeah, well, nobody probably cares. I just really want to reiterate that point. A Nami at this point in the game shouldn't go for a Baron setup without a pink ward if you have a bloody Blasting Wand in your inventory. That is just a major mistake from Expected. And Origin, they're punishing this right now. One hit down.
They're looking for the second. Spirit is going to use that Void Rush to look to get in behind Origin. Origin has split up. Power of Evil's caught. He's taken down. The Death Ray and the Chaos Storm. Hybrid and Amazing looking to get a reply. Expected! What are you doing? He flashes forward aggressively. Gets taken down where he stands. SOAS wants to salvage this by taking out Febiven, but it's at the cost of Amazing's life. It is a 1-for-3 in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, 1-for-3, a looming threat of a backdoor teleport. Aurelia is only thing that keeps Fnatic away from closing out the victory right here. Maybe if Hybrid goes for a full Marin play here, walks mid lane, he has to get behind Fnatic and pull the minions away. But right now, SOAS is going desperate here. He wants to lifesteal somewhere on some creeps, maybe. He needs to force Fnatic to base. He's basically showing his hand saying, Fnatic, you want to base right now. Hybrid, you're at the wrong side. You want to get behind Fnatic, tag the minions and get them out.
That's not what he's doing for the time being. SOAS is low. He's decided to teleport back. This might cost Origin more.
He know he can't backdoor. Fnatic knew that. He was just hoping that somebody off screen would have based. Right now he's going to elixir up and he needs to buy 30 seconds. 20 seconds for Power Evil.
This is such a lot of pressure for Fnatic to deal with. They will at least get an inhibitor and they're not sticking around for more. Baron is available. Elder Dragon is available as well.
Yeah, sure call for Fnatic here. Instead of potentially throwing the game, they commit to the objective. Get the Baron here. Because the Baron means more for them than it does, like, means the same for them as it does for Origin, and Elder doesn't mean anything for Origin whatsoever, so this is definitely the smarter call. But we have to reiterate, it was Spirit's ulti into flank that really solidified that fight. Power Evil did not see it coming, did not zone us in time. He didn't respect it at all, didn't even flash, so big misplay, not really awareness and respect for tunnels.
Yeah, not... hopefully we can get a glimpse of that replay, depending on how the next few minutes play out. Fnatic, they're collapsing in Origin. Origin can't even get the Elder Dragon.
They hand it off at 8,000 health here.
There was a teleport invested. Expected is coming from way downtown. He had to deal with a very large minion wave.
It wasn't downtown, Bow.
From the top lane, Elder Dragon is secured by Fnatic.
So I was looking for a flank. This is Arrow going wide, so no opportunity here.
No. Elder Dragon, Baron buff, 65 minutes, and Fnatic, despite dealing with supers in 2 lanes, they've got supers of their own to deal with. And there's the wave clear that we like to see.
And the Leandri's procs. That's the ultimate Nami wave clear build here. I was a fool for underestimating Yellow Star. Clearly my late game Nami needs work. So I can definitely see the Leandri's use, but I would still
prefer.
I don't know what the random Blasting Wand is doing there, man. It's rustling my jimmies.
and Yellow's sitting on 2,800 gold. So there's not a lot that's more expensive than that.
I probably just wants to get a Rabadons for those healing.
Why not?
I think at one point, so Nami's bounces for heals, I think they changed it, but at one point, so it's always beneficial for you to heal yourself first, and then, well, if you want to heal somebody, you need to heal that person last, or first, because obviously the more it bounces, the less efficient it becomes. That's the whole point. But if you had more AP at one point, it kind of tipped over. Kind of irrelevant, but I found that was a cool story. If I could tell it better, I'll deliver it better next time.
I have to double check the math. Origin.
But I think they changed it anyways.
Oh, look at this. The enhanced recalls from Baron buff allows Fnatic to get back into base in time. Gamsu's coming in from behind Origin.
Spirit is doing, honestly, because he has a 2-second recall if he ultis to a tunnel, and he's becoming split push Rek'Sai. A really good adaptation here. With the Baron buff, he can single-handedly put pressure, and now Origin, they're stuck here. They're in a bind right now. They all have to retreat. But they're looking for almost a Hail Mary finish, I think. They're going aggressive on Febiven. They're pinging Febiven.
Oh, look at this. Soaz is chunking him down. The Astra comes down. There's no one around. Amazing gets the kill. 77 seconds. Origin have got a 5 versus 4, and they will take yet another inhibitor.
Yeah, he was at least 20 seconds on his flash remaining. He got stunned once, cleansed once, but then the second time, it was a hit for Origin with the arrow right now. There's no more backdoor going on, and now it's 5v4 with the control mage out of the equation.
So much damage coming out of Reckless. Connects with just that Mystic shot. But Fnatic, they still have Baron buff. They still have a lot of damage to deal with, but they cannot afford to get caught out. So he's going fishing, and he's found himself Yellow Star. Merg is going to get popped and forced to run away.
He wanted himself some Yellowtail sushi, but there was too many people around right there for Fnatic.
Taking a look back, Inhibitor will respawn in the middle lane. Origin not relenting, 25 seconds before Febiven is able to respawn.
That's still a dead Inhibitor.
It is still indeed. Bottom lane came up as well. Spirit got caught out, takes a lot of damage. Inhibitor stays alive for just a moment longer. Origin have killed the 11th Inhibitor of this game. 10 times has Origin killed a Fnatic in him, and we are still not done with this game.
I'm just saying my voice right now.
You do you, Crapo.
No, it's what a crazy game. Match of the week is delivering much more than anticipated. After game 1, we were expecting a swift execution almost of Origin here. Fnatic methodically one step ahead, individually almost a few steps ahead. But this game has delivered so much. Really glad the series on stream 2 ended quicker too, so all the viewers can tune in for this masterpiece.
This masterpiece in which support...
The fish is now wearing a hat.
Become AP superstars.
All right, let's see how much has he got.
Deathcap Leandries.
390. But he almost threw the game by getting caught earlier, so one might think he may want to play more cautiously. This is again Febiven here. The hoop over from Amazing, dodging the gravity field too onto that Inhibitor, and that's the face of a man who just made an oopsie.
Can't afford those mistakes at this stage in the game. It's almost lucky Fnatic had Baron beforehand. Allowed them to defend 5v4. Not unlucky, Crepo?
I mean, it's almost lucky that it's like, ooh, this team right here, they won that fight. It's almost lucky they were 5,000 gold up. It's like, such a quick shot statement.
Just things Quick Shot says. We'll add it to the bingo card for next time.
That's full, man. Need more cards. Gamsu getting poked out here. Remember, we have big zone control here from Ashe and Azir if they can set up. And there's no flank from Spirit, because this time, Soaz, I was looking for words, but he's getting rid of those tunnels.
Doing the best he can, limiting Spirit's ability to come in from behind. There is still a Fnatic ward in the Wolf Camp jungle.
Because it looks so funny when they walk through those tunnels. It looks like somebody's kind of crouching over one end of the tunnel and doing some nasty things to kind of make it disappear. So I always have like really bad perception of that. Now Reckless has to cleanse out.
Yep, Ashe Arrow hit him.
How does one truly get rid of a Rek'Sai tunnel? Like, since when does standing on a tunnel just like make it disappear? It feels like very bad structural integrity.
It does indeed, but I suppose it depends on the person standing, does it not?
It does.
However, look at the damage onto Reckless. He gets chunked out, forced to back away. The 12th Inhibitor of the game. is secured. We're about to crest 70 minutes. And Origin are still not able to get onto that Nexus.
Yeah.
The question is, are they still even in control?
That's a deep question. Who is they? Origin?
Origin.
Yeah, they're still in control right now because they have 3 inhibs down. Like, Fnatic can't path out of their base. All their winning fights came from flanks and teleport wards for Gamsu or Spirit, and Origin have realized this and they're taking care of all these tunnels here. Look at the map, it's barren of anything past jungle entrance. Now this is like instant Baron collie. Why is Soaz a red buff? This startles me.
He has teleport.
Yeah, but Baron goes down quicker than like the span of a teleport. Right now, Origin could technically have just started, but they're going for a map split here instead. So they're not actually wanting to rush that down. They don't want to go for the 50-50. They're looking for the split push. It's probably the safer approach, considering you can have minions at your side, pushing in every lane.
So is just going down bottom, gonna push that wave up. Yeah. No one started Baron yet, and Gamsu, he's playing defensive duty, catching every single wave. One mistake, Febervin.
Oh, there's been plenty of those one mistakes.
Okay, so I'll finish this. One more mistake.
One very big mistake that results in people dying. Here we see Baron starting here, hopefully to push Fnatic back. Fnatic's going to yield.
Tried to defend their inhibitors. Oh, I held my breath. I held my breath for that one. Amazing. Able to smite it down, secured by Power of Evil, so that was very, very close.
And just the additional, like the damage to the last inhibitor going down, that is just so massive because it doubles the spawn of these creeps here. And it makes it so hard for you to clear the normal minions because they become so much more tanky with that aura. One Nexus Tower remains here. Origin's gonna add insult to injury, just walk up and two-shot that inhib.
This
is a shift.
This is number 13 if it happens. Mercurial, after the arrow hits. Okay. Is this unlucky for Fnatic or unlucky for Origin? Spec is going to take it down in 3.5 shots. Spirit's not able to find the engage. Baron plus double super minions momentarily. Surely, Origin have the tools now. Soaz is looking for Gamsu, multiple GAs. Tidal wave comes down. Spirit knocks up Amazing into the air. And Bubble connects with Amazing as well. True Shot Barrage will fly across the Origin lineup, but nobody is dead yet.
Yeah, remember, Feven at any point can do Flash QE auto, and he can take out any target on the side of Origin here. With that Lich Bane, a full item Azir is sporting about 900 ability power here, so it's enough to take down anybody in the lineup. So watch Feverman, because when the time comes, Fnatic will need their hero.
900 Febby, 400 for Yellow Stars Nami, 467 for Hybrids Karma.
Let's see how much punch a bubble packs right now. An additional 200 damage on that bubble. And the game keeps changing. The heals, yeah, 100 extra on your healing.
Gamsu's taking a lot of damage from Peke. Peke still sporting the DPS. Spirit's Banshee's Veil gets popped, not the target that you were looking for. Bubble, very close to Peke. He's able to just back away. The rest of Origin, they continue to siege. Soaz is pushing down from the bottom lane. Power of Evil might be in trouble. Slides and glides with the Sand Soldiers. And the double supers are escorted into Fnatic's waiting hands.
Yeah, Fnatic desperately wave clearing here. Very dense, very compact. You cannot expect it here. Almost going out of mana. Arrows on cooldown. Remember, any time Hybrid can do his RE combo where he gives a surge of speed to the entire team. And they can go for a decisive play here, but looks like Fnatic's holding. Problem is every time this inhibitor spawns, it just gets immediately taken out.
Oh, take a look. This game has gone on for so long. Reckless might set a new LCS record. In fact, he has, but will it be at the cost of the game? Feels like a hollow victory if you're not able to turn it around.
It wasn't for Froggen. He took pride in that record.
It was for Reckless. Will there be pride or not? The inhibitor turret, the Nexus Stone's being focused. Emperor's Divide knocks Spirit back. The rest of Origin looking to set up a fight. The tower falls. Nexus is exposed and available. Origin, though, they took too much damage. They're forced to back away.
Yeah, good bubble from Yellowstar at the start of the fight. Bought some valuable seconds. Gamsu's GA got depleted, so he now has to sell that and buy something else. Fnatic hold. There's an Elder Dragon life. Remember, it doesn't do much for Origin. Only 45 seconds or 45 damage in true damage for them. No dragons to kind of amplify that. So this is actually Fnatic being honestly relieved of some of the pressure. And this is the inhibitor spawning. Fnatic have held, but at any given moment right now, any backdoor attempt may finish this game. So we could actually see another iconic, at least expected team backdoor.
Yeah.
Soaz and PoE can both end the game on a whim.
I challenge anybody on Twitter to find me a team that has had more ridiculous late game Nexus moments than Fnatic, regardless of the iteration. For years, this team has just been synonymous with games like this, for better or worse.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
I actually like this adaptation.
Who picked that up?
Did Gamsu sell it for his? No.
Oh, Gamsu may have sold it, placed it.
Where is it coming from?
And sold it again.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. That is actually mind-boggling.
Did he have that much money that he sell it? Sold his GA, bought it then, sold it again, and bought Banshees?
I'll go back in time and take a look. Origin for the time being. They are now once again grouping. They want to set up yet another siege. They want to take the 15th inhibitor of the game. And I don't think there's going to be any real contest to preventing that. Crepo, is this what you were expecting from our match of the week?
Oh my lord.
That is unreal.
At this point, analysis just goes out of the window and we're just waiting for some good old action.
That's next level, 75
So I actually
minutes
really like
strats.
the adaptation. It's super intelligent. Like, it helps so much.
So I'm taking a look. Gamsu is directly responsible for at least one.
And then the rest, like, started it. For sure.
Yeah, I'm busy looking through the replay as Origin continue to set up a siege. Origin grouped up. They took the 15th inhibitor. Reckless is responsible for another, and it looks like Febiven secured the third. A true team effort.
Yeah.
Optimization at its finest.
It's also one of the longer games we've seen here. I'm stalling the sentence because graphics told me they have a nice drop time coming, telling us that this is the longest game in EULCS history. So if you see that graphic pop up, I spoiled it.
Ha! Damn it, spoilers were only meant to be for the analyst desk, Crepo. I love you
What a
here in Berlin
surprise.
for getting excited with us. Thank you for keeping the energy high.
Yep. They needed to find... Now they need to clear all these wards out of their base too. Need to go like full resident sweeper. Because if any time they push out and so is his teleport, it's so anticlimactic, by the way. Imagine you get 4 people down, 1 guy bases, you go for the finish, and then you forget about teleport.
Zrot portals doing their work. You can see inventory slot from Spirit. He's just placed a new one. The crowd is anticipating action, but Origin, truthfully, don't know what to do if they're not killing inhibitors.
Yeah, for example, Feven right now is sitting on 10,000 gold. Reckless has 11,000 gold. Yellowstar has 900 gold.
Fnatic have more gold available to spend than some teams earn in an entire game.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They have like 23,000 gold to spend. I'm pretty sure some teams go over 23,000. Call me Captain Buskill, but screw your Hypervolt, quick shot. We have to stay honest here. That was another Baron, I believe.
It was another Baron. Secured by Origin.
Well, guess what? We're gonna push in with that Baron. They can't sync it up though with triple super creep combo. Because that's the end of the game. Triple super creep plus Baron, you lose. But luckily, the pacing has always been either 2 inhibs plus Baron. They're centering these guys on one part of the lane too.
To deal with supers?
To deal with the 1 dead inhib. Yeah, dude, I love this Fnatic adaptation. I wonder which crazy person... I need to stop. I really have to replace all my swear words here, but I wonder which crazy person, like, in the middle of this game, you're so tense, you're holding on, it's like, guys, banner of command, and then somebody's like, shut up, dude, I have no item slots. No, sell your item, buy banner,
Zrot.
buy Zrot rather. You can even do it with a banner of command, just for that single creep.
Why not? Just add it to the inventory.
Hey man, power cannon creep.
Right, Feathervin and Reckless, they're in a race to set the CS record, but it may be the highest CS in a lost game. That's not something Fnatic want. Setting up for a potential Busher. Yellow Star looking for the Aqua Prison bubble.
Yeah, tension's coming back into the game. For a play here.
Oh, look at Spirit.
Engage
He's
Spirit.
going in. Power of Evil's caught out. Emperor's Divide followed by Flash. A lot of damage under Spirit. Gamsu's running away from Soaz. Soaz is able to pick up an advantage in that situation.
This is good for Origin here because both Fevin's Flash and Spirit's aggressive move there were being used here. So the counter engage is out of Fnatic's hands right now. Yes, Power of Evil's a little low, but he's basing and he will teleport in. But Spirit is here again and Power of Evil's in base.
This is going to be close. No Flash for
They're looking
PoE
for a backdoor. Bottom of your screen, Power of Evil's teleporting in and they're looking to just go for the Nexus!
They're going for the Nexus! It's going to die so quickly! Origin! They can't expect her to take down Fnatic! The chatter in the audience after what is one of the most ridiculous games I have had the pleasure of witnessing or shoutcasting. 16 or 17 inhibitors taken by the end of it. Hashtag 80 minutes the dream. It came real.
This is like when somebody makes that thread, it's like, oh yeah, what was your longest game? It's like, yeah, 110 minutes. I just wonder like how can you be, you know, unable to close that on either side? But even in pro play, 65,000 damage done to champions, high power of evil in its entirety of this game. What a mess! What a beautiful mess this was. You know how sometimes you walk into your room and it's just, yeah, clothes everywhere, your dirty dishes, but you're still somehow proud of it.
Love it. Yep.
Yeah, it's home, and that's what this game was. It was a bit messy, but there were some really good shot calls. Trading of objectives, 101 here with Origin and Fnatic.
Respect to Fnatic for holding out as long as they did, but truthfully, there is no way you
Everybody
can
gets a
analyze
turn.
a game like this.
This is the most hilarious part about a tie. Like, everybody gets a turn. It's like, okay, you guys go first because you won the game last, and now we go a different side. Nobody thought of this when we made the system. I wonder if somebody was in that meeting where it's like, okay guys, best of twos, best of threes. But what about the handshakes? What about the high fives? Everybody gets their pick. Femin clearly not that happy.
Watching Amazing's face after the game, it says a lot. Yes, they grab a point. Yes, they split the series with Fnatic, which I think is still a victory for Origin in every sense of the term, but
I mean,
what a way to do
Origin
it.
was 9th place here. And for Fnatic, what this means is they just saw G2 tie a series that was unexpectedly tied. So they could have actually risen to first place with a 3-pointer. They smashed game 1, and then game 2 happens. And it's one thing to lose a game. It's another thing to lose an 85-minute game in this of a way of a fashion. Like, you knew it eventually would happen with a backdoor.
Yes.
You just didn't know like where and how. Like, either the backdoor fails and you throw the game, or it succeeds. And yeah, I really like the play at the end of Power of Evil. Like, Spirit tried to reactively engage because PoE was in base, but they forgot that he had teleport, and instead of teleporting back into the fight to help win the fight, he just TP'd to Soaz and won the game. That was really good, smart adaptation. I wonder if that was PoE's call or an Expeke, you know, classic, because he had plenty of time to shot call.
At that point, it almost doesn't even matter. There were so many calls, so many weird and wonderful decisions from everybody.
Yeah.
And it's a bit ridiculous. Regardless of that fact, we're going to head down on stage at Pyrotechnics is standing by with Evil and Peke.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And on a magical occasion such as this, I only thought it was going to be fit to bring both of you guys in. And what an end to that series. Definitely took a little while getting there, but wow is all I can say. I suppose it seems, Peke, you've been training Power pretty well. But let's get right into it. How do you keep your mental fortitude in an 80-minute game? The longest, by the way, in EULCS history.
Well, for me, honestly, at some point, after the second or third try, I just thought the game was never going to end. So I was thinking, okay, the game is going to be like this for 2 hours until someone makes a mistake. So at some point I got pretty relaxed because I knew we couldn't finish, but they couldn't finish. So I was like, okay, so let's just keep playing it, and at some point we will get all the innies, and the creeps will be so strong we might finish.
For me, it was actually a little bit the opposite, because I was actually nervous because in this kind of particular game, if it's so long, one mistake will lose you the game or win you the game. And you could see, like, when I died, they tried to finish the game. When we killed Victor on top lane, we tried to finish the game. And it's like really intense. But as FLICKR said, like they could not really leave the base, and we didn't really let them leave the base. And it was like an endless game going on. And I agree that I was not thinking that this game will end so soon as well.
Yeah, well, and of course, when it finally happens, it's definitely got to be abrupt. It was such a different game from the first series. You know, you got hit pretty hard in the jaw right there at 30.5. And why was this game so different, in your opinion?
Well, so I think our biggest comeback was when they catched one of us. I can't remember who. They tried to go for the Baron, and we got the catch on the Victor. I think out-rotated them really heavily and sneaked the Baron. And that was like a huge power spike because of the Baron we got 2 inner turrets, and that was an insanely global gold lead we got.
Yeah, and you certainly made it work for you. You guys got an incredible number of objectives just continuing to roll it forward. I was actually going to ask you, but you got like 15 inhibs on the game. It was pretty insane, but after a roller coaster and a finish to take a 1-1 against Fnatic, one of the best teams here in Europe. Pekka, I just got to ask you, as you know, kind of the big rep for the team, is this where you guys start to turn your season around?
Well, hopefully, yeah. It's hard to tell because obviously we still play both games. The problem was the early was not optimal. We were a bit behind, and then we just made mistakes. The difference is that this game, even though we were behind, like he said, they made a mistake, and we were able to come back into the game. And once we were back, we kind of know how to play the game. Like we know what we had to play for, how to do it. It's slower or faster. Once you're ahead, it's easier. But we had to still improve our early. And I think that if we managed to get better early games, we could turn it around, yeah.
Well, it's encouraging to see. Thanks again for taking the time, gentlemen. Congratulations on winning that last hell of a game and taking a tie on the series. Good luck to you tomorrow against Splyce. Now, though, we are going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down what is one of the craziest games we've ever seen here in Europe.
Thank you, and I couldn't be happier that I'm joined here by Febiven and Perks to break down that game, because Perks was, how should I say it, excited until the very end about this match.
Very excited. It was a very fun game to watch. Joke, it wasn't.
So Febiven, obviously, tell us a little bit about just how long this game went and how your mindset changed throughout the craziness.
I don't know. It felt like in the game I was already doing a lot of mistakes personally, which kind of cost us the game. Like I was struggling a lot, and then in late game I made mistakes as well, and then I don't know, we just couldn't do anything because they kept backdooring our inhibitors and we couldn't leave our base, and they had 3 inhibs, and then Nash and Drake was up, and then they come again. So at one point our turrets are just dead and we can't do anything.
Did you never think you could win?
No, of course I thought I could win all the time, but
okay.
I already knew I messed up a lot in the game, so yeah.
It was there was a lot of moments late into the game where we were looking at it and we're like, oh, Fnatic got the win. Oh, and I guess the question on a lot of people's minds now, especially the casters, because they've never seen it either. The ZZ Rot buys, where you sell an item, place it down, buy it. Was that something that you guys have done before, or is that something somebody in the game was just like, hey, we've got the gold, we can do it?
Yeah, we just adapted the game. My top laner says, everyone sell your item, buy ZZ Rot, put it. And then, yeah, it just helped, I guess, a bit.
Perks said, I think they're...
I mean, that item triggers me, because if you buy an item and you place it on the ground, then you sell it and it still works, then something is wrong, you know, because it like made the game 20 minutes longer or something.
Which is great. It means that we had the longest game in the European LCS, 80 minutes, 28 seconds. The second longest was OG Giants, I think,
and
from this split. It's always OG.
We were 9 seconds off an LCS record.
Damn it.
NA still holds it.
Does that make you happy, Febiven? At least the longest game record, plus the CS records, you broke all of them.
I really don't care. I'm just really disappointed that I let my team down and not performing as good, because I know I should be able to win these games for my team, and we should win as a team. So I don't know. I just a bit sad at the moment.
Yeah, no, I think that's the right approach, to be honest, because you guys could have gotten first place over G2 if you had won this game. So overall, with this loss in mind, how do you think your team's doing and how much you're off from G2 in that first place?
I don't think we really care about being number 1, number 2, number 3. At least if we just get in the playoff, it's fine for us. Like, we know we're gonna work towards that, and I don't know, we're just practicing every week, like trying to get better. And I don't think we take these losses that hard. But yeah, if you lose an 80-minute game, then it can. I don't know.
Perks, can you give any words of comfort to, I know your friend, but also a competitor? If you would have been in that position, what can you tell yourself?
I mean, I would feel really bad if I lost. I mean, but only for like 1 hour or something. And then it's just a regular season, so it doesn't actually matter if you lose the game, because you just take it as a learning experience. Like, we lost to Schalke today, second game, pretty convincingly. They just like rolled over us in 40 minutes or something, but we just know like what champs are good that they played now and what we did wrong early game, and we just take it as learning experience and play towards playoffs, like you said, because like regular season like doesn't really matter. You just play to learn, get better, and then in playoffs you show them who's the best.
All right, good one on that. Our player, the spirits are being lifted already. The player of the game, however, amazing in this one. Obviously, OG taking game 2 and amazing. And that is not amazing, is it? Oh, yes, it is. I thought it was someone else, the picture. But after a game like that, can you really, could you make out that amazing was the biggest factor in winning this, or is it just the way the game went, it could have been anyone?
Yeah, because amazing was like 5-0-2 in first 20 minutes or something like that. So he was carrying the early game pretty hard. And that's the only reason why Origin was even so ahead of Fnatic. Like, and they still had like struggles close in the game. It lasted like 80 minutes and they backdoor it. So if it wasn't for Amazing's early game, I think Fnatic would have just won because they have better carry players. So, yeah.
Okay, rightful player of the game. And while that slugfest was underway here in the arena, ROCCAT, they picked up an important win from the Unicorns of Love. One-on-one over there, the UOL versus ROCCAT. Betsy was the player of the game, playing Varus Flash.
Ghost, yeah, that Ghost. Yeah. And honestly, a lot of it was because of partnerships of Airwax. We took a moment to speak to Vedius. That was his big takeaway from the game. Betsy, Airwax working together, got ROCCAT at least one win in that series.
Yeah, that was like 2 hours ago, though.
Yeah,
for now, though, it is time to look towards our final fight of the day, where Splyce will go at it against H2K. Our coverage of the European LCS continues right after this.
Gift you, Kamsu. Gift? Be my friend, I gift you.
What kind of friend you are? You're giving him money?
Oh, actually, I'm going back to NA, so yeah.
Power of Evil's roaming as well. That will guarantee no support from Fnatic, and First Blood lands in Amazing's hands. Power of Evil this time lands. Wow, what a cocoon! That was beautiful.
An area where he was hoping to not have any vision on him, so he could surprise, just like Feverman gets surprised right now. Yeah, Feverman, come on. You play as here. You can't do this with no flash.
And Spirit is in trouble. Here comes Spirit. Soaz is able to jump onto Peckett.
Nice. 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 Good job. Yeah. Okay, so Victor, wave fear only. Victor? Oh my god.
They're looking for a backdoor. Bottom of your screen, Power of Evil's teleporting in, and they're looking to just go for the Nexus!
And it's fucking game!
Origin! They pull an Expector to take down Fnatic!
Welcome back to the European LCS, where we are still joined by Fnatic's Febiven and, of course, Perks as Splyce and H2K gear up on stage for our final match of the day. Also, the Physio has joined us, so it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
A lot of fun. Sadly, our two mid laners here are a little bit tilted. Been a rough day.
A tiny bit, but it's going to all get better now as we look towards this game. H2K, obviously that one-on-one series versus G2 last week, decisive 2-0 versus Vitality on the other end. How do you think they will do in this matchup, and Ryu specifically, Perks?
I think Ryu is a good mid laner who plays all the meta champs right now. He can play the 1v1 champs and mages like Victor. So yeah, he should definitely be the player to watch in this game. And H2K as a team, I think they're really good, but they are kind of inconsistent, or their games depend on their picks, like what they play or how do they play. So it's gonna be fun to see this matchup actually.
Fabian?
Yeah, both teams are pretty good in scrims, and I think both mid laners are pretty good, and just all the players in general are pretty good. But I don't know who's the better team actually, so we just have to see.
It's very PR buzzword right now.
They're all pretty good.
One of Perks' praises is he plays the meta champions, and I guess that is a praise technically, but like Ryu as a mid laner, if we talk about him specifically, because I actually think once he came back from Korea last split, he's not been as good as he used to be. I don't think he's like a top 3 mid laner right now. Do you guys agree on that? Do you consider him like lower down the tier list?
Yes, I think he's not top 3 because he have some questionable decision making. Like his laning phase is good, but after that, like in team fighting or his pick sometimes, like I don't really agree with, and I don't think he's the most aggressive player either. So I think he's not close to the best.
Short reaction from Perks. The players are ready, so we're gonna.
Yeah, I agree.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree. Definitely.
Well, fantastic, because the players are ready. So let's step inside the arena and get into game 1.
Thanks, Shocks. We all agree, apparently. Now, while the teams are making their final adjustments for the draft, let's see who's loading up for the lineup on both squads. On the blue side for game number 1, it's going to be Splyce. Let's go ahead and dive right into it. We've got Wonder in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle.
Hang on, Pyro.
Well, I'm getting ahead of myself.
We're waiting on our names coming up on the screen. Then they take our names down. Then these guys come in. Look at these bad boys.
Back around. Okay.
Wonder, Trashy, Senkux, Kabe, Mikix, and the coach.
Yamato Cannon.
Yamato Cannon. Now
thanks for taking that one for me. I
full
appreciate
Zen,
it.
and we actually they call us the Phil right now because they're getting the second graphic ready, Pyra, and now you can ramble away and take that one.
Oh, well, thank you for teaching me the wise ways of Zen in this game. And H2K, see if they can muscle up a victory here. They are Otawamne in the top side, Yankos in the jungle, Ryu on mid, Freeze the AD carry, and Vander their support along with Coach Prawley. And
hey man,
yeah,
I get it. You're super excited.
Oh, dude, I was.
I'm really
After
tired
the
after the last game. You've probably been waiting.
I was jumping up and down backstage like constantly. And I still have plenty of energy to go. So I got you. I got you this game.
You get the fill then.
Yeah, always. Well, we may not have that much fill, to be honest. Like, Splyce have been a much more, I want to say, active team this split, much more proactive around the map, and their teamwork is really bringing them together quite a lot. And they are looking like one of those better teams in the mid-tier.
They're just, a lot better than they were last split, and only with a single roster change, at the end of that line of the Splyce guys right there, it's Mickey X, or Mikix, whatever you want to call him. I think he prefers Mickey. And his addition to the team has just completely unleashed Kabe. And that's actually making, despite it being mid lane week and we want to look at like maybe Senkux and Ryu.
5-man game, Crepo.
Kabe and Freeze is just also just a super interesting matchup.
Absolutely. So, taking a look as the picks and bans get underway. The ever so necessary Draven ban up against Freeze, followed by a Trundle and Braum keeping it cold on the side of Splyce. On the other hand, we've got the Olaf and Gragas banned away from H2K, or by H2K, I should say.
Yup, getting rid of that Gragas from Trashy I think is good. Some carry champs out of this top lane here away, so let's see what Odawana ends up playing. Played Rumble last week.
Wasn't quite successful though.
Yeah, he can play, not that great. He can play the Gnar too, to a great effect. And many top laners here in the European LCS have had options to lock in Gnar, but have chosen not to do it. So let's see if Wunder may run into a bad matchup here later on, because top lane is heavily pinched in these bans.
Oh yeah, it is. But we talked about the Gnar possibility. That's something Odawane's definitely showed quite a lot of wonder on his side. Well, question marks on that one, but we'll wait for a little while because we definitely don't expect that to be the first pickup of the game right now.
Bard may actually be very contested in the support too. We saw Freeze and Vander whip out the Ashe Syra lane, which I'm a really big fan of, but both Mickey and Vander have also shown improvements and solid performances on that Bard. So this could actually be a champion that gets picked up early, despite teams really just picking Karma. Usually you would expect Vladimir on the left side here, and then a Karma Civ or something if we follow the trend of the day.
Yeah, but they are going to focus on AD carries. Caitlyn does get the answer for Splyce, so Kabi gets that one. And you know, Kabi as a player, he's been so crucial to his team this split. He's been stepping up actually pretty big.
Yeah, he now gets the space to operate in, and he's actually using it. So last split, I couldn't really pinpoint a single point where I was like, you know what, Kabe outplayed or he carried, and he's definitely stepping into the spotlight that his team creates for him, and he's definitely performing.
Yep. Freeze, on the other hand, don't necessarily need to be picking up an AD carry at this stage since the Caitlyn reveal has already happened, but you know, people have been respect banning this Draven away. Outside of it, he's actually not looked as impressive, although he does boast an undefeated record on Ashe.
Yeah, and that's actually a pick that may come out for him because it's a fine lane into Caitlyn, in my opinion. With Trap Max, it's slightly harder because you get punished more for positioning, but it used to be a fine lane in which the ranges being somewhat similar. And the preemptive Gnar pick here from...
Followed by the Karma pickup too, so teams they are still following the prioritization. Yeah. Karma just being a very strong pick, both the mid lane and in the support role, in all honesty.
Yeah, barely see it mid though. Very often we always talk about flex, but it always seems to end up as a support pick.
Yeah. Splyce's side, what do they answer with? We talked about top being pinched, but really outside of the Gragas, the jungle has not been touched as much. I guess you can argue for the Olaf being that flexibility, but...
I don't know, where's the Vladimir, man?
Yeah, mid lane hasn't really been as prioritized either. It's mid lane week, come on, guys!
These guys are scared of the Nivea Zyra comp coming out, I guess, on both sides, but now that the Karma is locked in, I think that's going to be a free Zyra for Splyce here. Free Vladimir, rather, not a free Zyra.
Yeah. Yamato Cannon is looking particularly festive today. He's hoping to bring a little bit of color to his team, yeah. And the Rek'Sai pickup, wouldn't expect anything different from Trashy. He's actually shown up quite effectively on it.
Yeah. I like Trashy on tanks. Not the biggest fan of him playing like pure carry junglers. I'm a much bigger fan of him on tanks and Wundo on something more slightly carry oriented in the top lane.
Yeah, Wonderwear definitely trying to step into that role, but this is why the meta, you know, can favor Splyce now that we have had that switch up between the top, between the jungle matchups in general, but also, you know, with lane swaps just about every game too. It's all about who can deny that top laner as long as possible. Odoamne has shown in most of his matchups that he's been able to be the one coming out ahead. And, you know, he proved that last week up against Vitality.
Yeah, and that's also testament to H2K's macro approach to the game, shot calling. This man right there on your screen probably is honestly a really good strategist when it comes to early game and lane assignments. And H2K as a team have always really adapted to that very well. Right now, they finish up the second part of their draft, and as expected, they're just going to match a jungler, one of the ones that's open. Surprisingly not Nidalee, despite being able to maybe outpace, but...
well, Yanko seems to be pretty happy about it. At least he gets his hands on the Spider Queen, and Freeze does pick up Ashe once again, so, you know, looking at the composition right now, they've got a little bit of speed boost, they've got some flanking potential if they keep those double teleports. We don't know what Ryu's going to take just yet, but can bet it'll be something that they can start a fight with.
Yeah, they're leaving the Karma flex. It might actually be Karma mid because he does okay into Vlad. You can challenge the wave, and I think with Mantra W, you can challenge some of his trades because he'll regain the health that he takes, and you might be able to chunk him. I really like Bard here. I love playing Bard into Ashe. It's such an easy setup. Like, she has to move for CS, and she doesn't have a gap closer, so she's ulting into Q combo, and she's kind of screwed. Wait, he's actually thinking about Science support.
I think they're just having a little bit of fun.
No, but it's actually a thing. Science support actually exists.
Well, timer's ticking down. Not this time, Crepo.
Not this time.
All right, we got the Fizz, and that's a bit more in Wonder's playbook, and then the Bard comes out for Mikey X. So you get your wish.
Yeah, finally, the carry top laner is still found in the very shallow pool now after all these carries got taken out. And then the tank. So stylistically, I love this comp from Splyce. They have a long-range carry on Kobe, check. They have something where Mickey can make plays, check. They have a strong mid lane champion, and then they have the tank on the jungler and the carry on the top laner. So stylistically, holistically, for Splyce, this composition makes sense.
So, H2K, what do they need to round their comp out with to build something?
Mid laner, Pyra.
I mean, specifically, Crepo, I suppose the Rise will count towards that.
I mean, if they pick up the Rise, they have a really good fight. Their front line is a bit iffy because at least it's kind of conditional front line, and Gnar kind of joins late, so they don't have anybody really keeping people at bay. But they definitely have a lot of damage then.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I have to play really heavily around the Gnar bar with the Rise locked in. H2K will be taking as much power as they can possibly get, but that late game starts to get pretty darn scary. Splyces, though, on the other hand, can be as well. You look at those guys they've got all across the board. Nice mixed damage, and you know, Wonder on a tanky on-hit Fizz, it's going to be really, really bloody.
Yeah, definitely no lack of late game on either side, so no team needs to rush like super hard on the early or on the late. Splyce definitely playing 1-3-1 again here. They're even taking teleport on their Vladimir, something we usually don't see. Senkooks for going the Ghost here to definitely opt in fully into this 1-3-1. Same for H2K. Let's see who executes better.
Yeah, they got a lot of comfort for themselves too. You know, the AD carries got 2 champions they've done very, very well on overall. Even if Freeze, you know, signature Draven was always taken away, permabanned every game. That's what happens when you do nasty things to it 2 games in a row. But yeah, Wonder on Fizz. I mean, it's kind of textbook. We got what we wanted. Now, can we bring it to you with our best?
Yeah, but Wonder will likely want to dodge this Nara matchup early. Having a range advantage on Fizz and being able to slow him and chase him down, I think is going to be a little bit annoying. He is, however, sporting the Ignite. So if Wonder goes top with the Ignite, it ends up in standard lanes, and Rek'Sai on Trashy shows up early, they can actually shut that lane down, and then Fizz can start snowballing. That's also an option with his Ignite, teleport, top lane Fizz.
Well, we'll definitely have to see. If you guys at home think that Splyce can take this one away, game number 1, hashtag SPY win at LOL Esports is the place. Hashtag H2K win on the other side. If you think H2K will walk away with game at number 1, it's definitely going to be a hell of a series. And the crowd's still hyped. No exhaustion here in Berlin as we get ready to rock onto the Rift. H2K, Splyce. Very, very close matchup on our hands. Even in the standings, H2K might be a top 3 team, but Splyce are on the edge of it.
Yeah, and especially if you look at H2K, they saw G2 Esports get a tie, kind of out of nowhere. Then they saw Fnatic drop that game. So right now, they really want the 2-0 victory. They need the 3 points. They've always wanted it, but it would mean so much more for this team if they can use that to climb up in the standings. But they'll have to perform in some really interesting matchups here. I'm hoping for standout lanes. I would hate this game to go to a lane swap.
Well, so far, looks like you're going to get your wish unless some trickery happens, but a lot of pings flying left and right. But we have our lines of scrimmage. You know, with so many lane swaps already opening up the week, it's nice and refreshing to see teams just opting to go for the straight up. We're going to brawl each other, standard lanes, let the junglers do their thing.
But Pyro, we need to wait until 1 minute, like 10 seconds before we make that call.
All right, well, 5 to go.
Because that's exactly why people stay in the lane assignments until the latest moment possible.
Yep.
But now finally we see H2K go for the preemptive counter swap. Because lately we've seen so many lane swaps end up initiated but never matched. And then end up in a standard lane swap game. I love what H2K is doing here, going for the preemptive swap. I wonder if they're going for their own Krugs or just going to invade on the enemy camp, and we might have a bit of a fight here in the river.
Yeah, warded out, so Vander and Freeze would see when Kabi does move through that jungle, and they're actually keeping
if they hide in the
side
brush
of it. Going forward for the second brush here. Ooh, they could have the edge, and they see them.
Yeah.
Right as their own.
But Freeze, Kabi's going to play on the right side of the lane here. Yeah, I don't think this is going to amount to too much.
Yeah, they reveal themselves. Quick volley, a little bit of damage onto Kabi.
The whole reason that comes out early is because if they wait too long, they'll yield the push. And in a lot of these ranged matchups, the deciding factor of who convincingly wins the lane or not is the one who is pushing the creeps. And both these rosters, once they start pushing, they can keep the push. But right now, Karma and Ashe have unrelenting poke, and they'll actually have a major edge up in this matchup now because they're pushing.
Yeah, it's the old adage, the strong push, the weak receive.
Yeah.
It's true in all situations, so. Dispensing that ancient wisdom, of course, Crepo. Thank you. Kabi.
I'm wearing that shirt today. Despite you being...
that was the joke.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, the 2v2 is definitely going to be a little bit rougher despite the range advantage. But you talked about Ashe being a really good pickup into this Caitlyn. It's all about the comfort and, you know, 280 carries that are fairly critical to their team. H2K picking up Freeze and, you know, them trying to see what they can make of him coming here back from NA and, you know, not the strongest split he had back there.
No, not the strongest split there. He's shown some inconsistency so far. Right now, he'll need to dodge this gank from Trashy later on. Trashy went for a 3-camp clear into a Scuttle Crab here to kind of defend this lane from the right side to make it so that only Jankos can really gank from Tribrush or lane, hopefully. And then he's just going to pick that up and path to the top lane. With Portal plus Tunnel, they can actually do some interesting gank combinations, where you obviously portal over with Bard if Ashe Karma are continuously pushing on the tower.
Yeah, that's a lot of crazy mobility all together. And Kabi, Mickey X, they're still going to be in a little bit of trouble here, trying to catch as much minions as they possibly can, but still, not able to get as many as Freeze and Vander are getting. The bully continuing here. It's not a huge CS differential, of course, but you know, take a look more at the bottom side where Wonder's actually doing just that to Ottawamne, 22 to the 18 CS. Not a huge difference again, but
you got the push
this is a Wonder champion. He knows how to deal in a lot of these matchups, and you know, Odo's known as one of the stronger top laners in Europe, but still, Wonder is so far not having too much trouble with him.
Not too much trouble because he really valued, again, pushing the lane early as well. Probably has enough threat right now on Ottawamne with the QW combo and then Eing out, whereas Ottawamne can't continuously harass him out of lane. Later on, when Now gets levels, especially level 9, once his Q's maxed, he can start, you know, going for the harass pattern with the boomerangs. But right now, it's not enough, and this is exactly what happened a few times before. Wonder goes in, chunks him, gets out, and that's how he gets lane priority.
Yeah, just little bits, chipping away, and there's no reason for the teams to try and make any big plays across the map. However, with Infernal Drake being our first, we might see a break from the lanes a little bit sooner than expected. Trashy in that bottom side around that Dragon Pit clears out the Scuttle Crab and goes on a little bit of an invade mission, but Jankos is too far back in the jungle to be spotted at this time. It really should be on those two junglers to start to reflect those lane matchups early on when we have these standard lane matchups.
Yeah, and despite not having bin top, I think the jungler has already affected that lane matchup top because Karma and Ashe could have kept pushing, but because they're so scared of maybe a flash exhaust from Mickey into another tunnel from Trashy, you know, or portal into tunnel, hang on.
Yeah, Trashy, he does find Jankos inside of his own jungle. Jankos repelling up, forces the quick flash. Trashy way too low in the health bar. That'll be a quick summoner blown to save his life.
Yeah, and that's just indicative of how any Elise matchup goes. If you get hit by Cocoon, you lose. If you dodge it, maybe you can win. But yeah, again, Vander and Freeze started playing back because they were scared of potential Trashy gank. Now with the information that Trashy chunked out, they can also predict the pathing. They will likely know that he's going to left side of map, so they need to be aware of their pushing. We could see a little move here where Mickey and Kobe push out, reset the wave, and go bot, and play towards that Infernal. Wouldn't be too bad of a map move. Facing on BF timing, going bot, take Infernal, have the top lane or TP top.
Vander and Freeze are in a little bit of trouble now themselves. They've allowed the pressure to start turning back in Kobe's favor, but Jankos is in hot pursuit here. Let's see if they can spot this one out. Magical Journey. In comes Mickey into the Cocoon. Instant exhaust, but this Bard is not going to live. Sinks the Fangs in for first blood. Jankos, the first blood king, is back, and Freeze narrowly making it away.
And that's a bit of a mistake from Mickey X because he didn't know where Jankos was. Going for the blind portal here. It always looks fancy, but I think he would better off walking, saving his flash, and then he could have flash portal out on a different wall. This is always speculative, and it's very easy for us to say, but he overextended with no vision. They wanted one more wave before their base timing, and Jankos with a very well-timed gank, and the first blood king is back.
Yes, indeed. Kabi, as it stands, having to burn Summoner heal on that, but he does nearly answer a kill back, and in the end of the day, it was Freeze who actually got incredibly low. Vander sticking around, try and clear the wave out.
Yeah, they want to get this wave into the tower, and then he's going to base. So never want to leave a Freeze here that you can hand off to AD carry, because then Vander can base and roll himself. Which is, again, so they're really good harass pattern right here, but right here, once Vander goes aggressive, yeah, Mickey makes he tries to preemptively dodge the Q by the pathing he was doing, and then he does, honestly, a bit of a greedy portal. Probably should have kept walking, flashed the Cocoon, and then went into the wall. Could have gotten out there, but that's nitpicking. Just a really good gank from Jankos.
Yeah. Bard taking the Magical Journey straight into a face full of Cobweb. Not a good start for the Splyce. Well, I want to say bottom laners, but now I'm all turned around because we're back in Australia. But either way, 7 minutes into this game, it's not a huge gold lead, obviously, because that's the only big differentiating factor. But the question is, how do H2K start to turn this back in their favor? They had the lane in the 2v2, but then they kind of got pushed back, and now they're starting to turn it back around again. But this is still going to be a long, protracted laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, for H2K, the plays that they are looking for, their main objective is getting Ryze in the game, getting him scaling, and then on 6, obviously some arrows from Freeze. Definitely don't want to play too close to the wall there if you're Freeze. But yeah, some arrows can really lock down his lane. Karma with flash available can always go for the Mantle W. Flash after targeted flashes, then arrow follow-up, so they have the potential to go all in, especially if junglers get into the equation. Double TPs too. Remember, any of these actions here in the top lane can generate a double TP fiesta almost. Yeah. So you got to be careful with your engages.
Well, we've seen our fair share of those, that's for sure. For now, though, nobody really looking to make a whole lot of early plays on that. Despite the Infernal Drake, of course, just trying to make sure you can get the pink wards around the side. H2K having it in their favor. And Senkux, first time we really talked about mid lane this game, he walks right into a ruined prison. Still Vladimir. This matchup where once you get to a certain point, nobody dies. Just like the Fnatic Origin game.
I mean, nobody dies. I think Vladimir doesn't die. People around Vladimir seem to drop like flies in the late game, however. But yeah, in this particular matchup, 1v1, nobody's going to go down. But this late game Vlad is something we need to watch. How much has Senkox mastered this champion? Does fine right now, even says it's all about the pressure. Whichever of these teleport champions is the one pushing has the advantage and the momentum and the time to go for a preferential teleport play somewhere else. Same in bot lane. Whoever's pushing has more room to wiggle around.
Just waiting for something to break loose. Of course, it happened. But yeah, Senkox, as a player, has really changed his identity. And I guess it's really been on the back of the whole team. Really stepping up in a lot of different ways. Kabi, Wonderwear. And speaking of Kabi, he's just able to two-step away from the Ash Arrow. Freeze hitting 6 right on the money. Still have Jankos hanging around for backup in the top side, but you know, without Kabi and Mickey X stepping too far forward, they won't get much of anything. Trashy here, meanwhile, he's spending his time in the mid lane. Let's see if he can get Ryu to bite on the bait.
Yeah, Ryu always keeping his distance. No reason to overchase if Vladimir would still flash available. So top laner was a cheeky little attempt there. Freeze wanted to arrow into a Jankos repel into Kiku follow-up. Here we see every time Ryu uses his ulti, Senkox exit trade, he's like, back off, my farm. But eventually sustains up. It's just a trading of cooldowns every time. Trade Rise ulti for pull, for brain push, then Vladimir sustains up. But every time the push comes in from Ryu, Jankos can at least move up into the enemy jungle here. Joined right now by Vander. So H2K is swapping up the map and it's going to isolate the dragon for them. So they're doing what Splyce could have technically done earlier if it wasn't for that gank from Jankos.
The first team to pull the trigger will go the spoils. Scuttlecrab does spot them out, so Trashy's around the backside. Let's see if he can attempt anything miraculous. Doesn't look like it right here. Dragon 1200 in the pit. In comes Ryu. They've got plenty of backup, and that will be the first Infernal Drake. And they even speed themselves up. Help to get some inspiration off the back of the dragon.
Get that dragon, get some more inspiration too. No, Vander, that's something you see from Karma. It's kind of, you get lost really easy if you're looking at a team fight and you don't see those movement speed bursts. But that's why people pick Karma. You know, the Mantra E, the Mantra Shield, and Shield for the entire team that speeds up the entire roster can get you out of these binds where maybe somebody would have had to use their flash if Wonderwear went to throw out his fish, for example. Movement speed is such an invisible factor that very often gets overlooked, but it just shows you why Karma is one of the supports that gets picked so often.
And it shows what the prioritization is on H2K's side. Look at Freeze. He completes a very quick Berserker's Greaves after he picks up the BF sword. On the other side, still basic boots for Kabi. So H2K, you know they can take these objectives a little quicker. They're playing a little faster, and as a result, Splyce are the ones falling a bit behind. Yeah. Not a lot in the gold game, though. It's still fairly even on that regard, since no towers have really gone down. We haven't seen much but the one kill.
Yeah, barring any really outplays and solo kills or teleport plays, that's generally how games progress. You trade a little bit of a momentum for a minor objective. So you execute a lane swap quicker, you get an extra herald. You have a higher tempo in the lane swap, you get an extra dragon. You know, you correctly identify the right part of the map to play on, you get the enemy's red buff, blue buff. The gold counts roughly stay the same, but it's pressure and it's waiting for your opponent to kind of make a mistake. Right now, Jankos is gonna path in here, look for a counter gank. And Odoamne has to kind of sell his Oscar, play as dumb as he can, and wait for the counter engage from Wunder.
Wunder's definitely not taking that one. Just waiting for the farm to come right back to him. The boomerang comes out. Wunder dodges once again. But yeah, nothing doing. You hear the farm alarm ring-a-ding-ding, so now Trashy heads towards that bottom side, and everything's still so nice and even. Big Gnar, but yeah, nothing doing.
Now, if Odoamne plays this far up, sometimes top laners know that the enemy jungler is here. They're like, guys, this guy is playing so aggressive, he's baiting me. Which means your jungler can actually make a play on the bottom side of the map. Tempered Fade into Tunnel, into Knockup. Can just be a solo kill here, but really good hawk shot here. That's going to spot Trashy. Pinks come out, so they know exactly where he is. But they're just dividing up the map here. The right side now belongs to Splyce, left side to H2K, but they couldn't capitalize on that play. So now Splyce is winning out of this situation. Good defensive play by Wunder, not pulling the trigger.
Yeah, just making sure they keep the defenses covered and don't make those mistakes to allow the teams to start to break open, get bigger advantages. And this has, always been H2K's calling card.
Here we go.
A little bit more smart, but Freeze, he's locked up by the Tempered Fate, and they just keep comboing him. In comes Trashy, in comes Senkox. Ace in the hole will not proc, but they don't even need it. But all of a sudden, Odoamne's there. They pick up Trashy. Freeze actually lived, so They thought they had this, but Splyce ended up losing 2 members very quickly. Mickey, I can't even pronounce his name anymore. He's going low, but they've turned their attention over to Senkux. Vander now. Senkux is trying to chase him down. Quick flash away. He manages to get in with the Tides of Blood, but he's going to pay for it with his life. As soon as he comes out of his pool, that's going to be H2K capitalizing on over-aggression.
And that is the problem with a Tempered Fate engage. Yes, you have 2.5 seconds of setup time, but it's also a free 2.5 seconds for the opposing team to react to your play. And then we need to delve into specifics. If you go on a trap on a Zonia's target, he will immediately get trapped right after. But what Mickey did wrong there is he didn't wait for his CC to be layered. He stacked it. He stacked the Cosmic Binding onto the trap CC, which allowed Freeze to eventually just path away. And Splyce didn't commit to the play. Half of their members were committing. Look at this again. So good setup. You hit both. AD carries always hug the tower. So if you're Bard, just get them and the tower. That way you don't take any pesky tower shots. And right here, half of them are committing. And Cobb is backing off because of the instant teleports. He's going for an ulti channel in a full pack that then goes to Ryu. Freeze survives on 1 tick, and now this play is over right now. They've overcommitted on a target that doesn't drop. And then Odoamne comes in. He can deal with Senkux. And Vander baits out Senkux's flash here, and that's honestly not... I mean, this part is not worth, but at this point, you know, when Ryu flashing in, it's a lot of flashing for Senkux, but the carries are getting fed. Really good counterplay here from H2K. And lack of... yeah, decisiveness on the side of Splyce. If you commit for that play, you gotta go all in.
Yeah, and this is the thing we were praising them for, even that they were seeming like a much more decisive team, but you know, showing that they're not quite up to the standards of H2K just yet. It's a big swing in gold this early in the game. The 2,000 edge to H2K. They have the first Infernal already off the big play they made. There'll be another one in a minute and 15. Now that they control this tempo, yes, they're on the top side now, but it's not hard to move around. And H2K, they're starting to find themselves in a comfortable rhythm.
Yeah, they're pushing out just the remains of the turrets. Obviously, in that replay, both tier 1 towers on the side lanes went down. Proof. Yeah. In case you did not believe me. Yeah.
I believe you.
It's
Thank
gone.
you, observers. We got 1-1. Okay, the stats do not lie. The numbers on your screen are very real. And...
a bit of an optimistic Tempered Fate right
I mean, they got a golden minion, but Rio was able to walk his way out of it. No teleports for a while here, but this Drake is definitely going to be the hot ticket. You can see H2K making a beeline for it right now. All but Odoamne and Wonder are actually right around there, so it will be the 4v4 without any teleports. Trashy gets caught, but he takes the Cocoon under the tunnel with him. And in comes the Ash Arrow. Kabi nets away, but he's still stunned up. Into Rune Prison he goes, having to burn his flash, and narrowly survives. So we've got Ryu and the rest of H2K now looking to push down the mid lane. But Splyce, Trashy, they're going to try to prevent this as best they can. Tower going very, very low. And H2K, they will keep the gold swinging in their favor, looking for the dragon now.
Yeah, some really good arrows. Freeze has been told by Prawley to use arrow on cooldown. You have it, you shoot it. And then, if your coach is Prawley, you listen. The man does not take disobedience very kindly.
And clearly the results are starting to show themselves. Big, big play off the back of Freeze being able to sink an arrow. They may not have killed Copy, but they forced him out long enough for the tower. Now, Splyce, they're moving towards 4 members onto this dragon. This has actually caught H2K in a moment of weakness. It's already down to 2,000, but in comes the collapse. Senkux trying to zone, but they land the Cocoon on him. Dragon will go down, secured by Trashy, but will they make it out alive? Senkux, yes, they can!
That's such a satisfying sound of like 3 members right after one after the other taking that magical journey. Obviously, never click a magical journey if you don't know where it's going, kids. It's very important. In this case, don't ever click it if you're H2K, because you're gonna magical journey yourself straight into a trap and you will get blasted as a follow-up.
So H2K know a little bit better than that, a little smarter. Still, they get themselves a significant gold lead despite having given up that dragon over to Splyce. And wouldn't you know it, another Infernal's coming up again, so we can expect that all.
Yeah, this is like...
once more.
When you get this many Infernals in a row, you just log out and you go to the casino. Just gotta use up all that luck.
It's gotta go somewhere, guys.
50 on black.
All right. We'll see how Splyce and H2K end up spending the weekend, but they've still got plenty of games to play. Mickey X, he takes a pretty big shot from Evander, And we can see why the Karma is so heavily contested here. But let's take a look at some of our items, because the game's been actually fairly actiony the last couple of minutes. Very quick pickup of the Spirit Visage first item on the side of Senkook, so he's really trying to deny as much damage as
Yeah,
possible.
super standard on Vladimir. Right below him, we have honestly the standard Caitlyn build. Mickey here lurking. He's looking.
In comes Tempered Fate. They separate out Jankos, but nothing doing.
Good sidestep there from Jankos, and honestly, respect flash from Vander. Supports are starting to do that way more. Or people are just doing that way more right now, flashing the Tempered Fate as opposed to getting hit and then realizing they should flash right after. Mickey putting the pressure in. The next ultimate cool, and he can isolate Vander somewhere. So Vander will have to be slightly more careful. Senkooks right now walking to the trade, but it's generally fine with Pool, but
it's all right. Oh, there's a Game of Plague.
Yeah, it's always like a 3-part trade. Like, you need them to trade Pool for maybe a summoner, then ultis, and then maybe they can kill each other. So it goes on for quite a while. Very robust matchup.
Yeah, both mid laners pressing all the buttons. Ryu is definitely starting to get a little bit more into that machine gun rise. He's still trying to stack up his tier, but the Rod of Ages completed a needlessly large rod. He's got a little more power in his playbook, and now looking for a 2-man on the bottom side. Senkooks and Trashy are here to defend. They get a few pot shots off, but they will not be able to secure it just yet.
Yeah, the more interesting build is just the early cowl here from Odoamne into the straight Black Cleaver here. Going for lane dominance, just enough magic resistance to withstand the all-in from Wunder, but now he's the one controlling the pit. So like at the start of the game, it was Wunder pushing in Odo. Right now, it's Odo will always have top lane priority here. With Ryu on the side lane being slightly ahead of the early game, or cause of the early game, he has bot lane priority. So that means H2K has 2 pushing side lanes and a Nash in the mid lane. They can make so many plays on the map right now.
Yeah, and they have a whole lot of vision too. You take a look at that bottom lane. They've got everything lit up. Not as much in the top side, but they know Odoamne can just consistently hold the line. 20 minutes have passed. Baron hits the rift, but no one cares about it just yet. We've got Infernal Drake on the brain, even though it's still several more away. This game, we've definitely had a whole heaping helping of them. Still, with Kabi and Mickey X trying to make something happen in that mid, nothing doing just yet. But yeah, 3-1 in towers. H2K still holding that line and still running the game in their way. But Splyce are not, to be completely cowed. They've been trying to make those counterattacks quite frequently.
Yeah, they're trying to make some picks there. H2K's respect flashing, and this 4,000 gold lead, it just can't be understated. That's a very large margin that H2K get to play with. The composition has no issues of getting really outscaled. They can still make picks here. It's basically Tempered Fate versus Arrow right now into double TP, joining what's going to decide who wins the fights. But H2K have more wiggle room because they're just simply ahead in terms of items.
Very true. And, you know, take a look at where some of that gold is as well, especially on the side of Ryu. He's, you know, just taking a look at him right now. He's got about 1,500 ahead of Senkooks, and that is worrying when you're going to become a late game rise. Yes, the Vladimir is still ridiculous, and that's why we're seeing him so heavily prioritized, but you know, Ryu as a mid laner, we talked about him on the analyst desk just before the start of this game. He's still sometimes hit or miss, but give him the power he needs, and he can start to step up and really make some big plays.
Yeah, I was giving a rather unchallenging matchup here. The Vladimir to the Azir, and did well just farming.
Yep, hasn't really had too much trouble, that's for sure. So H2K, they keep on growing this lead, but they're letting it be steady and soft, right? They're not trying to make those big catch plays. They're not necessarily looking for picks, but even though Splyce are trying, they're not presenting really too much of an edge, and they just keep moving their way in, dipping their feet in the water and, you know, making sure that Splyce is running slowly but surely out of jungle. Continuously looking for that. So another minute till that dragon, you can expect them to start setting up the vision on that bottom side, but this is a team that just doesn't stay put. They keep moving. You can see the vision following them everywhere they go.
Yeah, they keep moving because they always have the first move. They can dictate which side of the map they want to play out. Right now, they want to kind of give some cushion to Odoamne. If you're a split pusher, you really like the sense of safety. You want your own safe space.
You always want more cushion.
Yeah, definitely. Not always. Had plenty of cushion in my life. Trying to get rid of the cushion.
All right, well, Odoamne's looking for it, especially because he's been going hard on that top side.
Yeah, definitely looking to put pressure. Tower's already on half HP. Has some wards around him, so he spots the enemies. H2K will likely want to shift their vision to the other side once that Infernal is spawning. They're kind of late, actually. Usually it's 30 seconds before that.
Yeah, and you can see they're just continually refreshing all the pink ward slots the moment they can get it. One on just about everybody but Odoamne, who's still sitting on several pieces of all of his items. But it's just not mirrored on the other side. Splyce, they may be a much improved team from the Splyce we saw last split, but they're just not at this H2K level yet. That's what we're seeing so far.
All right, Splyce got the first move into the area here. They're closing out one of the choke points with some traps here, but Wunder's not here yet, so it's asynchronous plays here. Like, either you go full commit, you teleport in early, because you know if you're here gonna fight for it, you might as well teleport in already. They're going for a fight for the top lane. Look for Tempered Fate here.
There's
They're
the teleport.
pretty clustered.
It's the flank. Let's see if Wonder can get something done. The Dragon's not finished yet. Freeze gets caught on the Tempered Fate. Wonder, he's trying to find it in. Throws the fish. Lands on Vander. Dragon, all but forgotten right now. And this fight is starting to go real crazy. Odoamne into the back. Throws the big rock at Kabi. And in the back line, we're seeing even more. Vander gets taken down. Yanko slays Wonder. And everyone's low on health bars. Trashy will finally fall. Odoamne on his last legs. Ace in the hole. Knacks Freeze. But it does not do enough. Dragon will finally get smited. And H2K come out with a 2-for-1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because Freeze was untouched in that fight, and more importantly, the Cluster Fate only hits one, which means the team can block the necessary foul up there. Didn't get the connection on the fish. Wonder did. Vander took that out. He dropped in that fight. The Soul wanted to drop here, and then Odoamne did a really good backline dive jump in. So,
oh yeah,
definitely a wrong approach. I think Mickey should have pulled the trigger just slightly earlier. The TP in was late, so Splyce, they could have just aggressively defended that area. Look at it again. Like, if Wonder was here already, it was great. 4-man, 3-man chance here for a Tempered, but they wait for people to kind of spread out, and then they go too much for Freeze in the back line. The fish misses onto Vander, exhaust and Wonder. Look at all on the front line. 2-man into a wall, jump with the Kabi, and Freeze honestly is untouched. He only gets Vladimir ulti in the entirety of the fight up until this point. So H2K play a marvelous team fight.
Yeah. And they walk away with the spoils. An extra 8% AD and AP. It has been all Infernal Drakes this game. That's what we like to see.
Yeah. More damage.
Oh, every single time. So H2K, they're setting themselves up for a wonderful later game. Taking a look at the damage in that last fight. And yeah, Odoamne was a beast. We talked about this guy can play around in Narbar. Boy, did he ever.
And Kobe tried to carry the fight. 3,000 damage output is honestly very high in a losing fight. But if Splyce kited more towards hang off, Freeze caught, teleport.
On Golden, in comes Trashy. They're looking to see if they can get the catch, and Freeze is frozen in place before taken out. The fish is on to Vander, and there's even more following through. They get a double stun. Vander's gone. Kabi with the kill, and all of a sudden, H2K are dropping like flies. Up goes the Spider, but what goes up must go back to Fountain. That's going to be 4 for none.
Yeah, down goes Yankos. Odoamne looking to make this tower go down here in the mid lane. That was actually an unlucky portal pointed out in the replay if we get it. But first, we're heading to Baron.
25 minutes, the Baron started. Splyce with a marvelous catch, get themselves more. They didn't lose too much, but chip damage on the turret with Odo unable to collapse on it, or get any more on it, I should say. 4-man Baron, easy peasy with no one able to contest. This one's going to Splyce, and they have made the most of that catch.
Yeah, much better. Once Splyce is in sync on their engage and everything lines up, they get some really good pickoffs right there. And Wonder, I mean, Mickey with a beautiful Bard ultimate, and then the follow-up, honestly, the disrespect from H2K as to what it did. So beautiful to see.
Oh, it's awesome. This game, still, the little mistakes, we talked about how they can be punished. Splyce proved they are just as capable.
Right,
Let's see the start of this, though.
So Freeze, no flash, out of position, 100%. They follow up right here. Look at Mickey. Portal has a 700 cast range, so he's trying to cast that 4 Senkuks, but he gets it right at the tip below. But ironically, it gives him the best flash position ever to go for this beautiful double stun here that allows his team to get Baron. So he single-handedly made that play. And now we can go to the topic, Mickey versus Nisbeth. Nisbeth would have not made that play. Nisbeth definitely would have not attempted that play, sadly enough, after a failed play. Because the biggest thing about, as Cobbett takes here, the arrow and the QSS, the biggest thing about Mickey is when he fails a play, he doesn't care. He just tries again. Like, we've seen him mess up engages very often and then make a game-winning engage right after. And he really has confidence, persistence.
And this is, this is the kind of thing that you can't often always see in the stats right away, but when a team picks up a player and there's really no, you don't know how good that player is, you haven't necessarily seen them play on the pro circuit before, and they make that change, this is the kind of reasoning that you're looking for. This is what we trust in Yamato can and trust in this Splyce squad to be able to make those adjustments, those tweaks, small roster changes in an offseason that just had a ton of them, starting to prove why they did just that. Yeah. 27 minutes and a half into this. This game is dead even on gold, 3 to 4 in towers. The Drakes, they might end up making the entire difference this game, but there's a Baron on the side of Splyce too.
Yeah, so now Wonder has lane prio. Kobe can push on his own. He can definitely shut off the map too with the Caitlyn traps, and Bard has his picking of any of these low mobility champions that he can pick up. Ryze, Ashe, Karma maybe. Karma not so much with the shield, I'm lying, but definitely Ryze and Ashe. is what he'll be looking for. Remember, when Freeze hugs the tower like this, Tempered Fate on him plus a tower is just the easiest setup of your life, and Splyce can commit, so...
Now, when they do commit, you know, we saw that they weren't all on the same page, but by the same token, they're able to come together and make some massive plays like we saw earlier, allowing them to get this Baron, seeing what they can do with it. A downed inner tower now.
Alright, they're going on to Wunder here, but we may see defensive Q, doesn't get double stun.
Playful Trickster's out, that's fine. They can't quite catch him. Slippery fish that he is. And Mickey's still walking through. Now it's Splyce's turn to really get a lot of jungle warding down. You can see it on the top and the bottom side. They've started to push H2K further back. The next dragon might be a bit of a reprieve for H2K. It's Ocean Drake. Yes, you still want it, but you know, it's not going to be, we can't obviously get another Infernal, so we have to move on to a new element this time. And the regen still be useful, but
is it a max of just 3?
I believe it's a max of just 3.
Because technically H2K can get a third one.
Well, maybe it's just max of 3 different elements.
It's a max of 3
yeah,
different
never mind.
ones.
I
think you can have 4 Infernals in a game. I wouldn't bet my money on it.
Just not in a row, apparently. Not this time, anyways.
Definitely not this time.
Yeah.
But
we gotta cool off after all that hot action.
Alright, I just got the buzz from the master himself. Our stats guy told me you can only get 3, so...
Ah, okay.
You were right after all, Pyra.
Lucky guess, I swear. But now everyone's kind of got sights of each other in this jungle. You can see H2K's claimed a bit of it back. They've gotten a lot more wards down themselves, but they've been unable to actually clear out as much, and they're really just resorting to trying to clear out some of those tunnels instead. Still, the dragon might just be worth fighting over. Baron buff,
and this is
now gone.
This is good point you bring up. I love the Caitlyn Bard combo when they have to defend an objective, because Traps was Tempered Fate here.
Oh!
He gets caught. He's gonna flash for the angle.
And they've caught Freeze. Trashy, he was coming in real slow, but that forced a very quick flash. Wonder up and around the side will not be enough to find anything, but it might force them off of the dragon, or not. We'll see what ends up happening. They're going to go start this one off, and Ottawamne mid-push decides to TP in, joining his team around the side, but his Narbar is already going low here. Yanko stepping on this trap. Dragon real quickly taken out by Trashy. Can they escape? Do they even want to? Turning the fight around. Odo, he's not got the Mega Gnar, and now Senkuk's around the side looking for Vander, looking for Odo. He's got nearly enough to take him out, but he's forcing flashes nonetheless. And they just keep chasing H2K away. Kabi will grab Freeze. Yankos has already gone down.
Oh, the stun
in the
from
hole,
Mickey.
right in the back. They found Ryu. Yamato Cannon is loving every minute. 3 kills, 3 kills, almost 4 kills.
This is
and
Yamato's dream. Not only is his team winning, he also gets a camera on his face so he can make another gif of himself. So this is like dream life here, but Mickey, so instrumental. Another nice stun here, and honestly, Splyce, as a team, they turn it around. They play defensive, they have the objective, but they realize, hey guys, we can just simply win this fight. Senkuk gets a 3 or 4 man ultimate, and then they chase, and once H2K have to run, their composition doesn't really play in their favor.
No, they're not built for running backwards, that's for sure. No reverse on the H2K train, but that's an inhibitor. At 31 minutes right now, Splyce have just taken a big edge this game. 4,000 gold lead. Let's see where it all began.
Yeah, so they have the option to re-engage. They obviously don't want to disengage too much, because they have Wunder connecting the fish here onto Vander. Arrow doesn't hit anybody, and that's big, honestly. Kobe is getting untouched. Look at how aggressive Splyce play in a lot of these fights. Kobe rarely gets hit, and he's using that to then aggressively flash in. Freeze did not escape there because his flash got burned earlier with the Tempered Fate. Ryu now gets pinned into the wall. If you're running away from a team like this, it's going to be incredibly hard because portals will always catch up with you. So that's why you really need to make sure that you pick the right fight if you're H2K. You need Ottawana to go into the back line, and you need Ryu and Freeze to kind of use their artillery to take down the front line. Escaping after a fight is sadly not an option for H2K.
And they found that out the hard way several times, so big gold lead in favor of Splyce. H2K trying to claim back more of their jungle, but it's starting to look more and more dire for them. Another Baron will come up in another minute, but for the time being, we've got a brief reprieve from the action. 9-6 in favor of Splyce on the kill streak. 6-4 in towers, but that includes an inhibitor down the middle, or rather in addition to an inhibitor down the middle. H2K cannot afford to fall into that trap again.
Yeah, and it just makes me even more excited for this series, because imagine if Splyce win this game and then go 2-0, because they definitely have it in them.
Yeah.
They can become a top 3 contender right now, especially with all the teams above them dropping games.
And this was the big question mark for a team like Splyce. Where can they challenge a team like H2K? Clearly, it's just in picking the right fights, and if they can beat them, if they can even take this one game off them, it already says, hey, we are one of the strongest, if not the strongest mid-tier team, and we maybe deserve to be in that top tier, as you said, with teams across the board now in the top already dropping today, one game.
And as a disgusting Bard one trick myself, I just approve of Mickey's play style, his build, he's going for like an early locket, which is great because you want to be defensive enough to not drop in fights, play aggressively to position for those Qs, and then because they're ahead, he can afford to build the Mikhails, and he can get people out of these snares, arrows, cocoons. He doesn't really go for the rush Mikhails because it leaves him too vulnerable, too squishy, so big fan of the way he approaches the champion. Everybody here on Splyce is pulling their weight. Let's see how well they can close out, because these teams that have very often have been behind, they know how it feels to be on the worst end of a Baron bait. But setting it up yourself is a different thing here. Look at the straggler ward outside Baron pit. There's a ward from H2K. Maybe I'm gonna ping our observers to show that.
They're not able to spot it off just yet, but Splyce, you know, they're not interested in taking the Baron right away. They're playing this out very safely, making sure they methodically are sweeping through, grabbing the vision, clearing it all away, and trying to get a 1-3-1 on. But you know, Odoamne still holding somewhat firm here. He has actually still had a fairly good game, but he just hasn't been there all the time when the team needs him. And you know, the last fight, it just really didn't work well around the Gnar bar. He's got a teleport nearly available again. He'll be going down to mini pretty soon, but you know, that just shows why this is such a coin flip of a champion sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Teleport engaged here.
He's caught, but is it Ryu and Vander that have fallen into the trap? In comes Wonder, tagging around the side. Instant exhaust, throws the fish. Vander is gone down to half health. Arrow will land and nail Wonder. Is he gonna go down? He hops, he skips, he jumps, but in comes Jankos. Sink the fangs in, that's a quick kill there. Splyce trying for the retreat, but they are getting a whole lot of damage to kite it back. And H2K decide they don't want this after all.
Yeah, having to kite through traps and bar queues is incredibly hard. So not only can H2K not run from a fight, they apparently can also not run into a fight if it's in close quarters. So they need to fight in the open space and hope to find some similar picks. Unless Odoamne is in Mega Gnar, then they want to fight in close quarters. So very conditional team fights here for H2K. At least they disengage in time, and they have a really good reactionary play, because if they lose 2 members there, they lose the next Baron.
Right, 20 seconds on Wonder, but 2 teleports burned, 1 on either side. Both top laners, Senkux and Ryu, are still going to have this, but you can see that the teams were really anticipating these quick fights in the entirety of the games, going with the double teleport strategy. There will be another dragon coming up, and it's bang on the money going to be the Elder Drake. This is actually great for both teams to try to contest, but the Baron still being live. This forces some choices to be made.
Baron, it's usually an easy choice. We'll go into replay first here. Ryu gets
talk about it after.
It's actually H2K engaging on the Senkux, but because he's Vladimir, he can buy time. Wunder goes to the wrong wall, sadly. So, not the right Wunder wall. And then the arrow comes in here into Cocoon. He barely survives it. Oh! Never mind, it's actually, never mind. Caitlyn's on his team. I was like, the trap misses him, but the Caitlyn is actually on his team. And look here, double Q here. Vander steps in to help his team, but he actually slows down Odoamne. And then obviously Kobbe can spam traps here. Both choke points are littered with traps, and it's so hard to chase into that.
And H2K throughout it all just managed to get their inhibitor back up. Just barely. The Elder's about to hit, but now everyone's still spending all their attention up towards the top, and Trashy
but the Warv
takes himself to scuttle.
Is won by Trashy. And that's also the annoying part, because when you give Caitlyn a max range headshot, the Runans also goes that distance. So anybody stepping in on an accidental trap just spells disaster for a team, because then Caitlyn gets access to even longer range poke in these fights.
Becomes a landmine in that case, for sure. So it's definitely been a game of not falling into the bait and switch. Splyce have had the upper hand for several minutes now, but still could change at any time. H2K might be down in the gold, but they've not given up any more ground here.
Honestly, we gotta call it out though. Splyce's vision denial has been garbage. There's a ward in the back of the pit, no pink ward. Like, they have this meager attempt at a Baron bait, which they sometimes move into, but they don't refresh any of their pink wards. They haven't secured proper sweep, so they can't bait Baron if you don't guarantee the area being swept. Instead, however, they move to Elder, so honestly, H2K could just trade this for Baron.
Yep, move the battle over to another front. They've gotten an uncontested Elder Dragon that gives them a lot of bonuses, 1.5 what they've already got on their Drakes, but as you predicted, H2K, they've moved right in position. They're running
H2K's
for
too
it.
slow. They're doing it as 3-man. Like, Ryze went to the mid lane for whatever reason, so they're not burning this down, and now Temper Fate comes in and stalls. Mistake from both teams.
Oh, we got the Baron getting real angry, and in comes Wonder around the other side. Odo is the last man standing in the pit. They have got to bail out, and this is going to be Splyce looking for the chase on Odoamne, flashing into the Krugs. Baron finished off, handed off to Splyce. They make the most of it.
H2K's inability to correctly predict the right play cost them, honestly, probably the game here, and we need to look at Mickey again. he really reads the situation well. He gets a nice Tempered Fate to slow the Baron. Then instead of going for a Q on Odoamne, he realizes that Odoamne will path behind Baron, and he uses Baron to extend the range on that Cosmic Binding, stuns him, portals over, forces the flash. He gets everybody out of that fight, Splyce turn, and take the Baron. Honestly, really good reaction from them by putting themselves in a rather precarious position because they left H2K a window where they could have rushed down the Baron.
Still, they managed to grab everything, so Splyce in a very comfortable lead right now. They've got some minutes to work with to use this Baron buff, to use this Elder Drake to try and push in. You might very well be correct. It is definitely the game, and don't be fooled by which side the Baron power plays on. It's definitely Splyce's, that's for sure. They knocked down one inner turret, continuing
almost fooled
march
me
down the line.
It's like, why does H2K?
Well, it should have gone to H2K, but as you said, they just couldn't do it. They've got to defend here. This is real crisis mode right now. It's a very sloppy game on their end.
Yeah. Mickey is fishing right here. Look at the zone from the trap, so once probably gets a fill of them again, he can just put them up.
Wonder keeps the minions flowing down the mid. Still with that inhibitor. Sunkux now, he's moving in.
This is the wave. Sunkux moves in from the right side too. 3 traps are up. Wonder's challenging Nexus, so that's going to be a dead tower pretty soon once these minions arrive. H2K are looking for a reactionary fight. Look for an arrow, honestly. Freeze is having a gander. Who's he going to go for?
Wonder, he's the one who decides to dive in just a little bit early himself. Sends the fish, doesn't go, but the Tempered Fate lands onto Freeze and Vander. This is going to be the time. Down goes Freeze. Where the hell did his health bar go? Wonder looking for the chase, but it's just to zone them off the inhib. That's going to be Splyce picking that one up at a discount rate.
And that's a mistake from Freeze. If you see the Tempered Fate, you have to flash because Cobbett did the right thing. He immediately put a trap down, and it's similar to the old Zillion Bard combo. Once you come out of the Zonias, you're just instantly trapped. Freeze couldn't even flash out. He didn't have any QSS available in his build. Mikhails wasn't in time for Vander, so because he was flashing out, being afraid that he would get double stunned. So honestly, not respecting what's coming at them again for H2K.
And they're losing so much for it here. One inhibitor dead in the top, one inhibitor dead in the middle. And would you look at bottom lane, there's going to be another inhibitor taken. We're cresting the 40-minute mark, and H2K are going to have to play tower defense.
Yeah, tower defense with only 2 towers. Generally means you're not doing it very well.
No, I think that's a fair assessment this game. Big lead for Splyce now. They make a lot of their Baron buff with still under a minute to go before it ends. Let's take a look at that all again.
Yeah, so here, like, look, Temper Fate onto Freeze and Vander. So to get out of this play, Vander needs to QSS to trap on Freeze. So he needs to flash QSS because he's scared of double binding, but Freeze just like pop. He's gone. There's no time to make that play. So by proxy, Freeze should have just flashed the Tempered Fate. Not that it probably would have mattered because they would have gotten steamrolled anyways, but hey, probably want to live longer.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty rough for H2K as they'll try to stall out and pull a few miracles. We've definitely seen some today, but all games must come to an end, and Splyce are hoping to put the nail in the coffin here and show that they can tango with the big boys. Complete the routing, I guess, of the top teams here, all looking to lose a game on the day.
At least one so far.
Yeah.
H2K do the worst, or are they gonna go for the good old tie?
Oh yeah, I mean, this game, like, this is the kind of game that can really mess with your mental.
Yeah, I think H2K is one of those teams that may get hit by losses slightly harder too.
Oh boy. Well, here it goes, the defense, but the minions just slowly come marching in. Looking like the good old 4-1 with Wonder up in the top side. He's got his Ignite ready. He's got his Chum the Waters. He's looking to pick somebody off and freeze. You know, he doesn't want any of that. Ryu, in comes Trashy around the side. Exhausted. Mickey X, he's getting arrowed, but that doesn't matter in the backline. Yankos, look at all the damage that Kabi's able to deal. Netting forward, he has no fear, and he squishes the Spider, looking for Odo, popping the GA, Trashy taking turrets. This is Splyce just coming up. Massive Nexus turrets fall, 42 minutes, and a huge victory from the boys from Splyce.
And then, yeah, little Bard things. Everybody's tired of me talking about, but if you see a Bard click on an empty Nexus and take a portal, that's when you know he's in a practice magical journeyer. Because you always get the game will trigger you to auto-attack the Nexus or any tower, so you need to hold the attack champion's only key, the tilde key, and then you go through the portal. So that means that's not his first rodeo.
It is the kind of thing you learn about 750 bar games in.
Yep.
Thanks for giving me the speed course on it. I don't think I was going to get
Hey man,
that
that actually works. If you want to click a lantern that has a ward on it, also use that key. Till the key right here. Champions only.
Easter eggs with Crepo. I like it. Yeah, that was Splyce looking very comfortable.
Yep.
They made some mistakes in the early game. H2K, you know, it looked like it was going to be what we kind of expected, that H2K were just going to outclass them and outmuscle them a little bit. But man, once they started stepping on traps, I mean, they turned into landmines real quick.
Yeah, they just went boom, honestly, and just unrelenting attempts. I loved it. Like, Splyce failed, they try again. They failed to try again. Instead of just playing the whole, like, we're losing, let's lose slowly game that they had in Spring Split. And I really like this mental shift from them. I love their draft. Honestly, if you're H2K and you're switching sides right now, ban Caitlyn, ban Bard, because you clearly could not deal with these champions.
Yeah, and that's already looking worrying for a team that's, you know, sitting in the top 3 at the moment. Maybe not for much longer, the way things are looking. But for now, we're going to go ahead and send it off to analyst desk to see what they make of that game number 1.
Thank you so much, Pyrotechnics. Yeah, Splyce overtaking H2K in this one. Let's start by taking a look at the mid lane matchup. Why are you grinning?
There's just so much banter going on here during the game. I'm trying to kind of gather my thoughts about the game.
Okay, so Vladimir Rise matchup. Fevin, maybe you go first. What do you make of it? Who wins that? Who should win? I think it's pretty clear, but...
I just think Vladimir is the most OP champ right now in mid, so I don't think you should try to play against it. Like, we tried to play a lot of stuff against it, but it's just... The lane phase is just too OP, and then in team fight, the ult is too OP. And... I don't know, like if you lose one team fight, you can just like kill everyone. So I don't know. This champ is just so OP.
But in this game, which was actually interesting, it went all the way down to second rotation because Kate got first picked by Splyce. Then it went Gnar Karma, which I don't think Gnar needs to be picked in first rotation. I'm not sure if you guys disagree or not. I think Karma is a fine first rotation. You could have gone like Karma Vlad there as an example if you were on the side of H2K. Or do you think draft didn't actually matter in this game necessarily? Because like the Rise pick was okay in the start, but then didn't do anything once we got past like the mid game.
I think Gnar early pick is a bit risky always. Like they can just go Aurelia or Fizz into it, and then he gets destroyed on lane. So he cannot pressure the lane or silent that much. But Rise pick is really good, I think, and he wins out of pressure. So yeah.
Right, it's time for a replay. What seemed to be very instrumental in this game, player or champion, is Mickey. So let's take a look.
Yeah, Mickey. Guys, you had a lot of praise for Mickey.
Carrying the game alone.
Mickey X is FLICKR, so nothing much. Freeze couldn't flash because he didn't have flash.
So he shouldn't have been there.
Yeah. But wait, it's not done yet.
And then this portal into Q flash was like insane.
No, he didn't portal, he freeze flashed.
I mean, he portal.
Okay.
Yeah, and he just carried the game alone here because they got Nash after that and it was over. But yeah.
I just think H2K got caught when they shouldn't. Like, they should never be up mid like that when you have no flash against the Bard. So yeah. It's just a silly misplay, I guess. And then they all die. So.
Is it ban Bard next game?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Ban Bard and don't get cut out.
This champ has just so much playmaking ability, and if you don't play accordingly against them and you don't have flash, then and this happens, then you just lose.
Or specifically Mickey though, or in general?
No, I think against the Bard players, it should always be a possible ban or like a takeaway, because this champ has so much playmaking potential.
Case in point, another replay that we wanted to take a look at with a very interesting reaction as well around Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Yamato Cannons is always good for reaction and some fancy shirts, but it's another replay where obviously the Vladimir pick you talked about February before, dealing so much damage in the fights, and then...
He got a 2000 heal as well. Yeah. 4 man ult, and then he just jumped.
And then the rest of Splyce cleaning up with Mickey obviously one more time, and we got the Yamato Cannon down the corner.
Like in this fight, the Caitlyn was just untouched the whole time, so I don't know how you can even lose.
But if we look at these comps, if we go and like talk about how H2K could have played the game, when you use Rise as a mid lane, because Rise before, from community point of view, was like, oh my god, Rise is OP in late game, he's just insane, he wins every game, which I think is not true. I think actually late game he struggles compared to a lot of the like Azir and Vlad and these kind of champions. So how do you execute a Rise composition now, like in the mid game? What is you need to do?
So what you have to do is you have to send him on silent as early as possible, and you have to have the Ash Karma mid duo, so they can get mid priority, and if they want, they can catch someone with arrow, and Ryze can push up the sideways really deep, and then they can get vision for Ryze, and then do it again, and then Ryze can TP for Drake or Nash fight or something, and you just have to win with him until he has like 3 items. It's his biggest power spike, like Rod of Ages, Seraphs, and Void Stuff. Then Ryze is like super broken. And after that, he's just falling off and getting outscaled by enemy mid or enemy team comp, which was like Caitlyn and Bard, and he gets CC'd and outranged by Caitlyn, so he becomes pretty useless. But basically, you have to use him as a silent pressure and TP flank, or he will get useless because, yeah, can't do anything else.
Anything to add, Febvin?
Yeah, this champ is like, you have to get ahead with him. Like, he has a strong laning phase, and then you just go on the side lane and try to pressure and try to TP flank before it's too late that you get outscaled, because then it's just over. So it's like a ticking time bomb, and it depends what you play against as well.
We'll see what they decide to go for in game 2. Before we go to break, though, player of the game, Mickey, of course, on that Bard. But not just on Bard. He's been actually really solid, a good addition to kind of... We can't say if it's just because of what he's bringing to the team, but it does seem that that one change has kind of changed Splyce for good.
Oh, I mean, obviously, when you get a big playmaking support, it's a big change for you. But every member on Splyce have just gotten much better, like over their spring split and the off season. We actually talked about supports who had like mechanically insane mechanics who could make these big plays, and we were like Mythy was up there obviously, and then Mickey X was the other one.
So an I and a Y in your name.
Right, yeah, that's the key, and it has to start with an M, obviously, but. Down after these 2 guys, there's actually not really any other support who jumps in who can like really be this impactful on Bard. So I think when you have players like Mickey and Mythy, you should always consider removing the Bard.
All right, we'll see if that happens. We're going to take a quick break because there's still a chance for H2K to get on the board today when they get back on stage versus Splyce. We'll be back with that clash in just 3.5.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. With a win in Game 1, Splyce are only 1 away and one more Yamato Cannon GIF away from securing 3 points in the standings before the day is out. I know you had a certain way you like to pronounce it, but
oh yeah,
it's a right way, unfortunately.
I just love triggering people online. Every day I say GIF because that's how apparently the creator meant it to be. Everybody just online triggers, no, it's a GIF. You gotta say GIF, Crepo. You're doing it wrong.
Well, one team who wasn't doing it wrong was Splyce. That game was, while it started out, kind of as expected, it turned really, really miraculous for them, and they really had some incredibly big plays. And
I mean, miraculously implies that it wasn't kind of their doing. I think it was very impressive, but it was still generated by their own plays. They were having initiative despite being at a 4,000 goal deficit, and despite having failed the same plays right before. So that's, I think, very impressive by them.
Yeah, that's very true. And on the other side, H2K kind of opened the floodgates for them. They stepped in the trap. They got caught a number of times, and they weren't able to effectively trade. Giving up that Baron while the Elder Drake was happening, massive mistake.
Yeah.
Cost them kills, cost them towers, and
I mean, Pyro, what was that? We just gotta call them out right there. Like, either go for either, but they went for Baron and a mid wave.
Yeah,
like,
and that's not the decision making of a top tier team. And as much praise as they were getting prior to this, they were starting to look very solid with Freeze now in the lineup and getting more comfortable. The Splyce team just really handed one to them.
Yeah, I really hope we see some shift up in the pick and bans, and then we need to see if Splyce can persevere in like best of series where they have a good game 1 against a top team, but then they get challenged and some of their comfort picks get hit, and suddenly they have to play a different style, different draft, and if they have the consistency to close out a 2-0.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're good enough to be able to do it. We've already said, hey, can they challenge H2K? They can't.
Yeah.
But can they do it enough? Can they do it consistently to say, we now deserve to be a part of that top-tier level of teams?
And it would be great if they could do it in like 22 minutes, because I'm pretty tired right now. It was a long game of Fnatic
Trying to
versus
catch
Origin.
Like 2 minutes of sleep while after that last one happened, just exhausting.
Yeah, I hope it's a lane swap, and you have a really interesting story to tell, Pyra.
Oh,
so I just get a little power nap.
Hey, man, you're used to pretty long games, just not casting them, I guess.
That is one of the dankest of memes, Pyra.
Yeah, I got to go back in the archives for that one. But H2K, we talked about this being a kind of a mental defining moment, right? Like, after a loss like that, when you make so many mistakes in a game that you were clearly ahead on, that you were clearly comfortable in, what do you do to bounce back? Is it as simple as picks and bans and trying to not deal with the Bard combo, or is it something a little different?
You learn to talk about like how to approach fights, because clearly if they had a better discussion of like, guys, these are the key abilities to watch out for, this is how it will define our teamfight strategy, therefore we will do different things, that means there's an error in communication. Like, you don't end up getting caught like that 3 or 4 times in a row if you have proper communication. So that's one thing they need to fix. Other than that, focus on the positives. Hey guys, we got a 4,000 goal lead. Let's just do that again, not throw, ban out 2 comfort picks, and you can go on from there. I think it would be kind of counterproductive if they leave the strongest performance from Splyce up again, because then if anything goes wrong, they'll just instantly tilt.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a game you can't really tell directly from the scorelines, right? Like, Kabi had a really hell of a game, but when you're able to frontline as Caitlyn, something has clearly gone wrong on the enemy team.
I mean, he frontlines at the end of the fights, right? It's like when you're winning, she becomes a frontline, but he was consistently ignored because there was so much threat there. And part of that is due to the Vladimir pickup, but right now H2K's blue side, they don't have to ban it themselves, but they probably should just pick up the Vladimir.
Yeah, definitely might be the key. The rise from Ryu, he had some good individual moments, but when it came down to it, he just wasn't really able to put anything away. And Yamato Cannon, as happy as he was in the end of that game, yeah?
Yeah, you are right about the shirt. It is very festive.
I know,
only saw the collar earlier, and I was like, you know what?
It used to be the turtlenecks that gave them power, but now I'm thinking it's Hawaiian shirts. He's found a new power source.
Why is that a
Well, maybe not Hawaiian, but like...
It's like a clown. It's like a Hawaiian clown shirt.
I mean,
it's
would
bold.
love to hear
I mean,
you
from
tell him
somebody
that.
who's wearing really weird shirts once in a while, this is a bold choice from Yamato, and that at his age, like that guy is like 19, so maybe 20 by now. But
welcome to the EULCS, where
looks
we're
like
now
he's
talking
29.
about shirts. That's
Why
what
not?
we've come. Yeah, it's a long day.
Let's leave the raw analysis of both these teams' power spikes and mental aspects for in the game. Once we see them butting heads.
When I build it up, I like it, saving the points. But let's talk a little bit about the coaches too, because so rarely do we get a chance to kind of sit back and say, hey, when we have two coaches that are actually very known for particular styles and building up particular players, Prawley on the other side, if anyone can calm a turbulent team like H2K can be after a game like that, he's got to be the guy.
Yes, can he? They obviously still had issues
late spring split, you know, because they parted ways with Forgiven. So clearly there was an issue there. But yeah, probably I have just so much respect for him. I used to question a lot of his opinions, or not disagree with some of them in terms of like coaching approach, because he's very like the game is the only thing that matters. Like anything from lifestyle, health around it is secondary. All your time should go into the game. But when I talked to him, the amount of conviction that he had of it, and the amount of like kind of self-flame he had, is like, you know what? There's this quote from Prolly. He goes, "If I have the perfect explanation for a lane swap and I tell you and you fail, well, it might be your fault. If I have the perfect explanation for a lane swap and after 3 weeks my team is still failing, then it's my fault for not finding a different way of explaining it." Despite the explanation being 100% like correct and truthfully, he always takes the blame and the burden upon himself when you talk to him as a coach. He's never like, "Oh, my players are so stupid. I told him that 10 times to not get caught by tempered fate." No, right now he'll be thinking, I need to find a different way to approach this subject, a different way to explain this to my team, to get them to understand that perhaps it is wiser to flash out of this ability. And that's the type of man, that's the type of coach that Prolly is. He is very much so devoted to the craft.
Yeah, he's a leader. He's responsible, and you know you can see that reflected in the way the team operates, especially when they are operating well. They tend to do things very closely together. They tend to not, you know, try for hero individual plays all the time. That game, a lot of it kind of collapsed, but they still were sticking together most of the time. And, you know, arguably maybe they should have split up a little bit more because there were a lot of cluster fights, but
yeah,
that's, I suppose, another argument.
But the lack of standout players is also an issue for H2K. Ryu is, honestly, ever since he got back from his trip to Korea last split, he's not that great anymore. He's a mediocre mid laner right now. Vander and Freeze have built some synergy, but they're still lacking the lane dominance that you would expect of some of these players. And then Odawamne, he generally like hovers as a low econ like tank player. He always refers to himself as the dumb tank player. Like last week, I sent him a message. I'm like, "Yo, dude, that was a really dope flash over to cocoon into a play." I was like, "Nah, I'm just silly tank player."
Well, he gets to double up when he plays Gnar, but we saw what happened when they weren't allowed to play with the timing they wanted. It was a completely different thing from the Vitality series. We're finally into picks and bans, though. We'll see if they do get to mix things up as we load up ready. It's going to be the Olaf ban started away and the Draven on the other side, so no surprises yet. But then comes the Bard.
Take out the Olaf. Maybe the Aurelia is left open if Caitlyn gets to play. Yeah, like it, you know. Get rid of these comfort champs. High performance from game 1.
Yeah, put them in the hot seat. It's game number 2. Splyce. You know, they've got one on the board. Can they take another and hand H2K their first proper loss?
All right, Splyce. Ban Vladimir here. You need to know, I hope that we realize that champion is too strong. Because they picked it up, I think, in 3rd pick and ban rotation total. So, Splyce picked it up on 2nd rotation blue side, I think. So, H2K kind of forwent it, but I think H2K have learned right now that they should just pick up the early Vladimir.
Yeah, well, Ryze is banned away, and that seems like the no-brainer play. Let's see if they take it. They've got
It's almost too easy right now.
You smelling a trap, Crepo?
Yeah. It's like, please, pick this Ryze. Pick this Vladimir. But it's Vladimir, so you pick it anyways.
Are you saying we're going to get to see some Anivia this game?
Oh yeah, that's like Splyce always does, but I think it's beatable. Like, you can't play around Anivia Zyra. Worst case, you just pick Zyra Vladimir yourself. There, done.
Well, there you go. Well, H2K definitely taking a lot of time to decide. Do they decide to go for that, or do they instead, you know, take a gander at the jungle pool, at the top pool? H2K been prioritizing a little bit closer to those two.
I mean, if Rio's not well versed in the matchup, then that's a different thing. But then that's lack of preparation, right? Then you can't go through a ban phase and that Olaf should become a Vladimir.
Well, they've definitely got time to decide. You can see discussing back and forth. What are we going to do here? Are we going to grab the Vladimir as our first option? And as the timer ticks down, yes is the answer.
All right, it's going to be Zyra Ashton on the side of Splyce. Or is that too early? Maybe Vander doesn't really play Zyra. Maybe it's... could be top tier jungle is still open. Nidalee could be there.
Yeah, Rek'Sai still available.
I want Trashy to play tanks. Gragas or Rek'Sai. Both are available, so technically he can wait.
Yeah, he's pretty much got either opening right now. So Splyce haven't really been thrown too far off the comfort zone. The Caitlyn ban away as well against Kabi, it kind of shows, even though it's still a very, very valuable pick in general, we're seeing it kind of be a specialization here in Europe, and I think it's actually almost a respect ban in that case. Speaking of tanks, though, we've got a pair of them there. The Braum comes in on top of the Gragas.
All right, that Braum's very peculiar. Did not expect that to come in here. Braum in teamfights can block a lot of Vladimir's damage because it's heavily projectile-based. Also, it offers additional lockdown. Generally, you don't... You hate using your main CC on a Vladimir because he'll pull out. So having Braum passive to trigger a potential pull and then having his ultimate maybe later on. Twofold engage is really nice. but still, it means you're yielding pressure. Like, Braum is risky to play sometimes because you yield the bot lane pressure to a duo ranged push, you know, and that means duo ranged push in the bottom, Vladimir pushing the mid lane, that gives free reign for Jankos to perform in the jungle.
Well, always have to take the trade-offs. I don't know, Splyce, we'll have to see how they round out with their damage since they've only got a pair of tanks here, as H2K have decided to emphasize something a little bit different. So, you know, what happens when one side picks tanks? Well, you want to pick something that can bust down the door. The Trundle looks like it's ready to be locked, and we might see Freeze get to pick up his, a Jhin, rather, as the last seconds tick away. That will indeed be what they take.
Nope.
Ah, I got
bamboozled.
All right, we got an Ashe.
We got an Ashe. An Ashe is always nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and Freeze has definitely had some good performances on it. In fact, you know, that last game was actually the first time H2K has actually lost when he's been on Ashe.
Nope. It's definitely a decent pickup, especially once Caitlyn falls. It is low mobility again, though, and Wunder and Trashy can both close the gap and kind of make Freeze's life a little miserable. But I think they want him more engaged because Vladimir doesn't really bring any engage to the table. Also, their comp right now would be full backline dive, where Jhin is good to follow up, but if they're afraid of getting kited by this potential Anivia pick that's going to come out, I think the Ashe is a better pick because you just force her to play more defensively. Because Anivia, she plays at the front of the fight to then shut off the axis and kite. But if Anivia's gameplay patterns get ruined a lot by the threat of an arrow. So that may actually prompt
something different.
Splyce to put something different here. And they're going for full-on team fight right here, you know. Swain, Braum, Gragas is an incredibly beefy and annoying front line to deal with. Because you can deal with like tanks and beefiness. But like stuff like Swain, which regens constantly, and projectile redirection from the Braum shield, those are things that you have to factor in into every single thing you do. And it makes teamfights sometimes very hard to read.
Yeah, and Freeze is going to have to start shooting some serious bullseyes if he wants to hit a squishy target this game. That Ezreal, I feel like Kabi is not going to get touched a whole lot. Hopefully. In all honesty, if Splyce have been playing the Phalanx like they've really been able to, just sticking it all together. And you know, let's see what H2K decide to round their composition out with on the other side. The Ashe Zyra is a very oppressive lane. Will H2K opt for it this time? They'll have a very squishy support, but that's a lot of damage.
We need to hold our horses here, by the way. It could easily be a Swain top.
Yeah, that's true.
That Trundle, and it's still a Nivea mid, and I think they're actually going to go for that.
It's a Wonder kind of champion.
Yeah. It's late, everyone. It's about...
Oh, there's options. We got flex picks.
Yeah.
All right, Kindred comes in for Yanko, so a little bit of aggression in his pocket, but also the Zyra pickup for Vander. Last rotation over to Splyce. We'll see if your prediction comes true there.
I think they're definitely considering it. They have the liberty to look at the top lane matchup here, see what it is. Go for a Gnar to counter the Trundle in the side lane. I mean, he's giving the
Sports Scion
love.
again? Yeah.
Yeah. Swain into Vlad is a fine matchup. Swain does fine there.
I think that might be what they decide on, but there's still always the hope of the good old Anivia to start coming back out again. Senkuk's not his first time on the Swain, and it looks like now will be another time for him as the Gnar is locked in for Wonder trying his hand at that champion.
This is tough though. It's kind of waltz over you comp. Kindred can buy a lot of time, and the disengaged power from Vander is huge this game.
Oh yeah, but if they do get caught, I mean, that's a lot more squishy than what Splyce are packing.
Yeah.
Look at that frontline wall. It'll be hard to break through that for sure.
It runs out of damage from behind though.
That's true.
If he gets slightly ahead, it's so annoying to build with, like, play against 3 tanks and a Swain. You just, yeah, that's when you do the mental FF.
I mean, but when you've got, you know, when you've got a blue Ezreal build, if he does end up going that way, we've seen it kind of bounce back and forth in the last couple of weeks. You tag one person, and then the rest of the tanks, they just, I mean, yeah, they literally somersault over you, and you're done. Slowly,
yeah, but at the
done.
same time, though, if Ryu gets a flank with Ghost Flash, flashes on Kabe, none of these guys can actually peel him that well. Like, Braum can, but, like, if the damage is done, it's going to be rough, so Kabe needs to be very careful in the backline here.
All right, well, all eyes on him. This time wasn't touched. Last game as Yamato Cannon probably shaking hands, getting ready to get into game number 2. It's certainly been a surprising day already, but we think there might even be a couple more. Now, if you guys think that H2K will manage to get one more win back on the books, hit us up. Hashtag H2K win at LOL Esports, or if Splyce will hand them their first full loss this split. Hashtag SPY win. They've already shown that their ceiling is a little higher than anyone imagined. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull it off again. I can't wait.
Me neither. Mother's excitement, though.
Neither can that crowd. These guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Sticking with us after that real long game. No exhaustion. I love it. And we get into game number 2 here. Last game of the day, H2K Splyce on the Rift. Here we go.
Some nice all chat. Yankos writes, good luck, have fun, enjoy the game. Smiley. That's beautiful.
I do love good manners in games.
Here in the US? Yeah. It's like a...
That's what I get every game. What about you?
Yeah, same.
Oh, good.
Yeah, there's definitely not any higher low players trying to trigger me all the time. No.
If you ever need someone to talk to.
Nah. Then we cheese them. Then we cheese them. We put a magical journey next to their lane, and suddenly we take their LP. Anyways, Trashy on the ward.
Yeah, he's spotted here, and Splyce have actually gone to opt for an invade here. Wonder leading the charge, and Odo's going to have to back out.
They need to dodge this matchup. Like, if Splyce end up playing 2v2, yeah, they're just royally screwed at that point. You don't win that matchup. Zyra's lane patterns is one of the most oppressive and easily executable ones in the game. She gets free seeds like from level 1, so which means from starting with Q, she can start spamming those plants out. Really need to see if Vander and Freezy are going to reveal. The ultimate play would be walk over the ward and base to the other side of the map. But they can arrive late. They can arrive a level down to the lane and still win it. That's how oppressive this lane is.
Yeah, they're spotted. Going to be taking the walk, but now that is indicated Kabi and Mickey X have some time to move down bot. Taking a look, nothing too different that we've seen on those masteries.
I don't like the approach here from H2K. Going over just some really obvious ward spots. Then you better go for the double mind game where you walk over the ward and you base in the little brush above tier 1 to find that bot, because this lane swap is exactly what Splyce was looking for.
Yeah, too advanced to the mind games for H2K though, and trying to go back to those basics. Odawamne sees Kabi spot him there, and the junglers are actually, rather, Yankos is getting a little bit of harassment dealt straight to him. Mickey X doesn't quite return as much damage, but Kabi is more than happy to 1v1 Odawamne, who's got nothing on him to start this.
One more auto, and then he could consider going for the auto flash.
All right, well, we could be in for another very early action game as everyone's favorite dragon spawned on the Rift, but we don't need to worry about that just yet. Ryu is able to dodge from Mickey X, but he's had to burn Ghost already to start this off. Splyce are actually doing a fantastic job of trying to put H2K on the back foot. We will eventually, however, settle in to the good old 3v3 fast push.
Yeah, both teleports are being used here from the top laners. When a lane swap generates itself like this, you really need to teleport to the lane. You can't walk because you fall too far behind in tempo. Definitely the right move by both these teams here.
Oh, yeah.
Inefficient lane swap, though, because the minions aren't being tanked optimally here by Splyce. We're nitpicking. Zyra, the worst part about this champion is, too, is like you can't lane against it, so you want to lane swap. But she is so good at lane swaps, too, because her plants take tower aggro, and she can AoE creep so easily. So H2K already doing a much faster tower clear, which will propel Odawamne ahead and keep him ahead of the curve here in this Gnar matchup. So this is great still for H2K. That's all kind of because of this bot lane pick.
All right.
Because look at how slow this tower is going down for Splyce despite initiating the lane swap. They actually have horrible, well, inefficient lane swap champs compared to what H2K brings to the table. So when you see if Wunder gets the bad end of this stick later on.
Yeah, so the junglers really the ones who are trying to do a little bit more to each other. It's been a very harassy kind of starting phase that ended up just turning into the trades, but Vander comes to the rescue here, and that red buff is going to be fine. But all the same, you know, H2K, a little bit of a number advantage to start things off, and now the Ashe Zyra lane can continue to go back being oppressive. Both AD carries with the Coles right now, but you can see Splyce still trying to dodge that matchup. Senkux moves in onto Ryu and trades back on him. Another matchup with a lot of sustain available. Jankos flashing in, and that's going to have to force the flash into Senkux. Is he even going to get away? One more auto. Jankos first blood again.
Oh, another good first blood. Kindred did so much early game damage. Level 4 with red buff. It's such an annoying gank if you allow her to close the gap, because then she can just flash after you and a ton of damage. Ryu with a good reactive flash there too, and now H2K, they're in a really good spot in this game.
Oh yeah, so that's a good start for them. You can see Freeze and Vander having a grand old time on that bottom, completely unopposed. There's wards in the back, but no teleports to be able to flank. Senkux already had to burn his to get back to mid. Wonder and of course Odawamne had already traded on the earlier swap, but Splyce, you know, again on the back foot. This happened last game, but without the swap.
Yeah, and we saw right there, 3 plants spawned by Vander. Plus AoE and creeps. That's 3 tower shots. That means your melees, they survive like 4 extra seconds.
It's just disgusting, Crepo. Let's take a look at this again with the first blood. Senkux
actually flashes in aggressively, and then it's Ryu's flash to trail.
Oh, yeah.
That's really good awareness and just like math from Jankos. He knew he had him right there. And the late flash from Senkux.
Way too late to really stop anything from happening, so Senkux put a little bit further on the back burner as the reverse swap comes in.
Yeah, I was
now,
wondering, Jankos, he was pathing down the Krugs. Why doesn't he immediately go for Infernal? He realizes that too. He loses a couple of valuable seconds.
There's no answer responsible, though. I mean, or available, though. Splyce are way too stacked up on the top side with the turret trade.
Yep.
So H2K are real happy with this now with the first Infernal Drake.
Yep, Infernal is the best dragon you want after like a lane swap lead in terms of tempo. Maybe Mountain if you discomp though, because this H2K lineup can blitz through a Baron. And by the time Dragon is kind of done, that's when H2K only get matched in terms of tower by Splyce here. So this is really good for H2K lineup.
Yeah, 500, 600 gold lead right now. They have the Infernal Drake in their pocket, so this game is already starting off a lot better than how their last game ended. But H2K still got a long way to go if they want to complete this series on a positive note. Just have to see, keeping eyes, especially on the solo laners this game, because they had such a rough time last time around. Odoamne was unable to really capitalize on, people keying off on the rest of the members and being all alone trying to knock down towers on the Gnar. This time he's on a Trundle. As the game goes on, should help him out. But Ryu on this Vlad, be curious to see what he makes of it. They did hesitate a lot on taking that pick, and Vander gets the cheeky steal away of the Scuttle Crab. Trashy
spent like what felt like ages doing that Scuttle Crab, and then he gets taken away by one auto attack from the support.
Yeah.
That's good. That's the mental war game. We need more, Sometimes it's not about the Scuttle Crab, it's about the tilt.
Sending the message, and the message is, I got 70 gold and you didn't. Ryu, though, he's caught by the never move.
Yeah, Sprain running out of mana.
Too many, but Senkux can't really punish him hard enough just yet.
Yeah, pre-Catalyst, you can't win this matchup. You can only play it even up until the point where either you base or Vladimir gets bored.
How often does Vladimir get bored?
Never.
Okay, good. As long as there's blood to drain. Jankos, he's moving up towards the top side. The teams are still trying to eagerly trade these towers and get a little bit of early gold and try to deny out or at least stop the early game skirmishes of the junglers from really being super effective here. Vander gets the plants onto Wonder, zoning the minions away. This gives them more time on the tower, unopposed here. Kabi and Mickey X are pushing Odoamne off the back of it, but Trashy, he's roaming around the side. He's got a big barrel and he uses it, but that's mostly just to clear it. It doesn't matter, they've got it.
The only thing he's doing right now is stealing CS from his top laner. Trashy. I see that trick. It's like, but I'm just helping wave clear,
Yeah, they call that taxing.
That was the dirtiest tax I've seen in a while. God damn it, Trashy.
Wonder won't be happy with him, that's for sure. Let's take a look back at this mid. Senkux with Vander, he's going to get some help here, but Ryu real low, and Senkux will go down, and Ryu, surprise, I'm Vlad. I can heal it all back up.
Guess what, Trashy? If only you had your ultimate right now to help in mid lane, but you had to tax 10 creeps, hadn't you? That was a really beautiful flash from Vander, though. The follow-up here, double plant into Senkux, whose flash was still on cooldown at the time because of that earlier play, so really good awareness of timers too. And honestly, an opportunity not many people would have seen there for H2K, and they capitalize.
Oh yeah, so extending this gold lead now for themselves. A little over 1,000. They've got the first dragon. You talked about Mountain being something they might want as well. Well, that's going to be the next one. It's still several minutes away, but right now, barring them making any big mistakes, they're in a very happy position.
I mean, watch this again. Ryu turns this fight around. Vander flash, double plant into E-spawn, which slows, and then Ryu just gets the pull underneath of Trashy. Trashy doesn't connect anything. If he had ult, he could have knocked him into the tower maybe or finished off Vander, but ironically, you just use that in the top lane.
Yeah.
So H2K walking away with 0 deaths and a kill there.
Well, I think we answered the question, is Ryu comfortable in the Vlad matchup? And that answer is a resounding yes. When you can go right up into tower range and pull when you're on about 50 health. Yeah, okay, I'm good. And he definitely had a lot of trust in Vander, though.
Yeah, I need to see how he plays it in teamfights. Versus a heavy tank line, Vladimir is different to play. You really need to buy your time and choose your time when to flash in, but you can kind of poke them out here. Vladimir is really good at playing, honestly, into a big tank like just continuously EQ spamming until you see the opportunity, and then you just flash on the AD carry. Who's so used to having all this zone in front of him that he becomes a little bit overbearing, overzealous, and then you need to punish if you're Ryu.
And Ryu does try to trade a little bit with Senkux, who actually gets the better of him here, and Trashy, he's moving around towards this top side. So, never a moment's rest to try and siege down those towers. It's still 3-2-3 as we've had the trades back and forth. but they aren't able to knock them down for now. So 3 Splyce members trying to create themselves a little death brush here and see if any H2K members wandering by. Not going to happen for now. Ward up by YankOS, not in the brush, but it was close enough to see if they moved on out of it. They will be able to defend here. 10 minutes into the game, we've already had a lot of back and forth trades, but only 2 kills. They've been to H2K.
And Kabe wants Senkux to move to a side lane, but he's not ready for that yet. Map opened up a lot, and Splyce is behind. So he needs to farm on a side lane, but ideally in the future, Splyce play 1-3-1 with 3 in the mid.
Yeah, I think that seems pretty reasonable. Still trying to buy a lot of time for some of these power spikes to start happening. Senkux, he's got his catalyst, but he needs to work a little bit further towards some of the damage that he's looking to put out here. Still very early on in this game, but another Mountain Drake will be coming up in about a minute. And the dual lanes are both up in the top side. And this, of course, is Kabi and Mickey's worst nightmare, but they do have Trashy around. Unfortunately, YankOS is also there.
Yeah, YankOS is not looking for a gank. It's more pathing secure here, like escort duty. Just making sure his bot lane is safe, does not walk into the brush.
I'll get a mark out of it too.
Take the Scuttle Crab, you know, on the way, and then path towards the dragon. You look at the next objective here.
Yeah, Splyce, there's not really been able to do anything here. The H2K that was presenting big weaknesses hasn't shown itself again just yet. In comes the Ash Arrow. It's dodged out by Senkux, but that is still enough time to get some damage on the tower, and they've zoned him off.
This kind of goes against what we were just talking about, how H2K is like super smart planning for the next objective. Clearly they weren't, because then you wouldn't use this Ash Arrow here. You would path to the dragon, de-ward it, and then use it defensively when people were face checking, and it's a guaranteed arrow hit. So not the biggest fan personally of that play. I think moving over to go for a contest with Zyra and Ash aggressively defending choke points, Splyce will not enter. Like, they shall not pass, and then you have a free Mountain Drake. So I think that's a bit of a strategic mistake from H2K.
Well, so Splyce have some breathing room here. With everyone from H2K going back, it just resets the map for a brief moment. A lot of vision invested by H2K up towards that top side, but pushing out minion waves were Kabi and Mickey. And Senkux trying to do the same thing. So H2K needs some time before they can move towards this dragon. Now pinging it out still, but yeah, they gave up a big opportunity.
Yeah, but now Splyce can move in and at least get some vision. Maybe slow down the fight. They need to look for like a pick. Somebody on the outskirts, stuck in the setup phase. To be very careful of the counter engage here. Or just the arrow coming out once it's off cooldown.
Well, they can send Senkux up topside because he's still rocking that teleport versus what Ryu has. You know, the double teleport advantage is not something you can totally underestimate. Last game, they made a very, very confident use of it.
H2K solved that problem by sending Ryu to the bot lane, which is in close proximity to the next objective. If you're playing 1 TP versus 2 TP, you always want to make the designated side lane player closer to your objective. So later on, they obviously want one of the TPs in the bottom lane if you're H2K.
I love what YankOS is doing. He looks to go in and then he sees, oh, Wonder's about to Mega Nart. We'll just wait until it runs out. Jump on him. You can see Ryu hanging just in the outskirts here. It's the long setup. Wonder goes back into Mini. In comes YankOS. In comes Ryu. Instantly Wonder having to flash away, but he's Hemo-plagued and he is out of there.
And it just shows you that Splyce is so far behind because it's only spelling like a 1,500 gold. But in this entire setup phase where YankOS was literally doing nothing that's sitting in a brush, there is still no cross-map play available for Splyce. They don't have anything to counter with, despite YankOS sitting there for absolutely ages and then going for a play in full vision afterwards. So Trashy is lost. He's passed from left to right a couple of times now, but he's not finding any opening.
Yeah, but H2K have found openings. On this bottom side, Ryu's able to herd a wave of minions all the way into that bottom tower. Wonder respawns, but he doesn't use his teleport, so there's a serious amount of chip damage going on. 14 minutes into this game, a lot of objectives traded, but H2K having the advantage. They have the map control down towards the bottom. That's a big Tides of Blood. YankOS is pretty much able to solo the Mountain Drake.
Yeah. Kindred can definitely do that. And now Mickey is also on a champion that console influence engages his heart, and he's stuck in a lane swap, which is even worse. Because supports under-leveled have a harder time making these engages.
Banning that bar was a good decision. H2K, you know, we're close to 15 minutes on the game. They've got a 2,500 gold lead. They've got 2 very essential Drakes, Infernal, Mountain. They're happy.
Yeah.
After the performance last game. Not enough. Vander, real quick respect flash. Gotta do that.
Gotta do it. Even if Trashy doesn't go for it, you still made the right play 80% of the time.
And the other 20%, I think you can be forgiven.
Yeah, because you got mind game, and that's fine. If the Gragas E's in and you flash, he mind game it better. But like if you flash his E flash, like which happens more often, you made the superior reactionary play.
So Vander stops himself from getting popped. Jankos, he has a lot of power in his pocket right now with the 2 kills he picked up early on in this game, or the one we just saw a few moments ago too. But still, a Kindred. Maybe not as valuable as getting the Ashe fed right now, but still, it's a very early on in this game. I mean, what does H2K really want to prioritize their gold onto?
Yeah, pile it into some of these carries. Maybe we may even see Jankos path down his bot lane here, pick up some more farm. Freeze and Ryu are doing like tag team, sharing a wave in the mid lane. But it's likely just going to be Ryu to the bot catching this wave. We need some vision right side here if you're H2K. Playing to at least secure the Vladimir a tiny bit. However, the area of the map that they want to secure is left side for later on. It's debatable. Either you make a Herald play, which you can, or you make a very early setup for Baron that you then keep refreshing. Both options here. Likely they're just looking for a pick, so we'll probably see another arrow fly soon.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options here. And as you call it, Kabi.
I hate these arrows,
Raises right by his ear.
It's like, what are you going to do? Like, even if they hit, it's not going to work. Wait for the siege. Arrow here. Boom.
All right, well, they still brought the minions to the tower.
Teleport left
side. Got the plants on, teleport, double teleport coming in here. H2K might have bitten off more than they can chew, but they do put up a pillar. Wonder has to walk around it. And they don't get punished for it just yet. Senkuk's around the side. He actually takes a lot more. 3-man Hemo, and Ryu is running wild, looking to polish that Senkuk's. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jankos pinballed around as Wonder picks up the revenge kill. It's a 1-for-1, and they're still going strong.
Oh, that's some really good plays here. The fact that Jankos got pinballed out of his own ultimate was good, but Ryu with a massive and beautiful flash there into proc enough damage for then Hemo Plague to kill off the Senkuk Swain right after. And we saw the struggle Splyce had with engaging, though, if H2K have vision. Disengage from Zyra and Trundle is so potent because you just slow down everything on the front and then you re-engage. But Ryu, what a beautiful play with that Vladimir.
Oh, yeah, he came up real big. Vander had a awesome Stranglethorn to zone everyone right away, and they managed to get a lot of damage out on the back of it. So it actually ended up being a 1-for-2 with Wonder going down at the end. But really, and crucially, the tower as well for H2K. They continue to move this lead forward. Let's see the flank again.
Yeah, so it's a double TP, one we didn't notice from below. And that's the one that's going to jump onto Freeze here. Freeze has to flash in. Ryu comes for the zone. Good sidestep from Freeze. And then right here, Ryu turns around. 3-man ulti. They step up into the backline. Vander's keeping Jankos busy. Let's watch what happens to Jankos. Yep. Gets pulled out. Feels like the damage up for that keg applies at the end. Or maybe it was just some trailing damage because something hit Jankos once he was out of his ultimate. I'm pretty sure Gragas Cask actually applied at the start of it, so it must have been the body slam finishing him off.
Decisive though for H2K. You know, they were the ones who were trying to siege, but they counter-engaged. This time they came out ahead. Mickey is caught on the arrow, but they're just going to get some more poke damage. Yeah, not a whole lot apparently.
I think we need to re-strategize if you're H2K here, because probably it's like fire arrow on cooldown. That's his mantra, and then you get picks. But sometimes, you know, think before you pull the trigger.
Yeah, you definitely got to aim a little bit better than that one.
I mean, it was great aim. Like, he was aiming to hit Mickey.
Oh, I mean, the rest of the team, sorry.
Yeah.
They're off in the back, and they're not getting a whole lot done. But yeah, Freeze
his aim was solid. It was just the wrong time to fire.
And as it stands, they can't get anything more from it. Still, 3,000 gold lead for H2K, trying to march down the mid. It's Ryu. 2-man Hemo Plague on to Kabi and Mickey. Jankos, he's around the side. They burn him down. Stranglethorn's up, and they just don't care about towers. Even more for Ryu, even more for Freeze. Trashy will get some revenge, but not enough. H2K come up big. And
probably knows.
Yeah, he does.
That's where if you do that in solo queue, somebody in chat goes like, "Nice champ, by the way." It's just stupid. This is why this champion should just be banned or heavily camped in lane.
And Ryu knows it. He doesn't care about your tower damage. He's a Vladimir. This is going to be a tower falling. Senkuk's trying to make the miracle defense, but there are way too many people here. Why is he even sticking around? Look at how low his health bar's going.
Yeah, they're trying to buy time, slowing down the double tower push here, but it's incredibly hard for Splyce to crawl out of this hole. This triple tank lineup works well if Kabi can kind of go untouched, but as we saw, we talked about in champs, like, next flash Ryu has to do the same thing, and he won't need the help from Jankos to finishing him off. Like, look, so what can Kabi do realistically here? It's one full spell rotation and a couple of hits from Jankos. And then beautiful combo here from Vander, though. He's really putting in his weight, too.
Yeah. Oh, I said the Gragas got revenge. It was the tower that did most of the work. So Jankos gave his life for that effort. It definitely was well worth at the end of the day.
Seems to have a lot to say today.
Yeah,
Yanko's
but
very
vocal.
talkative.
He's had a lot to do this game, that's for sure. So, Baron's hit the Rift. We've got an Ocean Dragon. And, you know, H2K, they're not powerful enough to maybe take this Baron down solo, but they can start getting the vision set up around it. Or do they now focus a bit more on the Ocean Drake, get themselves a little bit of extra power?
They're probably just gonna, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna predict it, Pyra. Yanko's is literally...
Oh, wait, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, I predict that H2K's next objective is the Ocean Drake. Yep, there they go.
Beat me to it. All right, so pretty easy take. Now the question is no longer a question.
Yeah, we saw something right there. The hawk shot from Freeze is definitely helping too. Splyce are making some almost like desperate pick attempts, and every time they hide in the brush, Freeze just reveals them with a free hawk shot. So definitely working in their favor, that ash pick now.
As long as he's able to two-step away from the never move, Jankos is fine. Trading out well with Sencooks as we settle a little bit in this game. Still a big lead for H2K, but they are taking it the clean and controlled way for now. No need to push too far deep in enemy territory. No need to let Splyce get a chance back into this game. Just squeeze the life out of him.
Squeeze him out. The next one is the Baron. Honestly, base, push in mid, push in top, deep vision red side, deny vision, wait for the inevitable bait into arrow.
Teleport, arrow onto Trashy. Wonder though, he was zoning Ottowamne away, but will Splyce be able to get out of the pincer? It doesn't look like it. Trashy's already down. Ottowamne still doing work. Double kill over to Jankos, and Ryu might get knocked in, but Kabi way too low. Odo takes a bite out of him, and the rest of Splyce are limping away.
Kabe is not enjoying this game of League of Legends. You have a Ghost Flash Vladimir charging at you. You know full well that he's coming for you. You know exactly what he's going to do, and there is no counterplay possible. You eat the W, EQR combo, and you're dead.
And that is going to be H2K on the Baron. Desperate attempt here. Sencooks, or rather, I should say Wonder, teleporting around the backside, but this Baron is already gone. And that's a boomerang in response, but that is not what you want. Now he's got to get out of there. Keeps trying to zone him. Actually gets a kite away.
Yeah, he's fine walking out, but what are those next play here for Splyce? Down 7,000 plus gold at this point.
Very hard to see them coming back into this game. And after such a big game number one, let's see this again. Teleport flank into the Ash Arrow, and the rest is history.
Big splash.
You can take that, right, Trashy?
Trashy's like, you're supposed to tank these objectives. You're Braum. Put up your shield. Sadly, shield doesn't stop you from being stunned here. And then the follow-up in the backline. Kabe is enjoying a beautiful game of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Wonder's trying to peel, but it's not enough. Odo comes in, finishes off the kill. And then the immediate Baron. Really clean play here by H2K. Good ward somewhere in the backline to get that teleport in from Ottowamne. Ball enough time, did not drop. Clean execution, well played.
Yeah, H2K getting right back to the roots. So, you know, dropped a game where they made a lot of questionable decisions, but this is H2K getting back on form.
And then they went back to the Zyra pick.
Yep.
Back to the roots, Pyra.
Oh, wow. I didn't even mean to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's natural.
That happens every now and again.
Got a little bit of freak in you.
Like 10% freak DNA. Just enough to make
Just enough.
puns. All right, we got another Infernal. So obviously we've seen time and time again Jankos can solo these with relative ease. Splyce have to do something because they're just getting choked out.
Yeah, I don't think Splyce care too much about the next Infernal. The game may very well be over before that one spawns.
Yeah, they gotta do something somewhere, whether or not it's on Dragon.
It's so hard right now. This composition does not play well from behind into this team comp.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is inevitable demise for Splyce. I'd be honestly flabbergasted and surprised if they find a way out. So
flabbergasted, that's a good word.
Yeah, I love that word.
I should use that more often. All right, well, we'll go back to mid lane. Ryu gets a 3-man ulti, but he gets shut down. Wonder.
That was flabbergastation there.
All right, he bit off way too much there. And that Splyce able to defend for the time being. Still have to deal with Ottowamne up top.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. That's a really good pick off. Vladimir stuck in the silent, probably playing a little bit overzealous, not matched. If you push in without, or if you push in these 3 lanes at once, you really make sure that your lanes are synchronous. But right now, still kill for tower is still a worth trade. So
yeah,
Splyce, they're choosing between bad trades and really bad trades at this point.
And that's when you know you're in danger of losing at just about any moment. It's only 24 minutes, but H2K, they're knocking on the door. They managed to get down a tower. Trundle beating it down, I should say. Jankos, he steps right into 3 Splyce members, and he's able to hop away to safety. Very mobile, though. I mean, with the exception of Freeze, they're able to get in and out really quickly. And Freeze has been staying in very good position this game. He's not really challenged by the big front line.
No, this time he has people creating space for him in these fights. Let's watch this. Probably coming in the kicks. Yeah, this is his Ryu. He's going for a ward to make sure that this doesn't happen. It's like, yeah, I really need a ward there. I need some vision, so make sure that 3 people don't collapse on me like this. So that's when you wait for them to show somewhere else before you place that ward. You got caught up in the moment.
Well, mistake from Ryu, but there have been not that many this game.
Nope.
So H2K well on their way to marching down to victory. It'd be the one on the series. Obviously disappointing for a top-tier team, but you know, at least they can take solace from the fact that everyone else has done it.
Yes, exactly. So all of the 3 top teams here tied. So
if this game continues as we expect.
Yeah. That's out of all assumptions that we made today, I think this is one of the the safer ones.
I mean, we've been proven wrong on a lot of fronts, but yeah, I think this game 10K in the lead. It's 25 minutes in. They've got every objective. 7 towers to 3. I mean, Splyce are going to need a miracle Gnar ult or something to even win a fight here, and then what can they get? Because they've lost so much ground.
Yeah, they've lost so much ground here. They need another whiffed arrow from Freeze. But he's holding it a little bit longer now. He's thinking.
Taking the time, making sure he's got them in the sights. Next Dragon, 30 seconds away. Splyce are trying to make a power move down at the front and trying to deny the 1-3-1, but how long can Wunder deal with Odo is the question. Who are they going to send to deal with Ryu is the other.
Yeah, the likely solution is probably just to engage on everybody that's not Ryu and then hope that he doesn't join the fight.
He's got no teleport to burn that Ghost. Jankos is already in position here, but there's the ward down. In comes Ryu. They found Jankos. Oh, what was he doing? Gotta be shot, but in comes the arrow, but it's not gonna connect. Jankos is gone, and Sunkux gets the kill, but Splyce are caught in Stranglethorns. Now an Odoamne will get a kill onto Kabi, and Splyce are just melting. A double kill over to Freeze, looking for more, chasing down Mickey.
I mean, the enemy jungler is literally AFK, not noticing this ward. You bop him on the head without him using a single ultimate, and you still lose the fight. That's how far behind H2K Splyce is right now, due to a really good early game from H2K. Jankos, oh, he was snoozing. It's a little late here. Probably got hit by the Fnatic OG game. Did not see the ward behind him. Just too focused on the bait.
Luckily, H2K don't seem to need it right now. They're able to knock open the bottom, grab themselves inhibitor number 1. They will get inhibitor number 2. Still some time on the death timers. They can grab it and get out, and 27.5 minutes in. The chances of Splyce coming back in this game are slim. 2-0. Wunder trying to change it, but they've got no follow-up.
Swain's behind them, though. This is the play.
Oh, in comes Sunkux, but look at his health bar. Ryu says, just kidding. I'm Vladimir once again, taking out Wunder, looking for even more. Splyce, they run out of gas, and H2K are on the offensive yet again. Trashy trying to save his own life, but the rest of Splyce, there's nothing they can do to try and stay alive. Trashy, the long game, but you can't walk away from the Troll King, not anymore. The base is in shambles. This is gonna be lights out.
Yeah, Odoamne just wants to prevent him from basing so his team at least can finish. Numbers advantage, keeping away from the minions is great. He drops Splyce, I like it. Just go for a Hail Mary play, otherwise you lose the game anyways. Not much to be done. The mistakes were already made, and H2K was just waiting for the execution.
So after a very disappointing game, a lot of mistakes from H2K, they turn it around, play it clinically, massive lead, and they will close out here to 1-1 with Splyce on the day as soon as they decide to finish padding those stats. 28.5, H2K victory.
Still caught the cameraman by surprise.
After a day like today, well, I guess I'm not surprised. So, we get a full day of our favorite
so
doll
many
here
ties,
in EU.
Pyra. I
There were
have
so many
never
ties.
felt so European like I do now. Europe's Cup is on. There's so much football being played. Everybody's tying. Oh, I'm loving it.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it here. Even though I'm American, I still feel the EU. It's all around me. And that was H2K stepping up and say, all right, let's see you do that again.
Yeah.
Not today.
Not today. What have we learned, though, from the series? Vladimir is strong.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
And Ryu made some serious plays on it, too. I mean, you can put a lot of it into, like, how good the champ is, right? And you can say nice champ all you want, but, like, Ryu, if you give him the right power, he will step up and do he might not necessarily carry the game for you, but he will make it look like he's carrying the game.
He at least carried this game.
Oh, yeah.
Honorable mention to Vander, honestly. Slightly biased here as a support.
Yeah, that's okay.
But definitely
you had
Vander.
your Bard game.
Yeah, had my Bard game. Definitely triggered some people. Crap was talking about Bard again. But Vander, I like the flash he did. He's present in T-fights 3-0-8 in a champion that's notorious for feeding and dying. I think Riot did a great job removing that passive, not rewarding Zyra players for death anymore, teaching them the merits of life. Beautiful, but Ryu showed up, took control of the game from the mid lane axis, and H2K played around that beautifully.
They did what they needed to. And Splyce, despite that loss, despite there was very little they could do in game number 2, they could definitely be happy knowing they took a game off a team in the top tier, you know, and at least made us question putting them, you know, even though they're in the standings, in the middle of the pack, putting them around with everybody else. They do seem to be on a slightly higher level.
Yeah, like the tie here. No, all memes aside, for what it means for the standings, because we have another team that at least can challenge top 3. Top 3 have shown some weaknesses here in Europe, so it does make the grind towards playoffs a lot more enjoyable. So many games left here, so much progression to be made now that we are playing best of 2s instead of just the singular best of 1s here. Definitely excited for the later weeks of the split.
Oh yeah, and once we start to see those rematches as well, it's going to get really interesting to see how people adapt and, you know, double the number of games. It is really so different when you see these teams having to play like double on the day and still prepare for another team the next day around. I'm really, really excited to see how it goes. For now, though, the analyst desk is going to take it away and close out the day for us.
Thank you so much, Pyra. Now, it's us. Now that we've wrapped up our first day of week 4 of the EULCS, it is time to load up on the post-game lobby, or we can also dub it the mid-lane week lobby today, as we have Febevan here with us still as well. So, first, let's take a look at H2K Splyce. You said in the beginning, I don't know which team is better, I don't know how to call it, and I don't know if it was a joke, but it's a 1-on-1 in the end. It is a tie. What did you guys think of this second game? There was a lot of, well, they got Vladimir, so that's very strong.
Yeah, when the Swain died like 2 times, then I know they just snowballed so hard, and I don't think they could really come back. And yeah, I don't know, like they were just getting out teamfighted, getting kited. Yeah, and then the Vladimir was making, like, killing everyone.
Not only that, makes it even more difficult when the opposite team's so far ahead, they end up buying like Executioner's Calling on the jungler, and suddenly Swain actually can't do anything. What were your thoughts on Ryu in this game? Because he seemed to do a whole lot of work for H2K.
Yeah, with Vladimir you can just sit under the enemy tower all game, so that makes your jungle be able to do anything he wants. Like, he can just invade all the time, like we did when I had Vladimir today as well. And yeah, and then it's just unkillable. Like, you cannot really gank that guy because he can always escape, and then yeah, he just outscales.
So I feel like a lot of our segments here, mid lane week, involves Vladimir, and involves Broken or something like that. Is it just permaban? Like,
yes, I think it should be permabanned. People are trying to leave it open in scrims and in LCS, but I don't know what is the win rate at the moment on this champion, but
pretty high.
It's just too OP, I think.
Pretty high. I think the only time we're releasing it through is that situation. And, you know, we were talking about, you know, if a Swain gets ahead, he can carry. If Vlad gets ahead of Swain, it's super tough. So I think really the only times we're going to see it is when both are up, you can take one, trade away the other, whoever gets the lead is just going to win the game, seemingly.
The thing is, like, when you practice champions in scrim, like, you open Vladimir and you play, like, Rise into it, it's not like you're gonna farm up for team fights like for 30 minutes. So it's like mostly the games are like decided by early game, and then it's really hard to judge like which champion is actually better in team fight, because the games are so one-sided. So it means that it's not like even, so you can actually see like which champion is clearly better.
But isn't that the big problem for Europe right now? Because we had Freeze on the desk saying exactly the same you just said now, that in scrims in Europe, there's so many kills early game, so many fights early game, and then teams like at 20 minutes is like FF, or like it's like the game is just lost already. So you don't probably get to test these champions and practice macro. Like, isn't that just a big problem overall for you?
Yeah, I think that's a really big problem, because it makes me and my team question a lot of stuff, like which champs should we prioritize like really high, which shouldn't, and then maybe one scrim block you win 5 games in a row with one champion, and then the next time you lose. So, and then when you play an LCS, you win and lose. Like, it's just, you really have to theorize yourself, like which champions are really good, and you have to understand like comps against comps, and yeah, it's you cannot just say like, oh, this champion is OP because we won in scrim. And it's maybe not even because of the pick, it can be because of your team winning. So.
Which, funny enough, is something we actually saw quite a lot of this week.
Yeah.
Like picks like Hecarim that have done really well in scrims. Kha'Zix was one from Fnatic. We keep hearing from some players, not going to say any names, that like Swain is super broken, and then suddenly he shows up and he gets camped early game and he does absolutely nothing, because that's the problem with Swain. Like, he's a snowball champion. And in a scrim, with what you're describing, you will have these games where you get 2 or 3 early kills on him, and then he looks fantastic. But then you pick him now, and you get camped early, and then that's it.
Froggen also sent a tweet out today. There's so many good picks mid lane. Now it's kind of hard to decide what to pick. Do you? Is that a difficulty for you personally? The fact that there's a lot maybe that you don't know is OP, and how do you try and work through that?
No, I think I understand mid lane pretty well. I can play most of the champions, and I think right now mid lane can do a lot. Like you can play for your team, you can play to be a really big threat in team fights. You can maybe even try to play early game composition with an assassin, but mostly people are playing. And I think what is the best right now is just control mages and maybe sometimes a rise with TP or so you can give pressure to your team.
Yeah, I definitely say from watching not only Europe, but like also a lot of Korea when it comes to the picks. Like Vladimir, Azir, Victor are like the S tier picks.
Yep.
And then everything under that, there's like this big bubble of like, oh, do I need to play an assassin? Then like LeBlanc can be picked. Do I need like a mid-game split push? I can go Ryze. Do I need some engage or whatever, you know, there are different picks you can go for. There's some counter picks like Varus as well that needs to be considered. So there's this massive, massive group, and that's probably what Froggen is talking about.
Yeah. That's great, though.
Yeah, it is.
And not only that, there are also matchup-specific picks. You've got like the Vel'Koz we've seen into the Azir. We've seen Anivia come out. Well, we've seen it more and more. Like we've seen it this week in LCK. We saw it come out. I mean, there are a lot of matchup-specific picks as well, and I think that's what Froggen's alluding to. Is like to have every matchup ready. I think is a very tough thing for a player right now. But Febby, you sound confident. You say you understand mid lane. So let's see if we got anything fun to pull out in a matchup.
We'll see. And also, Froggen, if you're watching, just tweet at us and stuff as well. Okay. Player of the game for Splyce versus H2K is EULCS2, as we asked it on the desk as well. And you were saying he actually had a pretty good time because of the Vladimir mid to come there and then do some things. But what do you think of EULCS2? If you play against him, are you always afraid he's going to try and get that first blood on you? Or
Yes, actually, when I play against EULCS2 in solo queue, I actually played against him yesterday, and he's the only jungler who level 3 ganks me after red buff. So he takes 3 camps and then he just flashes on me and then I'm dead. So, but I think he's a pretty good jungler, and his decision making is really he makes you think a lot. Like he does things that you don't expect and things that other players don't do, and then it can snowball.
You realize you just gave away how people beat you in solo queue, right? You just basically told everybody playing jungle to camp in from level 3.
I never get level 3 ganked, and after that I just always hug top side. So when I'm against EULCS2, I'm never hugging bot side again. When
Okay, that message is sent out. Let's talk a bit about your series, a bit more OG versus Fnatic. It was our match of the week as well. And of course, we went into it thinking that maybe it would be kind of a walkover for Fnatic. And game 1, that was the case.
I mean,
game
honestly,
1 it was.
Game one I had Vladimir, so.
Yeah, okay, so.
Basically, that Vladimir is the one. No, but I actually think game 1 was how this game was supposed to look. Very often in the EULCS, a lot of players will go like, a lot of teams are even, and it's unfair to say one team should like beat the other like that. But honestly, I think it was disappointing that Fnatic didn't 2-0 here, even though we have Fiven out on the desk, not to offend you or anything. But
he agrees.
No, I agree.
Featherman, was that maybe overconfidence going into game 2? How you performed in game 1?
Yes. Definitely.
Well, I guess that answers that, because this game went
I played a really bad second game.
But like,
shit happens. Look at my face.
Yeah. No, but it's the first thing you said. You said, hey, it was my fault. I got caught out a lot. And very unfortunate in that one. And I think Perks on the desk also said, well, this is going so long now. OG should have closed it out 20 times already, and it's still going. So the door must have been open for Fnatic. But it's so hard when those...
Yeah, sure. Of course, it gets really hard late game. No one wants to make a mistake. OG were super afraid of like pushing. Like they would actually get a kill, and you were like, okay, now they're gonna push in with Superman. And then they're like, one guy would get chunked, they recalled instantly, and then just ran away. I just feel like every time a game goes past like 55 minutes to an hour, it's because the teams are doing something wrong. Like it's never because both teams are just playing perfect and they just keep matching each other like till like 80 minutes and then suddenly the game ends. It's always something where one team falls super far behind, or they have a composition that maybe can't properly deal with like an Azir in the late game as an example, and then they just can't do anything, and the other team is too bad at closing the game, and then it just keeps going and going and going.
What do you think?
Yeah, the thing is, in that game we didn't really have any control, because we were basically in our base all the time because they had so many inhibitors. So I think if we were in their position, we would have closed it like way earlier because I think they just played really safe for no reason.
In any case, it did give us a lot of records that were broken. We had, first of all, a very, very long game time, an EU record in 80 minutes and 28 seconds. We had 858 CS for Reckless, which is a global CS record. We also had Febiven in second place. Then we had 4,845 minions killed, the most in the EULCS, and 299,000 total gold, most in EULCS, as well as 15 inhibs.
And like, you want to be proud when you get an achievement like
but
this.
You have to look at the silver lining.
Yeah, but this is like, congratulations, you actually had a real long game that was in a way bad, and now you won all these awards. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was still interesting.
It was exciting in the end.
It was. I mean, it's exciting, and we wanted to track all these things. We also wanted to track something else. Actually, we talked a lot about the OP strat of the ZZ Rod as a 6th item or buy or sell, and we wanted to take a look at it as a replay.
Good idea. It's really good actually.
Good idea. I'm gonna do it.
What?
So buy
Just
throw?
put zero then. It's so funny.
Wait, what do you sell?
Just sell and buy your game. Just put zero then sell zero.
Yeah. Buy your game.
Yeah.
You're a genius.
Really funny.
Still laughing then.
I like how this is their...
I was surprised.
The 75-minute communication on a pro team is laughing and laughing.
I wanted to cry.
But how do you keep a level head? Or do you think you did? Keep a level head or a good mental?
Yeah, I think it's impossible to just let yourself go and just like tilt yourself in the game and just lose it. I think everyone was focused until the end, and even though we're joking around, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Yeah, in the end. Cool that we had that listening, but I'm not going to say this is always the Fnatic communication.
Just laugh.
Just
Tell
laugh.
your eyes
Just
and
laugh.
buys easy rod every time.
I wish I could explain how tilted Perks got up here. Watching that happen when he was like, wait, you can do that?
That's
Why?
unfair.
That's so broken. This item is insane. He's like, you can't do that. I don't get it. It's so tilted.
No, very long game though. And now let's take a look at the standings after that at the exact halfway point of the summer split already. Whoa, the top 3 remain the same, but
Wait, don't we have one more game?
Are, well, 4.5, and it's 9 weeks, right? So
How
that's
that
the
works?
half official.
You're right.
Yes. Anyway, G2 Esports is in first, Fnatic in second, H2K in third, so that still remains unchanged. But I want to take a look at that middle. Schalke, Splyce, Giants there in the middle of the table. Origin and Unicorns of Love still all the way at the bottom. But I think we talk about it a lot, but I think it's really, really commendable that teams like Giants and Splyce, they're finally turning it around.
We were really worried about Giants the first couple of weeks, but now that it's settled, we realize that strength of schedule is kind of a thing. Giants hit a lot of tough opponents in the first couple of weeks. I'm not saying Giants are a top of the table team, but what I'm saying is perhaps they look more middle of the table than we gave them credit for in the first couple of weeks.
I just think this whole middle of the table, bottom right now, it's just such a pointless discussion almost, because
That's
we
fair.
have 7 teams
Actually, yeah, I agree.
who are just like so close in level. Okay, I'll probably put like Splyce and Schalke slightly above the other 5, but it's not enough for me to say they're going to 2-0 them every single time. It's only like Fnatic, H2K, and G2, I would say, have looked better overall. And yet this week, G2 played 1-1, you guys played 1-1, and we just saw H2K play 1-1. So we just have this massive pile of teams smacked together right now where no one is clearly that much better than anyone else.
Yeah, it doesn't really say much at all. Like this kind of games, like I don't think like it's just practice right now. That's how the teams see it, and there's so much change still coming into the playoff.
Does it bother you that people then go, wow, EU is really bad, we're not going to do anything at Worlds this year? Does that bother you?
I really don't care.
I mean, you may not care, but I think for me, like, they're close because of mistakes. They're not close because this is high-level league that's coming out of these teams. Like, you look at ROCCAT, disastrous early games. You look at Unicorns, they can get a lead in the early game and then just lose it completely. So for me, it's just every team has so many different mistakes they need to fix that right now everybody's taking games off each other and just getting ties in the middle of the
But
pack.
it's the same in every region right
That's
now.
fair.
In
It
the
is
world.
fair.
And like the only thing that tells me about this whole EU stock right now kind of thing is the fact that people, because it's the circle jerk now, everyone will just jump on it and be like, they watch a game and they go, huh, I didn't see February go 10-0 and win the game in 25 minutes. So I'm going to write, yeah, this game was really low level, EU is bad. I'm like, you can't say it for every game. Like, that's not how it works. And yeah, you can I agree. I don't think Europe is like a fantastic region right now. I think around playoffs, a lot of the teams will improve a lot, like they always do. But a lot of teams around the world struggle in every single region.
So do these opinions come from? Reddit people or?
I mean, maybe it's my secret Reddit account I'm sitting on and like writing. But yeah, no, but it's just overall community opinion when it comes to like a region being weak. A lot of people will then always have that mindset instead of actually judging themselves if they think. And it's also super hard to judge like a match in Europe, or middle of the pack match in Europe compared to a middle of the pack match in NA. Like a lot of it is the same anyway when it comes to the mistakes being made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just saying.
We swear we don't read it all.
Real talk.
Never, don't read any of it.
Yes, we do. We also read your tweets. And earlier in the show, we asked you guys to tweet us your burning questions for our resident mid laners. From @TonyWeber97 asked, Febivin, which champ are you crushing on that Perks is really bad with? He's not here anymore. But is there any champion without, like, giving away any strats, but that you're like really good at and he's not very good at?
Maybe Azir and Victor.
Maybe just the two best champions.
Maybe Victor. I think I'm a better Victor than him.
Okay.
Who's the best Zed before he got nerfed to the ground?
I don't think there was much. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. But like how many months do you?
Let's go like last split.
I think I was a better player overall, so I guess that makes me a better Zed.
Do you think you were a better player overall than you are now? How do you feel about your own performance?
I think I'm actually worse than last split because. You mean last split or last year as well?
Last split and last year.
I don't know. Like the meta has changed so much, and like we're trying different play styles and stuff, and I think I'm doing a lot of random mistakes because maybe I'm overconfident or something like that, or getting caught for no reason all the time, and I don't know. I just need to take it more serious and like really try hard to become better.
Do you actually feel right now? I know we're firing a lot of questions just straight your way here, but it's very interesting to hear your opinion of like mid lane, because we obviously had a discussion during some of the games about the impact of mid lane right now. Like, do you feel that mid laners are able to, I'm not saying 1v9 the game, but like have a massive impact and just be the main carry? Or are we just 100% stuck in the meta where it's teamwork, like it's every player, every role has to do a lot to win? Or do you feel like mid laners can still really just be the big carries if you're playing a fantastic game?
Yeah, I think mid laners can still, like everyone should always like try to play as perfect as possible, obviously. But there is some champions right now where you can really hard carry with, like Azir, Victor, and Vlad. They have the most damage output. And then you have champions with teleport, like Ryze, Lissandra. You can also make plays on, like you can coordinate your team and you can help your team out. And then you have champions like Zillion and Varus and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's just you can play everything, and I think with the hard carry champs, you can make your team play around you, which makes you the main carry. But sometimes you just have to adapt in the champ select and play around your team, and then you just play around your team, and then your teammates should carry the game because you're adapting. So I think everyone should play everything which is good in the meta, and then you just have a 5-man threat team.
All right, well, we'll see how that evolves. We got another question from @xthemurf. He's reached out to the post-game lobby for advice. He asks, what can I do when I fall behind in lane and my opponent out-roams me? So let's take it, this is not in the LCS, when you're just yourself in a game, so you don't really know what the opponent's going to do, obviously. Well, you never know, but what would you do?
Wait, what would I do if I was getting out-laned and then...
And he goes roaming.
I would just tell my team everything that he can do and just ask for wards, and then always tell my team what the opponent can do and what I can do to stop any action.
Yeah, one thing a lot of mid laners will always try and do if you are like losing the lane is try and focus just on pushing your wave, because like if you can always keep him in lane because you always push the wave and he has to like farm it and pick it up.
That's very basic.
I know it's very basic. I know it's very basic, but like when it's something people in ranked like often don't understand. They're like, I'm behind, so I'm gonna try and like outplay him and all in him and see if I can get a kill. And that's obviously the absolute worst you can do. Like, don't even try to do that. Instead, water your lane, you know, push out your wave, and then again, super basic, but like communicate.
I have no money.
With the
Why do I
team.
have to spend it on something that's not an offensive item?
You have a trinket. You can click it, click, and you can place the ward. And then just you need to communicate. I know it's basic, but I think that's the kind of things a lot of people forget when they play alone, and then they just end up like doing it even worse and die like 3 or 4 extra times.
That's worse.
I like how he's gesturing at me the entire time for that. It's okay. I learned
No, I
something.
mean-
It may be basic. I always thought it was just flame your team and rage quit, out F4 and you're out. No?
Okay, we're almost done here. Febivin, if you had to give one word of advice for someone who wants to play mid lane in ranked, what is it?
Just play Aurelion Sol, Twisted Fate, and Talilia, and just perma push and perma roam, and then you will get some elo.
It's very basic.
Great.
Very basic.
No.
Push again there and then it's roaming.
No, but that's really how you get elo, and that's still how some challenger players play, which really annoys me because I'm practicing my my mages, and then I'm basically stuck in mid, and then these guys are just killing my team, and then these people will write in chat like, you're getting out roamed and stuff. And then, yeah, you can get a bit salty sometimes.
You just push the wave back. It's easy.
And then hug your tower.
Yeah, and then of course.
And then your team dies.
Great stuff. All right, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Week 4 of the EULCS continues then, as Giants take on Schalke. ROCCAT will battle it out against Fnatic, and we'll close out the day with Splyce versus Origin. ROCCAT up versus Fnatic. I believe they had a 1-on-1 versus Unicorns of Love today,
Yes.
and their problem has been the early game in this split. How do you think you can do against them?
I think we can do pretty well against every team. It just depends on how many silly mistakes we make. And I think we're always, like, I think we're stronger team than them for sure. So I don't think we should lose against them.
I'm looking forward to casting that game tomorrow, but I'm kind of off the ROCCAT hype train. I'm sorry. I know weeks 1 and 2, I was saying I like their drafts, I like their plays. Early game's too weak right now, I think. So interesting series, but I think it's probably going to be Fnatic's way.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Tomorrow's pre-game coverage will begin at 5 p.m. Central European Time, summertime rather, and 8 a.m. Pacific. Febivin, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure and a lot of fun, and also thanks to all the players that will be joining us and have joined us for the show during mid lane week. We'll see you tomorrow as we continue to celebrate the region's legendary mid laners, and week 4 of the EULCS continues. Good night.
So you push it out?
Your mouse is letting you down?
I think that's the problem, yeah.
His mouse is not appreciating him enough.
He's not appreciating my insane mechanics enough, so...
You're mechanically hype player.
Whoa! Whoa! I just got juked by Trundle bots.
With Expect coming into this lineup, and here he goes!
Done! Through the exhaust, he gets 2! He's inspired by Miffy, not before Steve chomps him down. Expect needs a perfect barrel. It knocks Steve forward, I believe. No, he's not even fired yet. That was just Steve running forward. And Schalke have done it! They even the series and secure a point!
Yeah, we were the underdogs this game.
I can gift you, Gamsu.
Gift?
Be my friend, I gift you.
What kind of friends you are? You're giving him money?
Oh, actually, I'm going back to NA, so yeah.
And Spirit is in trouble. Here comes Spirit. Soaz is able to jump onto Beckett.
Nice. Nice. Good job.
There we go, back there. Bottom of your screen, Power Regal's teleporting in, and they're looking to just go for the next missile!
And this game!
Origin! They pull an Expector to take down Fnatic!
Kabi will grab, freeze. Yankos has already gone down. Ace in the hole, right in the back. They found Ryu. Yamato Cannon is loving every minute. Oh, in comes Senkux, but look at his health bar. Ryu says, just kidding, I'm Vladimir once again. Taking out Wonder, looking for even more. Splyce, they run out of gas, and H2K are on the offensive yet again. And they will close out here to 1-1 with Splyce.